Chapter 1. Innate Soul Power of Level 20 and a Useless Martial Soul. On the continent of Douluo, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the city of Notting, within the province of Fasnuo, home to the humble village of Holy Spirit. Upon first hearing the name Holy Spirit Village, one might imagine it to be a place of great significance. However, the reality is far less grand. It is merely an exceedingly ordinary village. The name Holy Spirit Village stems from legends that recount the emergence of a powerful soul sage within its confines, thus bestowing upon it its illustrious title. Whether this tale holds any truth or who that soul sage might have been remains unsubstantiated. On a scorching summer day, a young girl of approximately 6 years old can be seen trudging along the village path, her back laden with firewood as she makes her way home. As the scene draws closer, the girl's visage comes into focus. She is a delicate-looking child, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Her enchanting little face is adorned with a pair of sparkling, large eyes, reminiscent of two glistening black grapes, while her gently arched eyebrows resemble willow leaves. Her cherry-like mouth, plump and rosy, hints at the promise of future beauty as she matures. Yet, in the depths of her eyes lies a clarity not typically found at such a tender age, and a certain emotion complaint graces her features. I have been in this world for 6 years now. 6 years. Who have I, Qian Renxue, offended to find myself inexplicably transported here? Even if I have come to this world, my irresponsible father is nothing but a drunkard, spending his days in a stupor while our home languishes in poverty. He cares for nothing. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of frustration washed over Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue did not originate from this realm. Rather, her soul belongs to another world, Blue Star, known to its inhabitants as Earth, while this place is called Douluo Continent. She remains baffled as to how she ended up here. Was it merely the exhaustion from overwork? She had merely closed her eyes for a moment, and suddenly, she found herself transformed from a helpless fledgling into her current self. Truly absurd. As she grumbled to herself, Qian Renxue hurried home, arriving at her doorstep in no time. Gazing at the dilapidated dwelling, a sense of weariness enveloped her. Truly, it is not poverty that kills, but rather laziness. Setting the firewood outside, Qian Renxue approached the door, inhaling deeply in an attempt to steady her nerves. She must not succumb to anger after all. He is her father. Pushing open the door to her father's room, she was met with the sight of a disheveled, middle-aged man. The man lay sprawled on the bed, thoroughly intoxicated, unchanged from his habitual state. His hair was a tangled mess, indicating he had not groomed himself in quite some time. Clad in a tattered coat, his robust physique and somewhat handsome features were undermined by his penchant for alcohol, which Qian Renxue found both detestable and lamentable. This was her father, Qian Shuanji, an irresponsible parent. The stench of alcohol permeated the room, causing Qian Renxue to furrow her brow in distaste, covering her nose with her hand as she regarded her father. As if sensing the door's creak, Qian Sunji's bleary eyes fluttered open slightly, only to close again upon recognizing his daughter. "Donger," he murmured, seemingly lost in thought of someone dear to him, a pained expression crossing his features. Qian Renxue was unfamiliar with the name Donger. It was a name her father frequently uttered in his drunken stupors. Whenever she inquired about Donger, he would deny any knowledge. Though she speculated it might refer to her mother, her father claimed that her mother had passed away. When she asked about her mother's grave, he simply stated there was none. Qian Renxue pondered the possibility that her mother might still be alive, perhaps having abandoned them due to her father's drinking and laziness. Alas, the weight of her thoughts left her weary. With a sigh, Qian Renxue cast one last glance at her father before gently closing the door behind her. Her concern for her father stemmed from a fear that he might harm himself in his inebriated state. After all, alcohol is no benign substance. Noticing the time, she realized it was time to prepare dinner, and she busied herself in the kitchen. The kitchen was rather diminutive, seemingly crafted just for her. This thought elicited another sigh from Qian Renxue. "I am merely 6 years old. While other children play in the mud, yet here I am, with a kitchen tailored to my needs. How absurd!" Before long, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, and Qian Renxue nodded in satisfaction. Carrying the prepared dishes from the kitchen, she placed them on the table and knocked gently on her father's door. It wasn't long before the door swung open, and Qian Renxue emerged, appearing as energetic as ever. He took a glance at the spread before him and nodded in approval. In that moment, Qian Renxue bore no trace of his earlier drunkenness. He seemed invigorated. This left Qian Renxue speechless. When not at the table, he indulges in drink, yet when it is time to eat, he suddenly appears lively. How ludicrous! Her father's indifference to household matters was disheartening. He seemed oblivious to the need to earn a living. In this world, Qian Renxue had never felt the warmth of maternal or paternal love. She found it difficult to connect with the other children in the village, who often derided her as the child without a mother, claiming that her mother had run off with another man. Were it not for Qian Renxue's experiences in her previous life, such remarks might have deeply scarred her psyche. As she served her father, she announced, "Dinner is ready," before hastily devouring her meal. Time was of the essence. If she ate too slowly, she might find her share devoured by Qian Renxue, who consumed his food with reckless abandon. In no time, the table was cleared of all its offerings. Qian Renxue belched contentedly, praising Schwerer, "Your culinary skills have improved. This is quite good." With that, he stood up, preparing to return to his room for more sleep. Qian Renxue felt exasperated. The same words, the same actions. Could he not show a modicum of change? Was it merely his laziness? Just as Qian Renxue reached for the door, an aged voice called from outside, "Qian Renxue, are you going to sleep again?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue halted his movements, turning to squint at the source of the voice. Qian Renxue followed his gaze to behold the gentle figure of an elderly man. His hair was white, and his face bore the lines of many years, a testament to the passage of time. "Grandpa Jack, what brings you here?" "Please, come in and sit," Qian Renxue exclaimed, rising quickly to invite the elderly man inside. The elder was the village chief of Holy Spirit Village, affectionately referred to as Old Jack, a man of immense kindness. Due to her father's laziness, Old Jack had often lent a helping hand to Qian Renxue's family over the years, frequently bringing them food. Qian Renxue held great respect for him. "Come here, Shui. Let Grandpa see if you've grown taller." Old Jack beckoned with a warm smile. Beaming, Qian Renxue skipped over to his side, exuding cuteness. "Hello, Grandpa Jack," she greeted, offering a slight bow of respect. Qian Renxue was quite well-mannered. She always greeted her elders, earning her the affection of the village adults. Qian Renxue, however, coldly interjected, "Do you need something, village chief?" Though Old Jack was not significantly older than Qian Renxue, the fact that Qian Renxue referred to him as Grandpa inadvertently diminished Qian Renxue's standing, which irked him. Old Jack seemed accustomed to Qian Renxue's attitude. "Little G, Shui is nearly 6 now, isn't she? She should be participating in the awakening ceremony this year." Qian Renxue glanced at Qian Renxue, lost in thought, before turning back to Old Jack and replying nonchalantly, "Then let her attend." "When is it?" Old Jack responded, "It is in 3 days. I will come to fetch her." Old Jack's expression clearly suggested that if he were to rely on Qian Renxue to take her, it would likely result in delay. Qian Renxue nodded and returned to his seat at the table, dismissing Old Jack. "The awakening ceremony?" Qian Renxue inquired with curiosity. "Grandpa Jack, what is the awakening ceremony?" Chapter 2. Innate Soul Power of Level 20 and a Useless Martial Soul 2. Old Jack smiled at Qian Renxue and began to explain, "Each of us possesses our own unique martial soul, and we undergo an awakening ceremony around the age of 6. This age is considered optimal for awakening one's martial soul. Acquiring a martial soul enhances our abilities in certain aspects. Even the most ordinary martial souls can offer some benefit that if by chance you possess an exceptional martial spirit and are able to cultivate it, then you may very well become a soul master. The awakening ceremony occurs but once a year, and I cannot allow you to miss it. It is the esteemed steward from the Haoyan branch in Nodding City who has come to assist the children of our village in their awakening. That steward is a soul master of great renown." As Jack uttered the words "great soul master," a palpable envy shimmered in his eyes. Qian Renxue was entirely oblivious to the concept of soul masters. She had never heard of such a thing before. Now, she learned that she might possess a martial spirit of her own. What precisely is a soul master? Qian Renxue could not help but feel a surge of curiosity and pressed. What does great soul master mean? Old Jack displayed remarkable patience towards Qian Renxue. In his eyes, she was the most understanding child in the village. Every time she encountered an elder, she would greet them warmly and was diligent in her endeavors. It was truly hard to fathom how such a well-behaved daughter could come from a father like hers. A great soul master is a title within the ranks of soul masters. Soul masters are the noblest profession across the entire Douluo Continent. They can be formidable warriors or possess exceptional supportive abilities. Regardless of their specialization, soul masters are ranked by the same system of titles. All soul masters have their own martial spirit powers, which are categorized into 10 titles based on their strength. Each title is further divided into 10 levels. The initial stage is known as a soul scholar. Upon awakening their martial spirit, everyone begins as a soul scholar. If one's martial spirit can be cultivated and their soul power reaches the 11th level, they ascend to the next title, which is soul master. A great soul master is the third title in this hierarchy. Achieving the level of a great soul master signifies one has become a remarkably powerful soul master. The complete list of titles is as follows: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Doa, and Title Doa. The name of our Douluo Continent is derived from this very hierarchy. It is said that those who attain the rank of Title Douluo at level 90 or above can bestow upon themselves a unique title. They are truly invincible beings. A proud glimmer sparkled in old Jack's eyes. Our Holy Soul Village produced an 8th-tier soul saint a century ago, which is exceedingly rare in all of Notting City, and indeed, throughout the entire Fastner province. Qian Renxue felt a flicker of curiosity, pondering whether it was akin to the martial arts masters from her past life. With this thought, she performed a stance, executing the Wing Chun she had learned in her former life. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. Grandpa Jack, is that soul saint similar to me? Observing Qian Renxue's animated gestures, old Jack felt a twinge of awkwardness. Not quite, little Shui. The soul saint is an omnipotent existence. Seated at the table, Qian Sunji scoffed dismissively. What soul saint? That is merely a legend. As if provoked, old Jack erupted in anger. What do you mean by legend? Legends arise from reality. Qian Sunji, you have been in the village for 6 years. You should understand the esteemed status of that soul saint in our hearts. Should I hear you insult the soul saint again, I shall expel you from the village. If not for little Shui, do you think I would willingly come to your wretched abode? Qian Sunji remained unfazed, rising to clear the dishes into the kitchen, ignoring old Jack's glare. Old Jack shot a fierce glare at Qian Sunji before turning to Qian Renxue. Promise me you won't be as despondent as your father. Now, I must take my leave. I shall return in 3 days to collect you. With that, old Jack stormed out in a huff. Once old Jack departed, Qian Renxue turned to look at Qian Sunji. Father, Qian Renxue called softly. Qian Sunji glanced back coldly. What are you staring at? If you wish to go, then go. Qian Renxue replied, a hint of distress in her voice. I want father to take me. Humph. What is so great about being a soul master? One cannot even protect those they wish to safeguard. It is far better to be an ordinary person. As he spoke, a fleeting expression of pain crossed Qian Sunji's face, only to be quickly masked. Qian Renxue noticed the brief glimpse of anguish in her father's eyes and inquired, is it because of mother? Qian Sunji raised his voice. No, children should not pry into such matters. If you wish to go, then you may accompany old Jack tomorrow. I shall not hinder you. With that, Qian Sunji threw down the dishes and retreated to his room. Once inside his room, Qian Sunji closed the door, allowing a single tear to cascade down his cheek as he succumbed to sorrow. Qian Renxue could not fathom why her father always evaded the topic whenever she mentioned her mother. Alas, it is quite vexing. I am no longer a child. With a deep sigh, Qian Renxue tidied up the dishes and, upon completing this task, stepped outside. Father, I am leaving. Please refrain from excessive drinking. for it is detrimental to your health, she called out toward her father's door. However, no response came from Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue was aware that her father could hear her words, gently closing the door behind her. She gazed at the small hill beyond the village and swiftly made her way in that direction, aware that this world harbored formidable beings. She resolved to reacquaint herself with the Wing Chun martial art from her previous life. In this realm, there were no laws, and no one to safeguard the common folk. Mastering Wing Chun would serve as a means of self-defense. True strength lay in one's own power. From the words of Grandfather Jack, she learned that two classes existed in this world, the commoners and the nobles. Furthermore, commoners were required to bow in the presence of nobles, a practice she wished to avoid in the future, as she detested the thought of kneeling to pay her respects. Qian Renxue is a fierce and determined woman from a state-owned enterprise in Huaxia, accustomed to the notion of equality from her previous life, which creates a sense of conflict with the established norms of this world. The village is located no less than 2,000 meters from the direction of the small mountain. However, Qian Renxue swiftly ascends to the summit in no time. Her golden hair dances gracefully in the breeze, and her delicate figure adorned in a white dress presents a picturesque scene, akin to that of a little angel. As the gentle wind caresses her, Qian Renxue feels a refreshing coolness. Being someone who regularly engages in physical activity, she is unfazed by the possibility of catching a chill. In this world, the concept of illness remains foreign to her, and for reasons unknown, her constitution seems to be superior to that of the average person. Qian Renxue executed a preliminary stance and began her practice. Wing Chun Kung Fu emphasizes quick strikes against quick movements and slower responses against slower attacks, employing skillful techniques and unexpected assaults that render opponents unable to defend themselves. There are no fixed moves in Wing Chun, rather, it relies on adaptability and the ability to counterattack. As for strength, there is no stringent requirement. The human body possesses numerous vulnerabilities, and striking vital points can incapacitate an adversary with a single blow. As the saying goes, experts discern subtleties, while novices merely observe the spectacle. Although she appeared to be merely gesturing, the intricacies of her technique and power were known only to her. At the tender age of 6, her body could not endure prolonged training. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she resumed her practice. It was not until the evening, when the sunset painted the sky with fiery clouds, that Qian Renxue ceased her training. Upon stopping, a realization struck her. Oh no. She had been out for too long and forgotten to prepare dinner for her father. With this thought in mind, Qian Renxue hurried back home. Chapter 3. Innate Soul Power Level 20. In a defunct martial soul. As Qian Renxue descended the mountain, a figure awaited her. Father, she called out, surprised to see him there to greet her. Had the sun truly set in the east? Yes, Qian Renxue replied, and before she could react, he lifted her high into the air. Qian Renxue curled her lips, realizing that she was no longer a child. Her father must have taken the wrong medicine today. Without paying heed to the expression on Qian Renxue's face, Qian Renxue hoisted her onto his back and began to stride towards their home. Feeling the broad and gentle shoulders of her father, Qian Renxue nestled against him. Although Qian Renxue remained silent, Qian Renxue could sense her father's concern, which brought a smile to her lips. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last rays of evening light stretched their shadows ever longer. Upon returning home, Qian Renxue had already prepared the meal. Sitting at the dining table, Qian Renxue announced the commencement of their meal and quickly began to eat. Qian Renxue did not touch her chopsticks. She merely observed Qian Renxue as she ate, a smile gracing her lips at the sight of her daughter's rapid consumption of food. Unlike her peers, who often wailed and fussed, Qian Renxue displayed an early maturity that brought Qian Renxue joy. Occasionally, she would engage in peculiar antics. Today, Qian Renxue was well aware of her daughter's visit to the small mountain to practice Wing Chun, though he remained unaware of the specifics of her pursuits. He felt no inclination to intervene. His daughter was beginning to form her own thoughts, a promising sign. Despite the years during which he felt he had deprived her of a carefree childhood, and the guilt he harbored regarding Dong's past entreaties, he found solace in the knowledge that their daughter was growing up and developing her own ideas. Qian Renxue gazed at her father, who had yet to pick up his chopsticks. Her eating motion momentarily halted as she swallowed the morsel in her mouth before speaking. Father, you should eat as well. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Qian Renxue finally came to his senses. He noticed the large, earnest eyes of his daughter fixed upon him, prompting him to finally take up his chopsticks. Qian Renxue delicately placed a piece of meat into Qian Renxue's bowl. Observing the puzzled look on her face, he gently spoke. You are at an age where you are growing. You should eat more. Qian Renxue replied softly, then diverted her gaze to the piece of fatty meat in her bowl. She fell into contemplation, wondering if consuming this rich morsel would lead to weight gain. Yet, it was a manifestation of her father's affection for her. Should she indulge or not? After a brief moment of hesitation, Qian Renxue decided to eat the meat. In a gesture of reciprocation, she also placed a few pieces of fatty meat into Qian Renxue's bowl, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Father, you should eat as well. Seeing Qian Renxue's obedient and thoughtful demeanor filled Qian Renxue with immense satisfaction. She was his daughter, just as caring as Dong. With this thought, his spirits lifted once more. Before long, They had finished their meal, and it was Qian Renxue who took it upon himself to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. Qian Renxue was somewhat astonished. Her father was unusually industrious today. Could it be that Grandpa Jack scolded him awake this afternoon? It seems that Grandpa Jack ought to visit their home more frequently. After Qian Renxue hurried back to her room, Qian Renxue took out paper and pen and began to sketch at the table. Before long, a landscape painting emerged under her deft strokes. Bathed in the glow of the light, the artwork appeared to come alive. Its exquisite detail eliciting admiration even from esteemed masters of painting. This talent was also a source of income for Qian Renxue. During her leisure hours, she would often create landscape paintings to sell in Noting City. These pieces were quite affordable, priced at merely 1 silver coin each, yet the nobility greatly cherished her work. Occasionally, Qian Renxue would receive commissioned portraits from aristocrats, which proved to be quite lucrative. Orders from these nobles typically allowed her to earn a tidy sum, sufficient to sustain her and her father for several months. It was not that Qian Renxue sought to inflate her prices. Rather, the aristocrats were not short on silver coins. Each time they made a purchase, it was often with a gold coin, which was exceedingly appealing. In this world, the cost of goods was such that a copper coin could buy 2 candies, a silver coin could procure a pound of grain, and a gold coin could acquire 100 pounds of grain. Qian Renxue once again immersed herself in her artwork, this time with an extraordinary level of dedication and a deliberate pace, suggesting that this piece held profound significance for her. After much contemplation, she resumed her strokes, laboring into the late hours. Exhausted from her efforts, she eventually succumbed to slumber, resting her head upon the table. As she drifted into sleep, the door to Qian Renxue's room was gently pushed open. The figure who entered was none other than Qian Renxue's father, Qian Renxue, who approached her with utmost care, ensuring not to disturb her. Upon catching sight of the artwork she had created, he was momentarily taken aback. The piece depicted a portrait featuring 3 figures, 2 adults and a child, the latter standing at the center while holding the hands of the 2 adults. The child in the middle was unmistakably Qian Renxue herself, with Qian Renxue on the left and a woman on the right. Curiously, the woman's face remained unrendered, a blank canvas within the painting. As Qian Renxue gazed upon this scene, his eyes inevitably welled with tears, suppressing the tumult of complex emotions within. He gently lifted Qian Renxue into his arms. "Mama," Qian Renxue seemed to murmur in her sleep, her cherubic face betraying a longing expression. The utterance pierced Qian Renxue's heart, reminding him of his wife's final words. "Qian son, take good care of our child. Farewell." Wiping away his tears, he carefully carried Qian Renxue back to her room. After tucking her in snugly, he retreated with utmost care, softly closing the door behind him. He lingered for a moment, ensuring that his daughter had drifted into slumber before returning to his own chamber. Once back, Qian Renxue buried his fury and sorrow, allowing resentment to manifest upon his face. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging with suppressed rage. Thoughts of his wife ignited a deep-seated hatred for his own impotence. He yearned for vengeance. Yet reason cautioned him that the moment was not ripe. He resolved to wait until his daughter could stand on her own, at which point he would be free to pursue his desires. To the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, take heed. Soon, I shall ensure that blood debts are repaid in kind. That day is not far off. Unbeknownst to Qian Renxue, who lay peacefully slumbering in her bed, the turmoil within her father raged on. Chapter 4. The innate full soul power of level 20 and the useless martial soul. 4. On the following morning, a petite figure emerged amidst the hills of Shanhun village. She sprinted from the foot of the mountain to its midpoint, then from the midpoint to the summit, repeating this cycle tirelessly, even as sweat dripped and breaths came in gasps. This determined child was none other than Qian Renxue, having resolved to grow stronger. She was committed to her training. At merely 6 years of age, her willingness to toil towards physical enhancement set her apart from many others who faltered at such an endeavor. Qian Renxue sets small goals for herself, determining the number of laps she must run each hour and the duration required for such endeavors. These aspirations are quietly etched in her mind. Even if she cannot meet her own standards, she remains undeterred. To enhance her training, she adds weights to her feet. Although these weights amount to only a few pounds, one must remember that she is merely a 6-year-old child, and achieving this feat is commendable for someone of her age. In the mornings, she runs on the mountain, takes a brief rest at noon, and resumes practicing Wing Chun in the afternoon. Having mastered the first step of Wing Chun, she now embarks on the second. Qian Renxue has her father craft a wooden dummy for her. Striking the dummy represents the second step in Wing Chun, and it is also the most challenging aspect of learning this martial art. By evening, Qian Renxue diligently strikes the wooden dummy 1,000 times, leaving her hands adorned with numerous bruises. Qian Renxue quietly observed from the sidelines, utterly perplexed by Qian Renxue's enigmatic actions. How could she inflict such harm upon herself? A profound sorrow welled up within him. However, upon hearing Qian Renxue assert that this was a form of cultivation, he felt a modicum of relief. As long as his daughter understood the purpose of her endeavors, that was sufficient for him. Qian Renxue could discern that Qian Renxue's physical condition had evidently improved significantly compared to before. Otherwise, he would have intervened long ago. Children often entertain peculiar notions, and Qian Renxue did not harbor any suspicions. He merely felt that such a method of cultivation must be quite painful for Qian Renxue. However, Qian Renxue was indifferent to Qian Xuanji's thoughts. For her, cultivation was a pursuit driven by her own desires. There are no free lunches in this world. Even if those around her possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, she firmly believes that her current practice and study of Wing Chun will prove immensely beneficial in the future, even if it does not aid her later on. It is still advantageous in the present. She can sense that should she engage in a brawl with her peers, she could easily take on 7 opponents without breaking a sweat. As twilight descended, Qian Renxue continued striking the wooden post, setting her goal to an additional 500 hits for the day. Only after completing this arduous task did she pause, breathless and panting, wiping the sweat from her brow. She approached the nearby tea table and poured herself a cup of tea, gulping down a small sip. Qian Xuanji gazed at his daughter, feeling a pang of sorrow. Ideally, she should have been nurtured under the tender care of both him and Donger, but fate had other plans. Presently, Qian Xuanji could not provide his daughter with the life of a princess like Qian Renxue. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that one day, his daughter would achieve a life of unparalleled distinction. He envisioned her among the most formidable individuals in the world, deserving of glory and power. He would pave every path for Qian Renxue. Xiaoxue, come here. Qian Xuanji beckoned to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue stood up from the tea table, skipping joyfully to Qian Xuanji's side. She embraced her father's thigh and looked up at his face, a beaming smile illuminating her features. Father, what is the matter? Qian Xuanji gazed at the scars on Qian Renxue's hands, feeling a surge of compassion. Observing her innocent smile, he gathered his thoughts and remarked, might this method of cultivation be too taxing on your body? Qian Renxue shook her head and inquired, Father, is there a method of cultivation that does not harm the body? More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Qian Sunji swallowed the words he wished to express. He pondered that even the most innocuous methods of cultivation could potentially harm the body. Ordinary exercise might lead to physical strain, and even daily labor could inflict injuries. The only cultivation method he was aware of that could fortify one's constitution seemed to be the one utilized by Qian Renxue. It was not that superior techniques did not exist, but rather that those methods were ill-suited for Qian Renxue, who was merely a 6-year-old girl. Qian Sun shook her head and said, although Father does not possess any superior cultivation techniques, he has ways to mitigate the harm inflicted upon your body. Qian Renxue paused for a moment, curiosity evident in her voice as she inquired, Father, please tell me what steps I can take to mitigate the harm that cultivation may inflict upon my body. Qian Xuanji lifted Qian Renxue into his arms and, as he walked back to the house, remarked, this is how you envelop your palm with soul energy. Thus, not only can this wooden post be easily shattered, but even stone could succumb to such force. Qian Renxue expressed her astonishment and inquired, is that soul power truly so extraordinary? Can it be integrated with the Wing Chun martial arts I practice? Wing Chun. Qian Xuanji quietly etched this name into her memory. The martial technique devised by Xiaoxue appeared to yield results even for ordinary individuals. Although it demanded a modicum of effort, it significantly enhanced physical fitness, reflexes, and strength, seemingly crafted as a cultivation method for the average person. Of course, it can be integrated. Once you, Xiaoxue, awaken your soul power, you may attempt to merge it with your Wing Chun technique, Qian Xuanji assured her. He was well versed in the concept of soul power fusion, a skill possessed by many. Yet none were as methodical in their martial arts as Xiaoxue. While her movements might seem erratic, Qian Xuanji recognized that each gesture she executed was infused with both finesse and strength. Moreover, her current reflexes and adaptability were remarkably impressive. Qian Renxue nodded, resolutely declaring her intention to merge with it when the time came. Day after day, she engaged in this rigorous training, pausing only when injuries or exhaustion compelled her to rest. Her sweat soaked her garments as she tirelessly traversed the peaks, her weary body propelled forward in a relentless pursuit. Ultimately, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as though her chest might burst from the intensity of the fire raging within her. Despite her yearning to rise and continue running, her body would no longer heed her commands. Yet, undeterred, she held steadfast in her belief that with sufficient effort, she would reap the rewards she deserved. This dedication persisted until the 3rd day. On that morning, Qian Renxue was still striking the wooden post, her goal set at 2,000 repetitions. 11:45, 11:46, 11:47. Xiaoxue, your grandfather has come to fetch you, called Old Jack, approaching her with deliberate steps. Qian Renxue also noticed Old Jack, ceased her training, and approached him, greeting him with a respectful nod. Good morning, Grandpa Jack. Good morning, Xiaoxue, Old Jack replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as a smile graced his face. The sight of Qian Renxue's endearing expression warmed his heart. He then turned his gaze towards Qian Sunji, remarking casually, Xiaoji, you are here as well. Qian Xuan's lips twitched slightly as she remarked, this is my home. If I am not here, where else could I possibly go? Old Jack displayed an awkward smile before taking Qian Renxue by the hand and leading her away. Qian Renxue turned around and said, "Father, I am going to awaken my soul power." Qian Renxue nodded slightly, then approached old Jack and handed him a gold soul coin, stating softly, "This is for Schwer to awaken her martial soul." Old Jack glanced at Qian Renxue, ultimately accepting the gold coin. Awakening a martial soul at the Haotian sect's branch required a gold soul coin, and he couldn't afford to pay for it himself. Chapter 5. The innate full soul power of level 20 and the useless martial soul, 5, under old Jack's guidance. Qian Renxue followed him to the central branch of Haotian in the village. This so-called Haotian branch was merely a somewhat larger wooden house. Since everyone possessed a martial soul, every year, children would undergo martial soul awakening. Thus, in every corner of Douluo Continent, one could see the presence of Haotian branches. Albeit, these were merely sub-branches of varying ranks. Previously, it had been the Spirit Hall's sub-branch, but 6 years ago, the Haotian sect, in alliance with 2 major sects and 4 minor sects, attacked the Spirit Hall. War is inherently brutal, affecting not only soul masters, but also innocent civilians. Ultimately, to spare the common people from suffering, the Spirit Hall's Pope, Bibi Dong, chose to sacrifice herself, leading to the closure of the Spirit Hall. Previously, awakening a martial soul at the Spirit Hall did not require a gold soul coin. However, since the Haotian sect took control of the martial soul sub-branch, each awakening now necessitated a gold soul coin, and the martial soul sub-branch was renamed the Haotian branch. This year, 8 children from Holy Soul Village were set to awaken their martial souls, and Qian Renxue, under old Jack's guidance, was the last to arrive. The village children held Qian Renxue in low regard, as she had grown up without a mother. The disdain for poverty and preference for wealth were not confined to the nobility. In fact, such sentiments were even more pronounced among commoners. Moreover, Qian Renxue, having lived 2 lives and being over 25 years old, was naturally reluctant to engage with these children. To her, it was better to utilize her time for earning money than to seek companionship. Thus, she had no childhood friends, aside from village chief Jack and the 8 assembled children. There was also a young man in the Haotian branch, appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, possessing striking good looks. Dressed in a white outfit with a black cloak draped over his back, a hammer insignia the size of a fist adorned the center of his chest. This was the standard attire for personnel directly affiliated with the Haotian sect. On his left chest was a badge engraved with a long sword, interspersed with 3 crossed hammers. Those familiar with soul masters, like Jack, understood that the number 3 represented the 3rd rank title of Great Soul Master, while the hammer indicated that this attendant from the Haotian sect was a Battle Soul Master. "Greetings, esteemed Battle Soul Master. I hope to trouble you this time." Old Jack respectfully bowed to the young man. A hint of pride flickered in the young man's demeanor as he subtly inclined his body in return. "I have little time. Let us begin now." Old Jack handed 8 gold soul coins to the young man and turned to the children, saying, "All right, children, this is your Battle Soul Master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. You must cooperate well with him. Your grandfather hopes that one of you will become a soul master." The young man, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, "All right, you said the same thing last year. Is becoming a soul master truly so easy? I have traversed 6 villages and found not a single person with soul power, nor a suitable martial soul." A shadow of melancholy crossed old Jack's eyes as he sighed. "Indeed, only the heirs of major sects find it easier to become soul masters. For us ordinary folk, it is exceedingly difficult." Shaking his head, he exited the Haotian branch. The young man's gaze fell upon the 8 children before him. As an inspector for the Haotian sect, assisting ordinary people in their martial soul awakening was part of his duties, something he had long grown accustomed to. Previously, without gold soul coins, he relied on a meager salary. Now, with the opportunity for extra earnings, it was not a loss. "Children, stand in a line." His demeanor towards the children was considerably gentler. The 8 children lined up before him, with Qian Renxue standing at the far left. Compared to her peers, she appeared somewhat smaller and more slender. The young man smiled. "I am Su Yuntao, a great soul master of level 26, and I will be your guide. Now, I will awaken each of your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens." As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his bag on the nearby table and retrieved 2 items, 6 dark, round stones, and a gleaming blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation and gestured for the first child on the right to step inside. "Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully." As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly brightened. Amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he shouted, "Independent wolf, manifest." A faint azure light emanated from the center of his brow, coursing upward and intertwining with his hair. Originally black, his hair transformed into a striking gray, rapidly lengthening, while similar gray fur appeared on his exposed arms. Simultaneously, his physique seemed to swell significantly, exuding a powerful muscular presence. The distinctive attire of the Haotian sect accommodated his larger form without tearing. Su Yuntao's eyes turned a deep green, and claws protruded from his fingertips, glinting with a chilling luster. 2 rings of light illuminated beneath his feet, oscillating from his feet to the crown of his head, one white and the other yellow. A sight both bizarre and mesmerizing. The boy standing on the black stone gasped in shock at Su Yuntao's transformation, exclaiming, "Ah?" and attempting to flee. Su Yuntao, with his intimidating green gaze, swiftly grasped the child, commanding, "Do not move. I said not to be afraid. This is my martial soul, the independent wolf. If any of you become soul masters in the future, you will possess similar abilities." Among the children, only Qian Renxue felt less fear. Although she too experienced discomfort at Su Yuntao's transformation, finding it rather unsightly. If she were to awaken such a martial soul, she would prefer to heed her father's advice and lead an ordinary life. Rather than astonishment, Qian Renxue felt more resistance within her. The emergence of gray fur and green eyes were traits of a wolf. Did this mean that once a martial soul manifested, one would transform into a wolf? No, that couldn't be right. It must be that one would gain the abilities of a wolf. The profession of soul master should ideally harness the powers of the martial soul to its fullest potential. However, Grandfather Jack remarked that each individual possesses a unique martial soul. For the first time, Qian Renxue discovered her burgeoning interest in the vocation of a soul master and was increasingly eager to uncover the nature of her own martial soul. If it were a visually appealing martial soul, she would devote herself to its cultivation. If it were unremarkable, she might choose to abandon it. Especially considering the rather unsightly appearance of the individual named Su Yuntao. With remarkable speed, Su Yuntao's hands produced 6 faint green beams that infused 6 black stones embedded in the ground. Instantly, a layer of golden luminescence emanated from the stones, forming a pale golden barrier that enveloped the previously distressed child. In Chapter 6, with an innate soul power of level 20 and a seemingly useless martial soul, the child, who had been crying just moments before, became inexplicably tranquil beneath the soft golden glow, standing there in a daze. Golden motes began to drift from the stones into the boy's body, causing him to tremble slightly, unable to vocalize his feelings. "Extend your right hand." Su Yutao commanded with an air of authority, his emerald eyes fixated on the boy. Instinctively, the boy raised his right hand, and in an instant, all the glowing motes surged forth, materializing into a small, ravenous wolf in his palm. This wolf appeared not as a mere illusion, but as a tangible being. Su Yuntao frowned, recognizing it as a beast martial soul. "Just like mine, excellent." The golden light gradually receded, and the boy gazed in astonishment at the little wolf. Momentarily at a loss. "Your martial soul is a wolf, a beast martial soul. Now, let me ascertain whether you possess soul power. If you do, you can embark on the path of a soul master, especially since your martial soul mirrors mine." Master, what should I do?" the boy asked timidly. "Concentrate and retract your martial soul with your mind. Whenever you wish to summon it again, you must do so with your thoughts," Su Yuntao replied calmly. After considerable effort, the boy finally managed to retract the little wolf. Su Yuntao presented a blue crystal orb before him, indicating that he should place his right hand upon it. The contrast between the boy's tender hand and Su Yuntao's claw-like grip on the orb was striking. After a brief moment, Su Yuntao expressed his disappointment. "Such a fine martial soul, yet alas, you lack soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside." The same scene unfolded repeatedly as 5 more children awakened their martial souls, each revealing agricultural tools such as hoes and sickles. With not a single beast martial soul in sight, all were deemed null in terms of soul power. It was finally the turn of the 7th child, the last before Qian Renxue. Although Su Yutao appeared somewhat fatigued from the continuous exertion of soul power, he was determined to assist all 8 children in their awakening process. As golden motes converged, this time, the outcome shifted from tools. A delicate blue sprout emerged in the girl's palm, swaying gently. Qian Renxue vaguely felt that this blue grass seemed familiar to her. Soon, she recalled that this type of grass was known as blue silver grass, ubiquitous in her village. Much like the common grass in her previous world, apart from its resilient vitality, it bore no other significant attributes. The reason she had not recognized it at first glance was due to the faint golden aura enveloping the girl. Although it was not a farming tool, Su Yuntao's disappointment was palpable. It was a useless martial soul, lacking offensive capabilities, defensive strength, and supportive abilities. Blue silvergrass epitomized the standard form of a worthless martial soul. As he spoke, he methodically presented the blue crystal ball to the girl, and as he had anticipated, no soul power manifested. At last, it was Qian Renxue's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, she stepped into the center of the 6 black stones. As more content loaded, the site indicated that it only supported mobile browsers. If you encountered this paragraph, it meant the chapter content had failed to load. You were advised to disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or to copy the URL to another browser for reading. With Su Yuntao's 6 channels of soul power infused, the faint golden light ignited once more. Warmth was Qian Renxue's initial sensation, as if she were enveloped in a cozy world, an indescribable comfort. No wonder the children, once wrapped in this golden radiance, found their emotions stabilize. The warm essence permeated her being, and Qian Renxue distinctly felt a slight fluctuation in her internal power of Wing Chun. Following this, as if something within her had shattered, all the warmth surged toward her palms in an instant. Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly brightened, for within the golden shield, the number of golden light dots emerging was greater than the total from all the previous children combined. He sensed that a remarkably powerful martial soul was on the verge of manifesting, and his excitement was palpable. For them, the ordinary enforcers of martial soul awakening at the Haotian branch. Awakening a child of extraordinary potential and bringing them into the Haotian sect would yield significant benefits in terms of evaluation and greatly enhance their prospects for promotion. However, disappointment soon washed over Su Yutao. Qian Renxue instinctively raised her right hand, revealing a shade of black. This peculiar black had manifested for the second time today. Reminiscent of one among the awakened children earlier. A sickle, a rusty sickle, identical to the blue-silver grass of the previous girl, a standard representation of a useless martial soul. Su Yu now sighed. Another useless martial soul. This sickle couldn't even cut the blue-silver grass. It seems Saint Spirit Village has wasted its time once again. All right, children. You may leave now. The earlier surge of golden light had filled him with hope, yet it had culminated in nothing more than a rusty sickle. Leaving Su Yutao feeling somewhat disgruntled. Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet, Qian Renxue interjected, noticing Su Yutao was about to put away the blue crystal ball. Without turning around, Su Yu now replied, no need for a test. Your sickle is a mutated martial soul, and it has mutated in a negative direction. If the awakened sickle were new, it could be cultivated, but yours is rusty, indicating its adverse mutation. Uncle, please just help me test it, Qian Renxue insisted. Aware that when enveloped in golden light earlier, her other hand had manifested 2 martial souls, making a total of 3. However, her awakening differed from others. A detail she chose to withhold for now, as she simply wished to ascertain her soul power. Very well, testing your soul power won't take too long. Besides, your adorable demeanor has melted my heart. Today's troubles have been swept away by this little one's charm. With that, he extended the blue crystal ball toward Qian Renxue. Following the method Su Yutao had taught her, Qian Renxue concentrated on retracting her sickle into her body. She found this task surprisingly easy. By controlling her internal energy as she did in Wing Chun, she could achieve it effortlessly. Simultaneously, she realized that the emergence of her sickle martial soul seemed to coincide with her internal energy surging forth, as if this black sickle was formed from her very essence. As her palm touched the blue crystal ball, she felt an electric jolt, astonished to discover that the seemingly beautiful crystal sphere possessed tremendous suction. As if her internal energy had found an outlet, pouring forth uncontrollably. She attempted to break free, but the overwhelming pull was inescapable. Su Yutao, equally astonished, had assumed this would merely be a formal farewell to the last soul power test at Saint Spirit Village. Suddenly, the blue crystal ball in his hand illuminated, dazzling blue light rapidly spreading from a single point. In an instant, the crystal ball sparkled like a radiant gem, exuding a soft blue halo that was indescribably enchanting. According to traditional testing, even the slightest flicker of light from the crystal ball indicated the presence of soul power. The brilliance emanating from the blue crystal ball could only signify one thing. Heavens, it's actually a full innate soul power at level 20. A surge of green light erupted from Su Yutao, causing the crystal ball to bounce off Qian Renxue's palm. At that moment, his gaze towards the girl transformed entirely, as if he were beholding a creature of extraordinary significance. Qian Renxue naturally realized that her situation differed from that of the other children during the test, and in confusion, she inquired, Uncle, what does it mean to possess innate full soul power at level 20? Chapter 7. Innate full soul power level 20 and useless martial souls. 7. Su Yutao stared blankly at Qian Renxue and instinctively explained, when each individual awakens their martial soul, the form of the martial soul determines its strength, but the quantity of soul power is equally crucial. Most individuals emerge from their martial soul awakening devoid of soul power. Much like the children before us, they are destined to never become soul masters. However, the mere presence of soul power, even if just a trace, allows for cultivation through meditation. The amount of soul power present at the time of martial soul awakening is vital, as it determines the starting point for a soul master's cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the swifter the subsequent training, and naturally, with a higher starting point, one will also advance ahead of others. The term innate full soul power refers to the maximum soul power achievable at the moment of martial soul awakening. And you have astonishingly attained innate full soul power at level 20. Maximum soul power? Level 20? Qian Renxue gazed at Su Yutao, uncertain of her own soul power, yet confident that the azure crystal sphere responsible for the detection was drawing upon her inner strength. Could it be that her inner strength had transformed into soul power in this world? Perhaps it was the shock of Qian Renxue's innate full soul power at level 20 that compelled Su Yutao to elaborate tirelessly. Our martial soul levels are categorized such that every 10 levels correspond to a specific title. Once a martial soul awakens, one is automatically recognized as a soul practitioner, albeit merely at the first level. Levels are differentiated based on the strength of the martial soul. The so-called innate full soul power signifies that after awakening, the soul power can reach the innate maximum of level 10. I have never heard of anyone possessing innate full soul power at level 20 when I awakened. I was only at level 2. At this moment, Qian Renxue had regained her composure, having finally encountered a genuine soul master. She was determined not to squander this opportunity and hurriedly inquired about her lingering doubts. Is it true that the innate soul power can only reach level 20? Is there no possibility of further advancement? Su Yutao, enveloped in a radiant azure light, retracted his martial spirit, now uncertain himself. Previously, the highest attainable level was 10, beyond which one could not progress unless a soul ring was acquired, allowing for further ascension. However, upon witnessing Qian Renxue's innate full soul power at level 20, he felt that his past knowledge had been misleading. The enhancement of a soul master's strength is not a simple endeavor. Each advancement in title necessitates not only reaching the pinnacle of the preceding title as soul power, but also obtaining a soul ring. Without a soul ring, no matter how diligently one practices, ascending to the next title remains an impossibility. Su Yutao continued, however, considering your current state, having already achieved innate full soul power at level 20, it seems that your soul power can continue to elevate, which might not require a soul ring for the next title's cultivation. Nevertheless, due to recent distractions in your trainings, it would be prudent to first acquire a soul ring to solidify your foundation before progressing to the next phase of cultivation. He added, as for us, we must first obtain a soul ring before we can ascend to the next level and continue our training. Qian Renxue suddenly inquired, is the soul ring the aura you just had surrounding you? You are at level 26, hence you possess 2 soul rings. Su Yutao nodded and replied, indeed. That is correct. Your situation is quite extraordinary. A natural talent with innate soul power reaching level 20 is unprecedented. Alas, it is truly regrettable that you possess a useless martial soul. Even if your martial soul were not mutated, it would still be far superior to the worthless blue silver grass. In that case, I too. Su Yutao refrained from continuing, pondering that a mutated, ineffectual scythe might not even be capable of severing blue silver grass. What a pity, what a lamentable fate. Qian Renxue faintly comprehended his meaning, yet it felt as though the veil shrouding her heart had been lifted. Qian Renxue has always been a person of profound contemplation. This was true in her previous life, and it remains so in this one. According to Su Yutao, if the soul power is indeed interconnected with one's internal energy, then the internal energy cultivated upon arriving in this world transforms into soul power. To establish a solid foundation, it is imperative to obtain a soul ring. But what precisely is a soul ring? As Qian Renxue was about to inquire further, Su Yutao had already picked up his package and walked outside. The door swung open, and old Jack, with a face full of tension, greeted Su Yutao. Master, how is it? Is there any possibility that a child from our village could become a soul master this year? Su Yutao glanced at him, sighed, and replied, there is one, but it's unfortunate. Jack's eyes revealed a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty as he tentatively asked, Master, who is it? Su Yutao continued, among these 8 children, only one possesses soul power, and she has a full innate soul power level of 20. However, her martial spirit is a scythe, which has mutated in a negative direction. Do you understand? Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close reading modes and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. A scythe that has mutated in a negative direction? An innate full soul power of 20? My heavens. The expression of disappointment on old Jack's face was even more severe than that of Su Yutao. Having served as village chief for many years, he naturally understood the significance of an innate full soul power. That child possessed an innate full soul power of level 20. Yet to have it manifest in a martial spirit that has undergone a negative mutation is indeed. Master, is there truly no way to cultivate with a scythe that is mutated negatively? Jack furrowed his brow and inquired. Su Yutao, sensing old Jack's feelings, no longer maintained the pride he once had. He patted Jack on the shoulder and said, it's not that cultivation is entirely impossible. However, do you think that a mutated useless martial spirit, as it evolves, will transform into something remarkable? A useless martial spirit remains a useless martial spirit. Even if she becomes a soul master, she is likely to be a failed one, and that mutated scythe might not even be able to cut through blue silver grass. It is truly a pity regarding her innate full soul power of level 20. Well, I must take my leave now. I need to head to the next village. Ultimately, Su Yutao did not wait for Qian Renxue to ask further and departed from the village. In his absence, Qian Renxue hurried to old Jack, eager to pose her most pressing question. Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring? How can one obtain a soul ring? Old Jack, still pondering Su Yutao's words, instinctively replied, I am not sure what a soul ring is, but to obtain one, it seems one must hunt soul beasts. That is a perilous endeavor, reserved for soul masters. Oh, soul ring, soul beast. These 2 novel terms echoed incessantly in Qian Renxue's mind. At that moment, Jack regained his focus, looked down at Qian Renxue, and exclaimed in surprise. Little Snow, you wouldn't be the one master spoke of, the one with an innate full soul power of 20, whose martial spirit is a scythe that has mutated negatively. Would you? Qian Renxue nodded and said, it is I. Old Jack crouched down, gazing into Qian Renxue's eyes. Little Snow, I never anticipated your talent to be so extraordinary. Alas, you are burdened with such a father, who has failed to bestow upon you a worthy martial soul inheritance. Otherwise, you might truly have become the second spirit saint in our village. Tell me, my dear, Do you wish to attend a specialized academy to learn the methods of spirit master cultivation? Only there can you acquire the most accurate knowledge regarding martial souls. Qian Renxue gently shook her head and said, Grandpa Jack, I need to return home and consult my father. Jack suddenly realized that, indeed, no matter how mature a child may be, they remain a child at heart and must seek the counsel of Qian Renxue. As he awakened a seemingly useless soul, Jack felt a pang of sorrow. To alleviate his distress, Qian Renxue whispered softly, Grandpa Jack, I actually possess 2 more martial souls that I haven't disclosed. I noticed that everyone else only awakened one, so I chose to reveal just one. Old Jack was taken aback, swiftly covering Qian Renxue's mouth and glancing around at the villagers. Relieved to see that no one seemed to have noticed, leaning close to her ear, he whispered, Shui, you must never speak of this to anyone else. Not even to your father. 3 martial souls? He had never heard of anyone awakening 3, let alone possessing innate full soul power at level 20. For the sake of Shui's safety, this matter must remain a secret. Fortunately, she had spoken softly to him, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. A glimmer of determination shone in old Jack's eyes. Although he was reluctant to encounter that disheveled fellow, he felt compelled to warn Qian Renxue for Shui's future safety. Should that untidy man spread rumors, it could lead to trouble for her. Old Jack understood that a talent like Shui's, still in her infancy, would face devastating consequences if the people from Haotian sect were to learn of her abilities. Come now, Shui, let Grandpa escort you home. Old Jack first returned to the other children, allowing their parents to take them away, and then swiftly led Qian Renxue back to her home. Chapter 8. The method of merging 3 lives martial souls and soul power cultivation. 1. It wasn't long before Old Jack brought Qian Renxue back to her home, where Qian Renxue had been waiting for some time. Old Jack looked at Qian Renxue and asked, Shui, do you remember everything I just told you? Qian Renxue nodded and reassured. Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, I shall not divulge that I possess 3 martial spirits. Old Jack nodded in satisfaction and addressed Qian Renxue once more, Little Shui, you may go play. I have some matters to discuss with your father. All right, Qian Renxue responded, then skipped merrily towards the wooden stake. Old Jack returned to his senses and cast his gaze upon Qian Renxue, beckoning him closer. Little G, come here for a moment. Qian Renxue narrowed his eyes slightly, noting the grave demeanor of Old Jack. Could it be that something unfortunate had befallen Xiaoxue? With this thought in mind, he disregarded Old Jack's habit of calling him Xiaoji. He hastened his steps and soon stood beside Old Jack, inquiring, Village Chief, has there been an issue with Xiaoxue's martial soul awakening? Old Jack's expression grew solemn as he glanced at the diligent Qian Renxue, who was striking a wooden stake. Before turning his gaze back to Qian Renxue, he spoke gravely. Today, Xiaoxue awakened her martial soul, successfully unlocking her soul power. She possesses an innate full soul power of level 20. Qian Renxue found it hard to believe, his eyes reflecting a surge of excitement. This was his daughter, the child of him and Donger. Xiaoxue's talent was indeed worthy of such recognition. Before he could fully recover from his exhilaration, Old Jack dropped another bombshell. Xiaoxue has awakened 3 martial souls. Boom. A resounding echo reverberated in Qian Renxue's mind, rendering his elation beyond words. 3 martial souls, 3 martial souls. In the past, Donger had merely possessed twin martial souls, which had made her the subject of envy among various sections. Those sects had even allied to assault the martial soul hall. To protect the common folk from the ravages of war, Donger had ultimately sacrificed herself, truncating what should have been a remarkable life. Now, his daughter's aptitude surpassed that of Donger, and he felt a sense of redemption towards her. However, he quickly regained his composure and urgently asked, Village Chief, apart from you, who else is aware of this? Does that steward from the Haotian branch know? A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Qian Renxue's eyes. The extraordinary talents of Shui must not be allowed to surface, particularly not to those from the Haotian branch. Old Jack raised his hand, signaling for discretion. This matter is known to you, me, and Shui, but remains concealed from the Haotian branch. Little Shui is a wise individual. She has refrained from revealing her other 2 martial souls, and the one she has displayed is merely a mutated, inferior soul. Therefore, my dear Qianji, it is imperative that you do not speak of this carelessly. You must also temper your penchant for alcohol, should you inadvertently divulge this secret while intoxicated. It would spell catastrophic consequences for little Shui. You are aware of the actions of those from the Haotian branch, are you not? Any genius who refuses to align with them faces elimination, and considering Shui's gender, if the Haotian sect were to discover her, the ramifications need not be elaborated. Qian Renxue nodded earnestly, his demeanor toward Old Jack having improved significantly. He deeply bowed to Old Jack, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Village Chief, for not disclosing this matter. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Old Jack was filled with indignation. What nonsense are you talking about, you brat? Xiaoxue has grown up under my watch. I regard her as my own granddaughter. How could I possibly let this matter slip? I came here to tell you that you must not spread this information and must keep it to yourself. Do you understand? Qian Renxue's lips twitched slightly. How could he possibly harm his own daughter? He nodded earnestly at Old Jack. Observing this, Old Jack smiled with satisfaction and continued, Little G, there is an opportunity for a work-study position in the village. I plan to let Xiaoxue attend the Soul Master Academy. The Nodding City Soul Master Academy operates independently, not affiliated with the major sects or the two great empires. Moreover, the strength of the Soul Masters there is rather modest, so they are unlikely to recognize Qian talent. Choosing the Nodding City Soul Master Academy is undoubtedly the best option. What are your thoughts? Qian was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming village elder harbored such profound thoughts. Even the question of where Xiao should cultivate and study had already been meticulously arranged. Old Jack's words were undeniably accurate. The Nodding City Soul Master Academy was undoubtedly the finest choice for Xiao, as it was independent of the major sects and the two great empires, being a private institution. Moreover, Nodding City was relatively remote, and typically, powerful soul masters did not frequent such places. With this in mind, Qian nodded in agreement and inquired, "When shall we depart?" Old Jack waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The Nodding City Soul Master Academy will not commence enrollment for another 3 months. During this time, you must endeavor to amend your lazy disposition. Attending the academy entails expenses, and you ought to contemplate ways to earn more gold soul coins within these 3 months to ensure Xiao can study diligently." "Indeed, I shall," Qian conceded, not disputing Old Jack's observation regarding his laziness. Over the years, he had indeed grown somewhat indolent, but circumstances had changed. Now, he had to consider Xiao's future, as he could not tarnish his image in her eyes. Thus, he must transform himself. Old Jack nodded with approval and continued, "You understand then. Focus solely on earning money. I will accompany Xiao to the Nodding City Soul Master Academy for her enrollment. This proof of martial soul from the Haoyan branch shall remain in my possession." His gaze conveyed a clear message. Should you misplace such an important item, it would be disastrous. "Village chief, you needn't worry. I trust your judgment," Qian reassured him. In this village, aside from himself, who else cherished Xiao as much as Old Jack did? Old Jack spoke once more. "Very well. I have said what needed to be said. I must take my leave now, as I too need to earn more gold soul coins for Xiao. I shall return in 3 months to fetch her. Remember the matter I mentioned. You must not disclose that Xiao possesses 3 martial souls." Before departing, Old Jack made a point to remind Qian, wary that this inebriate might inadvertently reveal such sensitive information. As he observed Old Jack's retreating figure, Qian felt for the first time that Old Jack was indeed a good-hearted person. Shifting his gaze from Old Jack to the side where Qian Renxue was diligently practicing on a wooden post, Qian gently called out, "Xiao, come inside. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue promptly ceased her task of striking the wooden stake and, with a light-hearted leap, hurried inside the house alongside Qian. Once they entered, Qian turned to Qian Renxue and inquired, "Did the village chief truly mention that you possess 3 martial souls?" Qian Renxue nodded and said, "Father, I possess 3 martial souls, while they each have only 1. It seems my situation is rather unique. What could be the reason for this?" Upon hearing Qian Renxue's inquiry, the excitement in Qian Sunji's eyes became evident once more. "It's perfectly fine. Having 3 martial souls is a remarkable advantage. Now, please unleash your 3 martial souls for me to observe." Chapter 9. The Method of Fusion and Cultivation of the 3 Lives Martial Souls and Soul Power. 2. Qian Renxue gently lifted her left and right hands, emanating waves of dark light. In her palms materialized a rusty sickle and a black spider. The sickle began to rotate slowly in Qian Renxue's grasp, gradually accelerating until it transformed into a colossal, ominous black scythe. This dark scythe radiated an eerie glow, and an oppressive aura of coldness and death pervaded the room. At that moment, it felt as though the very atmosphere of the room had succumbed to darkness. Qian was left utterly astonished. Could this possibly be the second mutation of a martial soul? It is no wonder that Qian would entertain such thoughts, for this scythe was truly colossal. The length of its handle exceeded a yard, while the blade, measuring a foot in width, extended over 2 meters. The blade's surface was adorned with black crystals that emitted a gentle, rippling glow, with black radiance pulsating ominously. The sharpness of the weapon summoned forth fierce black winds in its vicinity. One can only imagine the horrifying and blood-soaked scene that would ensue from a mere sweeping strike of such a formidable instrument on the battlefield. Qian Renxue could hardly fathom that her martial soul would behave so unpredictably. Previously, it had transformed into a rusted sickle, leading her to be looked down upon by the esteemed master Su Yuntao. Now, it had taken on yet another form. Was this merely a jest at her expense? The spider martial soul that manifested in her grasp radiated waves of ominous black light. Its entire body was enveloped in a deep ebony hue, featuring a spherical shape. Its eyes, round and glistening, resembled exquisite black pearls. Sharp fangs adorned the corners of its mouth. It possessed 8 legs, some adorned in a blend of brown and black, while others were cloaked in shades of gray and black, presenting a strikingly beautiful appearance. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, contemplating whether she would have to transform into a spider spirit in the future. The thought of herself, akin to Su Yuntao, undergoing a martial soul possession and morphing into a spider spirit, brandishing a scythe while battling others, filled her with unease. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes, exclaiming in exasperation, "Really?" The mere thought of that scene made her feel quite uneasy. Beside her, Qian Renxue's gaze darkened with a hint of melancholy as he beheld the spider martial spirit. And it was evident that he had overlooked the uniqueness of the scythe in Qian Renxue's hand. It's a spider, identical to Douluo's, Qian Renxue murmured softly to himself. A glimmer of mist welled up in his eyes as he recalled that his daughter possessed a third martial spirit. He then inquired, "And what of your third martial spirit?" Qian Renxue retracted her martial soul, and the room gradually brightened. She then clapped her hands, and a radiant glow emanated from behind her. Unlike the previous darkness, this light was a brilliant platinum hue. As the luminescence slowly coalesced, a figure materialized behind her. This figure possessed 6 wings and cascading golden hair, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Its arms were outstretched in an embrace, as if yearning to envelop Qian Renxue in a tender, benevolent hug. The presence was imbued with a sense of sanctity and nobility, evoking an irresistible feeling of reverence. With the manifestation of the martial soul, the room was filled with a cascade of light, transforming it into a realm of brilliance. In stark contrast to the earlier manifestation, one steeped in darkness and the other in light, it was a celestial martial soul. The angelic martial soul, Qian Renxue murmured, affirming its identity. What is an angelic martial soul, father? Qian Renxue inquired, her curiosity piqued, clearly aware that her father possessed knowledge of her martial soul. Qian Renxue did not engage in extensive conversation with Qian Renxue. Instead, with a grave demeanor, he stated, "Swear. You must refrain from revealing your spider martial soul and the angel martial soul. Unless absolutely necessary, do not utilize them. Moreover, safeguard your spider martial soul with the blade you wield and the angel martial soul that accompanies you. From now on, you shall solely employ your scythe. The other 2 martial souls must not be augmented with soul rings unless the day arrives when you ascend to the status of a title Douluo, at which point you may bestow soul rings upon your additional martial souls." Qian Renxue seemed to have recalled something once more and spoke again. "Moreover, you must not integrate any soul bones into your body." Although Qian Renxue was unaware of what soul bones were, she still obediently nodded. "Father, do you know the names of my 2 martial spirits?" Qian Renxue asked eagerly. Qian Renxue gently shook her head, suggesting, "Why not let Shuer choose 2 names for your martial spirit herself?" Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and decided to name her black scythe the Scythe of Death. While referring to her spider martial soul as the Black Spider Emperor, Qian Renxue nodded slightly and then spoke, "All right, you may go out and play. In a few days, your father will take you to acquire your spirit ring." Qian Renxue has resolutely decided to no longer conceal his true self. Certain matters must be confronted in advance. He intends to return to the Spirit Hall after Shuer enters the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Having endured in silence for so many years, it is time to revisit his roots. Moreover, the legacy of their angel clan should reside within Shuer, and he must convey this news to his father. Qian Renxue nodded obediently, then skipped outside. Upon stepping into the open air, she did not rush into her training for the day. The esteemed Master Xiantao was indeed correct. The path of cultivation requires a steady and methodical approach, and one must not be overly impetuous. At this moment, she was more curious about the nature of her scythe. As she unleashed her soul power, a small scythe materialized in Qian Renxue's hand. As her soul energy flowed into it, the scythe gradually enlarged. And when she retracted her soul power, it diminished in size once more. Qian Renxue found this rather amusing as she unleashed her soul power. However, the once obsidian glow of her soul energy had now transformed into a deep crimson. This sanguine energy was imbued with an aura of chilliness, bloodshed, slaughter, and malevolence. With a sudden surge, this soul power erupted from Qian Renxue's hand and directly infiltrated her mind. Qian Renxue felt an intense throbbing in her head, and then she succumbed to unconsciousness. Drip drop. The dimly lit underground passage was eerily silent, with even the sound of water droplets hitting the ground resonating clearly. Qian Renxue was oblivious to her surroundings, as the underground passage enveloped her in an oppressive darkness that instilled a sense of dread within her. All she yearned for was to escape this unfamiliar realm. Thus, she dashed through the subterranean corridor, fervently hoping to discover an exit. The only sounds accompanying her were the echoes of dripping water, the rhythm of her footsteps, her labored breaths, and the pounding of her heart. She continued to flee through the passageway. 5 minutes elapsed, then 10, and an hour passed without respite. After an exhausting 2 hours of relentless running, she finally glimpsed a flicker of light. With renewed vigor, Qian Renxue hastened towards the illumination, and at last, her perseverance was rewarded as she emerged into a place bathed in light. Yet, it was not merely a bright escape. She found herself in a dimly lit square. A wave of panic surged through her, her eyes trembling with fear. Following her gaze, she discovered a colossal cage looming ahead. At the gap of its door, a seal was affixed, and within the confines of the cage resided a gigantic fox, conjured from crimson soul energy. This immense creature resembled a mountain, its entire form drenched in a deep scarlet hue, and 9 magnificent tails swirled majestically behind it. The fox's eyes, filled with a chilling malice and an aura of bloodshed, fixed their gaze unwaveringly upon Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue trembled in fear, but before she could react, the fox opened its enormous mouth and let out a deafening roar. As the fox's roar echoed through the square, a tempest erupted, carrying with it the scent of blood and slaughter, all rushing towards Qian Renxue. Amidst this fierce wind, her form gradually began to dissipate. Chapter 10. The method of fusion between the three lives: martial soul and soul power. 3. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land, revealing the visage of the Douluo Continent. In a small, dilapidated house in Holy Spirit Village, sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the still sleeping Qian Renxue. At that moment, Qian Renxue was drenched in sweat. A gentle breeze swept into the room, brushing against her sweat-laden face. Qian Renxue was suddenly jolted awake, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath, her body still trembling. A palpable emotion of fear manifested on her face. She could not comprehend what had transpired. It seemed she had experienced a most terrifying dream. Glancing around her room, Qian Renxue remained engulfed in dread. The door creaked open gently, and Qian Xuanji entered from outside. Observing his daughter, Qian Xuanji furrowed his brow, though he felt relieved that Qian Renxue was unharmed. Qian Xuan knelt beside the bed of Qian Renxue, swiftly lifting her from the mattress. Observing her daughter still engulfed in fear, Qian Xuan gently reassured her, "Swear, do not be afraid. All is well. You merely overexerted your soul power and fainted. You are safe now. In the future, you must learn to manage your soul power more judiciously. You have yet to gain full control over it, which is why you were unaware that you had exhausted your own energy." Qian Renxue nodded silently, tightly embracing her father. Perhaps it was only in the presence of Qian Xuanji that she could truly feel secure, for that dream had been all too vivid, evoking a sense of fear even after living 2 lifetimes. Moreover, the manifestation of such soul power yesterday left her perplexed. Although she did not comprehend the distinctions of soul power in this world, she could sense that it was steeped in bloodshed and resentment. Indeed, resentment. Given such circumstances, Qian Renxue found it far from ordinary, which stirred a slight worry within her, yet she chose not to confide in Qian Xuanji. Qian Sunji cradled Qian Renxue as they stepped out of the doorway. The sunlight cascaded upon Qian Renxue's delicate face, causing her to instinctively close her eyes and press her face closely against Qian Sunji's chest. Qian Sun hurriedly dashed to the door, gently placing Qian Renxue down. "Shuer, go freshen up, dinner will be ready shortly." Qian Renxue nodded, then approached the water vat, scooping a little water with a ladle to gently wipe her sweat-drenched face. Brushing her teeth and washing her hair was a seamless endeavor. At merely 6 years of age, although her hair was lush, its length was modest, allowing her to tidy it up in no time. Once she had regained her composure, Qian Renxue transformed back into her innocent and endearing self. She bounded into the room. Noticing that Qian Sunji was already seated at the dining table, Qian Renxue approached and exclaimed, "Wow, father, why are there so many delicious dishes today?" Qian Xuanji glanced at his precious daughter and smiled. "Shui, you are growing, and it's essential to consume more nutritious food. Moreover, you are now an adult and can become a soul master. Cultivating is a physically demanding endeavor, so you must eat well." Qian Renxue beamed with joy, for this was the first time she truly felt the warmth of paternal love in this world. Her happiness radiated through her brilliant smile. Before long, the two had finished their meal. After tidying up the dishes, Qian Xuanji led Qian Renxue to sit beneath an ancient tree outside. They settled beside a stone bench, where Qian Xuanji began to instruct Qian Renxue on the art of soul power control. This practice, known as soul power control, involves the fusion of soul power and mental strength, utilizing the latter to manipulate the former to achieve desired outcomes. Qian Xuan demonstrated to Qian Renxue, "Swear, do you believe that I can lift this teacup from the stone table without spilling a single drop?" Qian Renxue shook her head vigorously, her expression one of utter disbelief. "Father, how could one possibly lift something out of thin air? You are not Superman." Superman? Although Qian Sunji was unfamiliar with the term his daughter mentioned, he had grown accustomed to her occasional peculiar remarks and odd behaviors. Qian Xuan gently raised his right hand, and as he did so, a stream of soul power gradually emanated from his palm. This soul power, possessing a tangible essence, slowly advanced towards the teacup, inch by inch. Qian Xuanji gradually exerted his control over the soul power, enveloping the teacup. Under his command, the teacup astonishingly began to rise slowly, reaching an elevation of nearly 1 meter. And remarkably, not a single drop of tea was spilled from within. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue's eyes widened, sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Qian Xuanji. Filled with reverence, "Father is truly remarkable." As she observed the adoration in her daughter's eyes, Qian Xuanji offered an awkward smile. "Would you like to learn?" With an enthusiastic nod reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain, Qian Renxue looked up at her father, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Not wishing to keep his daughter in suspense, Qian Xuanji elucidated, "In essence, when you release your soul power from your hand, you must simultaneously exert your will or mental energy to control it. Initially, this may prove quite challenging. Let's set a small goal. If you can direct the soul power in your hand to touch this teacup without shattering it, we can proceed to the next step." Eager and impatient, Qian Renxue nodded, ready to give it a try. As she gently raised her right hand, a wisp of soul power emanated from her fingertips, and to her astonishment, it began to move toward the teacup. However, midway through the process, the soul power dissipated into nothingness. Qian Renxue, undeterred, once again unleashed her soul power. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Qian Renxue felt a deep sense of indignation. Why was it that her father could master his soul power while she could not? Unwilling to accept this, she endeavored once more to harness her soul energy, repeating the process time and again. It was only when her energy was utterly depleted that she managed to barely touch the teacup. Yet, to her dismay, the cup shattered instantly. Qian Renxue understood that this was her own dilemma. Within her soul power resided formidable energy, and if not carefully controlled, it could shatter the teacup. In the ensuing days, Qian Renxue persisted in her training, repeating the process. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent, and upon her first touch of the teacup, it remained intact. A contented smile graced her face, a reflection of joy in her success. She then proceeded to the second phase of her training, enveloping the teacup with her soul power. However, during this stage, the teacup shattered once more. Despite the unfortunate incident, Qian Renxue did not succumb to despair. She simply replaced the damaged teacup. Yet again, it met the same fate. Over the course of those days, she lost count of how many teacups had succumbed to her trials. The financial toll was staggering. For someone like her, who had toiled in a state-owned enterprise in her past life, money was a precious commodity. She felt a pang of regret for the expense. Yet her determination to master her soul power compelled her to continue, even at the cost of more teacups. After several more days of relentless practice, she finally succeeded in gently lifting the teacup with her soul power. Though the water within still spilled, her progress was commendable, and her father acknowledged her efforts with approval. At that moment, Qian Renxue suddenly realized her father was also a soul master. The revelation that her father had been a soul master all along, yet had chosen to remain inactive while she bore the burden of supporting the family, ignited a spark of indignation within her. "Father, are you a soul master?" Qian Renxue inquired, her tone devoid of question, rather a direct affirmation. Qian Xuanji gazed at his daughter before him, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He sighed softly. "Shuer, it is time for you to learn certain truths. I understand that this knowledge may weigh heavily upon you, but since you have inquired about it, I shall divulge the information. Follow me." With that, Qian Xuanji turned and walked back to his chamber, with Qian Renxue trailing closely behind. Upon entering his room, she observed her father feeling along the wall, then gently pressing against a stone. In that moment, as the stone recessed, an underground passageway suddenly materialized on the floor of Qian Xuanji's chamber. As Qian Renxue followed her father into the subterranean chamber, she quickly realized that it was, in fact, a secret room, revealing her father's hidden depths. Adorning the walls of this clandestine space was a portrait of a woman. The figure depicted was not particularly tall, yet she wore a resplendent golden gown that hugged her form impeccably from head to toe. The dazzling attire shimmered with the brilliance of over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold. Crowning her head was an intricate 9-curved purple-gold tiara, radiating with a multitude of lights, and in her hand, she held a scepter approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless jewels. Her fair skin and nearly flawless features rendered her strikingly unique. Particularly captivating was the ethereal aura of nobility and sanctity that emanated from her, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence and admiration. This woman embodied astonishing beauty, grace, elegance, and tranquility. A plethora of exquisite adjectives seemed insufficient to encapsulate her essence. Beneath the portrait, there was an altar bearing a spirit tablet, inscribed with 8 prominent characters: Spirit of beloved wife Bibi Dong. Chapter 11. Qian Renxue's first spirit ring. 1. Kneel, Shuer, came Qian Xuanji's authoritative voice. As soon as Qian Xuanji's words fell, Qian Renxue knelt down. The moment she beheld the name on the spiritual tablet, she instantly recognized who Bibi Dong was. This was the very Donger her father had mentioned during his drunken stupor. Upon seeing the words beloved wife Bibi Dong, she comprehended that this was indeed her mother. Qian Renxue could never have anticipated that her mother had indeed passed away. In her heart, she would have preferred to believe that her mother had abandoned her and her father, rather than succumb to death. "Shuer, have you not always yearned to discover the identity of your mother and her whereabouts? Now I reveal to you that your mother has truly departed from this world. Her name was Bibi Dong, a woman of exceptional kindness. 6 years ago, on the very night of your birth, a group of intruders invaded our home. They threatened your life, ultimately leading to your mother's demise. They envied her extraordinary gifts, and under the guise of that fateful night, when your mother was at her most vulnerable, they resorted to despicable and shameless tactics to bring about her end." As Qian Sunji spoke, his eyes inevitably glistened with moisture. The reason he felt compelled to share everything with Qian Renxue was a result of careful consideration. Qian Renxue exhibited a maturity far beyond that of her peers. Although this placed immense pressure upon her, it was a responsibility that she was destined to bear. As for how Qian Renxue would choose to respond, Qian Sunji would not interfere excessively. Should she decide to silently endure, he would refrain from voicing any objections. Conversely, if his daughter sought vengeance for her mother, he would wholeheartedly offer his support. Ultimately, Bibi Dong's final wish was for Shuer to lead a life of ordinary simplicity. However, he could not impose Dong or S desires upon Qian Renxue. He wished for his daughter to make her own choices. Qian Renxue found herself enveloped in sorrow, as she never anticipated that her mother had sacrificed her life to shield her from harm at the hands of those malevolent individuals. Qian Renxue could only imagine the helplessness her parents must have felt. It was solely due to her mother's extraordinary talent that others sought to extinguish her life. At that moment, Qian Renxue was engulfed by the fury born of hatred, her fists clenched tightly, the veins on her hands bulging. Her mind was dominated by rage, and her spirit was consumed by animosity. Simultaneously, a bloody spiritual energy emanated from her, infused with hatred and a thirst for slaughter. Father, who are those people beside her? Qian Renxue was taken aback by this scene and urgently called out, Shuer, stay true to yourself. Do not allow your anger and hatred to govern your soul. Qian Renxue could hardly fathom that his daughter, upon hearing such news, would begin to gravitate towards the path of the evil soul master. The power emanating from Qian Renxue, infused with an essence of slaughter and hatred, was undeniably emblematic of a malevolent soul master. At that moment, Qian Renxue was engulfed in profound regret. No matter how perceptive his daughter might be, she was still merely a 6-year-old child. Did the moment she learned of her mother's tragic demise at the hands of others not alter her spirit? Upon hearing her father's call, Qian Renxue abruptly awakened, and the soul power radiating from her being was swiftly retracted. Just moments ago, she had been oblivious to the reason, as if her body had been possessed by a familiar force, reminiscent of what she had witnessed in her dreams. Qian Renxue stared blankly at her own hands. Yearning for immense strength, she needed formidable power to avenge her mother. Qian Renxue swiftly lifted Qian Renxue and exited the underground chamber. She could no longer allow her daughter to remain in such a place. It was imperative that her daughter did not become a being akin to an evil soul master. The thought of Qian Renxue succumbing to such a fate would be an unbearable betrayal to Donner. Despite Qian Renxue's 2 lifetimes, upon hearing that her mother had been compelled to death, she was engulfed by a surge of anger and self-loathing. Had she not appeared, perhaps her mother would still be alive. This thought prompted tears to cascade down her cheeks. Father, Qian Renxue cried out, collapsing into Qian Renxue's embrace. Logically, one would expect a 6-year-old child, upon learning of her mother's demise, to succumb to grief and soon forget. But Qian Renxue, having lived 2 lives, could not erase these memories. This was also a miscalculation on Qian Renxue's part. She believed that the power emanating from Qian Renxue was indicative of an evil soul master. Yet, only Qian Renxue understood that despite her anger and hatred, she had not lost her true essence. She was unaware of the origins of the bloodthirsty resentment and murderous soul power within her. But she knew this force was beyond her control. Qian Renxue emerged with remarkable speed. Almost within a mere few breaths, he departed the hidden chamber and arrived outdoors. He placed Qian Renxue beside a stone table, swiftly scanning his daughter with his gaze. Once he confirmed that Qian Renxue was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Grateful that his daughter had reacted in time. Had that malevolent force penetrated her psyche, she would have irrevocably transformed into a wicked soul master. A wicked soul master, in essence, is one who has endured grievous experiences since childhood, resulting in a warped spirit that ultimately evolves into a being solely driven by the urge to kill. Thus, wicked soul masters are regarded as a calamity for the entire continent, and in the face of such a disaster, all soul masters would unite to eradicate them. On Qian Renxue's face lingered an expression of sorrow. Observing this, Qian Renxue could only offer solace and guidance. After a prolonged duration of half a day, he finally succeeded in leading his beloved daughter out of her despair and resentment. Qian Renxue was reluctant to inquire about Qian Renxue's decision, fearing that she might once again be consumed by hatred. However, considering the implications for his future plans, he mustered the courage to ask, Shuer, those individuals are formidable. I cannot divulge everything at present, but I must ask, do you desire to avenge your mother? Revenge, she declared resolutely, I will ensure that they pay the price. Regardless of the effort required, they must be made to suffer. Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Renxue articulated her resolve. Her mother had been slain by those very people. What daughter would not seek vengeance for her mother? As the saying goes, a mother endures 10 months of pregnancy to bring forth life. Although Qian Renxue had never experienced her mother's love, she felt its essence the moment she was born. Her mother's demise was a consequence of her own existence. Those individuals had driven her mother to her death, and how could Qian Renxue possibly refrain from seeking retribution? Simultaneously, Qian Renxue began to comprehend the harsh realities of this world. Her spirit subtly transformed, her perspective on matters shifted. From this moment forth, she was no longer the girl from her past life who believed in the ideal of universal equality. She recognized that the Douluo Continent was a realm where the weak were eliminated and the strong survived. Qian Renxue was greatly relieved. Avenging Dongo had always been his ardent desire. And now his daughter shared the same goal, rendering their endeavors considerably more convenient. This was also a responsibility that Qian Renxue should shoulder. In the ensuing days, Qian Renxue devoted herself to her training with even greater diligence, and her mastery of Wing Chun had reached a state of saturation. Ever since the fusion of Wing Chun with her soul power, she could now cleave stones with a single strike. However, her attempts to break larger stones were met with failure. After countless trials, Qian Renxue discerned the reason. Her strength was insufficient, her power still far too feeble. It appeared that her inner strength in Wing Chun had plateaued at the 2nd level, necessitating the acquisition of a soul ring. Due to her small stature, she could not endure excessive power. To bear greater strength, she must obtain a soul ring. The transformation brought about by a soul ring encompasses not merely an increase in soul power, but also the enhancement of the physical limits one can withstand. Her soul power had reached level 20 without further ascension. Unlike what Master Suyantao had stated, she could not cultivate without a soul ring. It seemed that her inability to elevate her soul power stemmed from the absence of a soul ring. She realized it was time to seek out a so-called soul ring. And after conferring with her father, she finally resolved to pursue the acquisition of one. Qian Sunji observed the transformation in his daughter. The once innocent and lively girl seemed to have vanished. Now, Qian Renxue has grown more composed and no longer possesses that childlike naivety. Qian Xuanji was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, it was reassuring that his daughter had not veered towards the path of the malevolent spirit masters, which could be deemed good news. Chapter 12. The first spirit ring of Qian Renxue 2. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, everyone remained in slumber. At the entrance of Holy Soul Village, two figures, one large and one small, were making their way out of the village. Father, where are we going to obtain the spirit ring? Also, could you enlighten me about the spirit beasts and spirit rings? Qian Renxue was somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of this world, and her curiosity about the distinction between spirit beasts and spirit rings was piqued. Qian soon gazed upon her precious daughter, who, like Dong Er, exhibited an insatiable curiosity and a fervent desire for knowledge. The soul beasts, indeed, are those creatures that have awakened their intellect. In this realm, it is not solely humanity that can cultivate. These enlightened beings are also capable of such endeavors. While we, as humans, reign over this world, our lifespans are ephemeral. In stark contrast, soul beasts enjoy an existence that can span thousands, even tens of thousands, or potentially hundreds of thousands of years, provided they are not subjected to external disturbances. The soul rings are birthed from these soul beasts. Their very lifespans give rise to soul rings of different qualities. There are 6 tiers of soul rings: the white of 10 years, the yellow of 100 years, the purple of 1,000 years, the black of 10,000 years, and the red of 100,000 years. Each stage of soul ring bestows distinct abilities. Although the 10-year white soul ring is considered the least formidable, if one can discover a soul beast that harmonizes with their martial spirit, the resultant soul ring's effectiveness can be significantly enhanced, sometimes rivaling even that of a 100-year soul ring. Qian Renxue was utterly astonished. Can soul beasts truly live for several 100,000 years? Is it really possible to exist for such an extensive duration? She reflected on the ancient civilization of her past life, which spanned a mere 5,000 years. Yet, within that brief epoch, scientists had already conquered the moon and were venturing towards other planets. There is a saying that resonates deeply: heaven is just. Although humanity reigns supreme in this world, their lifespans are fleeting. In contrast, while soul beasts may not possess the prowess of humans, they are blessed with longevity. As she walked, Qian Renxue inquired, Father, what kind of soul ring do you think suits me? Is it possible to find one that is 100,000 years old? A soul ring of such age sounds incredibly powerful, and I truly desire it. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's question, Qian Xuanji felt compelled to impart further knowledge. Shatter. The highest limit for the first soul ring that we humans can endure is merely a few hundred years. According to the 10 core competitive elements of martial souls, the maximum age for a human's first soul ring is around 400 years. Should it exceed 500 years, the resentment contained within the soul ring would retaliate against the soul master. In such instances, the soul master may suffer backlash while absorbing the soul ring, resulting in diminished strength at best, or, in severe cases, death. Qian Xuan shifted her tone and continued, however, Shatter, you are unique. Since you have awakened with a natural soul power of level 20, it is likely that the lifespan of your soul ring should be between 600 and 800 years. Moreover, due to your consistent training, your physique has also improved, which may allow the lifespan of your first soul ring to reach approximately 900 to 1,200 years. If you aspire to attain a higher soul ring, you must pursue the second one, as the abilities and soul power granted by the first soul ring will enable you to better absorb the second. However, to absorb a soul ring of 100,000 years, it would require. Upon arriving here, Qian Xuan ceased to speak, shaking his head, as he deemed such a situation improbable. Unless what, Father? Please enlighten me. Qian Renxue expressed her displeasure, feeling quite engaged in the conversation, only for her father to abruptly fall silent. Qian Xuan gazed at Qian Renxue's inquisitive eyes and, feeling somewhat helpless, elaborated once more. The acquisition of soul rings is not solely dependent on hunting. There exists another method involving the sacrificial offering of soul beasts. However, the prerequisites for such a sacrifice are considerably more arduous. Firstly, the soul beast must possess an age of at least 100,000 years to attain the capability of offering itself. Secondly, the soul beast must willingly choose to sacrifice itself. Otherwise, the possibility of a sacrifice is utterly non-existent. Qian Renxue nodded silently, committing this newfound knowledge to memory. Realizing that she had acquired an abundance of information that day, she refrained from posing further inquiries, knowing that she would struggle to retain any more. After a lengthy journey of 2 hours, the duo finally arrived at Nodding City, just around 8 or 9 in the morning, when most of the shops had already opened their doors. Under the guidance of Qian Xuanji, they leisurely explored the city, purchasing a variety of supplies, food, necessities, and clothing. They found everything they required. They even acquired a cart to carry their acquisitions. A middle-aged man was calling out, promoting candied hawthorns. Upon hearing the mention of candied hawthorn, Qian Renxue immediately turned her gaze, astonished to discover the presence of this delightful treat in this world. Observing the children gathered around the candied hawthorn, she couldn't help but lick her lips. In her previous life, she had few passions, yet her fondness for food was unparalleled, with candied hawthorn being her utmost favorite. Qian Renxue's longing gaze fixated on the vendor selling candied hawthorns, an inclination that did not escape Qian Xuanji's sharp perception. Once the children had purchased their treats and departed, Qian Xuanji approached and promptly cleared the entire stock of candied hawthorns. Observing Qian Xuanji's actions, which seemed to deprive the vendor of their means of livelihood, Qian Renxue couldn't help but blink her beautiful eyes, as if silently questioning whether this was not an extravagant waste of money. Qian Xuanji had watched Qian Renxue grow up, so he could somewhat fathom his daughter's thoughts. He gently patted Qian Renxue's head and smiled, saying, "It's all right, dear. Your father has managed to save a bit over the years. We can certainly afford some candied hawthorn." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly inquired, "Father, are you perhaps the heir of a noble family? Did you wander alone for so long, only to be found and suddenly become wealthy?" Qian Xuanji felt somewhat speechless. He truly could not fathom the thoughts of his precious daughter. With a smile that was more distressing than tears, he said, "Of course not. Our family does not possess much wealth, but rest assured, once you become a soul master, you will earn a great deal of money." After speaking, Qian Xuanji directly boarded the carriage, and Qian Renxue quickly followed him inside. The supplies within the carriage were neither too plentiful nor too scarce, occupying half of the compartment. Had it not been for Qian Renxue's petite stature, there might not have been any space for her to sit. Qian Renxue, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Father, are we going to be away for a long time? Why have we purchased so many items?" Qian Sun hurriedly drove the carriage outside, and upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, replied without turning his head, "Approximately 2 months, as you require 2 soul rings. Thus, the time needed is at least 2 months, possibly even longer." Qian Renxue inquired once more, "Where are we headed?" "The misty forest," Qian Xuan replied, lifting the curtain and presenting a book to Qian Renxue. "Peruse this tome," she continued, "for it contains an abundance of knowledge pertaining to soul masters." Qian Renxue received the book, and what caught her eye was the Encyclopedia of Douluo Continent. Qian Renxue eagerly turned to the first page, which elucidated the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls, authored by the esteemed Master Juhua Guan. Chapter 13. Qian Renxue's First Spirit Ring. 3. The foremost advantage of martial souls is the duration of soul absorption, which resonates with what her father had mentioned. And in some respects, the text elucidates this even more clearly. For instance, it discusses the innate awakening of soul power and the corresponding duration suitable for absorbing soul rings. Furthermore, it addresses the grade of the martial soul and the appropriate age of the soul beasts for absorption. The second advantage asserts that the martial soul dictates the growth potential of a soul master. Martial souls are classified into mutated souls and family heritage souls. While the martial souls of prominent families are indeed superior, there exist individuals among the common populace whose awakened martial souls surpass those of noble lineage. These individuals possess top-tier martial souls, akin to the heritage of esteemed families, thereby enjoying exceptional growth potential, as if favored by the heavens themselves. Mutations of martial souls are divided into 2 categories, one that evolves in a negative direction, rendering the soul master devoid of hope, with the soul escape being a second mutation of the martial soul, an exceedingly rare opportunity. The other category evolves positively. If such a scenario arises, congratulations are in order, for you may have the chance to become a formidable soul master. This latter group of soul masters is akin to winning a grand prize, as mutated martial souls predominantly trend towards unfavorable developments. Qian Renxue, upon reaching this point, comprehended that her scythe martial soul had undergone a secondary mutation. Driven by curiosity, she turned to the next page. The third entry discussed the bottleneck in cultivation. It stated that when a soul master reaches the pinnacle of a significant realm, they can still cultivate normally without seeking soul rings. The soul power acquired during this period will manifest once the soul rings are obtained. However, it is advisable to pursue soul rings, as they facilitate a more substantial enhancement of strength. Soul rings primarily empower soul masters, which leads to swifter progress under the influence of such formidable power. If not absolutely necessary, one should not hesitate to pursue this path. The fourth entry elaborated on the martial soul fusion technique. This formidable ability allows 2 or more soul masters to simultaneously unleash their powers, achieving a fusion effect. Despite its might, finding a compatible partner for fusion is exceedingly challenging, requiring 2 conditions. Firstly, the martial souls must belong to the same type. For instance, weapon martial souls can only fuse with weapon martial souls, and beast martial souls can only merge with beast martial souls. Secondly, the individuals must share a deep emotional connection, ideally having grown up together or being romantic partners. Nonetheless, even under these circumstances, finding a compatible martial soul is not easy, as martial souls inherently exhibit repulsive reactions towards one another. Entries 5 through 9 pertain to the cultivation methods for twin martial souls. It was noted that one cannot simultaneously bestow soul rings upon both martial souls, as this would result in mutual repulsion. While human mental fortitude is formidable, it cannot withstand the mental forces exerted by two martial souls concurrently. The failures of past twin martial soul masters were attributed to their attempts to add soul rings to both souls simultaneously, leading to their untimely demise. Recently, however, a successful practitioner of twin martial souls emerged, claiming that one must attain the rank of title Douluo to bestow a soul ring upon the second martial soul. This method, discovered through the sacrifices of many predecessors, is crucial for those possessing twin martial souls to remember. As Qian Renxue turned to the next page, it detailed the locations of soul beasts. The Misty Forest, situated in the northern region of the Tiando Empire, lies near the edge of the Endless Sea. It is home to numerous powerful soul beasts, while the periphery is manageable. Venturing deeper poses significant risks. Some soul beasts from the ocean occasionally appear within the Misty Forest, rendering it a perilous area. The sea has long been a forbidden zone for humanity. Although humans have conquered land, they remain oblivious to the mysteries of the ocean. A millennium ago, a powerful force attempted to dominate the sea but met with failure, resulting not only in calamity, but also in the loss of civilization and the techniques for crafting soul-guiding devices. Consequently, humanity has since refrained from venturing into the ocean's depths. Even those who seek soul rings from the ocean typically remain at the periphery, as no one dares to delve into its core. With the Misty Forest bordering the sea, it can indeed be regarded as a forbidden region of the continent. Unless one possesses the strength of a title Douluo, it is ill-advised to seek soul rings within the Misty Forest. Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback, never having anticipated the ocean's formidable nature. She recalled that in her previous life, even the most esteemed scientists had failed to conquer the sea, as the immense pressure beneath the waves was simply unbearable for humankind. Thus, the mysteries lurking in the ocean's depths remained unknown to them. To her astonishment, it appeared that this world was no different. It seemed that our destination was indeed the Misty Forest. With this thought, Qian Renxue couldn't help but cast her gaze towards her father, Qian Xuanji. Could it be that her father was a title Douluo? When the thought of Qian Renxue emerged, it was immediately dismissed by him. If her father were truly a title Douluo, how could their family be so impoverished? How could her mother have perished? Reflecting on her mother plunged Qian Renxue once more into sorrow. My mother, Bibi Dong, was an exceptionally gifted soul master, a person of profound kindness, who sacrificed her life to protect me. As for her enemies, my father claimed I was too weak to deserve that knowledge. With this in mind, Qian Renxue let out a deep sigh. I must become a title Douluo and avenge my mother. Mother, may your spirit watch over me, no matter the effort required. There will come a day when I make those responsible pay dearly. Do you desire power? A voice echoed in Qian Renxue's mind, startling her and instantly pulling her from her depths of sorrow and resentment. Qian Renxue glanced around, then placed her hand on her forehead, realizing that she was indeed too fatigued, leading to auditory hallucinations. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and Qian Renxue lifted the curtain and stepped outside. Father, she called out. Qian Xuan swiftly turned around and said, Shuer, let us rest here for the night. We shall continue our journey tomorrow. Qian Renxue glanced at the sky, surprised to find that dusk was approaching, and her stomach began to protest. The two of them had a simple meal of dry rations and meat pies, which would suffice for their dinner. In truth, Qian Renxue understood that she and Ma Yun were both children of impoverished families. Thus they had learned to be quite sensible from a young age. While venturing outside, the mere availability of food was already a blessing. This journey marked Qian Renxue's first departure from home to a distant place, and she felt somewhat unaccustomed. A pang of homesickness struck her. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, they resumed their journey. It wasn't until the 7th day that they finally arrived at their destination, the Misty Forest. Chapter 14. Qian Renxue's First Soul Ring. 4. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, Qian Renxue was astonished. Towering ancient trees pierced the clouds, their massive trunks so vast that even 10 people could not encircle one. The Misty Forest, with its towering trees, obscured the sun, creating an atmosphere both eerie and enigmatic. It was said that few dared to venture into this forest, and those who did rarely returned. Even the most formidable soul masters were no exception. Come, enter the Misty Forest closely behind me, and do not stray, Qian Xuanji urged, taking the lead into the forest. All right, father, Qian Renxue quickly followed suit. The carriage was ill-suited for entering the Misty Forest, as the paths were far too narrow for such a vehicle. As they stepped into the Misty Forest, visibility diminished as mist enveloped them, obscuring the view ahead. The colossal trees blocked the sunlight, casting an even darker shadow over the forest. At that moment, a rustling sound broke the stillness, prompting Qian Xuanji to swiftly pull Qian Renxue behind a tree for concealment. As Qian Renxue followed the direction of the sound, her gaze fell upon a creature resembling a colossal centipede, as immense as an ancient tree, slowly traversing the very spot they had just occupied. Wherever the centipede passed, the trees were intricately fractured, reminiscent of the traces left by a gigantic python slithering across the grassland. The earth beneath it erupted in a shower of mud, splattering in all directions like the powerful legs of a behemoth, while fissures in the ground spread out chaotically, akin to the cracks of ice, causing the terrain to crumble. Witnessing this spectacle, Qian Renxue felt a shiver run down her spine, clutching tightly to Qian Renxue's thigh, too terrified to move, lest she disturb the fearsome centipede. Only after the enormous creature had departed did she exhale in relief. Good heavens, that centipede was as large as a tree, can you believe it? However, before Qian Renxue could fully comprehend the situation, another rustling sound emerged. A snake, as thick as a tree trunk, slithered out from the very spot where the centipede had just been. Qian Renxue found herself once again engulfed in fear. It was as if she had stumbled into a realm reminiscent of a mythical serpent. What kind of world had she entered? Sensing the discord in Qian Renxue's emotions, Qian gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "These are merely creatures without awakened intelligence. Shuer, there is no need for fear." Qian Renxue felt somewhat speechless. Is this really a question of fear? Do you refer to this as a small creature? Father, you are quite excessive, aren't you? Naturally. These words were not something Qian Renxue would ever utter. Qian Sunji tugged at Qian Renxue as they ventured deeper into the misty forest, saying, "The creatures at the periphery lack awakened intelligence. Thus, we must proceed further inward, where you are likely to encounter the soul beast you seek." Qian Renxue nodded slightly, her face devoid of any expression, while her heart raced with fear. Releasing the hand of Qian Xuanji, she raised her right hand, and with a surge of soul power, a black scythe materialized in her grasp. This time, the handle measured a mere meter in length, while the blade, spanning 3 meters, exceeded half a meter. Qian Renxue felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was perfectly suited for her current self. With this scythe in hand, she felt an overwhelming sense of security envelop her. Qian Renxue followed closely behind Qian Xuanji, remaining vigilant of any potential dangers lurking in the surroundings. She appeared diminutive yet spirited, exuding an undeniable charm. Qian Xuanji pressed his forehead, realizing that his precious daughter was expending her soul energy and vitality. However, it was indeed a good sign that she was so vigilant, indicating her intelligence. The foremost rule for soul masters is to remain ever watchful in unfamiliar surroundings to avert potential dangers. Clearly, Qian Renxue was adhering to this principle well, and Qian Xuanji felt a sense of satisfaction. Before long, they arrived at the territory of a 10-year-old soul beast. These creatures had developed a degree of intelligence, albeit only a few decades old, which instilled a sense of trepidation in Qian Renxue. Above the treetops, the sound of rustling could be heard. Qian Renxue gazed upward, only to behold a colossal python flicking its tongue. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, the serpent lunged toward her with fierce intent. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Renxue swiftly wielded her scythe, executing a simple yet decisive horizontal slash that severed the colossal python in two. As the serpent had lunged down from the sky, Qian Renxue found herself tragically splattered with its blood. Fortunately, the serpent's blood bore no venom. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far more disastrous. With the demise of the giant python, a faint white halo manifested beside it, a sight familiar to Qian Renxue, indicating that it was merely a soul beast of a decade's age. During her journey, she had perused the encyclopedia of Douluo Continent, which detailed various soul beasts, revealing that the soul ring produced by a 10-year-old soul beast takes the form of such a delicate white circle. In contrast, the soul ring of a several-decade-old beast radiates a brilliant white light. "Well done, my daughter," praised Qian Sunji as they resumed their journey. He had no intention of intervening in the earlier situation, fully aware of his daughter's capabilities. He understood that a fledgling must eventually take flight. He could not shelter Shuer for eternity, for all beings face mortality, even those as formidable as a tidal Douluo. It was prudent for Shuer to confront these challenges, for the future pope of the spirit hall could not be a mere flower nurtured in a greenhouse. She might even evolve into an existence akin to that of an angelic deity, rendering these trials merely tests of her resilience. In terms of outcomes, Qian Sunji felt exceedingly satisfied. Qian Renxue was oblivious to her father's intentions. Otherwise, she would have simply rolled her eyes, gazing at the blood of the enormous python staining her attire. She felt an overwhelming urge to retch. The sight of death martial spirit was indeed formidable, yet what did it signify for a young girl to wield such a weapon? She envisioned a cloaked maiden, brandishing the scythe of death, stealthily reaping souls in the shadows, ultimately chosen by the Grim Reaper to become a harbinger of death. At this thought, Qian Renxue's heart screamed in protest, rejecting this incongruity with her character. Reflecting on her angelic martial spirit, she found it quite appealing, regrettably. Her father had decreed its use prohibited unless she ascended to the rank of tidal Douluo, a privilege unattainable in her lifetime. Yet, for the sake of avenging her mother, she would willingly embrace any role, even that of a spider demon. As their journey progressed deeper, they finally arrived at the domain of century-old and millennium-old soul beasts. Here, Qian Renxue encountered the absurd. She beheld a caterpillar that was as large as herself. She witnessed a hound with 3 heads. She observed a snake that had sprouted wings and could soar through the air. The caterpillar's species remained a mystery, as it was unrecorded in the encyclopedia. Its bristles reminiscent of a hedgehog. The 3-headed creature, known as the Cerberus, greeted Qian Renxue with a professional smile, a sight both ludicrous and astonishing. As for the flying serpent, Qian Renxue recognized it from her studies. It was the azure sky flying python, a soul beast of advanced lineage. Its body, adorned in a striking azure hue, was not particularly appealing, yet it possessed wings that allowed it to glide through the heavens, thus earning its name. Mother, I long to return home, Qian Renxue lamented internally, her thoughts riddled with incredulity at the absurdity of her surroundings. Qian Renxue gazed at the serpentine creature soaring through the air, a satisfied nod escaping his lips. Swear, that serpent is a soul beast from the year 780, perfectly suited for you. Qian Renxue nodded, comprehending her father's intent. As Qian Renxue was about to make a move, Qian Renxue swiftly intervened, saying, Swear, you are no match for him. Allow me to handle this. Chapter 15. Qian Renxue's first soul ring. 5. Just as Qian Renxue took a step forward, the azure sky flying python fixed its gaze upon him. The 2-century-old soul beasts, the caterpillar and the 3-headed hound, showed no intention of intervening, seemingly hoping to reap the benefits from the ensuing conflict. Before Qian Renxue could react, the azure sky flying python lunged towards him with remarkable speed. With a couple of powerful flaps of its wings, its velocity increased further, and simultaneously, it executed a sharp turn midair. The serpent, a lethal predator of the forest, embodies treachery and cunning. It is notorious for its ambush tactics. The reason for its sudden maneuver was to catch Qian Renxue off guard, altering its trajectory for a surprise attack. Qian Renxue glanced disdainfully at the tiny insect, for in the presence of absolute strength, any scheme or deception is rendered futile. As a formidable Douluo, Qian Renxue was naturally unfazed by the prospect of a surprise attack from the azure sky flying python. However, in an effort to conceal his true prowess and to impart a glimpse of his combat experience to Swear, Qian Renxue resolved to share a fragment of his martial wisdom during the encounter with the azure sky flying python. Swear, observe closely, he declared, and in that very instant, his fist surged forth with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, the azure sky flying python closed the distance, its gaze fixated on Qian Renxue's advancing fist. In a swift motion, it lashed out its tail to collide with the oncoming strike. The impact was decisive. Qian Renxue staggered back 3 steps, while the azure sky flying python was sent hurtling away, crashing into a nearby tree. Undeterred, the azure sky flying python launched another assault, its speed surpassing that of their previous exchange. In tandem with its charge, it unleashed a torrent of venom from its maw, aiming directly at Qian Renxue. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Sun exerted force beneath her feet and leaped gracefully above the azure sky flying python. Subsequently, she executed a swift strike with her hand, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's back. The azure sky flying python let out a painful cry before being forcefully slammed down to the ground. Qian Renxue swiftly descended, delivering another powerful strike upon the back of the azure sky flying python. The creature let out a pained cry before becoming utterly still, its gaze vacant, on the brink of death. Observing this, the 2-century-old soul beasts, the caterpillar and the 3-headed hound, did not hesitate for a moment and hastily retreated into the nearby jungle, vanishing from sight within mere breaths. Qian Renxue was utterly mesmerized. The battle between Qian Renxue and the azure sky flying python was neither particularly lengthy nor exceedingly brief. It lasted merely a few breaths. She had not anticipated her father's remarkable prowess. Qian Renxue swiftly approached the azure sky flying python, wielding her death scythe to sweep across its neck. In the next moment, a yellow soul ring materialized beside the azure sky flying python. Qian Renxue was fully aware that to obtain a soul ring, one must personally vanquish the soul beast, and thus she did not hesitate for a moment. Judging by the hue of the soul ring, it appeared to be between 800 and 850 years old. She was uncertain if she could withstand the lingering resentment harbored within the soul ring by the soul beast. Before Qian Renxue could utter a word, Qian Renxue had already seated herself beside the soul ring. Qian Renxue retracted her death god's side martial soul, recognizing that the absorption of soul rings must occur within the realm of her consciousness, often referred to as the spiritual domain. After thoroughly perusing the encyclopedia, she had familiarized herself with the procedures for absorbing soul rings. With her eyes gently closed, Qian Renxue's awareness traversed into her own sea of consciousness. Within this ethereal expanse, 3 silhouettes emerged: the death god's scythe martial soul, the black spider emperor martial soul, and the angel martial soul. Qian Renxue approached the soul of the Grim Reaper, grasping the scythe firmly in her hand. With a gentle motion, she beckoned towards the external yellow soul ring. In the next moment, this yellow soul ring manifested within her sea of consciousness. Please bear with us as more content loads. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter's content. Kindly disable reading modes, novel modes, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for uninterrupted reading. Now, we arrive at the most crucial step, confronting the lingering resentment of the azure sky flying python embedded within the soul ring. This is also the most arduous phase of absorbing the soul ring. As anticipated, a dark energy surged forth from the soul ring, hurtling towards Qian Renxue. With the scythe of the Grim Reaper in hand, she stood poised for battle. Yet, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The black energy seemed to be drawn away by an unseen force, swiftly retreating into the depths of Qian Renxue's sea of consciousness. Qian Renxue swiftly searched within her sea of consciousness, but to her dismay, she found nothing. Aside from her three martial spirits, the entire realm of her mind lay barren. And that dark energy had vanished without a trace. How peculiar. Could it be that the encyclopedia spoke falsely? Paying no heed to that lingering resentment, Qian Renxue grasped the Reaper's scythe and approached the yellow soul ring, absorbing its energy with the scythe. The process proceeded surprisingly smoothly, in merely a few breaths. Qian Renxue had completely absorbed the soul ring. Upon opening her eyes to the outside world, she felt the newfound abilities coursing through her, and could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Qian Sunji was somewhat astonished to see Qian Renxue absorb the soul ring so swiftly. Shuer, what is happening? How could you complete the absorption so quickly? Generally speaking, soul masters require a considerable amount of time to assimilate a soul ring, yet Qian Renxue's speed was remarkably rapid, leaving Qian Sunji perplexed. Dad, I am unsure of the reason, Qian Renxue replied honestly, without concealing anything from Qian Sunji. According to the texts, I should have battled the lingering resentment within my sea of consciousness, but I did not undergo that step. Just as that resentment attempted to assail me, an unknown force intervened and pulled it away. Qianshuan furrowed her brows, a mysterious force stirring within her. How could she not discern the origin of such power concerning her beloved daughter? Was this phenomenon benevolent or malevolent? It was her fervent hope that this force harbored no ill intent towards Shuer. If it did, her thoughts raced, and she swiftly inquired, Shuer, have you experienced any discomfort? For instance, has your mental state suffered in any way? Qian Renxue shook her head and said, No, father, I do not feel traumatized, and in fact, I have acquired a new ability, the Wind Blade Slash. This should be regarded as my first soul skill, which enables indiscriminate attacks within a radius of 50 meters around me, although I can also direct it towards a specific target. While I can control the direction, the range of attack will not expand unless my strength increases. For instance, when I obtain my second soul ring, the range of my first soul ring skill will extend by 50 meters. Upon acquiring the third soul ring, it will extend to 200 meters, and similarly. When I attain the fourth soul ring, it will reach 400 meters. However, there exists a limitation, the ground and the sky. If my adversary is airborne, it is somewhat manageable as I can prepare my defenses in advance. Yet, if they are underground, I find myself at a disadvantage as I cannot perceive their presence. If only these two shortcomings could be overcome, my ability would be rendered even more formidable. It is a pity that if I could cover both the heavens and the depths, it would be truly perfect. Qian Renxue sighed softly after speaking, then shook her head. Qian Sunji was utterly astonished by Qian Renxue. What an extraordinary ability she possessed, setting aside the sheer extent of her attack range. The very notion of her 360-degree indiscriminate assault was already terrifying. If she were to manifest such power on the battlefield, she would be akin to a harbinger of death. Moreover, her attack range could expand with her growing strength. By the time she reached the Soul Sovereign level, she would be capable of striking at an impressive distance of 800 meters. Should she attain the status of a title Douluo, her range could potentially exceed 30,000 meters. The thought of his daughter unleashing a soul skill that could encompass an area of over 30,000 meters on the battlefield made Qian Sunji's lips twitch. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. Witnessing his daughter's reluctant expression, was she expressing disdain? In that moment, Qian Sunji found himself utterly perplexed by Qian Renxue. Chapter 16. Qian Renxue's Second Soul Ring. 1. Although Qian Sunji was taken aback by Qian Renxue's capabilities, it was not entirely unfathomable. There existed title Douluos with even greater attack ranges. He knew of one, the sea god Douluo Poseidon from Sea God Island, whose range could envelop the entire island. As for the origin of Qian Renxue's formidable soul skill, it could only be attributed to the secondary mutation of her martial soul. His daughter was exceptionally gifted, possessing a natural full soul power of level 20, a rarity in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. In contrast to Qian Sunji's astonishment, Qian Renxue seemed to have an epiphany. According to the texts, when absorbing a soul ring, one must contend with the lingering resentment of the soul beast. Most soul masters refrained from attempting to absorb higher-age soul rings due to their inability to withstand the residual malevolence from the beast's demise. However, it appeared that she was different. She felt no necessity to confront the lingering resentment within the soul ring. With this thought in mind, Qian Renxue resolved to elevate the age of her second soul ring slightly, to validate her hypothesis. Father, I wish to absorb a soul ring of approximately 2,000 years. Qian Renxue's decision to limit the soul ring's age to 2,000 years is founded on two primary reasons. Firstly, she is uncertain about the accuracy of her conjecture. Thus, a 2,000-year limit would not pose significant issues even if her assumptions were wrong. Conversely, if her hypothesis proves correct, she could endeavor to enhance the age of her soul rings in the future. The second reason naturally involves seeking her father's approval, as Qian Sunji undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of such matters. For her, a soul ring of approximately 2,000 years is entirely reasonable. Given her innate soul power of level 20 and her unique 3 lives martial soul, attributes that others lack, adhering rigidly to conventional norms would be rather inflexible. with such exceptional advantages. She is compelled to forge a new path for soul masters. However, regardless of her numerous ideas, they must be subjected to experimentation, and she is willing to be that test subject. Should her conjecture succeed, it would undoubtedly provide significant benefits to soul masters. Qian Sun said, "No, that would indeed be far too perilous. At present, your capacity allows for the absorption of only approximately 1,200 years worth of soul rings, which is already at the utmost limit. Do not aspire to unattainable heights. The path of cultivation emphasizes a gradual and steady approach. The soul ring duration I have tailored for you is already optimal. While I am uncertain as to why you are able to absorb soul rings at such an accelerated pace, it is imperative that you understand your fragile physique cannot withstand an excessive amount of soul power. There have been others who have tread the same path as you, and they ultimately met with failure. Even those who succeeded in absorbing soul rings perished prematurely due to their bodies being unable to endure such overwhelming energy." Qian Renxue paused for a moment before continuing. "The reason I have chosen to allow you to absorb a soul ring of approximately 800 years is primarily due to your innate soul power level of 20. Given that your body possesses this level of soul power, you are indeed capable of enduring the malevolent energy of a soul ring ranging from 800 to 1,200 years." Qian Renxue nodded and said, "Indeed, I was too hasty. I did not anticipate that there were so many intricacies regarding the absorption of soul rings." Qian Renxue seemed to recall something and asked again, "The sacrifices mentioned in the book, are they not soul beasts of 100,000 years? How is it that their bodies can withstand such immense power?" Qian Renxue's inquiry is not without merit. One must consider the immense power contained within the soul rings generated by soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years. Yet, despite this formidable strength, those individuals still triumphed. Qian Renxue stated that this is due to the fact that after a soul beast sacrifice, a portion of its power can be sealed. Therefore, even if those individuals acquire a 100,000-year first soul ring, they remain unable to harness that power. It is only when their soul power increases, and the energy within the seal gradually unseals, that they can begin to utilize it bit by bit. Qian Renxue let out a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that she had inquired about it. Otherwise, if she recklessly absorbed soul rings in the future, it could lead to calamity. Having resolved this concern, Qian Renxue refrained from further questioning. Rising from the ground, she approached Qian Sunji and inquired, "What type of soul beast would be most suitable for me to absorb for my second soul ring?" Qian Sunji did not respond to Qian Renxue's question. Instead, he inquired, "Shatter, what kind of spirit beast do you believe would be most suitable for your martial soul as your second spirit ring?" The reason Chihiro poses such a question is indeed significant, for only the soul master themselves truly understands the type of soul ring that suits them. The so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls are merely a reference, after all. Qian Renxue found herself deep in contemplation. Her death god's scythe belonged to the dark attribute. Thus she ought to seek a soul beast of the same nature. According to the encyclopedia, there exists a multitude of dark attribute soul beasts. Yet within the confines of the misty forest, the night owl appeared to be the most suitable choice. "Father, I require a night owl approximately 1,200 years old. As my martial soul is of the dark attribute, I too necessitate a soul beast of similar essence. The night owl, residing within this fog-laden realm, embodies the dark attribute. In many cultures from Qian Renxue's previous life, owls were regarded as enigmatic creatures associated with death. From ancient Egypt to Greek mythology, this mysterious avian species was considered a harbinger of the Grim Reaper, not only in ancient Egyptian and Greek lore, but in Chinese folklore as well. It was believed that the presence of an owl circling above a village foretold the imminent death of an elder, a notion that had been substantiated over time. Consequently, owls were deemed unwelcome figures in folk traditions, regarded as symbols of ill omen. The scythe she wielded, reminiscent of the one used by the Grim Reaper in ancient myths, was equally dark in nature and similarly an omen of misfortune. The thought of herself clad in a black robe, brandishing the scythe of death, silently reaping the souls of the living in the shadows, sent a shiver down her spine. Could it be that she was destined for darkness? How could such thoughts arise? Meanwhile, Qian Sunji pondered for a moment. A dark attribute martial soul paired with a dark attribute soul beast was undoubtedly the most optimal configuration. Very well, Shatter. Remain here while I procure a night owl soul beast of around 1,200 years for you. With that, Qian Sunji departed, having taken a moment to sense the surroundings, ensuring there were no formidable soul beasts that could pose a threat to Qian Renxue before he felt at ease to leave. "Father," Qian Renxue called out softly. Qian Renxue swiftly turned her head and inquired, "What is it, Shatter?" "Please be cautious," Qian Renxue replied with a hint of concern. She was aware that the misty forest occasionally harbored soul beasts that had existed for 100,000 years. Although she was uncertain of the true might of such ancient soul beasts, she understood that the longer the age of a soul beast, the more formidable its strength became. Qian Renxue revealed a reassuring smile to Qian Renxue before turning away and venturing into the depths of the misty forest. Chapter 17. Qian Renxue's second soul ring 2. As time passed slowly, Qian Renxue had yet to return, causing a flicker of concern in Qian Renxue. She occasionally cast her gaze deep into the forest. After another half hour, footsteps approached from the side. Believing it to be Qian Renxue returning, she turned to look. only to see three figures walking towards her from afar, precisely in the direction where the two had entered the misty forest. As the trio drew closer, Qian Renxue was able to discern their features. The group comprised two elderly individuals and a young girl, the elderly couple seemingly married, while the girl appeared to be their granddaughter. The little girl, with her enchanting light blue hair and bright, sparkling eyes, was strikingly beautiful, exuding the charm of a young maiden. Her hair was cropped to shoulder length, and she seemed to be around 6 or 7 years old. Clad in a delicate light blue garment, it was evident that she would grow into a stunning beauty. To the girl's right stood an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s with neatly arranged white hair. Despite her age, her spirit remained remarkably vibrant. Although her face bore numerous wrinkles, they were rosy, reminiscent of an infant's complexion. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and she held a 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane in her right hand. On the girl's left was an elderly man, whose hair, though not as long as the woman's, was equally well kept. He appeared to be in his 70s, with a white beard that nearly covered half his face. Despite his years, he emanated a vigorous aura, his eyes still shining brightly, as if untouched by time. He wielded a 3-meter-long dragon-headed cane. Upon catching sight of Qian Renxue, both the elderly woman and man furrowed their brows in surprise. They had not anticipated encountering a child here, especially one covered in blood, her features obscured. Beside her lay a century-old azure flying python. When the azure light emanating from the python became apparent, the elderly woman and man exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Although the glimmer was faint, it did not escape their notice. The elderly woman was the first to speak, addressing Qian Renxue. "Little girl, where are your guardians?" Qian Renxue felt a tinge of fear as she encountered unfamiliar individuals in an unknown place, particularly within the enigmatic misty forest. Should she respond to the words of this elderly woman? Qian Renxue quickly organized her thoughts in her mind and spoke slowly. "My father has gone to fetch my soul ring. He will return shortly." Qian Renxue spoke for 2 reasons. Firstly, to inform these individuals that her father is a soul master. Secondly, to convey that her father would soon return, indicating that there are indeed adults around her, and that they should consider their actions carefully. After all, Qian Renxue possesses limited knowledge of soul masters in this world, and her assertion is undoubtedly accurate. The elderly woman and the old man exchanged a glance, then led the little girl beside them to the corpse of the azure sky python. They observed the blue radiance emanating from beneath the creature's body, their eyes lighting up with delight. The elderly woman then turned her gaze towards Qian Renxue, offering a gentle smile. "Dear child, since your guardian is absent, shall we take care of the azure sky python's remains for you?" Qian Renxue was uncertain about the intentions of these individuals, yet she nodded and said, "If you desire it, then take it." The elderly woman exchanged a glance with the old man, who then began rummaging beneath the body of the Qing Tian Fei Meng. Ultimately, he extracted a piece of bone that emanated a green glow from within the creature's belly. Upon witnessing this, the young girl exclaimed joyfully, "Grandma, it's a soul bone." The elderly woman's expression of delight was beyond words. Their granddaughter had inherited their martial spirit, which was a serpent, while her husband possessed a dragon martial spirit. The Qing Tian Fei Meng, being a serpent creature, was now evolving towards a dragon lineage, making this soul bone an ideal choice for their granddaughter. Furthermore, considering the age of the soul beast, it was nearing 800 years, and it was a rare vertebra among soul beasts. They had never imagined they would encounter such a fitting soul bone. As the elderly woman directed her gaze back to Qian Renxue, she intended to offer the young girl some gold soul coins, which would serve as payment for the soul bone. Although this could be perceived as somewhat coercive, their granddaughter desperately needed this soul bone. However, when the elderly woman focused her attention on her, Qian Renxue became alert, her steps gradually retreating. A soul bone. How unexpectedly fortunate to come across one. Yet, this was no matter of luck. Her thoughts were consumed with how to ensure her own survival. Qian Renxue understood just how alluring the value of a soul bone could be. It can be stated unequivocally that the worth of a soul bone is certainly no less than that of a soul ring produced by a 10,000-year soul beast. At times, the mere appearance of a soul bone could incite even those who were once comrades to turn against one another, let alone an outsider like herself. Qian Renxue is currently filled with apprehension, pondering whether these individuals might resort to murder to silence others. She recalls from the Douluo Continent encyclopedia instances where individuals betrayed one another for the sake of soul bones, regardless of whether they belonged to the same sect or academy. There were those who would kill to secure a coveted soul bone. Qian Renxue's complexion appeared somewhat pallid as she gazed at the elderly woman, saying, "You may indulge yourselves here at your leisure. I must seek out my father." As she spoke, Qian Renxue gradually retreated, her mind racing to devise a solution to the current predicament. The elderly woman, observing her retreat, displayed an expression of surprise and remarked, "You need not be afraid. We shall compensate you with golden soul coins. This soul bone is indeed of great necessity to us, so please await your guardian's return. Once he arrives, we can discuss the worth of this soul ring." Although the elderly woman's tone was gentle, to Qian Renxue's ears, it resonated like a siren's call, reminiscent of a child being lured with promises of candy. "Don't leave. I have sweets here. Would you like some?" Qian Renxue waved her hand and said, "What is a soul bone? If you desire it, take it. I shall take my leave now." As Qian Renxue spoke, she began to retreat. Her mental focus was entirely on the old woman, and in her backward movement, she stumbled over a fallen sapling. Observing this, the elderly woman instinctively moved to assist Qian Renxue. Just then, a dark voice echoed, "You old hag, what do you intend to do to my daughter?" Qian Renxue came rushing from a distance, his face etched with concern, having discarded the soul beast he held onto the ground. In mere moments, he reached Qian Renxue's side. Chapter 18. The Second Soul Ring of Qian Renxue. 3. Qian Renxue hurriedly helped Qian Renxue to her feet. And only then did his fierce gaze turn towards the old woman. What Qian Sunji had just witnessed was Qian Renxue retreating while pleading, ultimately finding herself with no path left to escape, only to be tripped and fall. The elderly woman continued to advance towards Qian Renxue, clearly intent on causing her harm. Furthermore, he had observed the soul bone clutched in the old man's hand. The thought of murder and plunder instantly crossed his mind. Such astonishing speed. When the elderly woman and the old man exchanged glances, it became evident that even they could not match such swiftness. This was a master, one whose prowess was at least equal to theirs. Understanding the implication in Qian Sunji's words and the murderous glint in his gaze, the elderly woman realized that they were misunderstood and hurriedly began to explain. "Esteemed guest, you have misunderstood us. We harbor no ill intentions." The old man stepped forward and said, "I am Mingxu, and this is my wife, Chao Tianxiang. We truly mean no harm, and we kindly ask you to remain calm." Qian Renxue let out a cold snort, saying, "So it is the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady. I never imagined that even the elder generation of formidable beings would resort to such actions, to kill for a mere soul bone. It seems you shall not escape today." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue recognized these individuals. She had read about them in encyclopedias. The Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady were renowned figures of the elder generation, well known for their martial soul fusion technique, the Dragon Snake Assault. This technique birthed a venomous dragon, significantly enhancing their combined strength, even enabling them to rival title Douluo level characters. The Dragon Lord, Meng Shu, and the Snake Lady, Chao Tianxiang, were formidable even in solitary combat, which contributed to their fame, considering their power comparable to title Douluo. Qian Renxue felt a twinge of concern, her mind racing with thoughts on how to ensure her and her father's safe departure. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the little girl. Should a confrontation ensue, she would seize the girl first, using her as leverage against the duo. Chao Tianxiang, slightly irked by Qian Renxue's words, huffed and retorted, "Sir, are you underestimating us as a couple? If you are unwilling, we can return the soul bone to you. There is no need to slander us." The reputation of the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady was indeed commendable across the continent, and they were aspirational figures for many young soul masters. In response, Qian Renxue could not help but chuckle derisively. "Slander? You overrate yourselves. I find you unworthy of such an accusation. The truth speaks for itself, and what I see is the reality." Meng Shu stepped forward, glancing at Qian Renxue and then at Qian Renxue, before finally resting his gaze on the soul beast that had been discarded by Qian Renxue. With a contemplative expression, he remarked, "You must be here to acquire a soul ring for your daughter, am I correct? That soul beast appears to be near death. Perhaps you should allow your daughter to absorb the soul ring first, and then we can discuss matters further?" Qian Renxue let out a cold huff once more, asserting, "I can certainly seek out another soul beast later. However, we must address our own concerns now. You should not treat my daughter in such a manner. It is merely a piece of soul bone. You may take it if you wish, but the fact that you, an old woman, intend to harm my daughter is simply unacceptable. This matter cannot be resolved amicably." Chao Tianxiang responded with a hint of helplessness, "My lord, the situation is not as you perceive it. We enjoy a commendable reputation on the continent, which is why individuals in the soul master community have bestowed upon us the titles of Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron. We can swear by our titles that we harbor no such intentions." Qian Renxue sneered coldly, "What a ridiculous oath. It is merely a lie to deceive children. As for titles, they hold no significance in my eyes. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions." Qian Renxue seemed to perceive the hesitation in the intentions of the two individuals, prompting her to gently tug at Qian Renxue's sleeve. "Father, let it be. These two are formidable. It is unwise to provoke them." Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Meng Shu immediately interjected, "My apologies, esteemed guest, for any misunderstanding. Please allow your daughter to absorb the soul ring from that soul beast first. I am acquainted with that creature. The night owl is an exceedingly elusive soul beast, and its numbers are exceedingly scarce. Engaging in a prolonged dispute with us here would yield more losses than gains." Qian Renxue understood this sentiment as he glanced at his daughter, then shifted his gaze towards Chao Tianxiang. "Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. This matter is far from resolved. I am aware of your residence." Chao Tianxiang responded, "Rest assured, my granddaughter still requires this soul bone, hence we shall not depart." Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Chao Tianxiang found herself at a loss. She could not ascertain Qian Renxue's prowess and background, and thus, she reluctantly acquiesced. The fact that he knew their whereabouts complicated matters. Originally, she had planned to make her escape while the young girl absorbed the soul ring, but that no longer seemed feasible. As renowned figures on the continent, they faced the drawback of being rather conspicuous. Hence, They dared not provoke trouble, fearing repercussions upon their family. Although they were unafraid, the younger members of their clan could face dire consequences. Despite their formidable reputation as Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch, they remained cautious, ever wary of offending those who should not be trifled with. Conversely, upon hearing their names, the individual before them not only showed no surprise, but also displayed a sense of disdain. This suggested one of two possibilities. Either the person opposite them possessed immense strength, or they were a fool. Qian Renxue was unwilling to accept the latter conclusion, leading him to the only viable explanation. The individual did not fear them at all. Moreover, they were mindful of the fact that the strength of the person opposite them was undoubtedly formidable. While their combined abilities could contend with an average titled Douluo, they could not afford to take risks with their granddaughter, Mengiran, present. Meanwhile, Mengshu nodded in agreement, stating, "Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. Had we wished harm upon your daughter, I believe she would have met a graver fate by now. This should be evident to you. The strength of the two of us is indeed capable of such actions." Qian Renxue cast a cold glance at the two individuals, stating, "There is no need for explanations. Had it not been for the desire to spare my daughter from witnessing my acts of violence, you would have perished long ago." After uttering these words, he disregarded them entirely and turned his attention to Qian Renxue, offering a gentle smile. "Swear, proceed to absorb the spirit ring of that soul beast. Rest assured, for your father stands guard, there shall be no issues." The process of absorbing a spirit ring requires a mind free from distractions and immunity to external disturbances. Otherwise, complications may arise during absorption, posing significant challenges for the soul master. The reason why Qian Renxue spoke in such a manner was to assure Qian Renxue, allowing her to peacefully absorb the spirit ring. Qian and Mengshu exchanged glances, seemingly communicating something unspoken. Ultimately, Mengshu shook his head, prompting Qian to reluctantly guide Mengiran to a nearby stone to sit down. Qian Renxue glanced at the two individuals across from her, then turned her gaze towards Qian Renxue. Ultimately, she chose to heed her father's advice. Approaching the soul beast, she discerned its appearance clearly. This soul beast resembled the owl from her past life, albeit with one notable distinction: its immense body and claws that bore the strength of steel. Without uttering a word, Qian Renxue summoned her death scythe martial soul, and with a swift motion, she ended the life of the soul beast. Simultaneously, a resplendent purple halo materialized beside the soul beast, its violet radiance remarkably enchanting and exquisite. Meanwhile, Qian and Mengshu could not help but fix their gaze intently upon this Millennium Soul Ring. As Qian Renxue prepared to sit and absorb the Soul Ring, Qian hastily interjected, "Wait a moment, this is a Soul Ring produced by a Millennium Soul Beast. It must not be absorbed." Chapter 19. Qian Renxue's second Soul Ring. 4. Qian Sunji felt a tinge of displeasure. Interrupting others as they absorbed soul rings was a rather inconsiderate act. However, upon reflecting that they were acting out of concern for their daughter, his expression softened. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "It is of no consequence. My daughter is no ordinary individual. Her first soul ring is approximately 800 years old, and she can effortlessly absorb a second soul ring of around 1,200 years. Qian was utterly astonished. "What? Are you referring to the blue sky flying python? Has the soul ring produced by the blue sky flying python been absorbed by your daughter?" Qian Renxue nodded lightly, as if to convey the notion that this was merely a commonplace occurrence. Meanwhile, Mengshu could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "What a prodigy! I never anticipated that your daughter would possess such remarkable talent." However, the theory clearly states within the 10 core competencies of martial souls that a soul master's first soul ring must not exceed 500 years. Upon hearing praise for his daughter, a proud expression emerged on Qian Renxue's face as he calmly replied, "The 10 core competencies of martial souls are meant to be transcended, and my daughter is the one to do so." Furthermore, the individual who established these competencies mentioned that they are merely for reference and do not dictate absolute truth. Chao Tianxiang and Mengshu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such statements had indeed been made. Yet, in all these years, no one had ever surpassed those limits until now. And today they were witnessing it firsthand. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity about the identities of these two individuals, pondering which prominent family they hailed from. Given Qian Renxue's relatively young age of just over 30, they struggled to recall any noble family that possessed such an extraordinary figure. Qian Renxue had certainly not ceased her absorption of the spirit rings, and she was currently engaged in this intricate process. However, for her, it posed no challenge at all. Within a mere 2 minutes, much to the astonishment of Long Gong and Shi Per, Qian Renxue had successfully completed the absorption. Rising gracefully after finishing, she gently lifted her right hand, revealing a scythe that now rested in her palm. As the scythe expanded, the onlookers could discern the nature of Qian Renxue's martial spirit. A colossal, deathly black scythe manifested in her grasp, radiating waves of ominous energy and a chilling aura of mortality that struck fear into the hearts of the two observers. Their astonishment was further amplified by the sheer size of the scythe. The length of its handle exceeded 10 feet, while the blade itself spanned over 2 meters with a width of nearly a foot. The blade shimmered with a gentle halo of light, reminiscent of rippling water. as dark energy flickered and surged forth, creating fierce gusts of wind around it. The golden strands of her hair were swept up by the gales, and Qian Renxue's petite figure, wielding the scythe that exuded a lethal aura, bore a striking visage marred by splatters of blood, rendering her appearance hauntingly terrifying. At the moment her martial spirit was unleashed. 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared beneath her feet. The yellow ring emanated a brilliant light, unmistakably indicating its age of approximately 700 to 1,000 years. The purple ring, though softly glowing with a delicate hue, was equally captivating, signifying an age of around 1,000 to 2,000 years. What left Long Gong and Shipu in utter disbelief was not merely the soul rings that Qian Renxue had acquired, but rather the extraordinary transformation of the scythe in her hands. They had never before witnessed a scythe martial spirit mutate in such a remarkable manner. A look of delight illuminated Qian Renxue's small face as she realized the nature of her second soul ring's ability. Elated by the revelation of her soul skill, she could hardly contain her eagerness to share this discovery with Qian Sunji. Father, my second soul skill is defensive in nature, within a 3-meter radius centered around myself. A vortex of black tempest forms, creating a protective circle. This not only safeguards me but also inflicts a soul shock on anyone who dares to attack, akin to a counterattack defense skill. Furthermore, when combined with my first soul skill, it will surely leave our adversaries at a loss. For in that fleeting moment of soul shock, they will experience a brief suspension in their actions. I have chosen to name this second soul skill Rebound of the Soul, Qian Renxue. With a shift in her tone, continued, my soul power has now reached level 24, which should align with the late blooming strategy mentioned among the top 10 core competencies of martial souls. Due to the delayed acquisition of my soul rings, I have suddenly advanced by 4 levels. I am now a great soul master at level 24. Qianshuan's face was devoid of expression as he gave a faint nod. His daughter was indeed deserving of such recognition. Moreover, he had been observing Qian Renxue's diligent efforts over the past few days, so her advancement to the 4th level of soul power did not come as a surprise. However, what astonished him was the revelation that this soul skill was not merely defensive, it could also inflict soul damage upon others within a 3-meter radius, and could even be employed to protect those she wished to safeguard. This was truly remarkable. Could it be attributed to the fact that her second soul ring was a millennium old? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Long Gong Mingpo was genuinely taken aback. This ability could harm the soul itself, a realm already frail and rarely defended by any skills. Furthermore, how could a girl of merely 6 or 7 years possess such prowess? Already at level 24? It was indeed astonishing, even for a century. They could easily envision a future where the Douluo Continent would not remain tranquil, should this girl mature. The landscape of the continent would inevitably shift. Setting aside the uniqueness of her martial soul, the mere fact that her second soul ring was of a millennium's age, coupled with her extraordinary ability, made it evident that her growth was simply a matter of time. They could not fathom the emergence of such a prodigious talent among the common folk. Stepping forward, Long Gong Mingpo was the first to speak. Congratulations, esteemed sir, on having such a talented daughter. May I inquire which faction you hail from? Qianshuan lightly waved her hand and said, it is merely the family of a poor individual. There is no need to mention it. Qian Renxue echoed, indeed, I am merely a child of a poor family, having lived in a small mountain village with my father. Long Gong Mingpo swallowed her words. What did it mean to be a child of a poor family? What did it mean to live in a small mountain village? I find your story hard to believe. You must be someone else's child. Such a clever little one, so young yet adept at concealing her identity. As for the words exchanged between Qian Renxue and Qian Xuanji, the two were naturally skeptical, yet they chose not to question Long Gong Mingpo further. For every individual harbors their own secrets. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran observed the 2 soul rings on Qian Renxue. Although she was still young, she was astute enough to understand the significance of the 2 rings. They symbolized a grand soul master. And as she reflected on her own status of merely being at level 10, yet to embark on the hunt for her first soul ring, she felt a pang of envy towards those who had already attained their second and were progressing towards their third. Little Meng Yiran was unaware of the arduous journey of soul master cultivation. She mistakenly believed her lack of a soul ring was solely due to her inadequacy. At that moment, Qian Xuanji also turned his gaze towards Long Gong Mingpo. He held no fear of their words, for the spirit hall would undoubtedly safeguard Shuer. The initial breach had occurred because all the spirit hall's offerings had ventured out to combat the beast tide. The spirit hall's strength had not suffered significantly. It was merely Dong Er's desire to shield the common folk from the ravages of war that had prompted the decision to close the spirit hall. However, since Dong Er's departure, many titled Douluo, including Zhu Huaguan, Gui Mei, Guiying, Yinling Ji, and Bai Linger, had also left the spirit hall, which dealt a considerable blow to its integrity. Noticing Qian Xuanji's gaze, Long Gong Mingpo understood that today's matter would likely not conclude amicably. Chapter 20, The Soul Master Academy of Nodding City. 1. Long Gong Mingpo stepped forward and clasped his fist towards Qian Xuanji, stating, Rest assured, my lord. We shall not speak carelessly of your daughter's extraordinary talent. Qian Xuanji withdrew his gaze from the 2 individuals and turned his attention to the young girl, Meng Yiran. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, Today, I find myself in a good mood, so I shall not hold anything against you. Let us discuss matters regarding the soul bones. Qian Renxue had no intention of causing trouble for the two, as the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron held a respectable reputation across the continent. And the young girl Meng Iran exhibited considerable talent. Forming a benevolent connection could indeed aid Shuer in finding a companion in the future. In this world, soul masters are categorized into various types, including combat type, support type, and control type soul masters, among others. Ultimately, individual strength is limited. Only through teamwork can one unleash greater battle prowess. Seeing that Qian Renxue was not inclined to pursue the matter further, the Serpent Matron breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the misunderstanding had been resolved. She swiftly continued. Esteemed sir, both my partner and I possess martial souls related to dragons and serpents, and our granddaughter has inherited our martial souls. We earnestly hope you might part with this century-old soul bone of the azure sky flying python, offering you 1,000,000 gold soul coins in return. The azure sky flying python is indeed a rare soul beast, known for its noble bloodline, typically residing deep within the heart of the forest. Given their abilities, they would never dare to hunt in such perilous territory, for soul beasts are significantly more united than humans. A single hunt could attract the attention of hundreds. Thus, upon sighting the soul bone, they could not help but feel a pang of desire. Qian Renxue let out a cold laugh inwardly. They thought to dismiss him with a mere 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Although the soul bone was only around 800 years old, it was nearing the threshold of a millennium, and it precisely matched their needs. The offer was ludicrously low. One must recognize that a millennium-old soul bone could fetch between 8 to 9 million gold soul coins. And the soul bone produced by the azure sky flying python would undoubtedly hold a value exceeding that of a millennium-old soul bone in their eyes. Just as Qian Renxue was about to speak, a youthful voice chimed in. Deal. The crowd turned to see that it was Qian Renxue who had spoken. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of 1,000,000 gold soul coins. She had never encountered such a sum before. Just how many pounds of grain could that purchase? A staggering 100 million pounds. How many paintings would she need to create? An entire 100,000 paintings. If she painted 30 each day, it would take her a lifetime to amass such wealth. Qian Renxue felt as though she was now immersed in an ocean of wealth. Thus, when she heard the offer, she promptly agreed, believing she had struck a lucrative deal, unaware of Qian Sunji's sullen expression. In the moment that Qian Renxue's petals fell, Shipacha Tianxiang swiftly declared, deal. Thus, this transaction was completed. Qian Renxue looked joyfully at her father, exclaiming, Father, we have struck gold. Observing the elation of his daughter, Qian Renxue found it difficult to voice any discontent. From a young age, she had grasped the significance of earning and providing. Thus for her, this was a true manifestation of wealth. Indeed, Qian Renxue responded, sharing a smile with Qian Renxue, albeit tinged with a hint of bitterness. He had originally intended to acquire 3 million gold coins, yet now he had unwittingly forfeited 2 million. Was the spirit hall in need of funds? Without a doubt. It was. In the past, Donger would meticulously calculate every expenditure of gold soul coins, all to ensure a better life for the common folk and to facilitate their free awakening of soul power. It is essential to recognize that awakening soul power incurs expenses. Previously, the spirit hall bore these costs, and with the vast number of commoners in the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire, the annual expenses for awakening soul power would amount to several billion gold soul coins. However, with the spirit hall now closed, the funds earned by the elders on their missions must surely remain within its coffers. He could easily envision the delight on Shuer's face upon discovering the abundance of money within the spirit hall. Suddenly, Snake Lady Xiangxiang swiftly approached Qian Renxue and pressed a golden card into her hand, fearing that Qian Renxue might have second thoughts. The card contained 3 million gold soul coins, with the surplus deemed a gift for the young girl. Now, we must take our leave. Until we meet again, she said, before moving to Meng Yiran's side. With a knowing glance exchanged with Long Gong, she swiftly embraced Meng Yiran and departed. Long Gong Meng Shu understood Snake Lady's intent perfectly, fearing Qian Renxue's potential regret, and promptly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the three of them vanished from sight. Qian Renxue gazed in the direction where the three had departed, exclaiming, 300,000 soul coins have just been bestowed upon me. They truly are remarkable individuals. Beside her, Qian Renxue's lips twitched in exasperation as he shook his head in resignation, realizing that it was imperative to swiftly acquaint Shuer with the realities of the Soul Master realm. Qian Renxue handed the golden card to Qian Renxue and inquired, Father, does it truly contain such a substantial sum of money? Qian Renxue did not take the card, casually remarking, It's fine. If there isn't too much, just go to his house and ask for it. As for the money in the card, you can handle it as you see fit. Qian Renxue carefully placed the card down and then said, Let us use this money to repair the road. We should connect our village directly to Notting City and invest the remainder in several projects. This way, the villagers can find work and everyone can lead a better life. Repair the road? Why bother with that? Qian Renxue was perplexed by his father's thoughts. Noticing the look of confusion on his father's face, Qian Renxue elaborated. If we wish to prosper, we must first build the road. Only by improving access will people come to our village. We could establish restaurants and develop tourism projects. Our village once produced a soul saint, Many are curious about what our village is like to have given rise to such a figure. However, due to the lack of proper roads, it is inconvenient for them to visit. Once we enhance the infrastructure, more visitors will come, and thus, our village's economy will flourish. Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated the depth of understanding possessed by his daughter. These were insights he had never considered before. Listening to her now, he realized the truth in her words. Truly, she was his daughter, as astute as Donner. Qian Renxue felt a sense of pride. Not only was his daughter a prodigy, but she was also remarkably intelligent. Let us find a place with water to cleanse the blood from your body. And then we shall return, he said. With that, he lifted Qian Renxue onto his back and made his way toward the outskirts of the misty forest. As this area lay on the periphery of the forest, they encountered no spirit beasts along the way. During their return journey, they took the opportunity to explore other locales, inadvertently prolonging their absence by a month. Upon their return home, they realized they had been away for 2.5 months. And the registration period for the Notting City Soul Master Academy was fast approaching. Chapter 21. Notting City Soul Master Academy 2, at the entrance of Shahan Village. Qian Renxue sat by the stone table, awaiting the arrival of Old Jack, instead of her usual training by the wooden stake. Today marked the day she would register at the Notting City Academy, and she had prepared her belongings the night before. Once she arrived at the academy, she would stay for a year, studying diligently before returning home. On this sweltering summer day, Old Jack's figure appeared at the crossroads leading to Qian Renxue's home. As he drew nearer, she immediately rose to her feet. Xiaoxue, your grandfather has come to escort you. Old Jack's hoarse voice resonated, his back appearing more frail than ever. Upon reaching Qian Renxue, he handed her a bag of gold soul coins. It was evident that these coins were the fruits of his labor over the past 3 months, likely amounting to over 20 pieces. It was hard to fathom how Old Jack had managed to acquire such a sum. Qian Renxue's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as she contemplated declining the gold coins offered by Old Jack. Just then, the door swung open, and Qian Sen stepped out. Casting a glance at Qian Renxue, she said calmly, "Swear, this is the money earned for you by the village chief. Although we are not in need of funds at present, it is imperative that you accept this gift. Remember, even the smallest act of kindness must not be forgotten. No matter how great your accomplishments may become in the future, you must never lose sight of your origins." Qian Renxue nodded gently, subsequently accepting the golden soul coin. She then approached Old Jack, embracing his leg tightly while wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. "Grandfather, thank you." Old Jack shot a fierce glare at Qian Renxue and admonished, Little Shui is still so young. Why burden her with such talk? You are only causing her distress. Look how you've made the child cry." Having said this, Old Jack took Qian Renxue by the hand and cast another stern look at Qian Renxue. "All right, I must take Little Shui to sign up. We shall converse further upon our return." Observing Old Jack's hurried demeanor, it was evident that he was anxious about Little Shui's registration being delayed. Thus he refrained from further admonishing Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. All necessary matters had been addressed the previous day. She glanced at Qian Renxue and nodded again. Old Jack, perceiving that Qian Renxue had nothing more to say, refrained from idle chatter and directly took Qian Renxue away. As the figures of the two gradually receded until they vanished from sight, Qian Renxue regained her senses, entered the house, closed the door, and returned to her room to sleep. On the path leading through the village, Qian Renxue occasionally cast glances back toward her home, this being only her second time departing from it, the first being her separation from her father. Observing Qian Renxue's demeanor, Old Jack couldn't help but chuckle. "Little Shui, are you feeling uneasy? Fear not. I shall visit you when I have the opportunity. As for your drunken father, there is no need for concern. He is an adult now, and I shall frequently check in on him at home." Qian Renxue nodded and said, "Indeed, it is somewhat unfamiliar, Grandpa Jack. You must frequently visit my home and encourage my father to amend his drinking habit." Jack narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a smile, with a glimmer of golden light flashing in his gaze. "Rest assured, Little Shui, I will ensure that rascal Xiaojie corrects his drinking issues. You need not worry about your father. Simply focus on your studies at the academy." Qian Renxue nodded obediently. "Rest assured, Grandpa Jack. I will certainly study diligently and will not let you down." Old Jack felt a deep sense of satisfaction and comfort, reassured by the fact that Little Shui had always been eager to learn and obedient. She was far more sensible than her peers, and he had complete faith in her words, never doubting her sincerity. Qian Renxue shifted her tone and asked, "Grandpa Jack, could you enlighten me about the Notting City Academy?" Although Qian Renxue had previously visited Notting City with Qian Renxue, their visit was merely for shopping purposes, and they did not linger long enough to inquire about the place. Thus, she harbored a deep curiosity about the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Upon hearing this, Old Jack perked up. "Little Snow, you have posed an excellent question. The Notting City Soul Master Academy is divided into an elementary division and a secondary division. The elementary division encompasses grades 1 through 6, while the secondary division comprises grades 7 through 9. The elementary division typically instructs Soul Masters from level 1 to level 30, whereas the secondary division caters to those from level 30 to level 50. The duration of study in the elementary division is 6 years, while the secondary division spans a decade. Qian Renxue expressed her surprise, asking, Grandpa Jack, why does the middle school department require such an extended period of study? Does the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy also have a middle school department? Old Jack chuckled, explaining. The reason the middle school department demands a prolonged learning duration is that as a soul master's abilities progress, the path to enhancement becomes increasingly arduous. Consequently, many academies designate a decade for this phase, which is considered the most opportune time for soul master education. Although the Notting City Soul Master Academy is merely a junior institution, it indeed encompasses a middle school department. Typically, students can choose to remain at the academy for middle school after completing primary education, or they may opt to attend other academies. However, those who wish to enroll in other academies are usually students of exceptional talent, while those with lesser abilities tend to remain at the Notting City Soul Master Academy. For instance, in our kingdom, the Tiando Empire extends invitations to individuals with outstanding talent. The Tiando Empire boasts a prestigious Soul Master Academy that includes primary, middle, and high school divisions, known as the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. Those fortunate enough to study at the Royal Academy are invariably prodigious talents. Little Shui, you too belong to this category of genius. However, until you have established your strength, I cannot permit you to venture there, for it is an institution attended by nobility, who harbor disdain for commoners and envy our ability to produce talented soul masters. Therefore, you must not disclose that you possess 3 martial souls. Your father should have already conveyed this to you. Qian Renxue nodded and said, Yes, father has informed me of everything. I shall not reveal my other 2 martial souls. So you need not worry, Grandpa Jack. After listening to old Jack's words, Qian Renxue finally comprehended why her father had shared so much with her. All of it stemmed from the discrimination that nobles held against commoners. One day, I shall dismantle this system that divides nobles and commoners. I will strive for a world where all individuals are treated equally, with no distinction between nobility and common folk. It is utterly intolerable how these nobles oppress the commoners, while they too will eventually face oppression. What a farce this Heaven-Do Imperial Academy is, even a dog would not deign to attend. Old Jack was oblivious to Qian Renxue's little schemes. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have been astounded by her thoughts. It is well known that in this world, the aristocracy and the common folk have coexisted for a considerable duration, to the extent that even the Spirit Hall was unable to effect change. Although the Spirit Hall has fallen from grace, it once resonated throughout the continent, an entity so formidable that it could not be altered, let alone by someone like Qian Renxue. Chapter 22. The Soul Master Academy of Notting City. 3. Though Notting City is merely a small town in the Fasnuo province, several buildings stand out prominently, namely the Soul Master Academy of Notting City. From a high vantage point, one can observe several structures within the academy, including the teaching building, library, faculty, and student dormitories. Behind the academy lies a forest of moderate size, spanning approximately 2 kilometers. Adjacent to the academy is a spacious area designated for students to spar and refine their skills. On a scorching summer day, old Jack led Qian Renxue toward the Soul Master Academy of Notting City, located in the western part of the town. Old Jack was quite familiar with Notting City and guided Qian Renxue directly to the site. In the distance, they beheld a grand archway, measuring 20 meters in width and over 10 meters in height, constructed from solid rock, with 2 iron gates beneath it, dark and imposing. Through the iron bars, one could glimpse a winding path leading deeper into the academy, flanked by towering trees. At the top center of the archway, 4 prominent characters were inscribed, Notting Academy. One cannot help but acknowledge the opulence of this establishment. It might even rival Tsinghua University from her previous life. Qian Renxue was astonished that such a luxurious facility belonged to a mere junior Soul Master Academy. One could only imagine the grandeur of the advanced Soul Master Academies. As old Jack and Qian Renxue approached the main entrance, they were immediately halted by a young gatekeeper stationed there. What do you want? Is this a place for country bumpkins like you? Despite old Jack's relatively decent attire in St. Soul Village and Notting City, he appeared distinctly rustic, prompting a hint of disdain in the gatekeeper's gaze. Qian Renxue and Qian Xuanji, having hurried home, neglected to purchase any fine clothing, leaving her unprepared for the prejudice directed at commoners. Before Qian Renxue could speak, old Jack quickly offered a smile. Young brother, we hail from St. Soul Village. This child is one of our village's work-study students for this year. Might we inquire about the necessary procedures? The young gatekeeper frowned, responding with a mocking tone. Can a grasshopper produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village truly have someone with soul power? The academy hasn't had a work-study student in many years. You aren't frauds, are you? A flicker of anger crossed old Jack's eyes. At his age, he had no time for deceit. Yet, for Qian Renxue's sake, he bit his tongue and presented the certificate issued by the steward Su Yuntao from the Haotian branch. The gatekeeper examined the certificate, scoffing, a mutated waste-side spirit. Innate full soul power at level 20? How ludicrous. I've been a gatekeeper here for 4 years and have never heard of a student with innate full soul power. If you're going to forge a document, at least do it convincingly. Level 20 innate full soul power? You must be joking. The gatekeeper erupted into laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. This young lady's spirit is a mutated waste scythe, yet you claim she possesses full soul power? And level 20 at that? Truly absurd. Even old Jack, known for his good temper, found it increasingly difficult to contain his frustration. You are deliberately making things difficult for us. Very well. I shall seek out the steward from the spirit hall. Qian Renxue, let us go. With that, old Jack turned to lead Qian Renxue back into the city. Saint Soul Village. More like Beggar Village. This is not how one forges a certificate from the Haotian branch. The young gatekeeper mocked once more. What did you say? Old Jack spun around. The gatekeeper's words struck at the heart of his pride. He had once quarreled with Qian Xuanji over similar insults, and this gatekeeper, an outsider, was even more intolerable. He strode forward, glaring at the gatekeeper. The young gatekeeper was taken aback by old Jack's fierce demeanor, instinctively taking a step back, but quickly chastised himself, thinking, what is there to fear from an old man? What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Am I mistaken in saying you come from Beggar Village? Look at this little pauper. Her clothes are riddled with patches. You should find a place to beg. Our Nodding Academy is not a charity. Now, be gone. As he spoke, the gatekeeper raised his left hand, intending to push old Jack and Qian Renxue away. Just as old Jack's anger reached its peak, a petite figure suddenly interposed itself between them, lifting her left arm as well. With her delicate hand, she barely reached the gatekeeper's hand, exerting force to push it aside while simultaneously standing protectively in front of old Jack. Do not bully my grandfather. Qian Renxue's small face displayed an adorable yet furious expression. The young gatekeeper was somewhat taken aback, although she had not pushed old Jack with much force. It was still surprising that such a small girl could affect him at all. Realizing this, the gatekeeper resumed speaking, aside from that certificate. Do you have anything else to prove that you possess innate full soul power at level 20? In this world, strength reigns supreme. And Qian Renxue's evident power had clearly earned the gatekeeper's reluctant respect. To be cautious, his tone softened. Old Jack, hearing this, displayed a hint of pride. Let your narrow-mindedness be your downfall. Qian Renxue, reveal your soul ring to show this fellow that we speak the truth. The matter of Qian Renxue obtaining her soul ring had already been discussed with old Jack on their way to Nodding City. Old Jack understood that it would be futile to conceal the existence of the soul ring, for it would inevitably be revealed within the academy. Thus, there was no necessity for secrecy. It would also serve to allow the young gatekeeper to witness the emergence of a golden nest from which a phoenix rises. Clearly, Qian Renxue embodies that very phoenix. Qian Renxue nodded obediently, then gently raised her right hand. With the release of her soul power, a brand new scythe manifested in her grasp. This scythe emanated an aura of death, causing the young gatekeeper to shudder involuntarily at the sight. Old Jack, noticing the young gatekeeper's reaction, couldn't help but mock, coward. The young gatekeeper, clearly agitated, was about to retort when he was struck speechless by an even greater shock. Beneath Qian Renxue's feet appeared two soul rings, one yellow and the other purple. The yellow soul ring radiated a brilliant light, while the purple ring, though slightly dimmer, emitted a glow that was undeniably equal to that of the yellow ring. The young gatekeeper intended to inform them they could enter, but upon seeing the figure materialize behind Qian Renxue, he collapsed in terror. Great Master, I did not mean to create difficulties for them. It is truly astounding. She possesses innate full soul power at level 20. I harbor no intention of oppressing the commoners. This cannot be blamed on me. In my understanding, innate full soul power only reaches level 10, so this is not my fault. Chapter 23. The Master and the Chrysanthemum Gate. 1. The young gatekeeper trembled as he explained, as if failing to clarify would result in dire consequences. Following the fearful gaze of the gatekeeper, Qian Renxue turned around and gasped in surprise. What a beautiful chrysanthemum. Would you like it? It's yours. As Qian Renxue lifted her gaze upward, she finally discerned the visage of the individual before her. His skin appeared as delicate as that of an infant, and his strikingly alluring features evoked an extraordinary sensation. His voice was ambiguous in age and gender. Had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple adorning his throat, none would have presumed him to be a man. The combination of his exquisite countenance and a waist reminiscent of a slender figure, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, rendered Qian Renxue's own stature, though not insignificant, seemingly diminutive in comparison to his long legs. She surmised that had this individual ventured into live streaming in her previous life, he would undoubtedly have garnered unparalleled popularity. Draped in a resplendent crimson attire, reserved solely for those of the esteemed title Douluo, the gown was adorned with intricate patterns of gold and silver. Particularly striking was the gemstone at his chest, gleaming with golden radiance and roughly the size of an infant's fist, exuding an air of opulence. Upon witnessing his appearance, Qian Renxue was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Is it truly permissible for me to possess such a beautiful chrysanthemum?" Evidently, she had momentarily forgotten the admonition from Qian Xuanji regarding the prudence of not accepting gifts from strangers. "Of course, you may," the master replied, extending the chrysanthemum from his grasp to Qian Renxue, before redirecting his attention toward the youthful gatekeeper. The latter's expression was now one of discontent, rendered speechless, embodying a stance of contrition. He then shifted his gaze to old Jack, silently conveying that the situation was one for him to assess. He bore no responsibility for the unfolding events. Qian Renxue brought the chrysanthemum to her nose and inhaled deeply. A refreshing fragrance surged into her mind, directly stimulating her nerves. She was somewhat taken aback by the invigorating aroma of the flower. The master shifted his gaze from the young guard to old Jack, inquiring, "Good sir, might you present your spirit certification to me?" Old Jack, being a village chief, possessed a keen ability to read expressions. From the young guard's demeanor, he discerned that this middle-aged man held considerable standing within the academy, especially with the esteemed title of master attached to him. He promptly extended the certification he held. The master delicately accepted the document with both hands, demonstrating respect towards old Jack, and focused his attention on the spirit certification. It read, "In the Holy Spirit Village. On a certain date in a certain year, Qian Renxue awakened her spirit at the Haotian branch. The spirit, a mutated waste scythe, possesses innate soul power of level 20. It can be cultivated, yet lacks potential, deemed a useless spirit. Assessment complete." Upon seeing the name Qian Renxue, excitement flickered in the master's eyes, and he was transported back in time to a resplendent hall where a rotund woman spoke to him. "Elder Jew, I entrust my child's education to you. I sincerely apologize for the trouble." The master responded, "Your Holiness, it is my honor to educate your child." The woman smiled warmly. "Elder Jew, you remain as kind as ever. Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have become the Pope. Perhaps you could help me name my child?" The master pondered briefly. "Given that this is the season of biting winds and falling snow, let us name him Qian Renxue." Returning to the present, the master glanced disdainfully at the Sai spirit held by Qian Renxue, scoffing, "What a ridiculous certification issued by the Haotian branch. It is of no consequence." As he spoke, the master released his soul power, shattering the certification into fragments. "Good sir, the certification is indeed authentic. I apologize on behalf of the guard." It is understandable he doubted it, as a full innate soul power of level 20 is unprecedented. Receiving an apology from someone of such stature as a soul master greatly satisfied old Jack's vanity. He quickly waved his hands in dismissal. "No need for apologies. No need at all. We are at fault as well. Master, I entrust this child to you. Little Snow, please follow the master and be sure to obey." Qian Renxue was taken aback and asked, "Grandfather, what about you? Aren't you coming in with me?" Old Jack replied, "With the soul master accompanying you, I have complete confidence. Remember to heed your teacher's guidance at school. I must return now to inform your father." "Grandfather, it's so late. Perhaps you should stay until tomorrow," Qian Renxue said with a hint of concern. Old Jack waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, little Shui. From here on, this esteemed soul master will guide you. I shall take my leave now. Focus on your cultivation at the academy. I eagerly await your good news." With that, old Jack turned and departed, not lingering any longer. Fearing that further conversation would make Qian Renxue reluctant to part, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, his silhouette appeared strikingly solitary, reminiscent of a frail elder nearing the end of his days. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Renxue felt her eyes redden slightly, and an inexplicable emotion surged within her mind. "Grandfather," Qian Renxue called softly, before continuing, "I shall undoubtedly become a soul saint." Qian Renxue was well aware that Grandpa Jack's greatest wish was for a soul master of the soul sage level to emerge from their village. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, old Jack felt a sense of comfort. This child, Shui, had always been sensible since her youth, although she possessed extraordinary talent. The journey to becoming a soul sage would require countless years. Given his own physical condition, it seemed unlikely he would witness that day. With Shui's innate abilities, she surely had the potential to achieve the rank of title Douluo, yet regrettably, he feared he would not be there to see it. Without looking back, old Jack waved his hand and said, "Shui, focus on your studies with the esteemed soul masters at the academy. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. I believe you will become a soul sage, even a title Douluo. I know your father is no ordinary man. There is no need for you to return to the village. Do not waste time on this. So, devote yourself to your cultivation. I may not be able to witness the day you become a title Douluo, but if that day comes, I shall bestow upon you a title, Snow Scythe Douluo." Qian Renxue. After speaking, old Jack's figure gradually receded into the distance until he vanished from sight. Qian Renxue could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she knelt on the ground, calling out hoarsely towards the direction in which old Jack had departed. "Grandfather, I promise I will make you proud on the day I become a title Douluo." The only response to Qian Renxue's heartfelt plea was the faint silhouette of old Jack, reminiscent of a flickering candle nearing its end. The master, witnessing this poignant scene, allowed a smile to grace his lips, gently lifting Qian Renxue from the ground and guiding her into the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Chapter 24, The Master and the Chrysanthemum Pass 2. After a prolonged half-hour of comfort from the master, Qian Renxue's spirits began to lift. The master's hands were remarkably soft, reminiscent of a woman's skin, supple and pleasant to the touch. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the master imparted a sense of trust in Qian Renxue, akin to the comfort she found in her father and grandfather Jack. Under the master's guidance, she finally stepped into the esteemed academy. "Thank you, master," Qian Renxue expressed gratefully. "Master, I am not a teacher at the academy," the master replied with a calm demeanor. "Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy?" The master shook his head and smiled. "Who says one must be a teacher of the academy to represent it?" Qian Renxue suddenly realized. "I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy." The master chuckled and replied, "For a 6-year-old child, you are remarkably astute." "Indeed. I am actually the vice principal of this academy." Qian Renxue revealed a joyful smile, as if to say, "Indeed, I was not mistaken." The master, upon witnessing Qian Renxue's adorable demeanor, could not help but chuckle once more, his eyes shimmering with fervent intensity. "Little Shui, from this day forth, I shall be your mentor. You cannot refuse, do you understand? Will you teach me to cultivate my martial soul? Does that mean I cannot have other mentors in the future?" Qian Renxue inquired. Recalling the Douluo Continent encyclopedia, which stated that one could only have one teacher, the master halted his steps, turning to face Qian Renxue. "So, are you willing?" Qian Renxue naturally came to a halt, looking up at the master before her. "I don't know why, but I feel an extraordinary sense of intimacy when I see you. I wish to take you as my teacher." The master smiled contentedly, his expression imbued with charm. "Very well. I shall introduce you to several other esteemed teachers in the future. They are all formidable individuals. Isn't it said that one can only have one teacher in a lifetime?" Qian Renxue inquired, puzzled. The master gazed into her bright, expressive eyes and was once again captivated by her adorable demeanor. Who said one can only have a single teacher throughout their life? Such notions are merely constraints imposed on geniuses. If a talented spirit master were to take a mediocre teacher, would that not ruin their potential? He continued, "Therefore, these rules hold no weight in my presence. From now on, you may choose whomever you wish to follow. If anyone insists on such a rule, simply inform me, and I shall enlighten them on the meaning of true principles." The master, akin to old Jack, affectionately ruffled Qian Renxue's hair and remarked, "With your exceptional talent and intelligence, it is fair to say you are the first in millennia to possess an innate spirit power of level 20 and a tri-spirit martial soul." Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue was taken aback and looked at the master with a puzzled expression. "Teacher, how did you know this?" The master remained silent, thinking to himself, "How did I know? It was deduced from your scythe martial soul. Your mother possesses dual martial souls. Surely you inherited one of them. The angelic martial soul is hereditary. Thus it is inevitable that you would possess it, combined with the scythe martial soul. The conclusion is not difficult to reach." Naturally, he would not share this reasoning with Qian Renxue. He simply shook his head and said, "That is a secret. I shall reveal it to you in due time." "Oh. Very well then. What is your name, teacher?" Qian Renxue asked. The master replied, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Yueguan, with the martial soul of chrysanthemum. For the remainder of your life, I shall be one of your teachers and protectors." As more content loaded, it was noted that the site only supported mobile browsers. If this paragraph is visible, it indicates a failure in loading chapter content. Users were advised to disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or to copy the URL into another browser for reading. Yueguan, also known as Chrysanthemum Guan, a creator of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, was met with Qian Renxue's astonished exclamation, "You are the esteemed master who established the 10 core competencies of martial souls." Qian Renxue's delicate face revealed an expression of admiration, akin to the joy of encountering an idol. Master Juhua Guan nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. This is merely the esteem that the soul masters of the continent have bestowed upon me, granting me the title of master. The so-called core competencies of the top 10 martial souls were derived from my meticulous study of the historical records of various sects and the 2 great empires. They are hardly worthy of mention. Is that so? Then, master, you are indeed remarkable. What you have accomplished was once unattainable by others. By the way, what do you mean by one of the guardians?" Qian Renxue inquired, somewhat perplexed. At this juncture, Master Juhua Guan's expression turned grave. He would not allow such occurrences to transpire again. He explained to Qian Renxue, "A guardian is one who ensures your safe growth, allowing you to cultivate without concern for external disturbances. Should any troubles arise, we shall assist you in resolving them. As for the term one of, it is quite straightforward. You possess 9 guardians, much like myself." "9? So, I have 9 teachers?" Qian Renxue exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that she was to have 9 mentors. Master Juhua Guan nodded affirmatively. "Precisely, you may understand it in that manner." Qian Renxue was increasingly curious about these individuals. Who were they, and why were they so kind to her? She couldn't help but inquire, "Where are they? Are they also at Notting Academy? How formidable are their abilities? And what level is your strength, teacher?" Master Juhua Guan raised a finger and playfully wagged it before Qian Renxue. "That's a secret, my dear. I cannot divulge it. They will reveal themselves once you reach the rank of Soul King at level 50. And I'll share another secret once you attain the title of Douluo." The repetition of secret extinguished Qian Renxue's inquisitiveness. Was this truly her teacher? It felt like a ruse. Just like her father, her teacher shared nothing. She preferred the straightforwardness of Grandpa Jack. The glimmer of anticipation in her eyes dimmed as she realized that a mere proclamation of secret would not satisfy her. She was not a mere child. Nonetheless, she was still eager to discover the identities of the other 8 teachers. However, since her teacher remained silent, she refrained from pressing further, as they had arrived at the student dormitory building of the academy. Given that today marked the enrollment day for the Notting City Soul Master Academy, the area was bustling with children. Upon entering the dormitory, Qian Renxue observed other children engaged in playful antics. Naturally, she felt no inclination to join these younger kids, especially since Master Zhu Huaguan had arranged for her a double-occupancy dormitory. Upon arriving at the door of room 307, Master Zhu Huaguan entered first, and Qian Renxue followed closely behind. As she stepped inside, she absorbed the room's layout. Each side of the dormitory housed a bed, complemented by bedside cabinets, while a long oval table occupied the center, flanked by 2 stools. Further in, there was a balcony, to the right of which was a private restroom. Alleviating any safety concerns, the balcony was entirely enclosed by glass. Being on the 3rd floor, the room was bathed in ample light. The dormitory was already furnished with fresh bedding, a thoughtful provision from Master Zhu Huaguan for the students, which she appreciated. Well, this will be your dormitory. I must take my leave now. Tomorrow, you should head directly to the 5th grade, for your prowess allows you to advance. I will ensure everything is arranged for you. With that, the master departed. Watching Zhu Huaguan's retreating figure, Qian Renxue felt a bit bewildered. Where was the 5th grade? Nodding City Soul Master Academy was neither too large nor too small. Where would she find the academic building? Chapter 25. Master Zhu Huaguan, 3, with no other choice. Qian Renxue decided to postpone her search until tomorrow. It was already quite late, and before darkness enveloped the sky, she resolved to tidy the room. Without hesitation, Qian Renxue was not one to embody the traits of a spoiled princess. Having grown up in a small mountain village, she had learned responsibility at a young age. It is often said that children from other families mature quickly, and Qian Renxue certainly belonged to that category. In no time, she had swept the floor and polished the windows until they sparkled, making the room feel even brighter. Qian Renxue was quite particular about her sleeping arrangements, choosing the bed on the right after considering the one on the left, which was evidently reserved for another student. In an effort to leave a good impression on her future roommate, she meticulously made up the bed across from her own. Once she completed this task, Qian Renxue nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite proud of herself. Truly, I am Qian Renxue, the snow scythe Douluo, she thought, reveling in her own accomplishments. With some leisure time on her hands, Qian Renxue picked up the book on the desk about the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. As she turned to the first page, it detailed the founding history of Nodding City, along with the contributions of its first and second deans. Upon reaching the end of the book, she recognized a familiar name, the introduction of the 34th Vice Dean of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, Zhu Huaguan. This was her teacher, and she began to read attentively. It recounted how her teacher, upon arriving at the academy, immediately abolished tuition fees for commoner soul masters, as well as provided allowances for meals and bedding. Furthermore, her teacher also mentored some gifted students, serving merely as a titular vice dean, refraining from interfering in the academy's decisions, yet offering suggestions that were evidently impactful, earning respect from the dean and fellow educators alike. Seeing the numerous contributions her teacher made for the commoners, Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled with admiration, her esteem for her mentor deepening. Truly, her teacher was exceptional, just like herself. Reluctantly closing the book, she proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. The process of brushing her teeth, washing her face, and taking a shower was completed in no time. Observing her still damp hair, Qian Renxue remained unperturbed, for she had her methods. Although there were no hairdryers in this world, as a soul master, she utilized her soul power to conjure a whirlwind above her head, swiftly drying her hair. The golden strands danced with the force of her soul power, and a charming smile graced her lovely face, enhancing her overall allure. Qian Renxue nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was quite convenient. The sky had dimmed slightly, and the room was enveloped in darkness. Although this world lacked electric light bulbs, it possessed a form of illumination. The lights here were crystalline orbs, akin to those used for awakening martial souls. By simply infusing soul power into these crystal spheres, they would glow. Though the soul power associated with Qian Renxue's scythe martial soul was black, one must not forget that she also possessed an angelic martial soul, whose soul power radiated a resplendent platinum hue. Thus, when she channeled the soul power of her angelic martial soul into the crystal orb, the room was instantly illuminated. As Qian Renxue engaged in her endeavors, it became evident that others would undoubtedly follow suit. In an instant, the entire dormitory building was adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors. Some rooms radiated a verdant hue, while others shimmered in shades of crimson, azure, and violet. Yet, none of these chambers shone as brightly as Qian Renxue's own. This created a peculiar situation. Her room stood out conspicuously amidst the collective dormitory. The overwhelming brightness began to strain her eyes, prompting Qian Renxue to withdraw a portion of the soul energy from her crystal orb, thereby dimming the illumination within her quarters. How convenient this soul energy proved to be. She felt akin to a mobile generator. Glancing at the time, she realized it was the hour when the school cafeteria served dinner. Having neglected to bring any provisions, she resolved to dine in the cafeteria, especially since it offered subsidized meals. Furthermore, she fancied herself a modest heiress. Although she had bestowed the majority of her golden soul coins to Grandpa Jack, she had retained a small sum for herself. Upon her arrival at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, she had already exchanged a portion of her golden coins at the local currency exchange and acquired a purple card. In this realm, the cards used for storing golden soul coins are classified into 4 categories: white, purple, black, and gold. A white card requires 1,000 golden soul coins for issuance, a purple card necessitates 10,000, a black card demands 100,000, while a gold card requires a minimum of 1 million golden soul coins. As for the dragon card, which surpasses the gold card, Qian Renxue dared not even contemplate its acquisition, as it necessitates a staggering 10 million golden soul coins. Hastening to the cafeteria, Qian Renxue joined the queue like her peers. The scale of this cafeteria mirrored that of her previous school. The chefs busily prepared dishes while the staff served meals, bustling about diligently. At this hour, the academy's dining area was neither overcrowded nor sparse, hosting several hundred students. Given that this was the only Soul Master Academy in the entire Faciliuo province, the attendance was notably consistent. As the students received their meals, the staff generously added extra portions for the children. Qian Renxue naturally enjoyed this service. However, she graciously declined it, as she could not consume so much. Nevertheless, the warm hospitality of the staff proved somewhat overwhelming, and she ultimately acquiesced. Before long, Qian Renxue finished her meal, let out a satisfied burp, and expressed her contentment, offering commendations for the cafeteria. 1. Pristine and orderly. The cafeteria boasts a tidy interior, devoid of stains and clutter. 2. Economically prudent. The meals provided are reasonably priced, allowing patrons to indulge in delightful cuisine without financial strain. 3. Diverse and abundant. A wide variety of dishes are available, including hot entrees, cold salads, and soups, presenting ample choices for diners. 4. Healthful and nutritious. The offerings prioritize health and nutrition, contributing positively to one's well-being. 5. Cozy and inviting. The ambience of the cafeteria is warm and comfortable, fostering a relaxed dining experience. 6. Attentive service. The staff are enthusiastic and considerate, providing thoughtful service to patrons. 7. Delectable flavors. The meals are exquisitely flavored, stimulating the appetite. 8. Culinary expertise. The chefs possess remarkable culinary skills, crafting exquisite dishes for diners. 9. Environmentally sustainable. The cafeteria embraces an eco-friendly ethos, minimizing its ecological footprint. 10. Fair and equitable. The distribution of meals is conducted fairly, ensuring no preferential treatment based on status. After her meal, Qian Renxue returned to her dormitory. With the commencement of the academic year just 3 days away, during which she would attend the opening ceremony. In recent days, Qian Renxue has decided against engaging in her usual cultivation, opting instead for a period of relaxation. She understands that relentless practice can be counterproductive. A judicious pause allows one to reflect upon the challenges encountered during one's journey of self-improvement. Thus, she reclined on her bed and succumbed to slumber, her cherubic visage appearing particularly endearing even in repose. Darkness enveloped the room as the soul energy within the crystal orb was gradually depleted. Chapter 26. I am Helena. With Na from Nana. 1. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight ascended, they illuminated the world and infused Nodding City with vibrant hues. In the dormitory of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, sunlight streamed into Qian Renxue's chamber, casting warmth upon her face. Perhaps due to her fatigue from the past few days, she remained in a deep slumber. The creaking of the door echoed, suggesting that someone was attempting to enter. Yet the door was securely locked by Qian Renxue, leaving the visitor to resort to knocking. Qian Renxue awoke from her drowsiness, first stifling a yawn before stretching her limbs, her demeanor exuding an irresistible charm, rubbing her adorable face in an effort to shake off the remnants of slumber. She tossed aside the covers and gracefully rose from her bed. Approaching the door, she opened it and inquired, "Hello, I am a new student. Might I ask if this is dormitory 307? Qian Renxue followed the sound and beheld a small girl of similar stature. The girl possessed long black hair and a petite frame akin to Qian Renxue's own, her delicate visage exuding an alluring charm. Particularly striking were her eyes, which bore a peculiar brilliance. At times, they radiated warmth akin to spring, revealing a profound understanding of human emotions, yet they could swiftly transform into a cold, piercing gaze reminiscent of a lightning strike, evoking the impression of a wolf poised to pounce. Her lips, painted a vivid red, resembled those touched by lipstick. At first glance, she appeared much like the girl next door, yet a closer inspection unveiled an extraordinary allure that set her apart. Though her voice was tender, it carried an enchanting quality that was undeniable. "Yes, this is dormitory 307. How may I assist you?" was Qian Renxue's first impression of the beautiful girl. The small girl retrieved a document from her bosom and waved it before Qian Renxue, stating, "I am also a resident of dormitory 307. I look forward to your kind assistance in the future." Qian Renxue suddenly realized, oh yes, she had closed the door last night and forgotten that there was another person in this dormitory. "Please come in. This is dormitory 307. And we shall be roommates from now on." Qian Renxue cast an apologetic glance at the little girl and swiftly beckoned her to enter. As the little girl stepped into the room, she noticed that there was already a blanket on the bed, and she couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "Is someone else living on the other bed?" Qian Renxue explained, "No, this is prepared by the academy for us. I noticed you weren't here last night, so I made your bed for you." "Is that so? Thank you so much." My name is Helena, with Na as in Nana. What is your name? Helena expressed her gratitude and promptly introduced herself, eager to learn more. I am Qian Renxue, with Shui meaning snow in the wind and snow. You may call me Sister Shui from now on. In truth, Qian Renxue was uncertain about who was older between her and Helena. But she felt confident in taking the initiative to introduce herself in this manner. Helena pouted and remarked, in my hometown, there is a custom where the one with greater strength gets to be the elder sister. Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated the existence of such rules. Having lived nearly 25 years across 2 lifetimes, could she truly be expected to address a mere child as sister? Absolutely not, it was out of the question. Very well, let us compare our strengths then. How shall we compete? Qian Renxue pondered the nature of the rules Helena had referenced, uncertain if the criteria for their contest would differ. Helena replied with a muted hum. I haven't eaten yet, so I will not compete unless you treat me to a meal. As her words trailed off, her voice grew increasingly faint. In truth, during her time in Nodding City, she had visited those restaurants, yet she found herself without funds. Back home, she had never needed money. So who could have anticipated that she would require it here? Ultimately, in her desperation, she had no choice but to enroll directly. Qian Renxue, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, surely you do not lack funds? The atmosphere grew tense as Helena's voice diminished to a whisper. Indeed, I am without money. It was evident that Helena was quite famished, prompting Qian Renxue to disregard her unkempt hair. She swiftly donned her slippers and led Helena to the dining hall. As it was morning, only breakfast was available, comprising a modest selection of congee, steamed buns, dumplings, soy milk, and pork rib soup, nourishing fare indeed. Without hesitation, Qian Renxue ordered a portion, mindful of her decision, ensuring that she would consume it without waste. The two settled at a table in the nearly vacant dining hall. Having arrived early, Helena swallowed hard, her stomach audibly protesting its emptiness. Qian Renxue directly pushed the food in front of Helena, reassuring her, rest assured. Your future is entrusted to me, dear sister. I shall take care of you from now on. Helena paid little heed to Qian Renxue's sisterly declaration and began to eat the food voraciously, observing Helena's adorable demeanor while she ate. Qian Renxue resolved to cherish this younger sister. After all, like Ma Yun, Helena hailed from a humble background, and it was only fitting that she extend her assistance. Qian Renxue began to set the table, gracefully scooping a spoonful of porridge made from shrimp and rice. The flavor was exquisitely fresh, perfectly suited for a 6-year-old, neither too salty nor too bland, satisfying the child's palate while ensuring optimal nutrient absorption. The buns were even more delightful, filled to the brim with meat, offering a taste that was rich yet not overwhelming, igniting a fervent appetite. In a remarkably short span, the two devoured their meal, leaving Helena feeling content and harboring a favorable impression of Qian Renxue. However, to earn the title of sister from her, true strength would be required. As they hurried back to their dormitory, they garnered astonished glances from onlookers, for their youthful beauty and charm created a captivating sight as they dashed along. During their return, Qian Renxue learned about the customs of Helena's homeland, where fighting determined hierarchy, the victor would assume the role of elder sister. The combat consisted of 2 facets, physical prowess and soul master duels. One must triumph in both arenas to earn respect from the opponent. Fighting, as Qian Renxue understood it, was akin to sparring. In her previous life, she frequently engaged in sparring sessions while studying Wing Chun, often with practitioners from other schools, all falling under the umbrella of combat. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qian Renxue quickly tidied up, and once everything was in order, the two set off towards the small forest behind the academy. Why not head to the designated sparring area? The school year had yet to commence, and with no teachers present, sparring and fighting were prohibited. Students occasionally sustained injuries during practice, necessitating the presence of instructors. Otherwise, the academy forbade such activities. Before long, they arrived at the grassy expanse adjacent to the wooded area at the back of the academy. In perfect synchrony, they distanced themselves from one another, signaling the official commencement of their duel. Chapter 27. I am Helena, the non-Nana. Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing that Helena was quite formidable, her vigilance remarkably acute. Helena, positioned across from Qian Renxue, observed her intently. The distance between them was approximately 10 meters. The grassy expanse, neither excessively large nor unremarkably small, spanned about 100 meters in circumference, providing ample space for a confrontation between the two. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting their hair delicately, while a glimmer of brilliance shone in Helena's eyes as she cast a flirtatious glance toward Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue appeared somewhat dazed, her mind racing with thoughts, pondering the meaning behind her words. In those fleeting seconds of distraction, Helena had already approached Qian Renxue, swiftly raising her left hand to strike towards Qian Renxue's abdomen. Qian Renxue swiftly regained her composure, her right hand transforming into a palm as she swiftly struck against Helena's approaching hand, successfully blocking the incoming attack. The sound of their palms colliding reverberated through the air. Without granting Helena a moment to react, Qian Renxue promptly extended her left hand, aiming a strike at Helena's shoulder. Realizing the imminent danger, Helena had no time to defend. Her body instinctively leaned back. In a rapid motion, she retracted her left hand, using her backward-leaning posture to brace herself against the ground with both hands, simultaneously applying force with her feet to execute a 180-degree turn. At that moment, Helena found herself in an inverted position, appearing quite peculiar. Fortunately, her attire was relatively modest, or else the situation would have been quite different. Qian Renxue silently scoffed at herself, pondering what on earth she was thinking. However, Helena did not relent. Instead, she swiftly launched a fierce kick toward Qian Renxue's shoulder with her right foot. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Renxue dared not be careless. She swiftly used her already exhausted left arm to block Helena's assault with her right foot. Helena, with her head tilted back, revealed a smile, while simultaneously launching a kick with her left foot towards Qian Renxue's waist. Qian Renxue had certainly discerned Helena's intentions. The moment Helena's left foot was about to strike, Qian Renxue deftly intercepted it with her right hand. The sound of their collision resonated in the air. Helena could hardly fathom that Qian Renxue's reflexes were so astonishingly swift. Qian Renxue naturally would not give her the opportunity to contemplate such matters, swiftly delivering a kick towards Helena's waist with her left foot. Helena, with remarkable agility, pressed her palms against the ground, exerting a slight force to leverage her hand's momentum, quickly retracting her legs. She then propelled herself into a backflip, creating distance between herself and Qian Renxue. In doing so, she evaded the attack of Qian Renxue's foot. The exchange transpired in mere seconds, a fleeting encounter lasting less than 3 seconds. Standing opposite Qian Renxue, Helena felt a twinge of caution. She had never anticipated such rapid reflexes from her opponent. Her mother had been right. The world outside was indeed fascinating. Qian Renxue, too, was somewhat taken aback. Although she had not exerted her full strength, this little girl displayed a prowess that was a fraction of her own, astonishing given that she was merely 6 years old, while other children were playing in the mud. Helena had already demonstrated such remarkable capabilities. Were it not for her past life's experience, she might have struggled to compete with Helena. Wing Chun relies heavily on experience and reflexes. It would be nearly impossible for someone newly learning the art to defeat Helena before the age of 6 without considerable effort. What did your wink mean just now? Qian Renxue inquired, perplexed by Helena's action. Helena, unreserved, explained, that was my charm technique, intended to confuse others, but it seems it had no effect on you. Qian Renxue, in her clarity, finally understood the reason for her recent distraction. It was as if an epiphany had dawned upon her. However, it was evident that I too had succumbed to a momentary lapse. Qian Renxue conceded that she had indeed been momentarily lost in thought. Helena, perplexed, inquired, you successfully countered so many of my attacks just moments ago. How could you possibly be affected? Qian Renxue remarked, it is due to my swift reflexes. Had you been just a tad quicker, I might have been bested by you. Is that so? Helena nodded in acknowledgement and added, then next time, I shall ensure you have no time to react. Qian Renxue's lips curled into a smile. I shall not fall for the same trick a second time. At the same time, Qian Renxue gently raised her right hand, making a gesture as she beckoned to Helena, saying, come forth, dear sister Helena, let me see how formidable you truly are. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Qian Renxue and Helena, Zhu Guan observed their sparring from a distance, lost in contemplation about who had orchestrated Helena's arrival. Was it the old ghost, or little hunter? Or perhaps Yanlingji? Shaking his head, Zhu Guan refocused his attention on the two combatants. Upon hearing Qian Renxue refer to herself as elder sister, Helena's face betrayed a look of defiance. Without hesitation, she charged towards Qian Renxue, her palm transforming into a fist as she launched a fierce attack. Qian Renxue had long been prepared, employing the rapid techniques of Wing Chun to counter with swift strikes. Her palms transformed into fists, meeting her opponent head-on. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the air as neither combatant paused. Instead, they engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their figures intertwining amidst the chaotic grassland. Both fighters moved relentlessly, alternating between attack and defense. Their strikes were like flashes of lightning, a series of punches and kicks exchanged in a breathtaking display. Leveraging the force of Helena's body, Qian Renxue vaulted over her opponent's shoulder. The scene shifted rapidly. One person grounded in a corner while the other soared through the air. Launching a swift offensive, Helena, with remarkable agility, lunged forward, her foot aiming at the airborne Qian Renxue. As Qian Renxue lacked a point of support in midair, Helena's kick was executed flawlessly. Against an ordinary opponent, this would have secured her victory. But who was Qian Renxue? The heir of Wing Chun. She was trained not only in combat, but also in agility. In a stunning maneuver, Qian Renxue executed a 1,080-degree turn, deftly evading Helena's strike just in time. After 3 graceful rotations, she landed firmly on the ground. A gentle breeze tousled her golden hair, exuding an air of effortless grace, showing no signs of fatigue. In stark contrast, Helena, sprawled on the ground, pushed herself up with her arms, which seemed to possess a spring-like quality, allowing her body to rebound quickly. However, she appeared somewhat disheveled, panting heavily, disbelief flickering in her eyes as she observed Qian Renxue's calm demeanor, which struck a blow to her confidence. Sister, how about it? Am I impressive? Qian Renxue could not resist boasting, a proud expression gracing her face. Helena waved her hand dismissively, conceding, I admit I am outmatched in physical skills. But in a soul master duel, I shall not be defeated. I am the one who has obtained the first spirit ring and am now at level 12. So I will surely not lose to you. Upon hearing Helina's declaration, Qian Renxue exhibited a peculiar expression and inquired, Are you certain? Chapter 28. My name is Helina. The 9 Nana 3, Qian Renxue's lips curled into a smile, giving her an appearance that belied her youthful visage. She regarded Helina and inquired, Are you certain? With an air of pride, Helina nodded affirmatively. Of course, I shall never concede to you in a battle of soul masters. Upon concluding her statement, Helina swiftly unleashed her martial soul, radiating a brilliant crimson light, as a striking red fox materialized beside her. The fox exuded an enchanting glow, enhancing its visual allure, while Helina's gaze became increasingly captivating. Simultaneously, at her feet, a dazzling yellow soul ring emerged, its hue suggesting it was approximately 400 to 450 years old. A hint of arrogance graced Helina's features as she declared to Qian Renxue, Helina, martial soul, demon fox, level 12 control system soul master. I humbly seek your guidance. She struck a pose she believed to be both beautiful and alluring. Level 12? Qian Renxue mused, taken aback. Helina appeared to be her equal. Yet she had already reached the 12th level, a truly prodigious soul master. The term control system soul master referred to the classification of soul masters. There are 7 distinct soul master categories. 1. Power system soul masters. Characterized by strength and vigor, their soul rings typically enhance physical power and constitution. They are predominantly melee combatants, tasked with offensive and defensive roles during battles. 2. Agility system soul masters, defined by their swiftness and dexterity. Their soul rings augment speed and reaction time. They are primarily ranged combatants, focusing on long-distance attacks and reconnaissance. 3. Defense system soul masters, known for their resilience and endurance. Their soul rings bolster defensive capabilities and vitality. They often serve as tanks, drawing enemy fire and safeguarding allies. 4. Assault system soul masters, marked by ferocity and destructive power. Their soul rings enhance attack strength and damage output. They are damage dealers, executing wide-area assaults and single-target strikes. 5. Support system soul masters, distinguished by their agility and cleverness. Their soul rings improve healing and status effect abilities. They fulfill supportive roles, providing healing and crowd control in combat. 6. Control system soul masters, as their name implies. They manipulate and disrupt enemy actions, whether through physical or mental control. Helina's earlier charm technique that left Qian Renxue momentarily entranced exemplifies this category, which can assist allies or hinder foes. 7. Synthesis system soul masters. Versatile and well-rounded, their soul rings possess multiple attributes, granting them a variety of capabilities. They serve as jack-of-all-trades within a team, adapting to fulfill various roles as needed. Qian Renxue gazed at Helina's haughty expression, a smile once again gracing her lips. She gently raised her right hand, and as she unleashed her soul power, a brand-new, diminutive scythe materialized within her grasp. With the continuous release of her soul energy, the scythe began to rotate slowly, gaining momentum until it transformed into a colossal and ominous black scythe, exuding waves of dark light that enveloped the air with a chilling aura of death, directly assailing Helina. In that moment, a shiver ran down Helina's spine. She observed the scythe's handle, which stretched over a yard in length, while the blade, exceeding 2 meters, was a foot wide. The blade shimmered with a soft halo reminiscent of rippling water, the black light flickering ominously, and its sharpness conjured fierce black winds that swirled around it. Moreover, she noticed 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, emerging beneath Qian Renxue's feet, slowly rotating with an imposing presence. Qian Renxue, Wuhuan Scythe of Death, level 24 Assault Soul Master. I humbly seek your guidance. Qian Renxue proclaimed nonchalantly. Helina was taken aback. Her proud demeanor vanished in an instant, as swiftly as it had arrived. How could she possibly contend with this? She had considered herself quite talented, boasting a full innate soul power of level 10 and having advanced to level 12 upon acquiring her soul rings. A progression she deemed satisfactory due to her relentless training prior to that. She had believed herself unparalleled among her peers, yet here she was, confronted by such an extraordinary prodigy at this novice soul master academy. In that moment, despair enveloped her. Will you concede? Qian Renxue's voice reached her from across the arena, devoid of any expression or arrogance, as casual as a friendly conversation. Taking a deep breath, Helina retracted her wuhuan and called out to Qian Renxue, Sister Schwer, I concede. Helina was not one to lack self-awareness, nor was she one to resort to underhanded tactics. A loss was a loss, and excuses were unnecessary. Though she abhorred failure, viewing it as a disgrace that demanded retribution in blood, instilled with a sense of honor from a young age by her mother, she also recognized the reality before her. She understood that Qian Renxue was an existence she could not surpass at present. In the face of absolute strength, all ideology seemed trivial. Her only desire was to find a way to surpass Qian Renxue in the time to come. Qian Renxue also retracted her martial soul, and the atmosphere on the scene gradually returned to normal. Helina finally felt a bit relieved. The pressure exerted by a level 24 soul master was beyond her current capacity to withstand. Qian Renxue, regaining her innocent demeanor, skipped over with an endearing charm, presenting a stark contrast to her earlier combatant self. Approaching Helena, she took her hand and said, "Come, sister, allow me to show you around our esteemed academy." Qian Renxue was not particularly familiar with this academy, yet she feigned an air of familiarity, for she had a younger sister here and, as an elder sister, it was imperative to exhibit a broader understanding. Helena paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded, and the two departed from the location. Chapter 29, Opening Ceremony. The sentiments of Master Chrysanthemum throughout their journey, the two engaged in extensive conversation, growing increasingly acquainted. It turned out that Helena had been summoned by her family to attend this institution. However, they had not provided her with any financial support, insisting she become self-reliant and manage her own living expenses. Consequently, she did not possess any money. Fortunately, Qian Renxue had now become something of a small fortune herself, thus alleviating any concerns regarding Helena's sustenance and accommodation. Moreover, the academy offered meal allowances, allowing them to subsist reasonably well as long as they refrained from excessive indulgence. After wandering around the academy for an entire afternoon, they finally became well acquainted with the premises. Although Helena was merely a third-year student, and despite their shared dormitory, they were not in the same class. Nonetheless, this did not hinder their budding friendship, as the bond between Helena and Qian Renxue seemed to strengthen with each passing day. During the following 2 days, aside from mealtimes, Qian Renxue remained in a constant state of cultivation. She could vaguely sense the intensity of her soul power approaching a breakthrough at level 25, yet the more she felt this progress, the more unreal it seemed. For 2 days had passed without any advancement. When Qian Renxue shared this information with Helena, she received an incredulous glare in response. "Do you think cultivation is so simple? You expect to break through a level in just 2 days? Dream on." With no alternative, Qian Renxue reluctantly immersed herself once more in the arduous path of cultivation, as if the world outside held no significance for her. Aside from her meals, she remained devoted to her training. Power. She yearned for power to avenge her mother. In her relentless pursuit of becoming a titled Douluo at the earliest opportunity, Qian Renxue exerted tremendous effort, hoping to showcase her accomplishments to Grandfather Jack. Old Jack had become the most pivotal figure in Qian Renxue's life since her arrival in this realm, holding a significance akin to that of Qianshuanji in her heart. Qian Renxue was no ordinary child. Having lived 2 lives, she possessed the wisdom to discern those who genuinely cared for her, and Old Jack was undoubtedly among them. On the 3rd day of her enrollment at the academy, the new academic year's admissions finally concluded, and the dormitory for freshmen buzzed with activity. Although each room was modest in size, they were shared by 2, fostering a sense of companionship. The lively atmosphere outside contrasted with the excellent soundproofing of the dorms, allowing her cultivation to proceed undisturbed. Next came the opening ceremony, the details of which remained a mystery to Qian Renxue, as she could not draw comparisons between her previous educational experiences and this new institution. As Qian Renxue remained despondent, pondering her lack of progress, Helena unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough to the 13th level of soul power within just 2 days. This sudden advancement served as a considerable blow to Qian Renxue. "Did you not say that advancing a level in 2 days is as fanciful as a dream? How does it feel now?" Qian Renxue remarked, somewhat speechless. With a joyful demeanor, Helena replied, "Of course. I never anticipated achieving a level up in such a short time. It's incredibly gratifying." "Is it truly gratifying? Then perhaps you should indulge further," Qian Renxue retorted, unable to comprehend how Helena could cultivate so swiftly. It was indeed infuriating to see someone excel so effortlessly. Helena explained, "It's not as simple as it seems. It is merely the result of my prior accumulation. Otherwise, do you think I could have broken through?" Qian Renxue nodded and subsequently exited her state of cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Helena followed suit. Tomorrow marked the opening ceremony of the school year, prompting both to cease their training in favor of a restful evening, ensuring they would present themselves in high spirits and fine appearance for the event. As the night passed in silence, the following morning, both Helena and Qian Renxue rose early. They refreshed themselves in their dormitory before proceeding to breakfast. After their meal, the duo strolled through the academy before making their way to the venue for the opening ceremony. In the open space outside the teaching building, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered. Although the crowd was not overwhelming, it still comprised several hundred people. Given the rarity of soul masters in this world, such a turnout was quite remarkable. The current attendance at the Notting City Soul Master Academy can be attributed to the favorable policies established by Master Zhu Huaguan, which have attracted many civilian soul masters, including those from other kingdoms. The Academy's unique advantage of allowing students to enroll without the need for gold soul coins, along with the provision of free bedding and subsidized meals in the cafeteria, provided one refrains from excessive indulgence, has rendered it accessible for a month's living expenses. In times past, the Academy boasted a mere handful of students, yet it has transformed into a bustling hub. Observing from above, one could see a temporary platform erected at the center of the open area in front of the teaching building, surrounded by eager students engaged in animated discussions. As Qian Renxue and Helena arrived, a resonant voice filled the air from the platform. "Dear students, please quiet down. The voice belonged to none other than Master Zhu Huaguan, the esteemed vice president of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy in Qian Renxue's manor. It was a rare occasion for Zhu Huaguan to adopt a serious demeanor, especially in front of the children. With his authoritative tone, the chatter ceased abruptly, and an unusual silence enveloped the crowd. Qian Renxue gazed at her teacher on the platform with admiration, acknowledging the respect he commanded. Meanwhile, Helena, upon catching sight of Zhu Huaguan, instinctively remarked, "What a beautiful lady." Qian Renxue let out a soft chuckle and said, "Nana, this person is a man. You may refer to him as Master, and he is also my teacher." "Master?" Helena's eyes flickered, lost in thought. She then turned her gaze towards the high platform, scrutinizing it closely, only to realize that it was indeed. The voice of Zhu Huaguan resonated through the entire Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Amplified by his soul power, we warmly welcome you to our family. Today marks the opening ceremony of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Guan, the vice president of the academy. I am fortunate to hold this position and equally fortunate to guide you in the future. From this day forth, you will have the opportunity to study here for the next 6 years, or even 16, and I will be here to accompany you. I hope you all strive for excellence and diligently cultivate your skills, paving a brighter future for our Nodding City Soul Master Academy." As Zhu Huaguan finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted from the teachers and students alike, cheers echoing throughout the venue, elevating the atmosphere of the ceremony to its peak. Many students silently vowed to work hard and ensure that the Nodding City Soul Master Academy would become renowned across the continent. Helena seemed to harbor deep admiration for Zhu Huaguan. Indeed, he was deserving of such reverence. However, Qian Renxue felt somewhat ambivalent. Recognizing the familiar pattern of school openings in her previous life, filled with such rhetoric, she could already predict the forthcoming platitudes from the teachers, mere brainwashing quotes. As expected, the next moment Zhu Huaguan waved his hand, and a hush fell over the crowd. At that moment, he appeared as the very light of the academy, commanding respect and attention. Chapter 30. The opening ceremony and the sentiments of Master Zhu Huaguan's silence enveloped the gathering. Even the children were no exception. The influence of Master Zhu Huaguan at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy was profound. Their ability to study here without spending gold soul coins was entirely due to his efforts. Thus, the children held not only respect but also deep admiration for him. Setting aside Zhu Huaguan's title as vice president, the contributions he made for these students alone were enough to earn their reverence. Zhu Huaguan's voice rang out once more. "Children, the future of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy rests in your hands. I believe that as the older generation fades, new talents will continue to rise. As long as there is fresh blood, the flames of Douluo Continent will never extinguish, and the Great Wall will stand tall. This new blood will inherit the mantle from the older generation, contributing abundantly to the Douluo Continent. I have faith that one day you will grow up to protect the Great Wall, keeping soul beasts at bay beyond its reach. The bright future of our continent lies in your hands, and I believe you can achieve it. Tell me, can you?" The moment Zhu Huaguan finished speaking, all the teachers on the platform stood up, while the surrounding students erupted into applause, shouting in unison that they could indeed achieve it. The scene descended into a fervent chaos, the students energized as if filled with adrenaline. "Well said, Master." Even Helena joined the ranks of the enthusiastic crowd, exclaiming her agreement with fervor. Qian Renxue was taken aback. She had anticipated a mere instance of indoctrination, yet she was astonished by the breadth of her teacher's sentiments. His words echoed with profound wisdom. As long as fresh blood flows, the flames of the continent shall endure, and the Great Wall shall stand resilient. The new generation shall take the mantle from the old, continuing to safeguard the Great Wall of the continent. Indeed, her teacher, much like herself, possessed a heart so expansive and a vision so lofty, he was truly deserving of her admiration. In that moment, Qian Renxue's reverence for Zhu Huaguan deepened. The Great Wall, a symbol of her homeland, was intertwined with her very essence. To protect the Great Wall was to protect her homeland. If humanity's conflicts could be deemed trivial skirmishes, then the war against the soul beasts was undeniably brutal, with each tide of beasts claiming countless lives, an incalculable toll. Without these guardians, chaos would have long since engulfed the continent. The Great Wall, much like in her previous life, stood firm in Douluo Continent, with notable locations such as the Star Doe Forest, the Northern Extremity, the Misty Forest, and the Endless Sea, all fortified to repel the incursions of soul beasts into human territory. While humans ventured into the forests to hunt soul beasts, it was inevitable that these creatures would encroach upon human lands as well. Zhu Huaguan waved his hand once more, and silence enveloped the gathering. "I hereby declare the opening ceremony officially concluded." At the very moment his words resonated, the air was filled with the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers throughout Nodding City Soul Master Academy. The cacophony thundered for approximately half an hour, and as the sound subsided, the opening ceremony for this year's academy came to a close. "Sister Shui, your teacher is remarkable. He is truly my idol. I must seek him as my mentor," Helena exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback by Helena's appearance. It was evident that she had been thoroughly brainwashed. However, one could not help but admire the teacher's remarkable technique. It was infectious, even to her. Were it not for her 2 lifetimes of experience, She might have been compelled to rush to the Great Wall in a fervent desire to protect it. These children, perhaps, lacked exposure. Or perhaps it was she who had a limited perspective. The teacher's words were truly a classic among classics, igniting a profound sense of passion within. Qian Renxue firmly believes that the words spoken by the teacher will undoubtedly leave a profound imprint on the hearts of these children, while also imparting to them an understanding of what it truly means to bear responsibility. As Qian Renxue gazed at Helena, she found it rather amusing and remarked, "Very well. On another day, I shall take you to meet the teacher." Why did she say another day? Because she was uncertain of the teacher's whereabouts. She would wait for the day when the teacher might seek her out to inquire, or perhaps introduce Nana to her, confident that with Nana's innate talent, the teacher would surely be inclined to impart wisdom. "Indeed, it is settled then," Helena responded joyfully, a smile gracing her face. Qian Renxue remarked, "Well, let us return and engage in our cultivation." Upon hearing that they were to train again, Helena promptly interjected, "Sister Schwer, how about we take a stroll through Notting City today instead?" Qian Renxue contemplated briefly and realized that she, too, needed to purchase a few items, especially since Nana had brought little luggage and would undoubtedly require some clothing. Without further deliberation, Qian Renxue nodded affirmatively, saying, "Very well, let us go shopping for clothes." Thus, the two departed from the Notting City Soulmaster Academy. Now that they had become Soulmasters, they felt no apprehension about potential dangers in this small locale. Qian Renxue's prowess as a Grandmaster was already considered quite formidable. Upon exiting the academy, Qian Renxue inquired, "Nana, where would you like to explore?" Helena replied nonchalantly, "Anywhere is fine. After all, I am not familiar with this place. Perhaps you could guide me, Sister Schue?" Helena had previously enjoyed a life of ease at home, where everything was provided for her, akin to that of a little princess. However, she had never experienced the pleasure of shopping, merely harboring a curiosity about it, as her mother incessantly urged her to engage in rigorous training, which had become quite tiresome for her. Without much contemplation, Qian Renxue swiftly settled on her objective, pulling Helena along towards the bustling commercial street of Notting City. Although Notting City is merely a modest town, its commercial street boasts an eclectic array of shops, offering everything from clothing to footwear. The architecture along the street is notably distinctive, featuring charming, temple-like bungalows, brick-and-wood structures, and elegantly curved eaves adorned with intricately carved window grills, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. The storefronts are presented in various shapes, circular, square, diamond, and fan-like, imbuing the area with an antique charm. Even the small signage is meticulously crafted, positioned with grace and sophistication. As noon approached, the commercial street of Notting City came alive with a bustling crowd, teeming with activity. After wandering the street with Helena for about an hour, they had amassed an impressive collection of garments. During this time, Qian Renxue also discovered an intriguing item, the spatial storage soul guide device in Helena's possession. This compact object offers a surprisingly ample space, approximately 3 cubic meters, ideal for storing everyday essentials, truly a remarkable convenience. Consequently, the clothes they purchased were stowed within this device, and with a deft wave of her hand, Qian Renxue continued to acquire numerous items to place inside. Feeling weary from the shopping excursion, Helena expressed her reluctance to continue, yet Qian Renxue's enthusiasm was infectious, compelling her to persist. After some time, as their exploration reached a natural conclusion, Qian Renxue contemplated returning. However, Helena, disinterested in further shopping, suddenly spotted something intriguing. "Sister Schue, look, that shop appears to be related to Soulmasters. Aren't you interested in acquiring a spatial storage soul guide device? Perhaps they have one available." Qian Renxue followed the direction of her finger and noticed a shop not far away. Though its faade was modest, the sign hanging above was strikingly unique. Unlike other establishments that prominently displayed text, this shop sign was adorned with an artistic emblem. The design featured 2 hammers intricately crossed, their craftsmanship exuding an undeniable elegance. And the engravings upon the hammers were undoubtedly the work of a master artisan. This shop appeared far more opulent than its neighbors, yet despite its grandeur, the establishment seemed to lack customers, exuding an air of desolation. Chapter 31. My Deskmate by Yuxuan. 1. Sister Schwer, let us take a look, Helena declared, leading the way towards the shop. Qian Renxue exclaimed, "Nana, wait for me. Do not wander off." Qian Renxue swiftly followed, arriving at the entrance of the shop. Despite the lackluster business, the door remained ajar. The two entered, gaining a clear view of the interior. At the far end of the shop stood a modest counter, designated for transactions. Leaning against this counter was a young and beautiful girl, dozing lightly. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. The establishment specialized in wares exclusively for Soulmasters, which perhaps explained the sparse clientele. However, the items catered to Soulmasters were exceedingly costly, such that a single transaction could sustain them for several months. On either side of the shop were display counters, showcasing a splendid array of goods, soul guiding devices, crystal balls, mystery boxes, gemstones, along with various Soulmaster essentials such as weaponry. Sister Schue, look, they truly sell soul guiding devices here. I wonder if they include storage types? This was the first time Qian Renxue had encountered such tangible objects, Her previous understanding had been derived solely from images in the Douluo Continent encyclopedia. Now, witnessing the real items before her, she was filled with astonishment. Helena, resembling a living encyclopedia, began to elucidate the details to Qian Renxue. As their animated discussion unfolded, the young lady dozing at the counter stirred awake. She felt a surge of excitement, realizing that business had finally arrived. For someone of her modest means, closing even a single transaction would earn her a commission. Moreover, the items utilized by soul masters were typically quite extravagant, meaning that successfully completing just one sale could sustain her for several months, an adage referred to as one deal sustains for half a year. The young lady opened her eyes wide in anticipation, but upon noticing that Qian Renxue and Helena were merely children, her interest waned. With a sigh, she returned to her slumber atop the counter. Despite her beauty and kind-hearted nature, she did not dismiss the two girls, as these items were displayed for public viewing and seldom sought after by anyone. Due to the scarcity of soul masters and the exorbitant prices of these goods, common folk had little need for them. In the small locale of Notting City, even if soul masters existed, they were typically the children of ordinary families, fortunate enough to awaken their soul power, yet lacking the financial means to purchase such costly items. Qian Renxue's eyes brightened as she spotted an object within the display counter. She had not anticipated encountering a concealed dart in this world, especially one adorned with the emblem of the Tang sect. This revelation left her utterly astonished. Nevertheless, her surprise was tempered, for this world boasted even candied hawthorns, and the establishments here were far more luxurious than those of her previous life. She had grown accustomed to the extraordinary, like a caterpillar the same size as her, a dog with 3 heads, and serpents that could soar through the air. What else could possibly defy the laws of nature? Driven by curiosity, she called out to the attendant, "Excuse me, may I trouble you to show me that item?" The front desk attendant, awakening from a hazy slumber, glanced at Qian Renxue and discerned that she was not jesting. Reluctantly, she approached the display case and retrieved the concealed dart for Qian Renxue. "This item is quite dangerous. Please refrain from tampering with its mechanisms," the kind-hearted attendant cautioned, her beauty matched only by her benevolence. Qian Renxue nodded and accepted the concealed arrows from the young lady's hands. After a careful examination, she realized that the craftsmanship of these arrows was rather outdated, having long been obsolete in the Tang sect of her previous life. However, driven by curiosity, Qian Renxue inquired, "How much is this?" The receptionist was taken aback, not expecting that this young girl genuinely wished to purchase the item. It had been sitting there for several months without any interest. She had originally acquired it from the auction house for 500 gold soul coins. Yet, it had garnered no attention, as the price was deemed excessive, and many soul masters believed it to be impractical, considering the ongoing expense of purchasing additional arrows after each use. In her eagerness to expedite the sale of the item, the receptionist refrained from marking up the price and stated, "This item is 500 gold soul coins. That was my purchase price, and I am not profiting from you. It has lingered here for quite some time, and I am eager to sell it. If you wish to buy it, I will offer it to you at the original price." It was said that this item possessed formidable power and lethal force. A soul master of the same rank could easily find themselves harmed if they were not cautious. Its mechanism relied on channeling soul power to propel the short arrows housed within the sleeve sword, allowing them to be swiftly launched at the moment of soul power detonation. The greater the strength of the soul master, the more devastating the impact of the arrows. Qian Renxue was slightly taken aback. 500 gold soul coins? Was this not a blatant act of extortion? What could one procure with 500 gold soul coins? 50,000 pounds of grain? Would I exchange 50,000 pounds of grain for this worthless trinket? Not even a dog would consider such a trade. As for the alleged lethality mentioned by the young lady, Qian Renxue dismissed it. The efficacy of such an object ultimately depended on the wielder's prowess. To a powerful soul master, this item was merely a superfluous appendage. In her previous life, such devices had long been rendered obsolete with the advent of firearms, leading to the downfall of the Tang sect. Furthermore, the government would never allow the retention of items capable of inflicting harm on ordinary citizens. Quietly handing the hidden crossbow back to the young lady, Qian Renxue smiled awkwardly, saying, "You just mentioned that this thing is quite dangerous, so I shall pass. Instead, I would like to see some soul guiding devices. Do you have any spatial soul guiding devices here?" The young lady displayed an expression of understanding, yet she remained unfazed, for she had never harbored any expectations regarding such things. "I'm afraid we do not possess any spatial storage soul guiding devices. If you wish to purchase one, you might find them in larger cities." Qian Renxue nodded and was about to take Helena away, but Helena seemed particularly intrigued by that item. She looked at Qian Renxue and said, "Sister Shui, I desire that thing called a hidden crossbow." Qian Renxue found herself somewhat perplexed, tempted to inquire about the purpose of such a trivial item. However, recognizing that she was in someone else's domain, she refrained from disparaging another's possessions. Consequently, she reluctantly parted with 500 gold soul coins to acquire the item. It was not that Qian Renxue held this object in contempt. Rather, its attack range was exceedingly limited. The concealed dart in Nana's possession, discarded by the Tang sect, boasted a mere attack range of approximately 30 meters. Even the later models produced by the Tang sect only extended to around 200 meters. Thus, in an era dominated by firearms, such weaponry was inevitably rendered obsolete. Facing an adversary several kilometers away while armed with a concealed dart was simply impractical, leading to the eventual dissolution of the Tang sect. Chapter 32. My Deskmate by Yu Xuan. 2. Qian Renxue and Helena departed together, and by the time they arrived at the academy, the sky had begun to darken. During their journey, Helena expressed a profound curiosity about the concealed arrow. In response, Qian Renxue could offer little in terms of explanation, as it was natural for a child to be intrigued by such fascinating curiosities. Upon returning to their dormitory, the two of them collapsed onto their beds, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The night passed in silence until the break of dawn, when they hastily arose to prepare themselves for the first day of classes at the academy. After donning their uniforms, they hurriedly made their way towards the teaching building. This edifice boasted 6 floors, with the first dedicated to first-year students, ascending to the 6th floor for 6th-year students. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Helena and Qian Renxue parted ways. As a 3rd-year student, Helena needed only to remain on this level, while Qian Renxue was bound for the 5th floor. Upon entering the classroom on the 5th floor, Qian Renxue was greeted by a familiar sight, reminiscent of her previous school experience. With approximately 30 students present within the room, as Qian Renxue entered the classroom, all eyes were drawn to her, for she stood out remarkably among her peers. At merely 6 years of age, she appeared strikingly unique in contrast to the 13 and 14-year-olds surrounding her. Qian Renxue trod delicately, clutching her name tag, as she searched for a seat within the classroom, taking careful steps. "Excuse me, little sister," a voice interrupted. "Have you perhaps wandered into the wrong place? This is the 5th grade. You ought to be on the 1st floor. How did you end up on the 5th floor?" Qian Renxue turned her gaze towards the sound, finally discerning the features of the individual before her. He was an unremarkable young boy, resembling Louis Ku, approximately 13 years of age. He was clad in a blue school uniform, identical to the one worn by Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue pointed to the number embroidered on her shoulder, a prominent 5 signifying her status as a 5th grader. The school's uniform was devoid of any color distinctions. It was a uniform attire for all students. Helena, on the other hand, sported a 3 on her shoulder, indicating her position as a 3rd grader. Naturally, Qian Renxue's 5 denoted her enrollment in the 5th grade. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's declaration, the entire class turned their curious gazes toward her shoulder. When they beheld the number, disbelief washed over them. In the 5th grade, students typically possessed soul power levels ranging from 20 to 25. The fact that Qian Renxue, at such a tender age, had already achieved level 20 was utterly astonishing to them, a revelation that would shock them for a century. "Hey, tell me this is a lie. Did you borrow your brother or sister's uniform to deceive us?" The voice that spoke was that of the same individual from earlier. Qian Renxue ascended to the podium, placing her hands on her hips, striking a pose reminiscent of a little adult. She declared, "No, my soul power has already reached level 24, so you all must address me as Sister Schwer. From now on, I shall be the leader of this class. I shall state my position clearly today. If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to challenge me to a duel. That concludes my speech. Who is in agreement, and who opposes?" As Qian Renxue's words fell, an awkward silence enveloped the scene. However, this discomfort was fleeting, as laughter soon erupted from the classroom. Everyone found the situation rather amusing, and Qian Renxue's demeanor was particularly endearing. On the cherubic face of Qian Renxue, an expression of defiance shimmered in her eyes. She gently raised her right hand, summoning her death god's side martial soul, which emanated a soul force that swept through the entire classroom like a dark whirlwind. Beneath her feet, 2 soul rings of yellow and purple materialized, eliciting gasps of astonishment from everyone present. 2 soul rings? Indeed, she was a great soul master, and to their disbelief, her first soul ring was yellow while her second was unexpectedly purple. A palpable silence enveloped the room as the sound of collective swallowing echoed. All eyes were fixated on the purple soul ring. After showcasing her martial soul and soul rings, Qian Renxue retracted them, plunging the scene back into a profound silence. Qian Renxue felt a profound satisfaction. With this, no one would dare to question her again. If she did not prove herself, she would undoubtedly be bombarded with inquiries from those around her. "Hello, I am the former class monitor from the 5th grade. The position of class monitor now belongs to you," spoke the seemingly ordinary little boy from earlier. Just as Qian Renxue was about to respond, a voice echoed from the doorway. "Xiao Xue, what are you doing?" Unbeknownst to her, Jihua Guan had entered and approached the podium. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Qian Renxue stammered, surprised to have been discovered by her teacher. Jihua Guan cast a glance her way and replied coolly, "I am the homeroom teacher for the 5th grade. Naturally, I am here to conduct your lesson. Now, immediately, take your seat." "Oh," Qian Renxue obediently nodded, for reasons she could not quite fathom. She felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation towards her teacher, yet there was an undeniable warmth in the teacher's presence, creating a rather peculiar sensation. Qian Renxue swiftly took her seat. Beside her sat a boy approximately 3 or 4 years her senior. This young lad appeared to be around 10 years of age, possessing a charming countenance. He wore a cap with a stiff brim, his hands tucked away in the pockets of his attire, exuding an air of nonchalance with his hands casually inserted. Qian Renxue waved at the young boy and said, Hello, my name is Qian Renxue. What is your name? The boy's heart seemed to melt at the sight of Qian Renxue's adorable demeanor. He felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks and whispered, Bayuxuan. I am Bayuxuan. Qian Renxue, somewhat intrigued, inquired, what causes your blush? Are you feeling shy? Bayuxuan's complexion appeared to redden even further as he stammered, and no. It's nothing. I'm merely feeling overly anxious. Qian Renxue suddenly realized, so that is how it is. All right, children, today we have a transfer student in our class. And I believe you all know who it is. Xiaxue, please stand up and introduce yourself. Juhua Guan directed her gaze towards Qian Renxue, signaling her to rise and present herself. Upon hearing these words, Qian Renxue rose from her seat. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon her, filled not only with curiosity, but also a desire to discern the name of this prodigy. Greetings, everyone. I am Qian Renxue, hailing from the Sacred Soul Village in Notting City. Our village is renowned for having produced a soul saint in the past. If you have the time, I encourage you to visit. However, do remember to bring gold coins, as purchases there require payment. From this day forth, I shall be a member of this class, and I sincerely hope for your kind guidance. While introducing herself, Qian Renxue also took the opportunity to promote her village, emphasizing to her classmates the importance of bringing along spirit coins for their purchases. After the introduction of Qian Renxue, everyone became aware of her name. However, they were naturally skeptical about the emergence of a soul sage from the Holy Spirit Village. They had heard of the Holy Spirit Village, merely a remote and inconspicuous hamlet. It seemed implausible that such a place could produce a soul sage. Their curiosity was piqued regarding what kind of village could give rise to such a prodigious talent. Chapter 33. My deskmate Bayuxuan. 3. All right, please take your seat. Zhu Huaguan gestured for Qian Renxue to sit down. Qian Renxue gracefully took her seat. And only after she had settled did the gazes of her classmates retract, all eyes now directed towards Zhu Huaguan. Zhu Huaguan retrieved a piece of chalk from the lectern and inscribed two prominent characters on the blackboard, Soul Master. He then turned his attention back to Qian Renxue and inquired, Qian Renxue, please enlighten me on the essence of a soul master. Qian Renxue stood up promptly, a confident smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Each of us possesses a martial soul. A soul master is one who wields soul power. And only upon reaching the 10th level and acquiring a soul ring can one truly be regarded as a soul master. Qian Renxue's response did not surprise anyone in the class, as they had all answered in a similar manner at the outset, only to be dismissed as incorrect by teacher Zhu Huaguan. As expected, in the next moment, Zhu Huaguan shook her head and declared, your answer is incorrect. Qian Renxue, somewhat perplexed, inquired, teacher, what exactly is a soul master? If I have already attained level 20, does that not qualify me as one? Zhu Huaguan did not respond to Qian Renxue's question. Instead, he gestured for her to take a seat. Once she was seated, Zhu Huaguan's voice resonated. Bayuxuan, please address this question. Bayuxuan, who was seated beside Qian Renxue, rose and replied, the essence of a soul master embodies both honor and responsibility. The term soul signifies soul power, while master denotes responsibility. As we possess soul power, we surpass ordinary individuals, who refer to us as sir out of respect, akin to the reverence students hold for their teachers. This is the origin of the term master. Therefore, while we bask in glory, we also bear the responsibility to protect them. That is what it means to be a soul master. Teacher, I have completed my response. Zhu Huaguan nodded, saying, your answer is exemplary. You may take your seat. As Bayuxuan settled back down, Qian Renxue found it hard to believe that such profound words came from a child of merely 10 years. Indeed, I have underestimated my own perspective. I have yet to grasp the depths of understanding that even a 10-year-old possesses. The soul of Qian Renxue, despite being over 20 years of age, was utterly astonished to find herself defeated by a mere child. She felt as though all the knowledge she had acquired in her past life had been devoured by a dog. The term soul master contains the character for master, which undoubtedly bears a resemblance to the meaning of teacher. The voice of Zhu Huaguan resonated once more. Qian Renxue, do you comprehend? Upon hearing her teacher's words, Qian Renxue immediately rose to her feet. Teacher, I understand, she replied. Zhu Huaguan cast a fleeting glance at her. Take your seat. After Qian Renxue settled down, Zhu Huaguan's voice echoed again. Very well. Today's lesson will be self-study. Tomorrow, we shall commence formal training. Use today's time to familiarize yourselves with one another. With that, Zhu Huaguan stepped outside. Once she had departed, the students surged out in unison. Qian Renxue, somewhat perplexed, turned to Bayuxuan and inquired, what are they doing? Aren't they supposed to be studying? Bayuxuan replied, it's a self-study session. You can either absorb knowledge from textbooks or venture into the grove behind the Academy for practical training. Currently, there are instructors present in the back mountains for hands-on experience. Or you may also utilize the training grounds, where practical exercises are conducted. Is it permissible to engage in combat? I remain unaware of the extent of my abilities. Shall we spar against each other, utilizing our soul master techniques? Since acquiring her soul ring, Qian Renxue had not employed her soul skills. Bayuxuan shook his head and said, let's refrain from that. After all, you wouldn't stand a chance, and I can already envision you in tears afterward. It would be quite troublesome to console you. Qian Renxue's face was clouded with displeasure, a prominent hashtag appearing above her head, indicating her disdain for this individual. With a cold snort, she declared, "You shall regret not taking me seriously. Soon enough, I shall have you in tears. Now, let us proceed. Consider it a mere training session with me." "I refuse to go to Bai Yuxuan," came the immediate rejection. Qian Renxue's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson, her beautiful gaze fixed upon Bai Yuxuan, rendering him rather bashful. "All right, please don't weep," he said. "I shall go." Qian Renxue smiled triumphantly to herself, thinking, with such a little boy, how could I possibly be unable to conquer you? Qian Renxue was the first to rise, striding out of the classroom, while Bai Yuxuan shook his head helplessly and followed suit. It was class time, and aside from the few dozen students in their own class, the school appeared rather deserted. Instead of heading to the training grounds like their classmates, the duo veered towards the small forest at the back of the mountain. During their passage, a few onlookers caught sight of them. What could they possibly be up to? Why the sudden rush? Their destination seemed to be the grove. Who knows? Following them might reveal the truth. I suspect they are preparing for a confrontation, as both possess comparable strength. Bai Yuxuan is undoubtedly a genius in our class. Yet now there exists another individual who surpasses him in talent. It seems he might be inclined to teach a lesson. Thus, several students hastily trailed behind, eager to witness the clash between these two prodigies. Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan did not take long to arrive at the small grove on the back mountain. The individuals trailing behind them also noticed, yet they felt no need to concern themselves with those people. This was the very spot where she and Nana had clashed previously, making it particularly advantageous, as she was well acquainted with the surroundings. The matter of Qian Renxue and Bai Yu preparing to engage in a confrontation somehow leaked out, drawing the attention of the majority of their classmates, who gathered around. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, Qian Renxue declared, "Everyone, retreat 100 meters. I am about to unleash my ultimate move." The classmates, believing that Qian Renxue truly possessed a formidable technique, promptly withdrew to a considerable distance. Qian Renxue smiled triumphantly, for indeed, this technique proved to be endlessly effective. The scene shifted, and from a lofty vantage point, one could observe that the 5th grade students had formed a circle around Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan, providing them with ample space to engage in battle. This arena measured approximately 70 to 80 meters in diameter, with a distance of about 10 meters separating Bai Yuxuan from Qian Renxue. With a graceful motion, Qian Renxue raised her delicate hand, summoning a scythe that stood as tall as herself, 1 meter in height. The blade of the scythe shimmered with a gentle aura, reminiscent of rippling water, as black crystals emitted a soft glow. The dark radiance pulsated, and its sharpness conjured fierce black winds that swirled around it. Beneath Qian Renxue's feet, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, materialized, slowly revolving in an imposing display of power. Qian Renxue softly stated, "I am Qian Renxue, wielding the soul of the Grim Reaper's scythe, a level 24 assault-type battle soul master. I humbly seek your guidance." Bai Yuxuan, undeterred, gracefully waved his hand, unleashing his own martial spirit. In front of Bai Yuxuan materialized a magnificent instrument, a black piano that shimmered with a radiant glow. Its 9 strings arranged from slender to robust in perfect harmony. As he gently plucked a string, it resonated with a sound as fluid as flowing water. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow soul rings emerged, their luminous aura indicating that these rings were derived from soul beasts aged between 200 and 400 years. Bai Yuxuan spoke calmly. "I am Bai Yuxuan, bearer of the 9-string demon lute, a level 23 combination-type soul master. I humbly seek your guidance." Without uttering a single word, Qian Renxue brandished her scythe-like martial spirit and charged towards Bai Yuxuan. As a combination-type soul master, she was versatile and multifaceted, capable of offense, defense, and support, truly the jack of all trades within the realm of soul masters. The most effective strategy against such opponents was to engage them in close combat. Shifting the perspective into the distance, one could observe Qian Renxue swiftly advancing with her scythe towards Bai Yuxuan, who remained stationary, merely plucking the strings of his lute without any extraneous movement. As the strings resonated, a blade, conjured from soul power, surged forth to assail Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue remained unperturbed, gracefully sidestepping the incoming assault. As Bai Yuxuan's strings resonated with increasing intensity, dozens of blades surged forth, aiming at Qian Renxue. Aware that evasion was futile, she resolutely wielded her scythe to intercept the onslaught. With lethal precision, she swung the Grim Reaper's scythe, effectively deflecting the ethereal blades conjured from soul energy. As these blades dissipated upon contact, their spectral forms vanished into thin air. Yet, the melody persisted, and the relentless barrage of blades continued to advance toward Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, while fending off the blades, gradually advanced forward. After a few breaths, the distance between her and Bai Yuxuan was reduced to a mere 3 meters. With just 2 more meters of progress, she would be able to strike at Bai Yuxuan with her scythe. At that moment, a soul ring illuminated beneath Bai Yuxuan's feet. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qian Renxue swiftly retreated, her feet illuminated by a resplendent yellow soul ring. Before her, Bai Yuxuan drew the first string of his instrument with great force, the first soul skill, Frosty Snow Blade. As the soul skill was unleashed, The first string in his grasp was released. A blade of ice, conjured from his soul power, surged forward with remarkable speed towards Qian Renxue, wherever the icy blade passed. The flora beneath was ensnared in a frigid embrace. The soul power on the side of Qian Renxue has reached a state of saturation. As her soul ring illuminated, her first soul skill was prepared, the blade of wind. With a swift motion, Qian Renxue swept the scythe horizontally towards Bai Yuxuan. Unleashing a black wind blade forged from her soul power, aimed directly at him. By mere coincidence, her black wind blade collided with Bai Yuxuan's ice blade. In that instant, a small explosion echoed between them. Once the explosion subsided, onlookers could discern the scene. Within a 5-meter radius of the blast, all flowers and plants were completely frozen, and some had even been severed in half. The spectators gasped in awe, exclaiming how Bai Yuxuan's soul skill was endlessly captivating, executed with such elegance. The timing and power were perfectly balanced, ensuring Qian Renxue remained unharmed. Isn't it true? They mused. But have you noticed? Qian Renxue was able to withstand Bai Yuxuan's attack, and her strength seems to surpass even ours. Isn't that obvious? Came the retort. Though young, she possesses more soul power than either of us. The first soul skill of Qian Renxue possesses the capability for indiscriminate attack. However, she deems it unnecessary to resort to such measures. The nature of an indiscriminate attack renders her unable to control the intensity of her power, and since this is merely a friendly spar, employing such a formidable technique is unwarranted. As one strike falters, Bai Yuxuan does not afford Qian Renxue a moment to react. Swiftly drawing upon the second string of his instrument, the second soul skill, Melody of the Moon. With the release of the string, a melodious sound resonates through the air. As Qian Renxue was about to unleash her second soul skill, the swiftness of the sound momentarily disoriented her upon hearing the melody. In that fleeting instant of confusion, a voice resonated from behind her. Little Xue, your grandfather has come to see you. Qian Renxue turned around and discovered it was old Jack. She directed her gaze towards Bai Yuxuan and said, I shall not continue this time. I will return another day, as my grandfather has come to visit me. Bai Yuxuan on the opposite side nodded in understanding and swiftly retracted his martial soul. Qian Renxue also retracted her martial soul and swiftly approached old Jack's side. Her face adorned with a joyful smile as she exclaimed, Grandfather, what brings you here? Old Jack, as always, affectionately ruffled Qian Renxue's hair and replied, I came to Nuoding City to purchase some goods, and I thought I would stop by to see you. Qian Renxue inquired, Has grandfather eaten yet? Old Jack responded to Qian Renxue's question, Not yet, little Xue. Why don't you accompany grandfather for a meal? Qian Renxue nodded slightly, then departed from this place alongside old Jack. Time gradually passed. 1 day, 10 days, a year, 2 years. Throughout these years, Qian Renxue dedicated herself to her cultivation, even after the passage of more than a decade. When old Jack departed from this world, she still had not attained the rank of title Douluo, leaving old Jack with a sense of regret as he departed. Qian Renxue wept bitterly, overwhelmed with remorse for old Jack. She knelt before his memorial tablet, wailing inconsolably. Qian Renxue did not notice anything amiss until a voice echoed in her mind. Foolish human, awaken at once. Startled by the sudden sound, Qian Renxue abruptly opened her eyes, realizing that old Jack's spirit tablet was nowhere to be found beside her. Everything she had just experienced was merely an illusion. She observed Bai Yuxuan's figure rushing towards her, which suddenly came to a halt, his eyes filled with disbelief. Qian Renxue comprehended that all of this was merely an illusion. Bai Yuxuan's second skill was indeed an illusion technique. Remembering everything from the dreamscape, tears streamed down Qian Renxue's cheeks. Her golden hair danced in the breeze, and the tears fell incessantly, rendering her a picture of sorrowful fragility. Hey, you promised not to cry, Bai Yuxuan exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Qian Renxue paid no heed to Bai Yuxuan and left the place directly, her mind consumed by the lingering image of old Jack departing with a sense of regret. She feared that such a day might truly come to pass, and her heart ached even more, tears cascading down her cheeks incessantly. At this moment, it was evident that Qian Renxue had completely forgotten the voice that echoed in her mind. Bai Yuxuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, lamented to himself that he should have refrained from engaging in a quarrel with this young child. He had promised himself not to shed tears, having already shown restraint. He hurriedly caught up with her, offering words of comfort. I apologize. It is my fault. Please, do not cry. Qian Renxue ignored her. Bai Yuxuan lied once more and hurriedly apologized again. After a lengthy half-hour of consolation, Qian Renxue came to terms with it. It was merely an illusion, not reality. During this half-hour, Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan became somewhat acquainted. Time swiftly passed, and mealtime approached, prompting Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan to head directly towards the cafeteria. Along the way, they engaged in trivial conversation, though nothing of significance. Bai Yuxuan sighed, remarking on how children are prone to tears, finding it quite challenging. Chapter 35, The Leader and the Big Sister. 1. At the food distribution area of the cafeteria, a little girl gazed at her plate filled with vegetables and rice, then turned her attention to the delectable meat dishes in the large serving bowl, her lips instinctively licking. Simultaneously, she lamented her mother's decision to send her to this school without a penny to spare. Now, when she yearned for these delicious treats, she found herself unable to indulge. At her age, she should be nourishing her growing body, But with no funds available, she had to rely on the school's meager provisions, which could only offer a paltry amount at a time, much to her annoyance. All she received were vegetables, while she longed for the delightful dishes. Nana, you must eat well to support your growth. Go ahead and choose whatever you like. Your sister has plenty of money. Unbeknownst to them, Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan had already arrived, spotting Hulina. Upon seeing Hulina's bowl filled with rice and vegetables, Qian Renxue cursed under her breath. Realizing she had forgotten to give Nana some money, Hulina turned around and immediately spotted Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan. Sister Schwer, you finally made it. I was about to settle for the vegetables. A look of complaint flickered in Hulina's eyes, as if to say, why did you take so long? Qian Renxue approached Hulina, gently tousling her hair. Given their similar heights, Qian Renxue's hand had to be raised, creating an impression that she was teasing Hulina, especially with the latter's expression of mild exasperation, which only intensified the perception. I apologize. I will exchange the soul coins for you shortly. For now, let us enjoy our meal, Qian Renxue said with a smile. Hulina nodded, her face lighting up with a joyful grin, reminiscent of a child who has just found a long-lost relative. When Hulina's gaze shifted to Bai Yuxuan, she couldn't help but inquire with curiosity, Sister Schue, who is this? Qian Renxue said, allow me to introduce you. This is my desk mate, Bai Yuxuan. Xiaoxian, this is my sister, Hulina. You may call her Nana. Bai Yuxuan felt a bit helpless about Qian Renxue referring to him as Xiaoxian. Earlier, in an attempt to comfort her, he had acquiesced to all her requests. Shifting his gaze to Hulina, he spoke, hello, Nana. My name is Bai Yuxuan, and I have come here to study from Wuhuan City. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing the mention of Wuhuan City, Hulina's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am Hulina. And you may call me Nana as well. I also hail from Wuhuan City. I never expected to encounter someone from my hometown in such a small place. Bai Yuxuan was equally astonished, as he had originally been brought here by his master, and he never anticipated meeting a fellow townsman in this locale. With this thought in mind, Bai Yuxuan boldly declared, allow me to treat you to this meal today. Feel free to order whatever you like. Hulina responded with delight. Really? Then I shall not hold back. Qian Renxue was somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated that Nana and Bai Yuxuan hailed from the same place. Simultaneously, her curiosity about the Soul Master City began to blossom, as her father's encyclopedia of Douluo Continent had not included any information about this location. Bai Yuxuan, do you possess wealth? Perhaps I should take care of it instead? Qian Renxue harbored some skepticism regarding Bai Yuxuan's financial capabilities, for his attire was not extravagant and resembled that of others. Qian Renxue, I do have some money. There are tasks available at the academy that allow us to earn gold soul coins. Thus, treating you all to a meal is certainly not an issue. The reason Bai Yuxuan referred to Qian Renxue as sister was to comfort her, as he found it rather bothersome to address someone 4 years his junior in such a manner. Tasks? What kind of tasks? Both Qian Renxue and Hulina expressed curiosity, intrigued by the prospect of earning money through tasks at the academy, and their gazes instinctively turned towards Bai Yuxuan. Noticing their curious stares, Bai Yuxuan felt a tinge of confusion. You both mean to say you are unaware that the academy offers tasks for earning money? Qian Renxue and Hulina nodded simultaneously, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Bai Yuxuan began, very well, I shall elucidate for you. In our academy, instructors occasionally take us out on missions, ostensibly to broaden our horizons, but in truth, it is merely an excuse for us to tag along. As those tasks are typically resolved by the teachers themselves, we lack the capability to tackle these challenges. The primary purpose of our outings is to expose us to the world. Generally, teachers take along 3 to 7 students, and for simpler tasks, we may be allowed to complete them independently. Should we encounter difficulties during these missions, the teachers would not permit our involvement. However, the remuneration from these tasks is split, with the instructor receiving half and the remaining half divided among the students, which is a fair arrangement given the teacher's contributions. After Bai Yuxuan's explanation, Qian Renxue and Hulina finally grasped the concept of these missions. It made sense. Without avenues for income, how would ordinary soul masters sustain themselves? It is essential to note that cultivating as a soul master consumes vast resources, not merely for sustenance but also for medical expenses incurred during battles. The Academy's approach undoubtedly yields the best outcome. First, it cultivates the students' courage. Second, it enhances their knowledge. Third, it fosters better collaboration during missions. And fourth, it allows students to gain invaluable experience. Time passed swiftly, and the trio finished their meal in no time. Upon exiting the cafeteria, they overheard a lively discussion nearby. Have you heard? The leaders of 2 factions within the academy are clashing. One voice exclaimed, I heard it's happening in the grove behind the mountain. And they even arranged a duel. Yes, I heard the same. It seems they're vying for supremacy within the academy. A mentor is supervising the event, scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. I can't wait to see who will emerge victorious. We have self-study this afternoon in our 5th grade class. Really? I'm so envious. To witness their duel is a rarity among the senior classes. Intrigued by the conversation, Qian Renxue turned to Bai Yuxuan, the academy's go-to person, and inquired, Xiaoxian, what is this duel they speak of? Bai Yuxuan explained, life in this academy is far from tranquil. Beyond our usual duels, senior students belong to various clubs. and with clubs come rankings. To demonstrate the superiority of one club over another, they engage in combat, typically in formats of 1-on-1, 3-on-3, or 7-on-7, mirroring the arena battles. Each club comprises 7 members, and the fights are overseen by instructors to prevent serious injuries. They adhere to strict rules, once a time is agreed upon. They inform a teacher, and only then may they formally duel. The victorious side will see their club's rank ascend. The leaders of the academy and the top female leader represent the first and second ranked clubs. I suspect their conflict arises from the female leader challenging the academy's leader, essentially a battle for club prestige, fought for honor. Upon hearing Bai Yuxuan's elucidation, Qian Renxue and Hulina finally comprehended the situation. Their curiosity piqued. They were eager to witness the senior students in combat. Hulina exhibited palpable anticipation. Wishing time would hasten, Qian Renxue, too, desired to observe how soul masters fought, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Her recent spar with Xiao Xian had been but a playful exchange, restrained for fear of harm, culminating in her being swiftly defeated by his illusion, leaving her disheartened for some time. The prospect of witnessing a serious duel among seniors, where they would undoubtedly fight with all their might for glory and ranking, was exhilarating. After deliberation, they resolved to forego their training that afternoon to observe the senior students' battle, recognizing that learning from their experience was a vital part of their own cultivation. Sometimes, relentless training can be counterproductive. The three reached a consensus regarding their decision, while Nana naturally opted to skip class. As afternoon approached, time flew by, and the throng heading to the back mountain exceeded their expectations, as students from other classes were also escorted by their teachers. Consequently, the area had become congested. By the time Qian Renxue and her companions arrived, they could only secure a spot with limited visibility. Due to spatial constraints, the 7-on-7 duel was cancelled, and it transformed into a 1-on-1 match between the academy's leader and the top female leader. A girl clad in armor stepped into the arena, surveying the empty ground before her, her brow furrowing at the tardiness she detested. Yet, for the future of her club, she had no choice but to wait. When Qian Renxue beheld the young maiden, she could not help but exclaim in admiration at her beauty and commanding presence. The girl possessed delicate crimson hair, styled in a ponytail. She wore a pristine white garment beneath a suit of white armor, reminiscent of a female general. Her visage was nothing short of breathtaking, evoking a poetic line in Qian Renshue's mind. In the north, there dwells a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she topples cities, and with another, she brings nations to their knees. For words to encapsulate her allure would be a beauty that brings disaster. Yet Qian Renxue was taken aback by the girl's choice of armor, which seemed incongruous with her delicate persona. Before long, a figure approached from a distance, and as he drew nearer, the onlookers could discern his appearance. He bore an astonishingly handsome countenance, his physique robust and strong, revealing well-defined abdominal muscles that added to his youthful charm. His eyes, dark as onyx, sparkled like precious gems, complemented by a high nose and perfectly sculpted lips, each feature a testament to the perceived unfairness of divine favor. Upon seeing him, the maiden felt an irresistible urge to marry him. Regrettably, he wielded a formidable broadsword, its blade a deep ebony, glimmering with a sharp edge. Measuring approximately 1 meter in length, with a half-meter hilt, its total length nearly matching the youth's stature. An aura of soul energy emanated from him, presumably indicative of his martial spirit. The scene continued to unfold. The young man inhaled deeply, casting a calm gaze upon the maiden as he spoke. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Back then, your leader's faction looked down upon us, but what is the situation now? You come to challenge me, yet the former me was beneath your notice, while the present me is beyond your reach. In the audience, Hulina and Qian Renxue exchanged puzzled glances, directing their attention to Bai Yuxuan. Without hesitation, Bai Yuxuan elaborated. This incident has stirred considerable gossip within the school. It is said that the boy, known as the leader, pursued this maiden fervently, yet his affections were unrequited. Consequently, he established the leader faction, ultimately toppling her group from its pedestal of glory. In essence, he is determined to prove himself. Upon hearing this explanation, Qian Renxue and Hulina turned their gaze toward the maiden, incredulous that such a striking figure could be overlooked. The girl responded with a dismissive huff. Will you fight? Or will you concede and relinquish your faction's position? The young man replied calmly, let us begin. While I would like to grant you the honor of victory, I regret to inform you that this matter does not rest solely with me. It concerns our entire team. I cannot make that decision alone. At this, the maiden scoffed once more, raising her right hand to reveal a divine spear, its sharp tip radiating with a bright glow. The spear's length extended to 2 meters, lending her an air of a formidable general. Beneath her feet, 3 soul rings appeared, shimmering in hues of yellow and purple, each rotating slowly and emanating brilliance. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Look, her 3rd soul ring is 1,000 years old. This is truly remarkable, and her first 2 rings are also a century old. The maiden, unfazed by the audience's exclamations, regarded the young man coolly and declared, Yining, 15 years old, level 34 assault-type soul master. Martial spirit, the blazing fire divine spear. I invite you to teach me. With her introduction, the young man too presented his attributes as a gesture of respect in their duel. 3 rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath him. Xiangyu, 16 years old. Martial Spirit, the Broadsword, level 34 assault type and defensive soul master. I humbly request your guidance. The mention of the name Xiangyu left Qian Renxue momentarily stunned, as it evoked memories of the historical figure, the valiant leader of the Western Shu. However, she chose to refrain from dwelling on such thoughts. As Qian Renxue pondered, Yuning and Xiangyu had already engaged in fierce confrontation. Yuning was the first to strike, launching her spear towards Xiangyu with fierce intent. Xiangyu, undeterred, countered with a powerful slash of his blade aimed at the tip of Yuning's spear. In that moment, the spear and the blade met with equal ferocity. A clash reminiscent of needles against awns, neither willing to concede defeat. Yuning's spear held the advantage due to its length, embodying the adage that a longer weapon possesses greater strength. However, Xiangyu's defense was impeccably executed, despite the inherent benefits of Yuning's spear. It seemed to gain no significant advantage in this exchange. After their initial clash, both retreated 3 steps, revealing that their strengths were indeed evenly matched. Without granting Xiangyu a moment for contemplation, Yuning charged once more, thrusting her spear directly at his face. In response, Xiangyu surged forward, wielding his great blade with force, effectively blocking Yuning's attack. Amidst their swift movements, Yuning suddenly pivoted and unleashed her signature technique, the backward horse spear. This maneuver elicited gasps of awe from the audience, as it was executed with remarkable elegance. Yet, there was a palpable concern for Xiangyu. The speed and unpredictability of this technique left one wondering if he could withstand the onslaught. Qian Renxue was curious about how Xiangyu managed to deflect the spear. The reverse thrust was a particularly challenging technique to master. It required not only an element of surprise but also an extraordinarily swift reaction. During her sparring sessions with other sects, she had encountered such situations and had been defeated at that time. As for Yunying's ability to employ this technique, Xiangyu had already surmised it. They had fought numerous times, and this move was one of Yunying's favorites, as well as one of the most difficult to counter. Without glancing back, Xiangyu raised his blade behind him, fortuitously blocking Yunying's spear tip. For a brief moment, it seemed as if time stood still, before Yuning launched another thrust, which Xiangyu once again parried. It was a captivating display of offense and defense, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Both combatants were seasoned warriors, and their duel left Qian Renxue in awe. It appeared they had yet to employ their soul skills. Indeed, they had not used them at all. But that was likely to change soon. As anticipated, the moment Bai Yushuan's words faded, Xiangyu seemed to struggle to keep up. A soul ring illuminated beneath his feet, and he unleashed his first soul skill, the Overlord Slash. The release of this skill enveloped Yuning in a profound sense of pressure, yet she was undeterred, activating her own soul ring in perfect synchrony with Xiangyu's. With a sharp exclamation, she declared, "First soul skill, Cloud Pursuit, Moon Severing." Both their attacks intensified, augmented by their respective attributes. The clash of blade and spear generated a spectacular display of sparks. The sound of their martial spirits colliding resonated through the air, and the force of the impact sent both warriors reeling. Xiangyu, quick on his feet, anchored himself to the ground, effectively halting his backward momentum. Meanwhile, Yuning executed a graceful backflip, driving the tip of her spear into the earth to arrest her retreat. Although their battle was brief, merely a matter of several breaths, it was a whirlwind of action. Yet, it was far from over. Yunying's second soul ring flared to life first, and she bellowed, "Second soul skill, Flames of War." In an instant, fiery projectiles erupted from the tip of Yunying's spear, hurtling towards Xiangyu. The crowd gasped in astonishment. For Yuning had disregarded the ethics of combat by concealing the nature of her martial spirit. This was evidently a composite type, not a pure attack type. As murmurs spread among the audience, Qian Renxue rolled her eyes, who revealed all their secrets in the midst of battle. Yuning executed her strategy brilliantly, surely. Xiangyu would struggle to defend against this onslaught, as flames could not be countered by mere offense, only by defense. Observing the approaching inferno, Xiangyu remained composed, driving his great sword into the ground as his second soul ring illuminated as well. Second soul skill, Blade Body Manifestation. With this skill's activation, the sword planted in the earth multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and 8 became 16. 16 blades encircled Xiangyu as the flames converged upon him, engulfing his position in a fiery glow. The outcome of the battle momentarily obscured from view. The spectators held their breath, uncertain if Xiangyu had successfully defended himself. Yet, they did not have to wait long. Emerging from the flames was none other than Xiangyu himself. Qian Renxue understood that at this moment, Xiangyu should indulge in a few words to showcase his prowess. Indeed, as she anticipated, Xiangyu spoke nonchalantly, "Your second soul skill is quite difficult to defend against. Yet what a pity it is that you encountered me. Had you faced another, perhaps this move would have secured your victory." Yuning waved her hand dismissively. "It's not over yet. I possess another technique that you have yet to witness. To afford you a chance to retaliate, I invite you to strike first." Xiangyu replied, "Is it your third soul skill? I am eager to witness it. Likewise, my third soul skill is also unfamiliar to you." The battle commenced as Yuning uttered a single word. Without further ado, Xiangyu activated his purple soul ring beneath him, declaring, "Let us determine the victor with a single blow." Yuning, Here I come, third soul skill, unity of man and blade. Upon witnessing Xiang Yu's martial spirit, Qian Renxue felt as though a blind fighter was possessed by a lone wolf, gradually merging with his essence. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura surged towards the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Was this truly the power of a level 34 battle soul master? It was far beyond what they could withstand. Just as the crowd struggled to catch their breath, the Academy's mentor finally arrived, swiftly positioning himself beside the students and releasing a wave of soul energy that dissipated the oppressive atmosphere. Only then did the spectators exhale in relief and redirect their gaze towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu dashed forward with remarkable speed, resembling an impeccably sharp blade. Indeed, he embodied the fusion of man and weapon, a testament to the soul skills possessed by the Millennium Soul Ring. Upon seeing Xiang Yu's approach, Yining erupted into laughter, declaring her invincibility within a 6-foot radius among her peers. Xiang Yu, you are destined to lose. This time, our big sister society shall prevail. As Yin Ying's purple soul ring illuminated, a formidable force emanated from the tip of her spear, third soul skill, sweeping through thousands. With a fierce and powerful sweep aimed at Xiang Yu, an invisible force surged toward him, accompanied by a sound that seemed to shatter the air, causing the very space to tremble. Just as their attacks were about to collide, a third voice resonated in the arena, third soul skill, breath barrier. A massive chrysanthemum materialized between Yun Ying and Xiang Yu, intercepting their assaults. The audience turned to see that it was the Academy's vice dean, Chrysanthemum Guan, who had intervened. With the teacher having already intervened, both Yun Ying and Xiang Yu ceased their attacks. The outcome was evidently predetermined. Chrysanthemum Guan approached, surveying both competitors before stating coolly, "In this match, Yun Ying is the victor." She then shifted her attention to Xiang Yu, inquiring, "Do you acknowledge my verdict?" Xiang Yu bowed respectfully to Chrysanthemum Guan, affirming, "I certainly acknowledge the Vice Dean's judgment, though it is regrettable that I could not experience the battle firsthand. It feels rather unjust to lose without fully engaging. If you find it unjust, then strive harder. Had that previous strike landed, you might not have survived," Chrysanthemum Guan remarked, her tone nonchalant as she departed. A cold sweat trickled down Xiang Yu's forehead. He had no doubt in her words. The danger had been real, prompting him to maintain a safe distance in the future. With the battle concluded, the big sister emerged victorious, reclaiming former glory and showcasing an exhilarating display of combat. Simultaneously, this signified the dominance of the big sister society over the blockhead society. As Qian Renxue finally spotted her mentor, she hurriedly pulled Helena along, eager to introduce Nana to Vice Dean Chrysanthemum Guan, hoping she would take Nana as her disciple. Bai Yuxuan stood bewildered, questioning why the other two had departed without him. Chapter 38, A Year's Time, 1. As for Bai Yuxuan, Qian Renxue had truly forgotten about him. She hastily caught up with Vice Dean Chrysanthemum Guan, calling out, "Teacher." Due to their frantic pace, Qian Renxue fared somewhat better. She was accustomed to such exertion. However, Helena was struggling, panting heavily from exhaustion. The pace of Vice Dean Chrysanthemum Guan was neither particularly fast nor slow, yet it was a challenge for two 6-year-old children to keep up. Turning to face Qian Renxue and Helena, Chrysanthemum Guan smiled and asked, "Is there something you need, Xiaoxue? And Nana too?" "Hello, Uncle Guan," Helena greeted breathlessly. Chrysanthemum Guan nodded and inquired, "So, you're Nana? How's your mother doing lately?" "She is well enough. My mother sent me here to study." "Saying you were the one who arranged it," Helena replied, struggling to catch her breath. Chrysanthemum Guan narrowed her eyes, realizing who was responsible for this arrangement. Another complication from Beilinger, and now Yinlingji too. Did they consider this place an orphanage? She had been curious about who had facilitated Helena's arrival, especially since they had been placed in the same dormitory. Likewise, she had intentionally assigned Qian Renxue to the 5th grade to promote their familiarity. With a sigh, Chrysanthemum Guan contemplated who the next individual might be. "Taking care of children is not my forte. I may have to summon the old ghost." The mere thought of that scenario brought a smile to her face. "Teacher, so you do know each other?" Qian Renxue exclaimed in surprise, marveling at the coincidence. What a surprise, like the flood disrupting the Dragon King's temple. It feels as though a family member is unrecognized among family. If they were acquainted, it would simplify matters considerably regarding Nana's apprenticeship. Chrysanthemum Guan nodded, not quite familiar, merely seen each other a few times. "Do you have any specific matters to discuss?" Upon hearing Chrysanthemum Guan's words, Helena internally scoffed. "I believe you, you sly old man. You often carried me when I was a child, and now you feign unfamiliarity." Qian Renxue remarked, "Nana wishes to be your student, so I brought her here. I never expected that you and Nana were acquainted. How delightful." Upon finishing her words, Qian Renxue blinked her sparkling eyes, as if to imply that they were all familiar with one another, encouraging the situation to unfold naturally. Juhua Guan, taken aback by Qian Renxue's charm and demeanor, mused that she hardly resembled her mother. After glancing at Helena and contemplating for a moment, he suggested, "You may join the 5th grade starting tomorrow, and you shall follow along with Xiaoxue. Is that truly permissible?" Helena exclaimed in astonishment, for she was currently only in the 3rd grade, with her soul power merely at the same level. To think she could advance to the 5th grade, which required a soul master to possess a soul power of at least 20. The academy's structure was such that first grade accepted soul powers from levels 1 to 5, second grade from 6 to 10, third grade from 11 to 15, fourth grade from 16 to 20, fifth grade from 21 to 25, and sixth grade from 26 to 30. Thus, she had enrolled in the third grade. The prospect of moving to the fifth was indeed astonishing. Of course it is possible. Zhu Huaguan replied. Education knows no bounds. Regardless of one's soul power, as long as one is under 22 years of age, they may attend my class. Did your mother not inform you of this? Qian shook her head and blinked her large eyes, displaying a delightful innocence as if to say she was unaware of such an arrangement. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Zhu Huaguan understood and said, it is never too late to learn. Well then, I must take my leave as I have other matters to attend to. With that, he departed swiftly, choosing not to engage further with the two. For their endearing antics were melting his previously icy demeanor, which he found utterly unbearable. Qian Renxue and Hulina exchanged a glance, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Is this how you receive students? Surely, a token of appreciation is in order, at the very least a gift, don't you think? Qian Renxue may not fully comprehend the immense value of the gift from Zhuhua Pass, yet Hulina is acutely aware of its significance. After all, it is a present from a titled Douluo. Is it truly to be lost just like that? What, then, is the purpose of her apprenticeship? The two exchanged a glance, deciding to return to their dormitory to cultivate, when suddenly, a voice resonated behind them. Wait for me. They turned to see Bai Yuxuan had managed to catch up with them. Xiao Xian, Qian Renxue called out. Bai Yuxuan replied. I wish to inquire about something concerning my soul skills. Curious, Qian Renxue inquired. Why do you ask me? What relevance does your soul skill have to me? Bai Yuxuan nodded and replied. I merely wish to know how you extricated yourself from my illusion. My illusions have never failed against anyone of the same rank. Yet you successfully deciphered it. Earlier, your spirits were quite low, so I refrained from questioning you. But now that it seems you have recuperated, I thought I would inquire. At this point, Qian Renxue fell into deep contemplation, recalling the memories within the illusion. A voice echoed in her mind, reminiscent of a beast's growl, foolish human, awaken. The thought sent a chill down her spine, leaving her palate. After casting a final glance at Bai Yuxuan, Qian Renxue chose silence, and took Hulina by the hand, hastily departing. Observing Qian Renxue's urgent demeanor, Bai Yuxuan came to a realization. After all, it was her ability, and she was unlikely to divulge its secrets. Despite her youth, it was evident that her elders had instructed her to refrain from sharing her powers indiscriminately. With this understanding, Bai Yuxuan decided against pursuing her for further inquiries, recognizing that pressing her would be impolite. On their way back, Hulina expressed concern, noting her sister Xue's troubling state and pale complexion, uncertain of the events that transpired. She asked worriedly, Sister Xue, what has happened? Why do you look so unwell? Qian Renxue shook her head and said, It's all right, Nana. Let's return home first. As Qian Renxue remained silent, Hulina did not press her for answers either. Upon their return to the dormitory, Qian Renxue promptly entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold water onto her face. Gazing into the mirror, she murmured to herself, Hello, my second personality. After enduring so much, Qian Renxue was acutely aware of the unsettling reality before her. The terrifying nightmares and the persistent whispers echoing in her mind were clear manifestations of her second persona. Though she had been a workaholic in her previous life, she had often indulged in watching television, where characters with dual personalities were depicted in a similar manner. Moreover, the second personality was particularly menacing, capable of committing murder while the host lay in slumber, subsequently erasing all traces of the crime, leaving law enforcement with no evidence to pursue. Not only that, but the second persona would return to its original place, ensuring that the first personality remained oblivious to its actions, never suspecting its existence, an embodiment of cunning and treachery. Chapter 39, Year's Time 2. It is indeed reasonable for Qian Renxue to contemplate in such a manner, transitioning from a novice to this realm. The emergence of a second persona in an imperceptible manner seems quite plausible. Taking a deep breath once more, I reflect upon the moment I absorbed the soul ring. Perhaps the absence of resistance against the malevolent thoughts was orchestrated by this second personality. It appears she may be consuming these resentments to fortify herself. Will I ultimately fall victim to her manipulation? From a psychological perspective, is there still hope for my redemption? Likely so. Perhaps it stems from a lack of love in my formative years, giving rise to feelings of discontent, which ultimately birthed this alternate identity. Thus, love may be the simplest path to my salvation. As Qian Renxue contemplated these matters, she remained oblivious to the presence of a fearsome fox lurking deep within her consciousness. Its disdainful gaze fixed upon her in silence. Qian Renxue never anticipated that her thoughts would be known to this fox. How foolish humans are. Still unable to enter my domain. Hurry and grow stronger. Then harness my power. The more you wield it, the looser this seal will become, and at that moment, I shall emerge. This world appears devoid of sealing techniques, and the humans here are lamentably weak. Just wait and see who dares to cross me then. Furthermore, The resentment in this realm far surpasses that of the ninja world. Even if I were to perish here, resurrection would be swift. After all, I am the illustrious Nine-Tails Fox. How could I possibly be slain by the inhabitants of this world? The mere thought of reigning supreme here brings a human-like smile to the Nine-Tails Fox. To the fourth Hokage, I owe my gratitude for splitting me in two. You intended to seal me within the belly of the Grim Reaper, yet you never anticipated that I would be brought here by this little creature. Naturally, Qian Renxue remains oblivious to the fox's thoughts. At this moment, she has regained her composure, reminding herself that she is still young. And even if her second persona wishes to act, it cannot. However, she reflects on her identity as a soul master. How formidable is the power of a soul master? She understands well that an evil soul master is a calamity for the ordinary. She feels somewhat akin to an evil soul master. Could it be that evil soul masters in this world emerge due to the presence of a second persona? This second persona must arise from adverse experiences. The Douluo Continent Encyclopedia has noted that evil soul masters typically undergo unfortunate events in childhood or later in life, leading to their transformation, which can also be interpreted as the emergence of a second persona. Yet, regardless of interpretation, I have not endured any misfortunes, apart from hearing about my mother's passing. Although I miss her dearly, it seems implausible that a second persona would arise from that. Nonetheless, it is what it is, in this situation. All I can do is take it one step at a time. Though merely 6 years of age, Qian Renxue pondered many matters. However, she swiftly regained her composure, gently opening the bathroom door to reveal the worried expression of Helena. Standing at the threshold, Helena, somewhat irate, addressed Qian Renxue, saying, "If you do not emerge soon, I shall have to come in. What has frightened you so? Consider me your sister and confide in me. Though I am still young, my family can assist you." Since her arrival at the academy, the only person to show kindness to Helena had been Qian Renxue. She did not wish for any misfortune to befall her friend. Despite her youth and lack of understanding, she recognized those who treated her with care. Qian Renxue couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. The way little Nana pouted in anger was rather endearing. Having lived 2 lives, she could certainly discern the sincerity in Helena's words. Qian Renxue took a step forward, grasping Helena's hand, and said, "Thank you, Nana. I can share this with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone else." Helena nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, assuring her, "Rest assured, this shall remain our secret. I will not reveal it to anyone." More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Qian Renxue whispered into Helena's ear, "I suspect I might be an evil soul master. Now you understand why I am so terrified." Helena scrutinized Qian Renxue carefully and then replied with unwavering certainty, "Impossible. If you were indeed an evil soul master, why has it not manifested? Moreover, Uncle Ju has not discerned anything amiss. It is worth noting that Uncle Ju possesses the strength of a title Douluo. He has previously apprehended evil soul masters. If you were one of them, he would have captured you long ago. Furthermore, given your strength, it would be utterly impossible for you to conceal your true nature before him." Qian Renxue exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean to say that our teacher is a title Douluo?" The title Douluo represents the pinnacle of this continent's hierarchy, with only a select few attaining such a status. How could I not be surprised to learn that our teacher is one of them? Helena then displayed a peculiar expression, questioning, "What, are you unaware?" Qian Renxue remarked, "When I first arrived, I inquired about it with the teacher, but she spoke of it as a secret and did not reveal anything to me." Helena was momentarily taken aback. A secret, indeed? If she were to divulge this secret, would she face dire consequences? "Nana, what troubles you?" Helena's expression seemed rather unfavorable, prompting Qian Renxue's curiosity. Could this child truly change her demeanor so swiftly? Helena replied, "The teacher's silence undoubtedly holds significance. If I were to share this with you now, she would surely be enraged. Could you perhaps refrain from mentioning it to her?" Qian Renxue pondered over a matter, and then, gently patting Helena's shoulder, reassured her, "Fear not. This is a secret, a cherished secret between us dear sisters." Helena's face illuminated with joy. As time swiftly passed, it was already the following day. At the training grounds of the Notting City Soul Master Academy, the area stretched 200 meters in length and approximately 40 meters in width, requiring about 500 meters to complete a lap. Why can't you all run a bit faster? Just look at our classmate Qian Renxue. She outshines you all. At merely 6 years of age, observe how swiftly she moves. You are all 12 or 13 years old. Do you not feel ashamed to be surpassed by a 6-year-old? Today did not involve the usual academic lessons. Instead, they were summoned by Zhu Hua Guan for a running session. Helena had also advanced to the 5th grade. Upon entering the classroom, the students expressed their astonishment at yet another child, a remarkably gifted one at that. Thus, within the 5th grade class, Qian Renxue and Helena were affectionately referred to as the 2 little ones. Qian Renxue sprinted ahead, her youthful exuberance unmistakable, radiating a strong presence. Remarkably, she had already completed an extra lap compared to her peers. In contrast, Helena lagged behind, finding this rigorous training quite arduous for a 6-year-old. Qian Renxue approached Helena, offering her an encouraging gesture before resuming her run. Feeling a twinge of defiance, Helena quickly followed suit. Chapter 40. A year's time, 3. Helena, somewhat disgruntled, decided to catch up. Running in second place was Qian Renxue's desk mate, Bai Yuxuan. This revelation surprised Qian Renxue, as her stamina had been honed on the small hills of her village, augmented by the internal energy of Wing Chun and the soul power of this world. She had not anticipated that Bai Yuxuan could keep pace with her. If Bai Yuxuan were privy to Qian Renxue's thoughts, he would surely roll his eyes, exclaiming, "I am already 10 years old, and you, a mere 6-year-old, are so fast. Are we to have no respite?" Among the classmates, one student, while running, queried teacher Juhua, "Why can Qian Renxue run so swiftly? She has been at it for quite a while without showing signs of fatigue. Does she possess some secret technique?" With a gentle smile, Juhua replied, "You may inquire how she accomplishes this, but whether she chooses to share her methods is entirely her prerogative." Thus, as everyone continued their run, their gazes were drawn to Qian Renxue. Feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutiny, she glanced at teacher Juhua and asked, "Teacher, since it is class time, may I teach them?" Juhua nodded, affirming, "Knowledge knows no bounds. It is neither confined by time nor place, as long as it aids them. You may share your wisdom at any moment." Qian Renxue came to a halt, gesturing to her classmates to approach her. "Let me share with you some methods to enhance your physical fitness, which will greatly aid your running." Consequently, there would be no running session today. Throughout the afternoon, Qian Renxue imparted the teachings of Wing Chun and Tai Chi to her peers. Observe closely, she instructed. Wing Chun emphasizes swiftness against swiftness and slowness against slowness, employing clever strength and skillful tactics in its attacks. There is no fixed form in Wing Chun. It relies on reflexes and adaptability. After explaining, she demonstrated the techniques for her classmates. Tai Chi, on the other hand, is about using strength to counter strength. Those who master it can achieve the remarkable ability to use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Once one reaches the second level of Tai Chi, they can disregard an opponent's defenses, delivering strikes that penetrate from a distance. What does it mean to strike through a mountain to hit an ox? She continued. It refers to the capacity to directly attack an opponent's internal organs, which are the most vulnerable parts of the body. Once one strikes the enemy internally, victory is nearly assured. Thus, both Tai Chi and Wing Chun are formidable techniques, and their combined use yields even greater effectiveness. After her explanation, Qian Renxue executed a series of Tai Chi movements. Observing her slow, deliberate motions, everyone found it hard to believe such grace was achievable. If the first level of martial arts mastery is learning, then at that moment, Qian Renxue transcended to the second level, the realm of sharing. A true martial artist never hoards their knowledge, much like a dedicated teacher who focuses on nurturing even the less talented students. This embodies the principle of teaching without discrimination. Both Qian Renxue and Zhu Huaguan exemplified this philosophy. Despite being only 6 years old, Qian Renxue possessed an extensive repertoire of skills, prompting even Zhu Huaguan to learn Tai Chi and practice Wing Chun alongside her. Learning knows no bounds, and anyone can take on the role of a teacher, provided they possess knowledge that others do not. Recently, a phenomenon emerged at the Notting City Soul Master Academy, where students and teachers engaged in Tai Chi in the mornings, ran at noon, and practiced Wing Chun in the afternoons. Years later, it is said that all soul masters and commoners across Douluo Continent will practice Wing Chun and Tai Chi when asked about the origins of these martial arts. The next dean of the Notting City Soul Master Academy will recount, it was a 6-year-old child. In those days, even the esteemed Zhu Huaguan sought her wisdom. And that child is none other than Qian Renxue, the founder of the Spirit Hall Association. Of course, these are tales for another time, best left unspoken. "Shui, do you think I've learned it?" asked Hulina, attempting to mimic the movements. Watching Hulina flail about without understanding the essence of the techniques, Qian Renxue was both amused and exasperated. "Nana, come here. Let me teach you. Let's start with the initial gesture." "All right, Shui," Hulina replied earnestly, eager to learn. As time passed, everyone found running much less strenuous than before. During this period, Qian Renxue's soul power reached level 30, coinciding with her 7th birthday. She felt her progress was slow. Having only advanced 6 levels in a year, she understood that as one progresses, cultivation becomes increasingly challenging. Meanwhile, Nana remarkably attained level 18. Proving herself a prodigy, advancing 6 levels in a year, she was truly her equal in determination. Qian Renxue is now ready to acquire her 3rd spirit ring. She intends to hunt a 10,000-year spirit beast, thus seeking her teacher's assistance. Arriving alone at the teaching building, she finds that there are no classes today due to the holiday, and Nana has already returned home, apparently at her family's request, leaving uncertainty about her return. Throughout the past year, Qian Renxue has learned of Nana's true identity as a little princess from a prominent family in the Spirit City, a revelation that astonishes her. Initially, she believed Nana, like Mayun, to be a child from a less fortunate background. Little did she know that Nana hailed from nobility, while she herself felt like the fool. As she gazes at the door before her, Qian Renxue approaches and knocks gently. "Please enter," a voice calls from within the office. Upon hearing this, she steps inside. This marks her first visit to the office, which is quite simple in decor. Besides the desk facing south, There are bookshelves on either side, laden with books. In the center of the office rests a coffee table accompanied by a sofa. And against the wall stands a water dispenser. Teacher Juhua is engrossed in handling paperwork, as the beginning and end of the term are particularly busy times. Teacher, Qian Renxue addresses her. Juhua looks up, somewhat surprised. Xiaoxue, aren't you going home? Qian Renxue shook her head gently and said, Teacher, I have reached level 30 and am ready to seek a suitable soul ring. I would like your assistance. Juhua nodded, not surprised by Qian Renxue's swift advancement to level 30. Indeed, the academy has imparted all it can teach you. Now, the only aid available is through soul rings. Beyond that, the only options left are practical experience and training. After you acquire your soul ring, I will take you for further training. How many years of a soul ring do you intend to absorb? Teacher, I desire a 10,000-year soul ring, preferably one generated by a space-type soul beast. I have discovered that my death god scythe martial soul can absorb various types of soul rings, suggesting that it may be a composite type, she replied. Chapter 41, The Soto City Auction. 1. You wish for a 10,000-year soul beast? Absolutely not. I cannot permit such a thing. It is far too perilous. Zhu Huaguan immediately rejected the notion without hesitation. Why not, teacher? I feel capable. My second soul ring is a 1,000-year one. Why shouldn't my third be a 10,000-year one? Qian Renxue persisted. She understood the significance of a potent soul ring in enhancing one's strength, and she was determined to advocate for her desire, especially since Nana had mentioned that the teacher was a titled Douluo, making him ideally suited for hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. Zhu Huaguan shook his head. Little Shui, the soul impact of a 10,000-year soul beast is beyond what you can withstand. You must relinquish this idea. Isn't the soul impact the resentment left behind by the soul beast within the soul ring, teacher? Yes, you could say that. Why do you ask? Qian Renxue remarked. In that case, there should be no issue, for I can absorb the spirit ring without enduring the soul impact. What? The moment Qian Renxue's words fell, Zhu Huaguan rose to his feet, and it was evident that a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He spoke with palpable excitement. Xiaoxue, are your words truly sincere? Qian Renxue nodded earnestly and said, It is indeed true. When I absorbed the spirit ring, that surge of resentment, what you refer to as the soul impact, was absorbed by another force within my spiritual consciousness, thus I am not required to confront all the soul impacts. Zhu Huaguan rose from his desk and moved to the sofa, taking a seat beside it. Come, Xiaoxue, sit here and share your thoughts with me slowly. I need to comprehend your situation. Qian Renxue gracefully approached and seated herself opposite Zhu Huaguan, pouring a cup of tea for him. She then inquired, Teacher, what would you like to know? Zhu Huaguan gazed at Qian Renxue, pondered for a moment, and asked, What do you mean by the other force you mentioned? Qian Renxue shook her head and sighed. I am at a loss as well. Qian Renxue fell into deep contemplation once more. Could it be that I should divulge the truth of being a sinister soul master to you? It is impossible, absolutely out of the question. Qian Renxue has always regarded herself as a sinister soul master, often hearing a voice echoing in her mind, taunting her with phrases such as, Foolish humans, do you crave power? Or why are you so weak, little child? Come, wield my strength. This incessant voice has been a source of torment, depriving her of sleep and steadily driving her to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Zhu Huaguan is contemplating the matter at hand. The spiritual sea is the most enigmatic aspect of humanity, a realm even the titled Douluo cannot comprehend. Ordinary individuals lack a spiritual sea, which is exclusive to soul masters. The spiritual sea can manifest in any form and shifts with one's thoughts. One certainty remains, within the spiritual sea, one encounters only their own martial soul, devoid of any other reference point. Xiaoxue, should you unravel this power, perhaps the core competitive advantage of martial souls could expand to 11 facets. My understanding suggests that your ability to resist the soul impact of soul rings is due to external assistance. If this hypothesis holds, there may be alternative methods for absorbing soul rings. As more content loads, a message appears. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this passage, it means the chapter's content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking functions, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Zhu Huaguan, a true architect of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls, deduces so much from a single statement. His reasoning is impeccable. However, employing external forces to aid soul masters and absorbing soul rings is exceedingly challenging. Qian Renxue finds herself unable to respond, as she too is uncertain. Teacher, I do not know. She replies with a bitter smile. For months, she has been searching for the owner of that elusive shadow, yet to no avail. Is that so? There is no need to rush. I wonder if the other power you mentioned poses any danger to you? Observing Qian Renxue's expression, Zhu Huaguan refrains from further inquiries. Teacher, I will strive to locate it. Over the past few days, Qian Renxue has not slept well, her spirit waning, prompting her to seek a fusion with a spirit bone derived from a spiritual type soul beast, preferably a skull bone. However, she keeps this ambition to herself, deeming it far too fanciful to share, fearing her teacher may not believe her. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Renxue has forgotten the warning from Qiang Sunji about not affixing a soul bone to her body. Zhu Huaguan nods. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, We shall venture to the Douluo forest to acquire a soul ring. I happen to know of a spatial-type soul beast residing there. On our way, we will pass by an underground auction. Perhaps you will find something you seek. Very well, teacher. I shall return now. Exhaustion envelopes Qian Renxue as she yearns for rest. Guan acknowledges her fatigue, recognizing her lack of vitality, although he remains unaware of the reasons behind her sleepless nights, believing it must hold significant meaning. If only she could voice her frustrations. Do you think I wish to stay awake? I'm kept from slumber by incessant disturbances. Gently closing the door behind her, Qian Renxue takes a deep breath, heading toward the dormitory. She is aware of the Douluo forest, having read about it in the Encyclopedia of Douluo Continent. It is deemed the most perilous location on land, teeming with formidable soul beasts, over 50 of which are over 10,000 years old. Had it not been for conflicts among the soul beasts, humanity might have faced extinction. Among soul beasts, distinctions exist, leading to strong territorial instincts, which often result in conflict, allowing humans to dominate the land. Despite this dominance, humanity dares not provoke the soul beasts of the Douluo forest. Take the Douluo Empire as an example. While they unified the southern region of Douluo Continent, they have engaged in continuous warfare against smaller nations. To prevent rebellion, the emperor ordered campaigns against these smaller states, initially intending to attack the Douluo Empire. It was only upon reaching the Douluo forest that their ambitions were thwarted. This terrifying forest obstructed their advance. Had it not been for the Douluo forest, the Douluo Empire would likely have unified the entire continent by now. Only then did people come to recognize the forest's formidable nature. There are tales of a tidal Douluo who ventured into the core of the Douluo forest, only to be annihilated in an instant, shrouding the forest in an aura of mystery and power. It is known that tidal Douluos are regarded as the pinnacle of human strength, yet even they could not escape such a grim fate. Since then, the core of the Douluo forest has been deemed a forbidden zone for humanity. Chapter 42, The Soto City Auction, 2, after Qian Renxue's departure. Guan returned to his desk, perusing a document with a smile gracing his lips. It is time for Xiaoxue to confront the harsh realities of this world. He sighed inwardly, contemplating that had the Pope still been alive, such events would likely not have transpired. The slave trade, how would Xiaoxue react upon discovering this? He found himself somewhat eager to see. As this thought crossed his mind, a knock sounded at the door, prompting Guan to call out, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man. Guan's gaze sharpened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing before it was swiftly concealed. The newcomer wore tattered clothing, his hair disheveled, yet his bright eyes and spirited demeanor revealed a youthful essence. This man was none other than Qian Renxue's father, Qian Renxue. Elder Guo. It has been a long time, Qian Renxue remarked, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes as he avoided direct contact with Guan's gaze. Guan raised his right hand, summoning a chrysanthemum that emanated powerful energy, his eyes turning icy. Were it not for your connection to Xiaoxue, I would have slain you on the spot. After uttering this, Guan forced himself to regain composure, retracting the chrysanthemum. Before Qian Sun could finish her words, she was interrupted by Guan. All right, state your purpose for being here. Once you have spoken, quickly leave. I have no desire to see you. Qian Renxue displayed a look of struggle on her face, contemplating for a moment before finally speaking. I wish to bring Xiaoxue back and inherit the legacy of the angel god. Chrysanthemum pondered for a while, considering Xiaoxue's temperament. A hint of amusement flickered in his gaze as he replied, do you truly believe that once Xiaoxue learns the truth, she will still choose to inherit the legacy of the angel god? Although that incident may not directly involve you, your father's callousness has led to the current tragedy. There was a time when we had the opportunity to detain those individuals, and had we done so, we would have returned in time, thus preventing His Holiness the Pope from meeting his demise. At this juncture, Chrysanthemum Pass's tone grew increasingly agitated as he continued. Yet, what did he do? He remained indifferent. All for the sake of the angel clan's legacy, and what was the outcome? Ultimately, it ended in failure. In Qianchuan's eyes, a flicker of anguish passed through, which was the very reason he had distanced himself from the spirit hall over the years, as well as the reason he wished to shield Xiaoxue from the path of becoming a soul master. He feared that if Xiaoxue were to uncover the truth, it might create a rift with the spirit hall. However, since Xiaoxue had chosen the path of a soul master, he felt compelled to provide her with the very best. And it was evident that the legacy of the angel clan represented the epitome of excellence. Qian understood that the likelihood of this matter was slim. Given Xiaoxue's character, she might indeed refrain from inheriting the legacy of the angel god. However, even if there was the slightest possibility, she would encourage Xiaoxue to attempt it. Contemplating this, Qian remarked, I am aware, perhaps more than anyone else, yet I must also consider Xiaoxue's perspective. Thus, this matter is settled. Her choice will depend solely on her own will. Guan remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Qian and said, I shall discuss the angel inheritance with Lao Gue and the others, but we should wait until Xiaoxue turns 15 to inform her. As for the truth of that year, it is best left undisclosed to her. It would be too cruel for her to learn that her grandfather failed to save her mother. Should she find out, it might be unbearable for her. Well then, you may take your leave. In the dormitory of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, room 307, today, Qian Renxue slept particularly soundly, as if the voice in her mind had not disturbed her. By the time she awoke, it was already afternoon. As she opened her sleepy eyes and stretched luxuriously on the bed, she felt a profound sense of comfort. Glancing at the ceiling of her dormitory and then at Nana's bed, she realized she missed her dear friend after just a day apart. Nana and she had grown to be close sisters over the past year, training and dining together, and now she found herself alone. The other person, of course, was Bai Yuxuan, who, like Nana, hailed from the Spirit Hall City. They returned together, which was a comfort, as it alleviated the loneliness of their journey. During this time, Qian Renxue had also become acquainted with Bai Yuxuan and Hulina, forming one of her few friendships in this academy. Retrieving her gaze, Qian Renxue gradually rose from her bed, slipped into her slippers, and proceeded to the bathroom for her morning rituals. Looking into the mirror, she felt quite pleased with her reflection. It turns out I am rather beautiful, she mused, pinching her cheek and revealing a joyful smile, enchanted by her own delightful appearance. After dressing, she immersed herself in her training once more. The following day, under Zhu Huaguan's guidance, they arrived at the Barak Kingdom. Within the boundaries of this kingdom lay two pivotal cities, the capital, Barak City, where King Kandera resided, serving as the political and economic heart of the Barak Kingdom, and Soto City, located in the bounteous Luma Plains, renowned as the granary of Barak. Both cities were heavily fortified, holding paramount importance within the realm. Soto City was a sprawling metropolis, its architecture clearly reflecting its advanced development. This city was the destination for Qian Renxue and her companions, as a grand auction was to be held there, jointly organized by two great empires. Furthermore, their teacher, Zhu Huaguan, had mentioned the availability of a spatial storage soul guide device that she required. As they traversed the streets of Soto City, Qian Renxue followed closely behind Zhu Huaguan. Being her first visit to such a bustling urban center, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her pace naturally slowed as she took in the sights. Zhu Huaguan, well aware of the inquisitive nature of youth, adjusted his own pace to accommodate her. Teacher, you must have some gold soul coins, right? You must bid on that soul guide device called the Heart of Eternity for me, Qian Renxue said, concerned that her teacher might forget to bring the necessary funds. After all, spatial storage soul guides were rare to come by, and missing this opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for another chance. Zhu Huaguan nodded with a smile, assuring her, rest assured, Shushue, I possess nothing but wealth. Ah, teacher, must you be so extravagant? Do you think I have never seen the world? Qian Renxue playfully retorted. What does extravagant mean? Zhu Huaguan inquired, puzzled. Qian Renxue playfully stuck out her adorable tongue, saying, I won't tell you, hee. Zhu Huaguan sighed in resignation. This little snow often uttered peculiar remarks that left him perplexed. Sometimes, when he inquired further, she would remain tight-lipped, which was truly exasperating. Chapter 43, The Auction at Soto City, 3, Xiaoxue, don't wander off. You might get lost, Zhu Huaguan cautioned, observing Qian Renxue's lively frolicking ahead. I understand, teacher. Which way should we go? She replied. Do you see that building over there? That's the soul fighting arena, and the auction is beside it, Zhu Huaguan indicated. Following his gesture, Qian Renxue beheld a towering structure, soaring nearly 100 meters high, an imposing sight that undoubtedly served as a landmark of Soto City. Although the adjacent building was not as tall, its vast expanse was striking, roughly 3 times the area of the soul fighting arena. Surrounding the auction house was a lavish garden, exuding elegance and grandeur, fitting for an auction hosted by two great empires. The commission for just one day of this establishment would surely amount to a considerable sum. Under Zhu Huaguan's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of the auction house, where Qian Renxue finally beheld its exterior. The facade was adorned with white and cream-colored tiles, giving the appearance of majestic white sails unfurling in the breeze, imparting a sense of dynamic tranquility. The structure was robustly built, featuring a harmonious design with distinct layers, exuding magnificence and grandeur. The words Soto City Auction House were elegantly carved above the entrance, where 2 men and 2 women stood. Clad in opulent attire, they clearly hailed from noble families, their demeanor unmistakably different from that of commoners. Upon seeing the 2 newcomers, one of the young men approached them, asking, May I inquire if you possess an invitation? The boy, appearing around 12 or 13 years old, was dressed simply in a light blue outfit that accentuated his neat appearance. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, and his shoulder-length black hair hung loosely. While not conventionally handsome, he possessed an approachable charm, complemented by a pair of white glasses that lent him an air of earnestness. Qian Renxue inquired, An invitation? What invitation? Is this not an auction? The young man elucidated. This auction is a joint event hosted by the Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire. Thus one must possess an invitation from either of the 2 nations to gain entry. Qian Renxue's lips pursed in mild displeasure, her expression adorably petulant. What if we lack an invitation? What alternatives are available? The young man appeared taken aback by Qian Renxue's charming demeanor, surprised by her endearing nature. He patiently continued, If one does not have an invitation, there are 2 other avenues for entry. Firstly, one must be a soul master of at least soul emperor rank. Secondly, one's assets must exceed 100,000 gold soul coins. Qian Renxue was utterly taken aback by the rules of the auction house. She couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Zhu Huaguan, pondering whether this time he would finally reveal his true strength. Following the direction of Qian Renxue's gaze, the young man inquired, "May I ask if you possess the cultivation of a soul emperor, or perhaps assets exceeding 100,000 gold soul coins? If it is a matter of cultivation credentials, merely releasing your soul rings will suffice. However, for assets, we would need to conduct a verification." Just as Zhu Huaguan was about to present her gold card, another voice interjected sharply, "Xiao-san, why bother explaining so much to them? Look at their attire. They clearly do not belong to the affluent class. Just send them away." The speaker's tone was brash, dismissing others with an air of superiority, exuding an attitude that implied whatever they said was absolute. Qian Renxue followed the direction of the voice and beheld another youth, clearly discerning his visage. This young man appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, standing approximately 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders. His handsome countenance bore a hint of resoluteness, and his golden hair cascaded down his back, reaching nearly to his waist. His eyes were peculiar, featuring dual irises of deep blue, exuding an icy demeanor that emanated from the depths of his soul. As he half opened and closed his eyes, a sinister glimmer flickered within, rendering him exceedingly chilling and fierce. Moreover, his tone revealed a character that was proud and unyielding, exuding a wild and domineering presence, marked by a strong-willed approach to life and an undeniable air of arrogance, coupled with a profound disdain for others. Qian Renxue and Zhu Huaguan were dressed quite well today, as they were preparing for a long journey. Qian Renxue had even taken the time to don a new outfit. Though not particularly extravagant, it was certainly presentable. "Humph, you ought to cease your condescension. Is it merely because of your wealth and slightly elevated status that you look down on others? Without your family, you would amount to nothing." Qian Renxue was genuinely infuriated and chose not to engage with him further. What nonsense was he spouting? It seemed that her words struck a nerve, for the topic of family was a sensitive one for him. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by his lineage, he would not have ventured here. Moreover, how could he tolerate such insolence from a mere child? Just as he was about to retaliate, he was halted by Zhu Huaguan. Inside this card, there were 600 million gold soul coins. It remained uncertain if that would suffice. As he spoke, Zhu Huaguan waved the gold card in front of them. The young man known as Tang San was evidently astute, as the gold coins within the card hinted at Zhu Huaguan's significant status. He stepped forward and said, "With this gold card as proof, there is no need for asset verification. By the way, my name is Tang San. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Zhu Huaguan did not respond to Tang San's inquiry. Instead, he calmly stated, "May we proceed inside?" Tang San, feeling somewhat awkward, stepped aside, saying, "Please, go ahead." Zhu Huaguan cast a gentle glance at Qian Renxue and, with a warm smile, said, "Let us enter." Qian Renxue nodded, and before departing, she playfully made a face at the disdainful young man. The boy with dual pupils felt a surge of annoyance, and just as he was about to retort, Tang San interjected, "Dai Xiao, this is an auction. Do not forget the rules that govern this place." Dai Xiao, visibly displeased, let out a cold huff before turning away, embracing the two twin sisters behind him with a show of affection. The twin sisters exchanged looks of distaste. They recognized his inadequacy yet felt powerless to resist. For he was the second prince of the Star Luo royal family, and as members of the Soto City auction house, their fates had long been predetermined. Once Zhu Huaguan and Qian Renxue entered, Tang San's expression darkened. How dare he disregard me and refuse to answer my inquiries? Such behavior is a path to self-destruction. According to the Tang sect's Rule 137, if someone ignores you, do not hesitate, they must be eliminated. Furthermore, Rule 199 states that if someone possesses greater wealth than you, and they are within your reach, their riches must be seized. This individual has committed 2 egregious offenses, compounding his sins. As for the little girl, a smile crept across Tang San's lips as he adjusted his glasses, a glint of purple light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 44, Soto City Auction 4. Upon entering the auction hall, the young ladies were promptly escorted by a service attendant to the counter area, where an array of masks awaited them, various designs resembling cat faces, dog faces, rabbit faces, and countless others. Qian Renxue, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is this for?" The attendant replied in a rather indifferent tone, "This is for your safety. In the auction house, you may bid on items of great significance. While we can assure your security within our premises, we cannot guarantee it once you leave. To prevent any potential leakage of your information, we have provided this item for you. You may choose to wear it or not. It is entirely up to you." After her explanation, the attendant gestured for the two to make their own choice. It was unclear whether the attendant's lack of enthusiasm stemmed from Qian Renxue's youthful appearance or their less than luxurious attire. She simply escorted them to this location without even a trace of a professional smile. Zhu Huaguan seemed unfazed by this, as these enslaved young women often were. Yet Qian Renxue felt compelled to respond, "Sister, we are quite wealthy as well, so please do not look down upon us. You could be a bit more welcoming." As she spoke, Qian Renxue produced the gold card that Zhu Huaguan had given her from her bag, waving it before the attendant. clearly excited to showcase the 600 million gold souls that inspired a sense of ostentation within her. Qian Renxue contemplated, shouldn't you be more enthusiastic now? After all, we are significant clients. However, her hopes were dashed as the young lady's demeanor remained unchanged. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she remarked, "Is this the level of service one can expect at your auction house?" It is rather dismissive. The voice of Qian Renxue was neither particularly loud nor particularly soft. Yet the young lady remained indifferent, entirely disregarding Qian Renxue's intention. The waitstaff here exhibited a similar demeanor. It was not directed at any particular individual. A gentle voice emanated from beside them. When Qian Renxue turned to look, she beheld a middle-aged man clad in white attire, his appearance scholarly and refined, smiling as he nodded in their direction. Strangely, this man bore no mask, nor did any staff approach him for inquiries. Qian Renxue felt a tinge of curiosity, asking, "Is it truly so? Why?" The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "These attendants are devoid of emotions. They are essentially part of the auction house. Their very lives were purchased at a tender age, being common women trained for this purpose. They serve not only as attendants here but also as commodities in the auction. If someone is willing to pay, they can be bought and sold. What? Does that not equate to the trade of slaves? Yet, is not slavery prohibited in this world? Do the two great empires turn a blind eye to it?" Qian Renxue exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. The middle-aged man responded with a calm smile. "In this world, many things are beyond one's control. This is the Soto City auction house. Here, not just slaves but anything is up for sale without hesitation. The reason those young women wear such blank expressions is that they have long since lost their hearts and can no longer dictate their fates. All they can do is submit. Though outwardly beautiful, they possess no soul of their own. Their existence is merely a lamentable tale." Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue's expression gradually shifted. What began as curiosity and dissatisfaction transformed into a profound sense of sympathy and anger. The expression on Qian Renxue's face had unmistakably changed. She was no longer as innocent as she had been at the outset. Gazing at the middle-aged man, she inquired, "How much are they each?" "I shall take them all." The middle-aged man seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling within Qian Renxue's mind. "You wish to purchase them, only to grant them their freedom afterward? That would merely constitute another tragedy. Though you possess considerable wealth, I would still advise against such a course of action." Qian Renxue inquired with confusion. "Why?" A middle-aged man responded, "These attendants possess no survival skills beyond serving men. Even if you were to purchase them, their allure would ultimately lead them into the arms of men, perhaps with an even more tragic fate awaiting them. They lack souls, the ability to think, and a world of their own. Moreover, each of them is priced at a staggering 100,000 gold soul coins, 10 times more than the most esteemed courtesans, making them unaffordable for many." There is a sense of helplessness in the man's tone as he continued, "This is an unavoidable reality, though I too feel a sense of resistance. This indeed represents their best possible refuge." Qian Renxue expressed her indignation, asserting that when she grows up, she can strive to earn more gold soul coins to provide a better life for them, so they need not humiliate themselves to please others. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat astonished. This young girl seemed particularly resistant to the notion. Logically, a child of 7 or 8 should not ponder such weighty matters. Yet he refrained from inquiring further, as it was of no concern to him. The man replied, "It is impossible. Do you think that the slave trade exists only here? Such occurrences are rampant across this continent. The prospect of rescuing them is utterly unattainable." He paused, leaving his thought unfinished, for how could such a situation ever change? Unless what? Qian Renxue pressed eagerly. She understood that if such circumstances could be altered, it would be a tremendous boon for women, not merely a child. Her soul originated from a previous world, where she naturally yearned for equality and abhorred the existence of a slave trade system. The middle-aged man, displaying remarkable patience, took the time to elucidate for Qian Renxue. Unless this world abolishes the distinctions between nobility and commoners, such occurrences will perpetually transpire. Even if someone were to achieve this, I believe it would not endure for long. In due course, the same system would inevitably resurface, perhaps in a century, 2 centuries, or even within a mere few decades. The slave trade and the hierarchical distinctions between nobility and commoners could re-emerge. Qian Renxue inquired, "What should we do? Is there any way to prevent such occurrences?" The middle-aged man replied, "There is none. It is utterly impossible, unless the Douluo Continent is devoid of soul masters, or ordinary people are able to cultivate, or they possess weapons that even titled Douluo would fear. Such weapons must not only possess immense destructive power, but also have an extensive range of attack, ideally capable of annihilating an entire nation in one fell swoop. Do you understand now?" Upon hearing the man's words, 3 words echoed in Qian Renxue's mind. Soul guidance device? The Douluo Continent Encyclopedia mentions that there were soul beasts before the existence of soul masters, and the people of that era relied on soul guidance devices to combat soul beasts. However, with the emergence of soul masters, the significance of soul guidance devices was forgotten. And it was not until a millennium ago, with the rupture of civilization and the loss of the methods to create soul guidance devices, that they fell into complete decline. Qian Renxue bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "Thank you. I now understand what I must do." The middle-aged man was taken aback. I merely offered you an advice that is unlikely to be fully realized. Your gratitude makes me feel somewhat embarrassed, feeling a bit awkward. He attempted to shift the conversation by inquiring, you are here to attend the auction, aren't you? It would be wise to keep that mask on. Qian Renxue cast her gaze towards Juhua Pass, who disdainfully glanced at the middle-aged man. The man spoke to Xiaoxue with tales that bordered on the absurd, claiming that there existed a means to annihilate an entire nation in an instant. Such notions were nothing short of childish deception. Nevertheless, Juhua Pass refrained from criticizing the man. After all, he spoke a certain truth. To alter the balance between the commoners and the nobility, the common folk must also possess power. Yet, Juhua Pass did not dwell on this thought, simply stating, there is no need for masks. Come, Xiaoxue, let us enter. Under Juhua Pass's guidance, the two proceeded towards the auction hall. Chapter 45, The Auction at Soto City, 5. Upon entering the auction hall, one was immediately struck by the sight of towering columns, intricately adorned with exquisite carvings and patterns, a testament to the artisan's ingenuity and skill. Lavish curtains, embroidered with delicate designs, draped beside the windows, evoking memories of the opulent decor of ancient palaces. Fresh flowers and verdant plants were strategically placed along the sides, infusing the space with a refreshing vitality. Glistening chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a dim yet gentle light that enveloped the room in an air of mystery and romance. At the center stood a grand auction platform, where the auctioneer vocally called out bids, while a throng of eager participants encircled the platform, fervently competing for various items. The auction had commenced, yet uncertainty loomed over whether the sole guiding device she sought had already been sold. If it had, this visit would have been in vain. This is the first time Qian Renxue has ventured into such a place, both in her past life and in this one, thus her curiosity is piqued. As she steps into the auction hall, several pairs of eyes turn toward Juhua. Upon catching sight of Juhua, these individuals exhibit surprise, mingled with a hint of trepidation. It is evident that they recognize Juhua. One among them nods in acknowledgement. This man possesses a refined visage, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding an air of elegance and gentleness, clad in an immaculate, white robe. Appearing to be in his 40s, his gaze is soft, presenting himself as an ordinary individual. His silky black hair cascades down his back, creating an impression of effortless grace without any pretense. Juhua, with a subtle smile, chooses to disregard this individual. She is familiar with him. He is Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although he seems earnest and amiable, he embodies a profound hypocrisy, akin to an old fox, ruthless and cunning, which is evident by the fact that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has not been eradicated. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is a family of auxiliary soul masters, perpetually unable to surpass the 80th level, forever stagnating at level 79. However, each generation of leaders possesses remarkable intelligence, adept at securing a title Douluo as a patron. Without such cunning, it is likely that their lineage would have perished long ago. Despite Ning Fengji's lack of formidable strength, his keen intellect instills a sense of caution in Juhua. Behind Ning Fengji stands one of the patrons of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, known as Jian Douluo Continent. Though appearing youthful, Qinshin is, in truth, an elder of indeterminate age. Adorned in a pristine white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, his silver locks are neatly arranged behind him. His countenance is ancient, with skin as delicate as an infantess, and his expression remains impassive. His eyes seem oblivious to the world around him, as he stands quietly, refraining from speech. Yet, his mere presence conveys an aura of supremacy over all creation. Qinshin is also a figure of considerable apprehension for Juhua, an undeniable truth stemming from his formidable prowess. Among her 9 companions, perhaps only Bai Linger and Gu Ying could hope to challenge him. Qian Renxue, upon her first visit to such a place, appeared to be filled with curiosity, glancing around and drawing disdainful looks from the attendees. However, she had grown accustomed to such stares, having received them throughout her journey. Really, what was the harm in being a little curious? She found herself at a loss for words. Under the guidance of the officials, Qian Renxue was led to the second level, which, despite being referred to as such, was merely a 2-meter-high platform. Stone staircases at the 4 corners of the auction hall provided access to this upper level, allowing both bidders and appraisers to ascend and authenticate the items being auctioned. After all, the authenticity of certain antiques could not be guaranteed, thus requiring the appraiser's judgment. If a transaction went awry after leaving the auction house, the establishment would bear no responsibility. This setup also tested the courage of the appraisers, akin to a gamble, as typically, items of dubious authenticity were neither too expensive nor cheap. Should one make a fortunate bet, it could lead to substantial gains. At that moment, a figure ascended the auction platform, her sweet voice resonating. Esteemed guests, I am Xiaoya, and I will be your host for this auction. I trust you are all eager to discover what treasures from the 2 great empires await us. Let us anticipate together. Xiaoya was a striking young woman, clad in a vibrant red robe, her beauty evident as she appeared to be around 18 years of age. She was the most skilled auctioneer in the hall, having been specially invited rather than being a mere servant of the establishment. A formidable soul master, she had attained the rank of soul saint and was a prodigious talent from the Star Luo Empire, jointly invited by both empires. Naturally, she earned a commission from each transaction. Without further ado, she beckoned. Let us unveil the items for auction. What shall they be? Unbeknownst to her, chaos ensued as a 16-year-old boy stood up, proclaiming, Xiaoya, I have liked you for a long time. Please marry me. I love you. Smiling, Xiaoya replied gently, I'm sorry, but I have not considered that yet. And given your age, I must confess I do not favor the younger ones. Another suitor arose, and Xiaoya turned to him, noting his unremarkable appearance reminiscent of a commoner. Apologies, but you do not fit my preference. More voices chimed in. What about me? To which she replied, Old man, how old are you? Shouldn't you be resting in peace? I certainly do not wish to lead a life of mourning. Xiaoya, I am older, perhaps I would suit you better, another man ventured. Xiaoya chuckled lightly. If you perform well in this auction, I may reconsider. This was a common tactic employed by auctioneers to entice bidders, yet Xiaoya needed no such persuasion, as many were already willing to part with their money. The atmosphere became increasingly chaotic, as if the auction items were mere trifles, overshadowed by Xiaoya's presence. In a corner of the auction hall, Tang San observed the scene, his eyes glinting with malice. How dare they vie for a woman in my presence? It was a path to their demise. According to the rules of the Tang clan, if anyone were to contest for a woman with you, do not hesitate, eliminate them. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue was taken aback, watching the fervent admirers below, akin to mindless fans. Yet, it was undeniable that Xiaoya was indeed beautiful, making the admiration she garnered quite reasonable. Xiaoya, now holding a soul guide microphone, smiled at the bidders. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down, our auction shall now commence. As she spoke, two well-proportioned attendants wheeled in a cart draped in black cloth, concealing three items that resembled a small rectangular box. All eyes were drawn to the newly revealed auction piece, silencing the crowd. Xiaoya approached the cart, casually lifting the black cloth, and in an instant, a radiant black light burst forth, revealing an ancient soul bone within. Raising her voice, amplified by the soul guide, she announced, Allow me to introduce this remarkable item, a soul bone from the left arm, approximately 80,000 years old. Pausing to gauge the crowd's reaction, she continued, 80,000 years is nearly 100,000. This soul bone originates from a soul beast of noble blood. Its value is undoubtedly equivalent to that of a 100,000-year soul bone. You have all heard of the tyrant of the Stardow Forest, the Titan giant ape, correct? Indeed. This soul bone is a product of the Titan giant ape lineage, primarily suited for strength-based soul masters. She then glanced at the three elders seated at the front, noting, Thus, the soul bone is most appropriate for the members of the Haotian sect. I hope no one competes with you, or else you might face significant expenses today. With a light laugh, Xiaoya subtly implied her desire for higher bids, hoping to increase her commission. Undeterred by the potential ire of the Haotian sect, she felt secure given her family's esteemed status within the Star Luo Empire and their connections to the military. Indeed, she feared no confrontation. Following her gaze, Qian Renxue discerned the three individuals, aged men clad in blue, adorned with a crossed hammer emblem, their muscular frames exuding strength. The Haotian sect, was it? Qian Renxue was acutely aware that this was the foremost sect on Douluo Continent, the most formidable force in existence. Even the two great empires would yield 3 points in their presence. The reason for this deference was, of course, the 7 titled Douluo elders within their ranks, alongside 4 esteemed offerings, each boasting a power level around 95. While Qian Renxue was oblivious to the identities of the 7 elders, she distinctly remembered the 4 offerings: the Holy Dragon Douluo Yu Xiaojing, the Cat Eagle Douluo Flender, the Blue Lightning Douluo Lu Erlong, and the Death Douluo Zhao Wujin. These 4 individuals had also established an academy in Haotian City, known as Shrek Academy, which purported to accept only monsters, or in more straightforward terms, talented soul masters, excluding those of common lineage. In essence, it was a ploy to attract prodigies, devoid of any true pedagogical ethos. After all, they were geniuses who hardly required instruction. Even if one were to engage someone familiar with the world of soul masters, they could easily nurture such a talent. Qian Renxue felt no inclination to criticize further. Most amusingly, the Holy Dragon Douluo Yu Xiaojing and the Blue Lightning Douluo Lu Erlong, both hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, had chosen to serve as offerings to the Haotian sect, a rather laughable situation indeed. At the auction platform, Xiaoya's melodious voice rose once more. We shall now commence the bidding, starting at 80 million gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 5 million gold soul coins. I hereby declare the auction open. As her words echoed, the venue fell into silence. Undoubtedly, the soul bone in question was indeed worth such a sum of soul coins. However, the attendees lacked the requisite funds, and even if they possessed them, it was improbable they would have brought such a fortune with them. As the saying goes, those who possess are guiltless, while those who bear wealth invite trouble. The number of individuals capable of bidding on this soul bone was undeniably limited, primarily comprising members from prestigious families and prominent sections. Qian Renxue had not anticipated such an exorbitant price, a staggering 50 million gold soul coins. Moreover, this was merely the starting bid. The sparkles of desire danced in her eyes, allured by the scent of wealth. She could not help but direct her gaze towards her mentor, Zhu Huaguan. who calmly pressed a button before him to confirm, though Qian Renxue did not comprehend fully. Upon seeing the figure of 200 million gold soul coins displayed on the screen, she understood that her teacher was bidding for this soul bone. As the scene unfolded, the bid soared from 80 million gold soul coins to 200 million, drawing the gaze of all present in search of the bidder. Without disappointing expectations, Xiaoya promptly revealed the location of the bidder, the 15th position on the second floor, who had placed a bid of 200 million gold soul coins. Qian Renxue glanced at her position, number 14, while the teacher occupied number 15. The bid of 200 million gold soul coins immediately captivated everyone's attention, including the three elders from Haotian sect, who turned around in indignation. Who dared to compete with them for this soul bone? However, upon realizing it was from Juhua Pass, their anger quickly dissipated. Juhua Pass fixed them with a seemingly amused gaze, neither speaking nor averting his eyes. The three elders snorted coldly before turning back. And soon the screen displayed a price of 210 million gold soul coins. In the auction house, monetary power spoke louder than strength. Thus, despite their fear of Juhua Pass's prowess, they had never feared wealth. Over the years, Haotian sect had amassed considerable assets, and acquiring a soul bone at this price was still quite feasible. Although 200 million was slightly less than they would prefer, they could not afford to lose face. Under Qian Renxue's watchful eyes, Juhua Pass entered another figure, clicked to confirm, and the screen revealed 300 million gold soul coins. The scene was once again engulfed in astonishment. Bidding 300 million for a soul bone less than 100,000 years old was indeed a loss. While the bloodline level of this soul bone was notably high, the value depended on its user. If it were a support-type soul master, it would be practically worthless. Even for a power-type soul master, it would still be a loss. The one most delighted among the crowd was undoubtedly Xiaoya, who had initially thought no one would contest Haotian sect, only to be pleasantly surprised. The longer the bidding continued, the greater her commission would be. After all, she was entitled to a 5% commission, a prearrangement with the two great empires, leaving no room for her displeasure. Number 15 on the second floor has raised the bid to 300 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Xiaoya's alluring voice rang out once more, hoping for further increments. As time passed, nearly a minute went by without any new bids. Even the three elders from Haotian sect pondered whether it was wise to spend 300 million gold soul coins on a soul bone valued at 80,000. Eventually, they shook their heads. Xiaoya, observing their hesitation, declared, 300 million gold soul coins for the first time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Silence enveloped the room, with all eyes turned towards Haotian sect's trio, who remained silent. 300 million gold soul coins for the second time. 300 million gold soul coins for the third time. Congratulations to Juhua Douluo on acquiring this 80,000-year-old soul bone. Xiaoya's voice crescendoed at the conclusion. Since Juhua Pass was not wearing a mask, Xiaoya recognized him due to his formidable strength and renowned theories. Master Juhua's martial soul's 10 core competencies were acknowledged by all sects, particularly his cultivation method for dual martial souls, which opened the door for future dual martial soul masters. In a corner of the auction hall, Tang Xin clenched his fists, furious that someone had snatched his desired soul bone. According to the Tang sect's regulations, Rule 139 stated that if someone took what you needed, you must act decisively. Upon hearing the name Juhua Douluo, most attendees rose to bow respectfully. Greeting Juhua Pass's master. Clearly, Master S' reputation overshadowed even that of Juhua Douluo, as evidenced by their genuine respect. In this world, titled Douluos commanded universal reverence. Not merely for their strength, but for Juhua Pass's leadership during the Beast Tide 6 years ago, which saved countless lives. Juhua Pass waved his hand, saying, "No need for such formalities, please sit." As he spoke, the crowd settled back down. Xiaoya approached the cart again, lifting a black cloth to reveal a pendant. The audience was puzzled about its significance. Sensing their curiosity, Xiaoya smiled and explained, "You might wonder what this is and why it is up for auction. Allow me to clarify. This is a spatial storage soul guide, named the Heart of Eternity. It was discovered by an adventurer from the Star Luo Empire in ancient ruins. Its true value? I leave that for you to assess, though it may appear to be merely a pendant. It possesses a space of approximately 100 square meters, enough to accommodate a small house. This is an essential item for home or travel. The starting bid is 20 million gold soul coins, with minimum increments of 1 million. 20 million gold soul coins seemed exorbitant. Truth be told, this item was somewhat superfluous. Despite its generous capacity, many lacked sufficiently precious items to store within. Consequently, only sects and prominent families would have a genuine need for it. Noticing the lack of interest, Xiaoya continued, "The Heart of Eternity contains several boxes. There may be valuable items within. Are you certain you do not wish to bid?" A voice rose from the crowd. "Excuse me, does it contain any soul power fluctuations?" Xiaoya, anticipating his inquiry, promptly responded, "No, there are no soul bones inside. Our detection instruments confirm the absence of soul power fluctuations. It likely contains antiques or treasure maps. We chose not to open it to maintain an air of mystery for you to explore." Disappointed, the man resumed his seat as murmurs of discussion filled the air. This was essentially a gamble. If one guessed correctly, it might pay off, but a wrong bet could lead to ruin. 20 million gold soul coins could sustain an army. Even those from wealthy families would hesitate to part with such sums lightly. Before long, the first bidder emerged, displaying a bid of 21 million on the screen. As the numbers rolled, the occupants of seat 14 on the second floor turned to see a small girl, Qian Renxue, whose excitement was palpable. This was her first auction, and she admitted to trembling as she entered her bid. The thrill was exhilarating, and her heart raced. Xiaoya's voice rang out, It appears to be a student of Juhua Douluo. Let us extend our courtesy to his esteemed presence. Her words were a calculated move aimed at the three elders of Haotian sect, signaling that Juhua Pass' student genuinely needed the item. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the three elders promptly raised their bid to 25 million gold soul coins. Xiaoya's voice surged with excitement. The Haotian sect steward has raised the bid to 25 million gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? All eyes turned to Qian Renxue, eager to see if the young girl would increase her offer. Content is loading. Please wait. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features in your browser. Or copy the URL to access it in another browser. Qian Renxue undoubtedly did not disappoint the audience as she entered another figure, raising the bid to 26 million soul coins. Before Xiaoya's excited voice could resonate, the on-site screen whirled once more. And this time the bid escalated directly to 30 million soul coins. This amount had already reached the true value of the soul guide, even if there were treasures within. They could not possibly exceed this sum. Any further increase would undoubtedly result in a loss. Everyone was eager to ascertain who had made this latest bid, and Xiaoya, living up to expectations, promptly announced it was the esteemed Master Ning from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. No one anticipated his involvement. It had long been rumored that the upper three sects were closely intertwined, and it appears that this was indeed the case. Our Duke Douluo may find himself in a predicament this time. Upon hearing this news, everyone was taken aback. It seemed the atmosphere was ripe for conflict. Qian Renxue suffered another defeat, this time losing 32 million gold soul coins. The screen spun briefly before it turned once more, landing on a price of 40 million gold soul coins. The audience collectively gasped, overwhelmed by the intensity of the bidding, their hearts racing with excitement and thrill. The most elated among them was undoubtedly Xiaoya, who would receive an additional commission. It was clear that this young contender would continue to escalate the bidding. Although Qian Renxue is merely a child, one must not forget that she has lived 2 lifetimes and is well aware of Xiaoya's subtle maneuvers. Should she hastily increase her bid, it is likely that the three from Haotian sect would escalate the price as well, potentially reaching over 100 million gold soul coins. Thus, she must devise a strategy to dissuade them from competing with her for this eternal heart. Qian Renxue's thoughts raced as she came to understand what to do and say next. She swiftly entered the figure of 50 million gold soul coins, confirming her bid with a click, and then remarked, "How delightful." This simple exclamation plunged the venue into a profound silence. You are offering such a high price merely for amusement? The 3 members of Haotian sect were taken aback. It turned out this child was only playing and did not genuinely require the item. They had nearly fallen for it. It was well known that Xiaoya was an eloquent young girl, a master of the auction house, and the rumors proved to be true. Fortunately, the little girl added another 10 million gold soul coins, sparing them from unnecessary expenditure, allowing the matter to be a headache for Juhua Pass instead. Juhua Pass remained expressionless, merely observing the scene with a calm demeanor, refraining from speaking or bidding. Xiaoya had not anticipated that Qian Renxue would utter such words. Just moments ago, Xiaoya had clearly perceived Qian Renxue's mixed emotions of excitement and fear, the excitement stemming from the long-awaited appearance of her desired item, and the fear of having it auctioned away by someone else. However, Xiaoya merely smiled, opting to remain silent about her insights. To elaborate further would be to target her, a grave misstep for an auctioneer. While the others may have been oblivious, Tang San, from a distant corner, had observed everything with clarity. He had been focused on Juhua Pass and had keenly noted Qian Renxue's expression. He understood her true need for the item. Nonetheless, Tang San had no intention of confronting Qian Renxue, for he sensed that she was unlike others. Her gaze was too pure, unlike that of her companion, Juhua Pass, who had committed numerous transgressions. Chapter 48. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, 1. As the crowd showed no inclination to raise their bids, Xiaoya swiftly entered the countdown mode. Once the timer concluded, the soul bone would belong to Juhua Pass. She did not believe Qian Renxue possessed the means to pay such a sum, and naturally, it would be Juhua Pass who would foot the bill. Without further ado, let us now unveil the third auction item. Due to its considerable size, curiosity filled the room. Xiaoya lifted the black cloth once more. A small iron cage appeared before the audience, within which squatted a little girl, approximately 6 or 7 years of age. Her complexion was pale and delicate, her eyes dull and lifeless, and her hair was as black as ink, gently swaying. She was slender and graceful, her dark hair tied back in a ponytail, but her lovely face was etched with fear. Upon seeing the crowd, tears streamed down her cheeks. No one had anticipated that the next item would be a slave. This group of scoundrels dared to present such a thing. Qian Renxue could hardly believe that such a travesty was occurring under her very nose, and she was filled with an overwhelming fury. Qian Renxue raised her right hand, and a scythe materialized in her grasp. The blade shimmered with a soft halo, reminiscent of rippling water, as gray crystals exuded an ethereal glow. The sharpness of the weapon conjured fierce black winds that swirled around her. Simultaneously, two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, manifested beneath her feet. All eyes were drawn to her, curiosity piqued about her intentions in this auction house. Gasps of astonishment erupted when they beheld the purple soul ring at her feet. Could it truly be a 1,000-year soul ring? The prospect of a second soul ring being a millennium old was simply unfathomable. Just as Qian Renxue was about to rush down, she was halted by Zhu Huaguan. Qian Renxue, somewhat irked, exclaimed, "Teacher, what are you doing? Do not obstruct me." Zhu Huaguan replied calmly, "Little Shui, do you trust me?" Qian Renxue fell silent. And after a moment, she spoke. "Of course, I trust the teacher. If you believe in me, then retract your martial spirit." After speaking, Zhu Huaguan said nothing further. Qian Renxue could only heed the teacher's guidance, observing the actions of her mentor. As her soul power receded, her martial spirit gradually retracted, and simultaneously, the two soul rings beneath her feet vanished. Her gaze then turned towards the little girl in the arena. At that moment, a voice resounded. "Master, you stated in the 10 core competencies of your martial spirit that the first and second soul rings must not exceed 1,000 years, given the current circumstances." Upon hearing this, Zhu Huaguan became serious and explained, "Indeed, my 10 core competencies do mention that. However, today, that principle has been shattered, broken by my student. I am both delighted and proud, for he is indeed my pupil. As for why the second soul ring can absorb a millennium, I am still researching this matter and would advise against your family attempting it. Once I have made my discoveries, I will announce them without delay." The individual bowed respectfully to Zhu Huaguan. "I see now. I hope, when the time comes, you will share your findings promptly, as this is of utmost importance to the entire Spirit Master community." Zhu Huaguan replied nonchalantly, "Certainly, for this has been my endeavor all along." The focus then shifted to the auction stage. The individual refrained from further inquiries, confident that Master Zhu Huaguan would fulfill his promise. Everyone's attention was drawn to the girl within the iron cage. Upon witnessing the girl, Xiaoya felt astonished, furrowing her brow, as she had never presided over the auction of slaves. How dare these two empires deceive her? It was truly infuriating. Noticing Xiaoya's displeasure, a staff member hurriedly approached her and whispered a few words, which eased her expression. However, Xiaoya did not immediately commence the auction. Instead, she turned to Zhu Huaguan and inquired, "Might I request you to ascertain whether this little girl is indeed a transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast?" Upon hearing this, all eyes shifted to Zhu Huaguan, as Xiaoya's statement was exceedingly shocking. Zhu Huaguan nodded lightly. "Indeed, she is a human transformed from a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit." At Zhu Huaguan's words, gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the crowd as they redirected their attention to the girl, who was once a 100,000-year soul beast. This was no ordinary entity, capable not only of producing a soul ring, but also possessing the potential for a soul bone. All gazes were fervently fixed upon the girl on stage. Even Ningfengxi, the usually composed leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, became animated. This was their target, one they must acquire to nurture and, in time, serve as Rongrong's 7th soul ring. Ningfengxi had come to this auction because he received insider information regarding the sale of a 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, he brought along Jian Douluo Continent. In a corner of the audience, Tang San narrowed his eyes. "This 100,000-year soul beast belongs to me, and none shall take it from me. I have already notified my teacher and others. They should be arriving shortly. Not only will I obtain the soul ring from the 100,000-year soul beast, but I will also acquire a soul bone. Anyone who stands in my way shall meet their demise." Deep down, Tang San harbored a profound disdain for soul beasts. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue understood what the transformation of a soul beast signified, yet seeing that the beast had taken human form and was still not spared was simply unacceptable. Why could they not grant this little girl the chance to be human? This world is undeniably cruel. I must change it. I shall strive for coexistence between soul beasts and humans, and I will reform the class disparities between commoners and nobles. Xiaoya's voice echoed again through the amplification soul tool. "I believe you are all aware of the significance of a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid is set at 1.2 billion gold soul coins, with each subsequent increase no less than 100 million gold soul coins." Gasping at this price, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, as this announcement effectively eliminated 99 of the attendees. A bid of 2 billion gold soul coins was beyond the reach of most, even the lower 4 sects and many prominent families, leaving only the upper 3 sects. The 2 great empires, and the spirit hall capable of affording such an expense. Qian Renxue felt a pang of curiosity. The teacher had mentioned that there were only 600 million gold soul coins in the account, having already spent 350 million, leaving a mere 250 million. At this moment, others had already begun bidding at 12 billion gold soul coins. She wondered how the teacher would respond. Could it be that he would resort to coercion? Yet, that seemed improbable. For the Encyclopedia of Douluo Continent stated that if a soul beast were to be captured in its transformed state, it would inevitably incite a battle among titled Douluos. The reason being the coveted 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones. At that moment, the doors of the auction house creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Zhu Huaguan narrowed his eyes. It was the sacred dragon Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang. As Yu Xiaojiang entered, he declared, 15 billion gold soul coins. I shall take the soul beast. With that proclamation, he cast his gaze toward the corner of the audience where Tang San sat and nodded slightly. Tang San returned the gesture, acknowledging his teacher. The sacred dragon Douluo Yu Xiaojiang. Damn it. How could Yu Xiaojiang dare to deceive me, claiming that a second soul ring of 1,000 years could not be absorbed? Such a notion was akin to courting death. According to the Tang sect's Rule 42, should one be deceived, there is no hesitation. One must kill without mercy. Qian Renxue discerned the visage of Yu Xiaojiang, a man of average stature, slightly lean, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His short black hair was parted in a 3/7 fashion, and his countenance was rather unremarkable. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded a unique aura. And his eyes, when they flickered open and closed, bore a hint of ruthlessness and murderous intent. The Soul Masters present all rose and bowed respectfully to the Saint Dragon Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang. He nodded in satisfaction, signaling that such formalities were unnecessary, and proceeded to stride towards Qian Renxue, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance that was quite absurd. By a twist of fate, Saint Dragon Douluo Yu Xiaojiang settled beside Qian Renxue, occupying seat number 13. He proceeded to input the figure of 1,500,000,000 gold soul coins on the button of his seat, confirming his entry with a tap of his middle finger. Subsequently, he turned to gaze at Qian Renxue, bemused by her apparent disregard for etiquette. As everyone else had bowed to him, yet this young girl had failed to do so. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang chose not to pursue the matter. Recognizing that this was an auction house, and it was natural for a child to be somewhat oblivious, he then donned a look of disdain and, to Qian Renxue's astonishment, produced a bottle of perfume, spraying it around his seat a few times before nodding in satisfaction. Qian Renxue felt a shiver run down her spine, her skin prickling as she swiftly turned her gaze toward Zhu Huaguan. Her teacher was indeed captivating, and she was certain that this individual named Yu Xiaojiang possessed an obsessive cleanliness. The conversation diverged. Yu Xiaojiang had suddenly increased the bid by 300 million gold soul coins, astonishing many. Such a steep rise in the bid was unprecedented, while we acknowledge your wealth. This manner of play is excessive. This move eliminated numerous competitors, as 300 million gold soul coins constituted a considerable fortune for any sect, rendering the auction less engaging. Xiaoyu beamed with delight, exclaiming, His Majesty the Saint Dragon Douluo raises the bid to 1.5 billion gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to counter? The audience members in the bidding area shook their heads. Such a sum was beyond their means, lamenting the lost opportunity to acquire the 10,000-year soul beast. The figure of 1.5 billion gold soul coins displayed on the screen served as a stark reminder of their financial limitations. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue observed her teacher Zhu Huaguan's lack of response with growing concern. Zhu Huaguan nodded, offering a reassuring smile to Qian Renxue. As time passed, just as Qian Renxue was about to speak, the number on the screen changed from 1.5 billion to 1.6 billion gold soul coins. The crowd turned to see that it was Ning Fingji, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who had placed the new bid. The Saint Dragon Douluo Yu Xiaojiang regarded Ning Fingji with a nod, his demeanor exuding elegance. Yu Xiaojiang could not suppress a disdainful snort, deeming him hypocritical. Subsequently, he inputted the sum of 1.7 billion gold soul coins and confirmed it with a flick of his middle finger. Yu Xiaojiang directed his gaze toward Ning Fingji, nodding slightly, as if to assert, You may be elegant, but I surpass you in grace. Qian Renxue, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but think, Isn't it said that the 3 sects are united? Yet here they are, fiercely competing over a single soul beast. If only Yuanjin were present, all the notable figures from the 3 sects would be gathered. Regrettably, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was absent. Their clan appeared to lack formidable talents. With the exception of their master, and 2 titled Douluos had defected to the Houghton sect, a rather ludicrous situation. However, Qian Renxue dared not voice her thoughts, fearing retribution. As these individuals were renowned titled Douluos of the Douluo Continent, she could not afford to provoke them. The screen flickered again, displaying the figure of 1.8 billion gold soul coins, indicating another increase in the bid. Once more, it was the 7 treasure glazed tile school that raised the bid, with Ning Fingji once again nodding at Yu Xiaojiang. At this juncture, Xiaoyu sought to elevate the atmosphere further, and she did not disappoint as she proclaimed, The 7 treasure glazed tile school truly deserves its reputation as the wealthiest sect. Their generosity is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders from the Haoyan sect immediately objected, stating, Your Majesty the Saint Dragon Douluo, we have brought 1.5 billion gold soul coins to support you. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in satisfaction before entering the staggering sum of 3 billion gold soul coins and confirming it once more. A hush fell over the crowd, contemplating the absurdity of such expenditure. The elders of the Haoyan sect were equally troubled. Even with their financial backing, such lavish spending was unwarranted. One might as well ask if these gold soul coins were merely found coins. Even if they were, it would take years to amass such wealth. While a 10,000-year soul beast is indeed precious, It cannot possibly warrant a price of 3 billion gold soul coins. Yu Xiaojiang was utterly reckless in his spending. What could he possibly be worth at such an exorbitant amount? Qian Renxue was already calculating how many grains of food could be purchased with 3 billion gold soul coins, an astounding 300 billion jin of grain. This amount could sustain the inhabitants of Notting City for generations. It was akin to deities clashing. She couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Zhu Huaguan. There. Zhu Huaguan entered the figure of 4 billion gold soul coins into the button on his seat and confirmed it with a click. This action left the audience in sheer astonishment. They had not anticipated that a master would also wish to partake in the bidding. Ning Fingji furrowed his brow. This development complicated matters. If Yu Xiaojiang were to win the auction, they could still attempt to seize the opportunity once outside the auction house. However, with Master Zhu Huaguan involved, the situation became dire. It wasn't merely Zhu Huaguan's own strength that posed a threat, but rather the formidable power of the other 8 title Douluo behind him, which made the 7 treasure glazed tile school wary of offending them. The reason for their trepidation was clear. The adversaries were unrestrained, while they represented a family, a sect. Ning Fingji exchanged glances with Sword Douluo Chen Xin and shook his head. Fingji, with such a sum of gold soul coins, it would not be wise to raise the bid further. If necessary, we can assist that old fellow in finding a 100,000-year-old soul beast for Rong. There is no need to provoke them. Ning Fingji nodded in agreement, effectively conceding the matter. Yu Xiaojiang understood this rationale as well. Although he too was unencumbered, he feared the 9 of Zhu Huaguan. He was acutely aware that should a conflict arise between his 4 companions and Zhu Huaguan's 9, the Haotian school would offer no assistance. This was evident from the events 6 years prior when they attacked the Spirit Hall. Only for the Haotian school to reap the benefits without extending any to the lower 4 sections. When Zhu Huaguan's 9 sought retribution against the lower sects, the Haotian school turned a blind eye. Had it not been for the mercy of Zhu Huaguan's group, the lower sects could have faced annihilation. Yu Xiaojiang was indeed a sagacious individual and would not provoke Zhu Huaguan and his associates. Even if the item in question was desired by his student Tang San, he would refrain from seizing it. It was, after all, a matter of principle. He lacked sufficient gold soul coins, and the soul beast was valued at a maximum of 2 billion gold soul coins. Bidding 4 billion would result in a loss. Hence, he would not engage in such folly. Even if Ain had been his former beloved, he would not intervene, as Tang San was merely a Yin's son, not his own. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. How could Tang Hao resort to such despicable and shameless means to win Ain, only to ultimately kill her for a so-called soul ring? His allegiance to the Haotian school was driven by a desire to one day eradicate it. Tang San was a Yin's son, and his decision to join the Haotian school had been to protect Tang San. When Tang San was placed in the outer sect of the Haotian school, who could have foreseen he would attempt to steal inter-sect techniques? Had Yu Xiaojiang not intervened in time, Tang San could have been killed. It was essential to note that Tang San was a hybrid of soul beasts and humans, capable of producing soul rings and bones. Yet, he remained oblivious to his lineage. Even the Haotian school's master, Tang Hao, was unaware of a Yin's pregnancy with Tang San. This secret was known only to Yu Xiaojiang, who deemed it too cruel to reveal to Tang San. The boy's extreme disposition stemmed from the blood of soul beasts coursing through his veins. Although Tang San often exhibited murderous intent, he was, after all, a Yin's son. Despite his deep-seated hatred for Tang Hao and a desire to eliminate him, Yu Xiaojiang felt obligated to care for Tang San, a promise he had made to Ain. Even if Tang San harbored resentment towards him, it was understandable. Hybrids were often shunned in Douluo Continent, and such fervent emotions were quite normal. One advantage of being a hybrid was that humans could not discern his true nature. Only soul beasts could sense the aura emanating from him. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San was, like Qian Renxue, a traverser from another world. This realization would later lead him to regret his past decisions, but that was a tale for another time. As no one raised the bid for an extended period, the 100,000-year soul beast naturally belonged to Zhu Huaguan. Xia bowed to the audience and announced, "Next, another auctioneer will take over the proceedings. I hope everyone secures wonderful items. Farewell." As she descended from the stage, she playfully blew a kiss to the crowd, inciting a frenzy among them. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned. The fervor of the fans was simply overwhelming. "Xiaoxue, let us depart," she said. "I am genuinely anticipating the treasures we shall acquire today." Zhu Huaguan rose to her feet and made her way down the corridor, heading outside. Qian Renxue followed Zhu Huaguan out of the auction house. As soon as they stepped outside, Xiaoyu approached them immediately. Unlike her casual demeanor on the auction stage, she now exhibited a demeanor akin to that of an ordinary person. "Ladies, please follow me," Xiaoyu said with utmost respect as she bowed to Zhu Huaguan and gestured for them to proceed. Zhu Huaguan raised her hand slightly, indicating for her to lead the way. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, they entered a room adjacent to the auction house. The room was spacious yet elegantly adorned, featuring a comfortable white leather sofa and a round coffee table adorned with 4 exquisite fruits. Xiaoyu then remarked, "Please take a moment to rest. The auction items will be delivered shortly." Qian Renxue unceremoniously leaped beside the sofa, reaching out to seize a piece of fruit and taking a bite. It was sweet and quite delightful. Teacher, would you care for some? She inquired. Juhua glanced at her with a smile, shaking her head. TCH. It seems the teacher truly has no fortune for delicacies, not even indulging in such exquisite fruit. Qian Renxue mused to herself. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Daring to speak so boldly to the esteemed Zhu Douluo, you're the first little sister to do so. Qian Renxue expressed her surprise, inquiring, is the teacher truly fearsome? To me, he seems quite amiable. I often speak to him in such a manner, and he never takes offense. ISNT that's so, teacher? Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. What did it mean to be amiable? Such a term could be applied to many, but it certainly could not be attributed to the flower guardian. However, she refrained from voicing this thought, merely covering her mouth and chuckling softly once more. Qian Renxue observed the silence between the two individuals and diligently resumed her consumption of fruit. Juhua Guan settled onto the sofa, remaining equally silent as she patiently awaited the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, prompted by the young lady, a petite iron cage was brought forth. Within the confines of this cage resided a soft-boned rabbit, transformed over the course of 100,000 years. Additionally, an 80,000-year-old soul bone and the soul guidance device. The eternal star accompanied the creature. Juhua Guan took possession of the soul bone and presented a golden card, instructing, please settle the bill and release her. Of course. Xiaoyu replied, accepting the card and promptly unlocking the iron cage. She harbored no fear of the soul beast escaping, for once a soul beast undergoes transformation, it must begin its cultivation anew. At present, the young girl possessed only a meager level of cultivation before the formidable gaze of the Douluo crown. The soft-boned rabbit was destined to remain captive. Once the young girl emerged, the sisters promptly pushed the iron cage away, leaving only Xiaoyu, Qian Renxue, Juhua Guan, and the young girl in the vicinity. It was then that Juhua Guan turned to Qian Renxue with a smile, stating, little Xue, the handling of this matter is in your hands. The subject of her remarks, of course, pertained to the transformed young girl who had once been the soft-boned rabbit. Qian Renxue approached the cart and picked up the eternal star, adorning it around her neck. The pendant fit her perfectly and was exceedingly beautiful. She then turned to the weeping little girl and smiled, saying, greetings, I am Qian Renxue. May I inquire your name? I hope my question is not too forward. But which forest do you belong to? Would you be willing to share? I can escort you home, and you need not return to human society again. It is perilous for you to take on such a form. Escort her home. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Generally speaking, such an occurrence would be utterly implausible. Who would possess a soul beast of 100,000 years and still return her to her hometown? Here, hometown undoubtedly referred to her actual home in the real world. Juhua Guan merely smiled, refraining from interjecting or voicing any objections, as this was fundamentally a test of Xiaoyu's character, a matter he entrusted to her discretion. The little girl was momentarily stunned, as if she had encountered something unfathomable. Had she not just heard that someone intended to take her home? Could it be? With this thought, the little girl ceased her tears and replied, my name is Xiaowu, as in the Dance of the Stars. I reside in the Star Do Forest. Did you truly mean it when you said you would take me home? Will you not harm me? Qian Renxue said, indeed, although you are a spirit beast, you are now considered human. I have perused the Douluo Continent encyclopedia and understand that upon transformation, you become a true human. However, you still possess spirit rings and bones, rendering human society unsuitable for you. I wonder if, upon returning to your humanoid form, you will face rejection in the Star Do Great Forest. Xiaowu replied, as I have transformed into a human, I will not be rejected, unlike those hybrids of humans and spirit beasts, whom we spirit beasts tend to shun. Yet, I am different, for I am 100,000-year spirit beast turned human, and they will still regard me with the same affection as before. Chapter 51. My name is Xiaowu, the Dance of the Wufor. Is that so? Then that is reassuring. Regardless, you are now free. However, to prevent you from being captured again, we must escort you back to the Star Do Great Forest. Qian Renxue possesses a gentle disposition, as she truly cannot bear to witness the demise of a being who has taken on human form. After all, she remains the same Qian Renxue from a past life. Am I free? Xiaowu seemed incredulous upon hearing such words, instinctively directing her gaze towards Juhua Guan, aware that this individual possesses the greatest strength here. As her former rival, she recognized that Juhua Guan held authority in this matter. Juhua Guan nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, you are free. First, have something to eat. We shall set off shortly. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, you must not stray from our sight. Xiaowu nodded, subsequently kneeling before Qian Renxue, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Sister Xue. Qian Renxue was momentarily bewildered by Xiaowu's actions, quickly stepping forward to assist her. Xiaowu, what are you doing? There is no need for such behavior. Xiaowu realized that her survival was solely due to the kindness of the girl named Qian Renxue before her, being a spirit beast for 100,000 years. Xiaowu was acutely aware of the significance of her soul rings and bones to humans. Yet, this individual seemed unfazed by them. She could discern that Qian Renxue genuinely wished to help her return home. Xiaoyu was taken aback by how events had unfolded. After all, she had expended 40 billion gold soul coins. Would it all go to waste? Indeed, the world of the wealthy was beyond her comprehension. particularly since Qian Renxue appeared utterly indifferent to the allure of a 100,000-year soul ring, making her quite an oddity. Well, I shall take my leave now, Your Excellency. The Chrysanthemum Douluo, should you find the opportunity, do visit the Shao family in the Star Luo Empire. We would be delighted to host you at any time. Chrysanthemum Douluo smiled in response. I will certainly make time to chat. You may go ahead with your affairs. Indeed, Shao replied, then exited the room. Casting a final glance at Qian Renxue, as if to imprint the image of this extraordinary girl in her memory. Once Shao departed, Qian Renxue and Shao Wu conversed about the Stardew Forest. During their dialogue, Qian Renxue exhibited a keen curiosity, learning from Shao Wu about a particularly beautiful location within the core area of the Stardew Forest. It was here that Shao Wu resided. Having transformed into human form 7 years prior, spurred by the massacre of their spirit beast clan's Blue-Silver Emperor by the Houghton sect, which also led to the death of her mother on the outskirts of the core area. In her quest for vengeance, she had summoned a beast tide, only to be thwarted by the Spirit Hall, with Qian Renxue's mentor, Chrysanthemum Douluo, among those who intervened. Having engaged with Chrysanthemum Douluo before, she regarded her as an old acquaintance. Following the failure of her beast tide, she abandoned that plan and devised a new strategy to cultivate as a human. Her intention was to reach the level of Tidal Douluo before exacting revenge, but unexpectedly, she was captured by humans shortly after her emergence, leading to her auctioning. Had she not encountered Qian Renxue, her aspirations for vengeance might have remained forever unattainable. Now I understand. I had thought your beast tides were initiated without reason. It is clear now why you occasionally resort to such measures. Qian Renxue has finally discerned the origins of the beast tide. It is, in fact, a calamity instigated by the strong among humanity, with the weak left to bear the repercussions. The Houghton sect exhibits a complete lack of humanity, having reaped the benefits. Why do they abandon their responsibilities thereafter? She understands that this is a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Yet they ought to exhibit some concern for the common folk. The beast tide they summoned cannot simply be disregarded, leaving ordinary people to suffer in silence. As more content loads, please hold. This site is exclusively accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. Upon Little Dance's revelation, she also became aware that only the Spirit Hall had intervened to halt the beast tide in the past, with no other sects present. Simultaneously, her curiosity about the Spirit Hall deepened, prompting her to gaze towards Zhu Huaguan and inquire, Teacher, what precisely is the Spirit Hall? Could you enlighten me? Why is there no mention of it in the Encyclopedia of Douluo Continent? Zhu Huaguan, reclining on a white sofa, cast a fleeting glance at Qian Renxue and replied, Now is not the appropriate time. Once we return to the academy, you shall learn about the Spirit Hall. There are certain matters that are timely to disclose. I have already informed your Uncle Lai. You will see him upon our return. Should any questions arise, you may ask him directly. How is it that I have acquired yet another uncle? Could he be my teacher? My mentor once mentioned that I could take 9 individuals as my masters. Could he possibly be one of them? Qian Renxue felt a profound connection to the Spirit Hall, pondering why her teacher would keep such secrets from her. With the Spirit Hall's renowned reputation, she wondered why there was no mention of it in the Douluo Continent encyclopedia her father had given her. It seemed as though everyone was privy to this knowledge, leaving her in a state of ignorance. On a sweltering summer day, under the guidance of Zhu Huaguan, the trio exited the auction house. As they stepped outside, they were met with a throng of individuals, and Qian Renxue was intrigued by the intense admiration in their gazes directed at Shao Wu. It soon dawned on her that these people must be coveting Shao Wu's spirit rings and spirit bones. Zhu Huaguan led the way, with Qian Renxue trailing behind, and Shao Wu nestled safely between them. The two were vigilant in their efforts to shield Shao Wu, who appeared visibly frightened. Qian Renxue took a step forward, grasping Shao Wu's hand, and then followed Zhu Huaguan away from the scene. It seemed that the fear of retribution from Zhu Huaguan kept everyone at bay, with even Houghton sect and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect refraining from intervention. After all, the wrath of 9 Tidal Douluos was not something they could afford to provoke. Although they were not intimidated, the prospect of offending 9 formidable Tidal Douluos over 100,000-year soul beast was simply not worth the risk. Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, was apprehensive of the repercussions from the 9 members of Zhu Huaguan and lacked the strength to confront them. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity. If he had the power to challenge Zhu Huaguan's 9 members, he would have acted without hesitation. Meanwhile, the holy dragon Douluo Yu Shaojiang stood atop a pavilion. Observing the departing figures below, he eventually withdrew his gaze and turned to Tang San, saying, There will be opportunities ahead. Do not fret. This world possesses an abundance of 100,000-year soul beasts. There is no need to offend them for just one. Moreover, you are currently unable to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Yu Shaojiang continued, As a twin martial soul wielder, there is no rush. Take it one step at a time, and in due course, you can attach your second martial soul to a 100,000-year soul ring without concern for this particular soul beast. Tang San nodded, contemplating in his heart. Qian Renxue's talent was exceptionally formidable. Her second soul ring was already 1,000 years, and she was merely 7 years old. A 7-year-old girl reaching level 20, possibly even exceeding it, was truly astonishing. According to the 49th rule of the Tang sect, if one encounters a girl with superior talent, one must either win her over or eliminate her. Tang San had already devised a plan. He was determined to win Qian Renxue. He couldn't help but cast his gaze toward the direction of the Tiando imperial family. To gain Qian Renxue, relying solely on his strength and background was utterly insufficient. For he was merely an outer disciple of the Haotian sect, with a mere level of 30. It would be exceedingly challenging to obtain Qian Renxue through his own might. He couldn't bear to wait any longer. Thus, he resolved to approach the royal family. He intended to eliminate the crown prince Xue Qinghe and assume his position, subsequently decreeing that Qian Renxue become his princess. Only then would she be worthy of such a title. However, there were two significant hurdles, the first being Xue Qinghe's behavior, and the second, his martial soul. The latter posed the greatest challenge, while behavior could be mimicked. A martial soul could not. He needed to navigate this obstacle to take the place of the crown prince. As for altering his appearance, Tang San was unconcerned, as the Tang sect possessed a technique known as Thousand Faces. Chapter 52, The Dream Eye Silkworm, 1, from a high vantage point. The Stardew forest appeared shrouded in a somber and desolate sunlight. At times, the forest lay still as if everything was ensnared in the fear of death, while at other moments, phantoms and eerie cries echoed, creating an illusion of the underworld. The towering and bizarre plants, the alluringly colored nameless insects, all seemed extraordinarily peculiar. Gazing upon this terrifying forest, it resembled a colossal beast ready to swallow those who dared to venture within. This was the forbidden forest of Douluo Continent. The Stardew Forest. At the edge of the Stardew Forest, 3 figures were advancing toward it. As they drew nearer, their appearances became clear. It was a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 young girls. The man's skin appeared as delicate as that of an infant, and his striking beauty evoked a sense of otherworldliness, reminiscent of a painted beauty. Had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple on his neck, one might easily mistake him for a woman. He wore a grand red robe, a privilege reserved for titled Douluos, adorned with intricate gold and silver patterns, especially the radiant gem on his chest, the size of an infant's fist, which exuded opulence. To the right of the middle-aged man stood a golden-haired girl, appearing around 7 or 8 years old. Her golden locks cascaded down, and her skin was as pure as freshly fallen snow, complemented by a delicate nose and strikingly captivating eyes. To his left was another girl clad in a pink short dress, adorned with a pair of ever-present bunny ears, her bouncy gait exuding an irresistible charm. The 2 girls chatted and laughed, appearing as if they were siblings. These 3 were none other than Zhu Huaguan, Qian Renxue, and Xiao Wu. The trio reached the edge of the Stardew forest and halted. Xiao Wu called out into the depths of the forest, "Daming, Erming, I'm back." Her voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, reverberating through the forest and lingering in the air. They found a spot to sit down, and Xiao Wu and Qian Renxue engaged in conversation until evening. Suddenly, the forest rustled, and the ground trembled as a colossal figure appeared before them. As the figure parted the trees, Qian Renxue discerned its form. It resembled a small mountain, its jet-black fur shimmering faintly under the dim starlight and moonlight. Although it was on all fours, the height of its shoulders exceeded 30 meters. To the eye, it was a creature that bore resemblance to both a monkey and a gorilla, entirely coated in black except for its enormous eyes, which gleamed with a yellow, lantern-like brilliance. Its body was a mass of muscles, more formidable than granite, bulging like little hills. Qian Renxue was acutely aware that she stood before the formidable Titan Great Ape, the sovereign of the forest. Behind this colossal creature loomed no fewer than 300 figures, each exuding a terrifying aura. Although these beings did not possess the same towering stature as the Titan Great Ape, they were nonetheless intimidating to Qian Renxue. Their presence carried the weight of millennia, with some possessing an aura of 30,000 years, others 50,000, and a few nearing 70 or 80,000 years of age. Suddenly, a figure named Xiaowu leapt forward, bounding gracefully until she perched upon the shoulder of the Titan Great Ape, whispering a few words into its ear. To Qian Renxue's astonishment, the Titan Great Ape spoke in human language. "Human, you are Qian Renxue, correct? From now on, you shall be a friend of our Stardew forest. We thank you for saving Sister Xiaowu." Qian Renxue nodded, acknowledging the moment as she beheld a real-life rendition of Beauty and the Beast. No. Rather, it was a young girl and the beast. Xiaowu leaped once more, gracefully descending from the shoulder of the Titan Giant Ape, twirling 3 times in midair before landing securely beside Qian Renxue. Gazing at Qian Renxue, Xiaowu embraced her tightly and softly spoke. "Sister Xue, I must take my leave. Should you ever encounter the sovereign of the Stardew forest, the Azure Sky Bull Python, simply mention my name, and he shall not cause you any trouble. His name is Daming." Qian Renxue gently tapped Xiaowu's shoulder and said, "I understand. You should refrain from venturing into human society in the future, for your essence may be detected by those titled Douluo. Return to your rightful realm. The forest is where you truly belong, as the world of humans is beyond your grasp." "Yes, I comprehend. So, farewell, Sister Xue. If there comes a day when you find it untenable to reside in human society, seek me out in the Stardew forest," Xiaowu replied, releasing her embrace of Qian Renxue. With a few graceful leaps, she ascended once more to the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, turning to wave goodbye to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue also waved her hand towards Xiaowu, acknowledging her gesture. Meanwhile, the Titan great ape and the soul beast escorted Xiaowu deeper into the forest, until they vanished from sight. Qian Renxue chuckled and said, "Teacher, look, Xiaowu serves as the bridge for us to communicate with the soul beasts. Perhaps in the future, humans and soul beasts can coexist." Zhu Huaguan fell into contemplation. Was this truly Qian Renxue's own thought, rather than something instilled by others? It was astonishing that such a young child pondered so deeply, albeit somewhat fantastical. Nonetheless, the friendship Qian Renxue gained from 300,000-year soul beasts made the expenditure of 4 billion gold soul coins worthwhile. Just as Zhu Huaguan and Qian Renxue were about to venture to the other side of the Stardow forest in search of spatial-type soul beasts, a voice resonated in Qian Renxue's mind. "Heaven and earth, at last, I have found a human with such formidable spiritual power. The heavens are merciful. I no longer need to fear being treated as food." Qian Renxue was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden emergence of a voice within her mind. Could it be the manifestation of her second personality? A wave of panic washed over her, leaving her pale. At that moment, the ground beneath her began to tremble unexpectedly. Cracks appeared 5 meters ahead, widening gradually into fissures. A faint golden-white light flickered from within those crevices. What on earth is happening? Qian Renxue was in a daze. Surely, a soul beast wasn't emerging from the ground? Before she could ponder further, Zhu Huaguan swiftly lifted her and retreated approximately 100 meters. A chilling aura seeped from the fissures, causing the temperature around them to plummet. The cracks expanded rapidly, soon measuring over 5 meters in diameter. Finally, the golden white light revealed its true form. It was a rotund head, plump and measuring over a meter in diameter, slowly wriggling out, its length exceeding 7 meters. As it emerged, Qian Renxue caught sight of its full shape. This creature was undoubtedly a soul beast, resembling a gargantuan slug, vastly larger than any ordinary slug. It bore a closer resemblance to the caterpillar she had encountered previously, yet it was far more aesthetically pleasing. Its body shone with a jade-like brilliance, translucent and immaculate, devoid of any dirt despite having emerged from the earth. A halo of light flowed beneath its skin, and to her astonishment, it possessed a pair of glimmering golden eyes. Most uniquely, from half a meter down its head, there were 10 golden stripes wrapping around its body at intervals. Zhu Huaguan sensed the aura emanating from this soul beast, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was trouble. Had he known, he would never have come here. The spiritual fluctuations of this soul beast were undoubtedly at least 100,000 years old, possibly even several 100,000. "Old ghost, I'm sorry, but I may not be able to accompany you any longer. I entrust Xiaoxue to you." Chapter 53. The Dream Eye Silkworm. 2. Fear not, fear not. "I shall not harm you." The silkworm spoke, addressing Zhu Huaguan, evidently sensing his intent to flee. Zhu Huaguan inquired, "Is that truly the case?" While speaking, he contemplated how to navigate this predicament. The immense silkworm nodded and replied, "Of course, I would never deceive you." Feeling no malice from the colossal creature, Zhu Huaguan's tense demeanor relaxed slightly as he asked, "What is it that you wish?" The silkworm replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and righteousness. A soul beast of unparalleled wisdom and beauty, the supreme king of soul beasts, a paragon of strength, cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Setting the longevity record on Douluo Continent, the Dream Eye Silkworm. You may call me Brother Dream." Zhu Huaguan's eyes widened in astonishment. 1,000,000-year soul beast? This was tenfold beyond his initial assessment. Did such entities truly exist in this world? The most powerful soul beasts on Douluo Continent were said to be merely 100,000 years old. The Dream Eye Silkworm, brimming with pride, remarked, "Are you not astonished? Are you not exhilarated?" To meet my true form in human presence, Qian Renxue was taken aback for a moment, then let out a sigh of relief. She had thought she was experiencing a mental breakdown, only to realize that it was the mischief of this slimy creature. Qian Renxue, with a furious expression on her delicate face, pointed her right hand at the Tianming ice worm and exclaimed, "It is you, this slimy creature, who has been speaking in my mind. Do you not realize that such a worm is terrifying, even deadly? Slime worm?" The Tianming ice worm was taken aback and retorted, "I am the Tianming ice worm. A soul beast of 1,000,000 years, not a mere slime worm." "Humph." Qian Renxue snorted coldly and said, "Then what is your purpose?" The nonchalant demeanor of Qian Renxue caused the corners of Zhu Huaguan's mouth to twitch. "My dear aunt, it seems you remain oblivious to his spiritual fluctuations, which emboldens you. This is a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. Could you not show a modicum of restraint?" Tianming Ice Silkworm spoke again. "I wish to become your soul ring. An unprecedented wisdom soul ring on the Douluo Continent, Brother Tianming." Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Renxue declined. Tianming Ice Silkworm was taken aback, as was Zhu Huaguan. Tianming Ice Silkworm inquired once more, "Why? Brother is a 1,000,000-year soul beast. Are you not at all intrigued? Have you not considered how proud it would be to possess a 1,000,000-year soul ring?" Qian Renxue, with an air of indifference, remarked, "I have not given it a single thought." Qian Renxue appeared indifferent, leaving Tianming Ice Silkworm and Zhu Hua in a state of confusion. She spoke again, expressing her desire to find her true match. If she had wished for a soul beast of 100,000 years, she could have acquired it just moments ago. Tiandeng Ice Silkworm, having sensed the events from below, was well aware of the conversation between Qian Renxue and the human who had transformed from the soul beast. Undeterred, Tiandeng Ice Silkworm inquired, "What must I offer for you to agree to allow me to become your soul ring?" Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and said, "Unless you can provide me with a soul bone of the spiritual type, specifically a skull, this matter is non-negotiable." The reason why Qian Renxue sought the skull of a spiritual type soul beast was that the echoes of beastly howls incessantly reverberated in her mind, nearly driving her to the brink of mental fragmentation. She pondered that possessing a fragment of a spiritual soul bone would alleviate her suffering. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm exclaimed with fervor, "Brother is indeed a spiritual type soul beast. And I can bestow upon you the skull of a soul beast that has existed for 1,000,000 years. Do you see? I am the one who will provide you with the skull. Generating a soul bone at will is a trivial matter." Yet, in the depths of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's thoughts, it acknowledged that it could not actually create a soul bone. However, it decided to deceive her for the time being. Qian Renxue, somewhat incredulous, remarked, "Do not deceive me. Do you take me for a child? In truth, I have already matured into adulthood." In order to discern whether Tian Reem Ice Silkworm was indeed being deceitful, Qian Renxue cast her gaze towards her mentor, Zhu Huaguan. She observed Zhu Huaguan, his countenance brimming with enthusiasm, gazing at Tian Reem Ice Silkworm as if she were an enchanting beauty, nearly drooling in admiration. With a fervent nod, Zhu Huaguan acknowledged that the significance of the 1,000,000-year soul ring far surpassed that of any soul bone. He then composed himself and turned to Qian Renxue, saying, "Little Snow, this is an extraordinary opportunity. You should seize it. After all, you possess 3 martial souls, so even if this soul ring proves unsuitable, it matters not greatly." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue seemed to grasp the essence of the matter. She nodded and turned her gaze towards the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, inquiring, "What must I do?" The voice of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm resonated with excitement. "You need not do anything. Simply refrain from resisting." Its enormous head cautiously glanced towards the direction of the Star Doe forest before returning to Qian Renxue, stating, "I shall commence now. Fear not. I shall be gentle and will not inflict excessive pain upon you. You are shameless." Before Qian Renxue could voice her objections, she felt a chilling aura enveloping her, rendering her unconscious in an instant. In the next moment, all cognitive abilities slipped away from her grasp. The 10 golden rings adorning the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm pulsated as if imbued with life. These rings swiftly enveloped Qian Renxue's petite form, while the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm itself transformed into streams of white light, continuously flowing into her being. Within the realm of her consciousness, Qian Renxue beheld the approaching figure of a child and furrowed her brow, asking, "Are you the slime?" The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm was taken aback, responding, "You have not lost consciousness? How is this possible?" Qian Renxue did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she grasped her scythe martial soul and declared, "Come forth. I am fully prepared." This time, Qian Renxue was determined to uncover the nature of the absorbed grievances. She must discover the truth. Tianming Binkan expressed some confusion, asking, "Come forth what?" Qian Renxue remarked, "It is indeed the so-called soul impact." Tianming Binkan paused momentarily before responding, "No need for concern. The soul beast sacrifice does not entail enduring that soul impact. I am doing this willingly, devoid of any resentment. However, you must bear the mental shock." "Oh." Qian Renxue expressed a hint of disappointment, inquiring further, "What is mental shock, and how shall we proceed?" Tianming Binkan explained, "I shall seal my power within myself. But I must determine the number of seals required to enable your frail body to endure. This wisdom soul ring is not an easy task." An intangible wave of mental energy began to emanate from Tianming Binkan as it surged into Qian Renxue. The terrifying mental force swiftly enveloped every corner within a 100-mile radius. Xiaowu, who was hastening back alongside the Titan giant ape, fell into a momentary stupor upon being engulfed by this mental wave. Nearby, Zhu Huaguan exhibited a similar reaction, his expression frozen as if time itself had come to a standstill. Though the mental shock lacked considerable destructive power, it possessed the ability to render all living beings incapable of thought for a brief period. In that instant, the southern region of the Star Doe forest fell into an eerie silence. This wave of mental energy was fleeting, as normalcy returned within mere breaths. The soul beasts throughout the Star Doe forest trembled in fear, and even the soul masters who had ventured to seek soul rings retreated in haste. Aha! Regardless of the circumstances, I am finally liberated. Those who regarded me as mere sustenance have lost their opportunity. Tianming Bingsan's triumphant voice gradually diminished, and the once fast mental force receded at a remarkable pace, ultimately vanishing. Deep within the Star Doe forest, several terrifying auras began to fluctuate violently, seemingly sensing something. Yet they were destined to return empty-handed. Just as Tianming Bingsan's voice faded completely, a circle of luminous white light silently emerged beneath Qian Renxue, swirling around his body 3 times before gradually dissipating and merging back within him. 10-year soul ring. Qian Renxue, witnessing this scene within the realm of his spiritual consciousness, was rendered speechless. "Ah, you deceitful slug. I shall have my vengeance upon you." Across from him, Tianming Binkan let out a proud snort, stating, "What 10-year soul ring? I am a million-year soul beast. Look closely, do you not discern the difference between this white soul ring and those of ordinary 10-year soul beasts? Qian Renxue carefully sensed her surroundings and indeed felt a distinct difference. The edge of the white soul ring radiated a faint golden hue. Could this be a platinum soul ring? Upon realizing this, her previously puffed cheeks softened. But what about the soul bone? Where's my soul bone? As Qian Renxue extended her perception outward, she found no trace of the coveted soul bone, not a skull in sight, nor any other bone. Was it not said that 100,000-year soul beast must yield a soul bone? Why then, did this so-called future million-year soul beast lack even a single soul bone? The dreaming ice silkworm coughed lightly. Forget about the soul bone. Although I cannot provide you with one, I can offer you a martial soul. I am your second martial soul. How does that sound? Exciting, isn't it? Moreover, the attribute of this martial soul is ice, an exceptionally powerful one. What? No soul bone. What use is a martial soul? I already possess 3 martial souls. Having you or not makes no difference. You're a great deceiver. And why can you speak? Shouldn't you be lying here quietly like other martial souls? Qian Renxue was bewildered. This soul ring could actually talk? The dreaming ice silkworm interjected, clarifying, I am not merely a martial soul, I am a wisdom soul ring. The ice attribute martial soul is the 4th one I bestow upon you. Did I not mention before that I wish to be your soul ring? A wisdom soul ring. Now that I am, I certainly possess consciousness. These matters are trivial. The dreaming ice silkworm had never anticipated that Qian Renxue possessed 3 martial souls. He had never heard of a human with such a rarity. Qian Renxue nodded and spoke. It matters little to me. After all, I possess an abundance of martial spirits. The addition or subtraction of one makes no difference. Just refrain from disturbing my slumber in the future. Qian Renxue's indifferent demeanor left Tianming Bank in feeling both love and resentment, ultimately leading to a sense of helplessness. In the external world, although Qian Renxue remained conscious, her body could not withstand the immense spiritual fluctuations, causing her to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Despite her faintness, her consciousness remained alert. She sensed a significant enhancement in her spiritual power. She believed that during her next soul ring absorption, if her second persona were to absorb the lingering resentment, she would undoubtedly succeed. Meanwhile, Jiuhua Guan noticed Qian Renxue's white soul ring. However, he was skeptical that it was merely a decade-old ring. It must have been concealed, as the preceding powerful spiritual wave confirmed its significance. Sensing the turmoil within the Stardow forest, Jiuhua Guan swiftly approached Qian Renxue, lifting her in his arms before hastily departing. Not long after Jiuhua Guan left with Qian Renxue, a shadow descended rapidly, causing the ground to tremble. This figure was not human but the Titan giant ape, accompanied by a little girl, none other than Xiao Wu. They had sensed the spiritual fluctuations emanating from this location and rushed over, fearing for Qian Renxue's safety. For she had risked herself to save Xiao Wu and had escorted her home. Xiao Wu, it seems they have departed. The aura we sensed earlier must have belonged to a sacrifice, remarked Xiao Wu, nodding in agreement. I never anticipated that a soul beast of 100,000 years would be sacrificed. It appears that Shuer's fortune is quite extraordinary. Though I wonder which soul beast in the Stardow forest was involved in this sacrifice? Xiao Wu began to scan the surroundings until her gaze fell upon the corpse of Tianming Bank, which sparked her curiosity. I can't believe such a powerful life force could still emanate from the remains of this creature. How many thousands of years old is it? With that, Xiao Wu leaped from the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, gracefully landing beside the body of Tianming Bank. Observing the enormous creature, she inquired, Ming, have you ever encountered this soul beast? Ming, known for his lack of mental agility, feigned contemplation before shaking his massive head. I have not seen it. If I had, given its size and the aura it possesses, I surely would remember. However, I possess no such recollection, so I must conclude I have not encountered it. Lost in thought, Xiao Wu proposed, what if we take its body back to Deming? Perhaps he has seen it before. The Titan giant ape seemed to ponder this. Then suddenly realized, Xiao Wu, you are indeed clever. We shall proceed with this plan. Deming may know the origins of this soul beast, as only a creature over 100,000 years old possesses the power of sacrifice. A hint of pride crossed Xiao Wu's face, clearly pleased by Ming's compliment. Of course, I am your Xiao Wu. I must be a bit clever. The Titan giant ape stepped forward, firmly grasping the corpse of Tianming Bank before placing Xiao Wu back upon his shoulder. Glancing towards the depths of the forest, he bounded away with powerful leaps. In the heart of Soto City, before the Rose Hotel, colorful decorations adorned the entrance, with vibrant flags fluttering and enormous balloons suspended overhead, accompanied by ribbons inscribed with jubilant messages celebrating the hotel's 10th anniversary. Today marked the grand celebration of the Rose Hotel's decade-long establishment. The festivities were unmatched, with a sign announcing a 50% discount on all services for 3 days. Throngs of people poured in, creating a lively atmosphere. Some came to enjoy the spectacle. Others sought accommodation, while many were eager to dine, all eager to take advantage of the generous discounts. Jiuhua Guan sat in a second-floor suite, observing the bustling consumers below. He shook his head. These patrons believed the hotel's owner would incur losses with such discounts, unaware that it was merely a ruse. Some items were indeed affordable, yet others, unbeknownst to the uninitiated, exceeded their intrinsic value. A gentle breeze wafted through the ribbons hanging from the balloons, infiltrating the second-floor room of the Rose Hotel. As the breeze stirred, it tousled the golden locks of a little girl who slowly began to awaken. Qian Renxue opened her misty eyes. And what greeted her was a pristine white ceiling adorned with a lavish chandelier. A sidelong glance revealed the room to be meticulously tidy, set in a splendid environment, with opulent decor that was both dreamlike and enchanting. The layout of the room could be described as perfectly elegant yet imbued with charm. It was furnished with the most luxurious fabric furniture and amenities, featuring a vibrant yet refined color palette that flowed with natural beauty, offering an experience of supreme comfort and unparalleled grandeur. Little brother Tiangming, are you there? Qian Renxue did not rise immediately, but instead called out within her heart. Through their spiritual communion, Qian Renxue learned all about the Tiangming ice silkworm. It turned out that the Tiangming ice silkworm had drifted from an island in the Endless Sea, a place known as Ice Island. Although the Tiangming ice silkworm was classified as a million-year-soul beast, its combat prowess paled in comparison to some formidable 10,000-year-soul beasts. To escape the pursuit of sea soul beasts, it had ventured onto land, only to forget the way back home. In its quest to find the path, it inadvertently entered the forbidden zone of the Stardow Forest, known as the Lake of Life. The Lake of Life is a body of water located in the heart of the Stardow Forest. Legend has it that this lake is home to the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Stardow Sovereign, the Tianqing Bull Python, beings that even titled Douluo dare not provoke lightly. From the Tiangming ice silkworm, Qian Renxue learned that the Stardow Forest harbors several ferocious beasts surpassing 100,000 years of age, the most formidable among them being over 800,000 years old. Revered as the Emperor of the Stardow Forest, known as Emperor Tian, the designation of these ferocious beasts was attributed to them by the Tiangming ice silkworm, which referred to any soul beast over 200,000 years old as a ferocious beast, of which there were 12 in the Stardow Forest. According to the Tiangming ice silkworm, it had been captured by these ferocious beasts to serve as sustenance, daily drained of its energy. However, what terrified the ice silkworm the most was a crystal coffin located in a cavern beneath the Lake of Life. This coffin was sealed with a multitude of red runes, and the aura emanating from within was even more potent than that of the million-year soul beast itself. Periodically, it would be brought there by Emperor Tian to allow the entity within the coffin to siphon its energy. Aware that one day it would be drained to death by these beasts, the Tiangming ice silkworm seized the opportunity to escape while they were distracted. It subsequently encountered Qian Renxue and realized that escaping was futile. Rather than being consumed, it chose to become a wise soul ring for a human, thus preserving its consciousness and leading to the subsequent sacrificial event. What troubles you, Shui? The voice of the Tiangming ice silkworm resonated within Qian Renxue's mind. Qian Renxue's face darkened as she communicated through her mind. You must address me as Sister Shui, not simply Shui. Do you comprehend? Understood, Sister Shui, he replied. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading modes, such as reading view, browsing mode, and ad blockers. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Leave me be. Qian Renxue, fuming, severed the connection in her mind. It was all that troublesome ice silkworm's doing, and it vexed her greatly. Kicking the blanket aside with dissatisfaction, she expressed her frustration with a swift kick. What on earth? You can't even address me properly as sister. What use are you, ice silkworm? Rising from her bed, she approached the water dispenser and poured herself a glass of water, gulping it down to alleviate her mood. As she neared the door, she gently opened it, only to be greeted by a magnificent chrysanthemum. In the living room, Chrysanthemum Guan sat on the sofa, admiring a flower in his hand as if it were a beloved. His expression was one of affection, yearning, admiration, and tenderness towards the blossom. Upon hearing the door creak, Chrysanthemum Guan delicately placed the flower on the coffee table, then turned to face Qian Renxue, remarking, You are awake. Yes, Qian Renxue responded. Proceeding to the sofa opposite him to sit down, she poured him a cup of tea before inquiring, Teacher, how long have I been asleep? Chrysanthemum Guan picked up the teacup, admiring it briefly before replying, Not long, merely 3 days. With that, he drained the cup in one swift motion. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Renxue poured another cup of tea. After completing her task, she quietly sat opposite Juhua Guan, refraining from both speaking and inquiring. 3 days felt rather prolonged, indeed. The sacrificial offering of spirit beasts is distinctly different from the absorption of spirit rings. Within the sea of consciousness, there exists no perception of time, leaving Qian Renxue unaware of how long she had been asleep. To her surprise, 3 days had already elapsed. Do tell, what benefits have you gained? The spirit ring of a million-year-old beast must surely confer abilities unlike those from other spirit creatures. Juhua Guan, intrigued by the potential advantages bestowed upon Shuer by such an ancient beast, could not help but sip another cup of tea. Qian Renxue remarked, Teacher, I have obtained a martial soul and 2 soul skills from my 3rd soul ring. With a sudden splutter, Juhua Guan inadvertently sprayed the tea he was sipping all over Qian Renxue's face. His eyes were filled with incredulity as he questioned the astonishing revelation. You can acquire an additional martial soul? It is a martial soul, not merely a soul ring? Qian Renxue wiped her chubby little face with a cloth from the coffee table, casting a disdainful glance at Juhua Guan, her eyes brimming with complaints. Zhu Huaguan offered an apologetic gaze, chuckling awkwardly, and inquired, "Could you please explain what happened?" Qian Renxue revealed all the details regarding the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, including the existence of its consciousness. Zhu Huaguan fell into deep contemplation. If soul beasts could bestow martial souls upon humans, might it also be possible to create artificial martial souls? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Zhu Huaguan, for even if it were feasible, it was not something he could achieve alone. Yet, he resolved to document the idea, for who could say what the future might hold in terms of realizing his vision. Furthermore, the presence of 6 soul beasts, each over 200,000 years old, in the Star Doe forest utterly shattered his previously held beliefs. Zhu Huaguan remarked, "Martial souls can indeed be of assistance to you. Do not underestimate their value." What are the 2 abilities of your third soul ring? Chapter 56. The abilities of Qian Renxue's third soul ring. 2. Qian Renxue did not conceal anything from Zhu Hua. She said, "Teacher, one of the abilities of my third soul skill is the soul blade. When I wield the scythe to strike at my adversaries, it inflicts damage while simultaneously leaving a soul mark upon them, which remains for a brief period and does not dissipate. Furthermore, the soul blade disregards any physical defenses, allowing it to directly target the soul. In essence, to leave a mark, I must first attack my opponent using my martial spirit or soul skill. Simply put, I must strike the enemy, then leave a mark on their wounds, after which the effects of the soul blade will manifest. If I fail to inflict damage, even if I strike the enemy, no mark will be left, rendering the soul blade ineffective against them. A notable limitation of this ability is its single-target nature. It can only strike one enemy at a time. If I attempt to mark a second opponent, the mark on the first will vanish. Additionally, if the enemy possesses greater mental strength than I do, I will suffer backlash while attacking them. However, this backlash is minimal, typically around 1/10 of the damage they endure. Fortunately, my mental fortitude has significantly increased, as the heavenly dream-eye silkworm is a spirit-type soul beast, endowing me with formidable mental power that can be considered among the elite in this world. Qian Renxue expressed so much, yet Zhu Huaguan remained perplexed. Looking at Qian Renxue, she said, "Never mind, why not let me experiment with it? Sometimes, practice speaks louder than words." Qian Renxue said, "Teacher, is it truly possible?" Zhu Huaguan nodded, offering no superfluous words, and extended his hand. "Come now, as you have stated, leave your mark upon my hand. I am curious to see how the so-called mark is inscribed." Without much contemplation, Qian Renxue gently raised her right hand, summoning the death god's scythe martial soul, which materialized in her grasp, matching the size of an ordinary scythe. Qian Renxue gently drew a slender wound on Zhu Huaguan's arm with her scythe, and soon a mark appeared at the site of the injury, identical to the emblem of her deathly scythe. Zhu Huaguan, taken aback, had been observing closely yet had failed to notice anything amiss. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how the mark had been inscribed and how the attack had transpired. "Very well. The mark has been left. Schwer, unleash your soul skill while I defend with all my might, and let us see if it truly disregards all physical defenses." Without uttering a word, Qian Renxue manifested 3 soul rings beneath her feet, yellow, purple, and platinum. The platinum soul ring began to glow brightly as she invoked her third soul skill, the soul blade. In response, Zhu Huaguan summoned his own Zhu Hua martial soul, positioning it defensively before him to thwart Qian Renxue's impending assault. However, as the soul blade was unleashed, there was a peculiar stillness. No disturbance was evident. Yet, the scythe pattern on Zhu Huaguan's arm gradually faded away. Within the depths of his spiritual sea, a scythe forged from mental energy surged forth, aimed at his consciousness. Zhu Huaguan attempted to counter this scythe with his own mental strength, but the force behind it proved overwhelmingly potent, easily piercing through his spiritual essence. Moments later, Zhu Huaguan pressed his right hand against his head, a wave of disorientation washing over him, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The soul attack was formidable, so formidable that he found himself uttering good repeatedly, acknowledging the skill's extraordinary power that rendered physical defenses obsolete, even for a titled Douluo like himself. To his astonishment, he realized that he was utterly incapable of countering the mental assault. Concern etched across her face. Qian Renxue called out to him, filled with remorse. It was imperative to recognize that this mental force was not solely her own but was also intertwined with that of the Heaven Dream-Eye Silkworm. Had she known the extent of this attack's potency, she would not have resorted to the mental strength of the Heaven Dream-Eye Silkworm, but rather relied on her own. In truth, the extent of mental energy utilized was contingent upon Qian Renxue herself. Her feelings of guilt stemmed from the fact that she had exerted herself entirely, channeling all her mental energy into this singular offensive. Additionally, she had borrowed a fraction of the Heaven Dream-Eye Silkworm's mental prowess, although it was but a mere sliver. It must be noted that the Heaven Dream-Eye Silkworm was a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, a being of immense mental power, far beyond what Zhu Huaguan could withstand. Qian Renxue had not anticipated this outcome. She believed that the soul of the titled Douluo was immensely powerful. Zhu Huaguan waved his hand and gently patted his somewhat dazed head, saying, "No worries, I am fine. I did not expect that one could truly disregard physical defenses and directly assault the soul. It is truly splendid. However, I would like to inquire whether your other soul skills leave marks on the enemy. The sole shortcoming of this soul skill lies in its ability to leave a mark. If there were various methods to leave a mark, it would be utterly perfect, since it was Qian Renxue's martial soul that inflicted damage and directly left a mark. I am curious to know if her other soul skills also leave marks when they strike others. Qian Renxue stated, indeed. As long as my side soul skill inflicts damage upon the enemy, it will leave a mark. I understand now. This means you must first wound others for a mark to appear. If you merely injure them without leaving an external wound, will a mark still manifest? Zhu Huaguan posed the question he most desired to ask, for some individuals possess formidable defenses, and even if they sustain internal injuries, their exterior remains unscathed. As long as one inflicts harm, it suffices, for even if there are no external wounds, there will undoubtedly be injuries within the enemy's body. Thus, the effect remains the same, and the mark will reside at the site of the internal injury, effectively concealing its presence and preventing others from discerning how their soul has been assailed. Qian Renxue places utmost trust only in Zhu Huaguan, old Jack, and her father. Thus, she does not conceal her teacher. She holds a profound trust in her mentor, akin to that she harbors for her father. Zhu Huaguan nodded and said, then I believe you require a power-type spirit beast to generate your next spirit ring. Perhaps you should consider adding a power-type spirit ring. Seemingly struck by a thought, Zhu Huaguan continued, I recall that within the Douluo Forest, the Titan Great Ape Clan represents the epitome of power-type spirit beasts. Although your side martial soul may not be ideally suited for the spirit rings produced by power-type spirit beasts, incorporating one could enhance your offensive capabilities. It is possible that you might acquire a power-type soul skill. Upon hearing Zhu Huaguan's words, Qian Renxue hesitated not for a moment and firmly replied, no. The Titan Great Ape Clan reigns as the sovereign of the Douluo Forest. Should we hunt their kin, it would render our aspirations for coexistence between humans and spirit beasts all the more challenging. After all, they share a favorable relationship with Xiao Wu, who serves as a vital bridge between us and the spirit beasts, and thus, the Titan Great Ape Clan holds a similar significance. Chapter 57. The Third Soul Ring Ability of Qian Renxue. 3. Qian Renxue spoke once more, reflecting on the countless lives claimed by the beast tides unleashed by the soul beasts. These harsh truths were not lost on her. She had gleaned them from the teachings imparted by her esteemed mentor. She recognized the brutality of this world and aspired to transform not only the relationships among humanity but also to carve out a space for coexistence between humans and soul beasts. Zhu Huaguan narrowed her eyes, astounded that Qian Renxue, at such a tender age, could ponder such profound matters. Even her mother, Bibi Dong, had never entertained the notion of harmonious existence with soul beasts. The pontiff Bibi Dong, in her quest to reshape the human realm for the sake of the common folk, had alienated all the nobility, ultimately becoming a target for every family and sect. Those factions wielded Qian Renxue's life as leverage, compelling Bibi Dong to abandon the extraordinary life that lay before her. Yet, her daughter not only inherited her will, but also envisioned even greater possibilities. Your Holiness, you are blessed with a remarkable daughter, she mused. Not only has she embraced your legacy, but she also endeavors to discover a path for the harmonious coexistence of the human and soul beast realms. Qian Renxue gazed at her teacher lost in thought and couldn't help but call out, Teacher, teacher, what is troubling you? Zhu Huaguan came to her senses, revealing a reassuring smile, and said, Xiaoxue, your ability to contemplate so deeply brings me immense joy. You must persist on this path. We shall support you unwaveringly. Qian Renxue's expression darkened as she spoke. In addition to this, I must avenge my mother. You may not be aware, but on the night of my birth, a group of individuals invaded my home, threatening my mother with my life. Ultimately, she sacrificed herself for me, and thus, I am compelled to seek vengeance for her. Zhu Huaguan expressed surprise, asking, You are aware of this? Qian Renxue was somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? Zhu Huaguan quickly responded, asking, do you know who it was that drove your mother to her demise? Qian Renxue shook her head, her expression one of disappointment. My father has shared anything with me, so I have no idea who those people are. He says I'm too weak to know, which is quite frustrating. After speaking, Qian Renxue poured another cup of tea for Zhu Huaguan and continued, I must strive diligently to cultivate my powers, aiming to reach the level of a title Douluo as soon as possible. At that point, I will be able to avenge my mother. Additionally, I must mention my teacher and Grandpa Jack. He hopes for me to become a title Douluo. I must achieve this while Grandpa Jack is still around. You've met him? He asked the elderly gentleman who brought me to school. Zhu Huaguan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, having also encountered the old Jack, who was not much older than himself. Little Shui referred to him as her teacher while calling the old Jack Grandpa, inadvertently lowering her own standing. Moreover, judging by Jack's appearance, he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s, likely having at least another 40 to 50 years to live. Given Little Shui's talents, she could potentially reach the title Douluo rank by the age of 20. Although he was puzzled by Qian Renxue's anxiety, Zhu Huaguan chose not to disclose his thoughts, believing that sometimes it was beneficial to apply a little pressure on her. What Zhu Huaguan did not know was that in Qian Renxue's past life, the average human lifespan was merely around 60 years. In light of Grandpa Jack's age, He had only a decade or so left. Qian Renxue herself was unaware of the longevity of ordinary people in the Douluo Continent, who, due to the existence of martial souls, could typically live between 90 and 120 years. Soul masters, on the other hand, might live from 150 to 300 years. Jiuhua Guan encouraged her, saying, "Then you should put in the effort. Work hard at your cultivation. And when the time comes, avenge your mother and allow your grandpa Jack to witness you becoming a titled Douluo. I recall he bestowed upon you a title. Didn't he? It was something like Snow Scythe Douluo." Qian Renxue nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, teacher. From now on, my title shall be Snow Scythe Douluo Qian Renxue. Jiuhua Guan, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "I merely suggested it, and yet you've truly adopted that title. However, do you not think it a tad premature to contemplate such matters?" Yet, upon reflection, Jiuhua Guan understood it was entirely natural for children to harbor dreams. With this in mind, Jiuhua Guan cleared his throat and inquired once more, "What is your second ability?" "The second ability I have acquired is simulation." "Simulation?" Jiuhua Guan asked, puzzled. "What sort of ability is that?" To clarify the nature of Xiaoshua's power, he continued, "What is its underlying principle?" Qian Renxue elucidated, "Simulation, as the term suggests, entails imitation. I possess the ability to alter my soul rings and aura into any form I desire. For instance, my third soul ring, which is platinum in hue, can be transformed into a white 10-year soul ring, or even into a crimson soul ring of 100,000 years. Qian Renxue demonstrated to Jiuhua Guan, revealing her first century-old yellow spirit ring transforming into a decade-old white spirit ring. Her second millennium purple spirit ring morphed into a myriad-year black spirit ring, its aura indistinguishable from that of the eternal ring. Subsequently, her million-year spirit ring shifted from platinum to a millennium purple hue. Yet, this was not the extent of her abilities. With a gentle tug, she lifted a strand of her golden hair, and as she employed her mimetic powers, her golden locks gradually darkened to black. Amidst the astonished gaze of Jiuhua Guan, Qian Renxue's visage began to alter incrementally, ultimately resembling that of Helena. As the mimicry progressed, her aura aligned perfectly with that of Helena. Jiuhua Guan seemed to discern something. Speaking up, "The transformation of your appearance should not be related to the spirit skill simulation, for I do not perceive any fluctuations of spirit power on your face. However, the essence you imitate bears a striking resemblance to Nana's. Yet, there is one aspect you cannot replicate, the expression in the eyes. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. No matter how successful your imitation may be, you cannot authentically replicate another's gaze." Qian Renxue smiled triumphantly and remarked, "The teacher's guess is indeed accurate. Altering one's appearance is not merely a simulation effect, but rather a manifestation of my own abilities. Qian Renxue possesses the remarkable ability of face changing, a skill renowned in Shuchuan that astounds all who witness it. In an instant, one face can transform into as many as 14. In her previous life, she represented the Wing Chun school to engage in exchanges in Shuchuan, where she acquired this skill. Unfortunately, she only grasped the fundamentals, enabling her to alter her appearance but not to the extent of seamlessly transitioning between 14 distinct faces like the masters of the art. Now, she has developed the capacity to simulate this ability, allowing her to mimic others' essence. Combined with her face-changing prowess, she can indeed replicate others convincingly. However, as for her teacher's remarks regarding the eyes, that remains a challenge. The eyes embody an individual's character, making them difficult to imitate unless one possesses a profound understanding of the person in question. Nana, having practiced the art of charm, utilizes her eyes to wield her enchanting abilities, a feat Qian Renxue cannot replicate as she lacks the knowledge of such techniques. Chapter 58. Tales from the Castle. 1. Your ability is quite impressive. It is indeed a highly useful skill. Although it lacks offensive capabilities, you may find it advantageous for tasks that would otherwise be inconvenient. Jiuhua Guan, oblivious to the origins of Qian Renxue's abilities, refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that the more skills she acquires, the stronger she becomes. Qian Renxue smiled gently, and then said, "Teacher, if there is nothing else, I shall proceed to have my meal." Responded Chrysanthemum Pass, before sinking into deep contemplation. Qian Renxue was aware that her teacher was once again engrossed in the study of her 11 formidable martial soul core competencies. Without attending to the floral arrangements, she approached the door of the living room, gently opened it, and stepped outside, carefully closing it behind her. Understanding that her teacher was deep in thought, she took great care to avoid causing any disturbance. As she made her way down the corridor on the second floor of the hotel, she headed toward the staircase. Upon descending, she was greeted by a bustling scene at the hotel entrance, teeming with a lively crowd. Qian Renxue approached the hotel front desk, observing the busy young lady, and said, "Please bring me a children's meal and a cup of coffee. No sugar, thank you." In this world, coffee existed as well, but unlike in her previous life, the coffee here was far more delightful. The front desk attendant, taking a brief moment from her tasks, replied to Qian Renxue, "Please take a seat at table 43. I will be with you shortly." Qian Renxue said nothing further and proceeded directly to seat 43. Clearly, Qian Renxue was exceptionally fortunate. as this seat was situated by the window, offering a view of the bustling pedestrians outside. As Qian Renxue had barely settled down, she was soon enveloped by the sounds of conversation from two individuals nearby. Have you heard? In the castle located to the north of Suatua City, someone claimed to have seen a person inside today. Isn't that peculiar? What? How could that be? Weren't the inhabitants of that castle said to have vanished a decade ago? Shoo, don't speak of it so openly. Are you courting danger? Indeed, indeed. Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us eat. Let us eat. Qian Renxue was utterly engrossed in the conversation. Yet the incessant chatter of those around her began to grate on her curious mind. Before long, the waiter arrived with the children's meal that Qian Renxue had ordered. Enjoy your meal, the waiter announced before promptly departing, clearly indicating that the staff was exceptionally busy today. During the course of the meal, the two individuals who had been conversing earlier resumed their discussion. Do you think it's true? The inhabitants of that castle perished a decade ago. Could there be ghosts? Qian Renxue paused her dining actions momentarily, attentively listening with her ears, her curiosity piqued once more. What on earth? It is broad daylight. Do not utter such nonsensical words. Upon hearing the words of the individual, Qian Renxue displayed a palpable trepidation. The conversation resumed as the speaker inquired, do you know how they met their demise? On one fateful night, every soul within the castle perished, and the cause remains a mystery. Perhaps the spirits of the deceased have returned to cause unrest? Another person fell into silence, murmuring, I cannot say for certain, but if you seek the truth, perhaps you should venture into the bamboo grove behind the castle. It is said that there are spirits within. If you earn their favor, you might uncover the events of that night. Although the speaker's voice was barely above a whisper, Qian Renxue, being a soul master, possessed keen hearing and caught the words, sparking her curiosity about these so-called spirits. She leaned in closer to listen. Another voice softly interjected. What spirits? It is merely a legend. If spirits truly existed, they would not acknowledge me. Nevertheless, you could attempt it. Who knows? Perhaps they might accept you and reveal the truth of that bygone night. Did you not just declare it a legend? Why then suggest I go there? That place is eerie. Not even dogs dare to tread there. The other replied, but you see, legends often stem from reality. What if there is some truth to it? If you were to uncover the truth from that night, your worries would vanish for a lifetime. Remember, the Lord of Soto City has promised a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins for any leads, which could provide a substantial boon for ordinary folks like us. The other person retorted, do not deceive me. Though I am but a commoner, I possess education. Such reckless endeavors are best left to you. I was merely jesting. Why so anxious? You jest? Such matters should not be taken lightly. Let us eat. With this, the conversation dwindled, yet Qian Renxue found herself yearning for more. Spirits, phantoms, bounties, the mysterious deaths of an entire night, and the concealed truth. All of these ignited her curiosity. During this exchange, Qian Renxue had finished her child-sized meal. While she felt somewhat satiated, having not eaten in 3 days, she was cautious not to overindulge. Her appetite was strong, yet she quickly reined it in. Intrigued by the earlier discussion, Qian Renxue made her way outside the inn. Soto City was indeed vast, but the northern castle was not too far away, and she resolved to investigate. Upon exiting the hotel, she could easily spot the castle's silhouette, estimating it to be approximately 4 kilometers away. The fortress stood atop a hill, making it easily recognizable. With her destination set, Qian Renxue bounded northward, her spirits high. From the second-floor lounge, Zhu Huaguan observed her departure with a smile, pondering her thoughts. A gentle knock echoed on the door, and Zhu Huaguan called, enter. As the door opened, 2 figures entered and bowed, addressing her as your grace. Zhu Huaguan nodded slightly. No need for such formalities. How goes the task? One of the figures replied, we have conveyed all that was necessary. We noted Miss Qian's curiosity. She is likely headed toward the castle. However, she is still quite young. Should she be exposed to such matters at this age? It is of no concern. Growth is essential. I trust that Xiao Xue will make the right choices, for she is destined to become the pope of the cathedral. This is merely a rite of passage for her. Chapter 59, Tales Within the Castle. 2. On the hillside of northern Soto City, amidst a thicket of thorns and roses, stood an ancient castle, its age veiled in mystery. The towering gray walls were entwined with dark green vines, nearly obscuring the windows, some even creeping inside, casting an ominous shadow. From a distance, one could see that the surrounding area was devoid of habitation, as if the castle had been shunned by the world, enveloping it in an eerie silence. Before the castle lay a small bamboo grove, rumored to be home to spirits. Qian Renxue, however, dismissed this as mere folklore, suspecting it to be a manifestation of some botanical soul beast, thus shrouding the grove in an enigmatic aura. As she gazed at the bamboo thicket, a sense of unease washed over her. Tianming, your instincts were not mistaken, were they? Could there truly be the soul bones you spoke of here? The reason Qian Renxue came to this place was not purely out of curiosity, rather. It was the heavenly dream-eye silkworm that informed her of the emanation of soul bone energy within the ancient castle. Initially, Qian Renxue had no intention of coming here. But upon hearing from the heavenly dream-eye silkworm that there existed a soul bone over 100,000 years old, she found herself irresistibly intrigued. Qian Renxue, of course, could not sense any aura of soul bones. However, the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, being a soul beast, possessed the ability to accurately perceive such energies. Thus, Qian Renxue chose to follow its lead. A voice resonated in her mind. Trust me, my perception is infallible. This is indeed a place infused with the essence of soul bones. You humans may not perceive it, but as a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, such energies cannot escape my keen awareness. Oh, Qian Renxue acknowledged and inquired, what shall we do now? Should we enter directly, or? Patience is key. To ensure our safety, we must first inquire about any occurrences in this bamboo grove. Is there truly a soul beast within? Isn't it said that soul beasts under 100,000 years do not possess the ability to speak? How will you communicate? The heavenly dream ice silkworm chuckled, replying, that is true for you humans, who cannot comprehend their speech. Do not forget, I am a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, capable of conversing with them. In a moment, I shall share my consciousness with you, and you will understand their words. Is that true? That is wonderful. Qian Renxue had not anticipated the extent of assistance the heavenly dream ice silkworm could provide. Could it be that she would be able to communicate with soul beasts in the future? This thought filled her with excitement. Yes, you should proceed. The sooner we complete our task, the sooner you can return. The human world is not entirely safe, and as a child, you must be wary of potential dangers, such as human traffickers. All right, Qian Renxue agreed, then stepped forward towards the bamboo grove. From a height, the bamboo grove appeared serene, enveloped in a mist that seemed to drape a snow-white veil over it. As the sun set, the mist deepened the shadows, rendering the grove eerie and dark, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. The residents of Soto City harbored aversion towards this place, primarily due to the bamboo grove. Whenever the citizens ventured into the grove, they encountered unsettling phenomena, emerging in a state of madness, devoid of any recollection of their experiences within. Some claimed that malevolent spirits haunted the area, while others suggested the presence of fairies, punishing those who dared to trespass, resulting in memory loss and insanity. Only soul masters were aware of the existence of soul beasts within, as these beasts were several decades old and newly awakened in intellect, unable to leave the grove. Consequently, soul masters deemed the area a forbidden zone for ordinary citizens. It was rumored that laughter echoed from the grove at night, and over time, it became a no-go zone in the minds of Soto City's residents, instilling fear in all who encountered it. Yet today, not far from the grove stood a young girl, aged 7 or 8. Her golden hair was gently lifted by the breeze. Though beautiful in its own right, the ominous atmosphere of the bamboo grove rendered it somewhat unsettling. Brother Tianming, must we truly enter the bamboo grove? Qian Renxue timidly asked, gazing apprehensively at the grove. After all, she had overheard conversations about its eerie nature, which filled her with both curiosity and fear. Of course, we agreed on this, did we not? Fear not, I shall protect you. For I am a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, assured the heavenly dream ice silkworm, resolutely releasing its spiritual energy to sense the surroundings. Brother Tianming, I am afraid. Can we not go? Qian Renxue whispered, her courage wavering despite being a level 30 soul master. Sensing her trepidation, the heavenly dream ice silkworm comforted her, Schwer. If you are too frightened, you may return. It is a pity, though, for within that ancient castle lies a piece of soul bone aged 100,000 years. Then shall we not go directly to the castle? Why venture into this place? Qian Renxue inquired, her steps cautious and deliberate. She felt an unsettling sensation, as though unseen eyes were watching her, prompting her to glance back frequently. You do not understand, do you? While I am indeed powerful, it is wise to be prepared. The castle houses a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Does that not strike you as peculiar? Upon reflection, Qian Renxue found the situation somewhat peculiar. Yet she could not discern the underlying reasons. Moreover, a century-old soul bone is a rare treasure, sought after by countless soul masters, yet seldom attained. The existence of a 100,000-year soul beast is already exceedingly rare, and their formidable strength renders the acquisition of a 100,000-year soul bone an even more arduous endeavor. Qian Renxue naturally desired the soul bone, though she had no choice but to heed the counsel of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. With a spirit of daring, she embraced the notion that one must risk in pursuit of rewards, for nothing of value comes without a cost. Enlightened by this realization, Qian Renxue ventured deeper into the bamboo grove without hesitation. After several minutes of walking, she finally encountered a soul beast in the form of a bamboo plant. Aged several decades, this botanical creature, known as the leaf bamboo beast, bore 2 white stripes upon its leaves, signifying its age of over 20 years. Generally, plant-type soul beasts do not relocate if they are less than 100 years old. They remain rooted in their place. Through the spiritual connection with the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Qian Renxue was able to comprehend the discourse of these soul beasts. The plant soul beast, stirred by an unseen breeze, rustled its leaves and exclaimed in a hushed tone, "Alas, it is over." A human approaches. Her aura is terrifying. Conceal yourselves. A gentle zephyr swept through the bamboo forest, carrying the whispers of the soul beast to Qian Renxue's ears. She found the lively exchange quite engaging, marveling at the unexpected vibrancy of this realm. Greetings, I am Qian Renxue. May I inquire about something? She spoke to the bamboo grove, resembling a child lost in fanciful thoughts. Is this human child speaking to us? How peculiar. Are there no other humans here? One soul beast pondered. How could it be? Humans cannot possibly communicate with us. Quickly, hide and do not expose our identities. Another urged. Is that so? Yet this child seems to be observing us. What could she want? Fear not, she is likely lost. Let us ignore her as if she were non-existent. The atmosphere was alive with chatter, revealing a side of the soul beast world that Qian Renxue had never anticipated. The conversations of these creatures were a secret known only to her. Feeling a surge of excitement, Qian Renxue declared, I am not a lost child. I am aware of your existence. It is rather impolite to pretend I do not matter. Do not hide. I can hear you speaking. In that moment, silence enveloped the bamboo grove, casting an eerie pall over the surroundings. However, this stillness did not linger for long, as the rustling resumed. How is it possible? This human seems to comprehend our words. Could she be a transformed soul beast? In that instant, the bamboo grove erupted with lively chatter. Human, how do you understand our communication? Qian Renxue let out a sigh. These spirit beasts were even more loquacious than my mother, an incessant chatter. After such a lengthy conversation, they finally remembered my presence. Truly remarkable. Qian Renxue inquired, greetings. I wish to know what transpired on that fateful night a decade ago in this ancient castle. From the depths of the bamboo grove, a rustling sound emerged. If you seek this knowledge, fear not, for you are the first human capable of comprehending our words. Thus, we shall enlighten you. As the words fell, a surge of spiritual energy materialized from the century-old soul beast, gradually approaching Qian Renxue. The voice of the soul beast resonated. By absorbing my spiritual essence, you shall unveil the mysteries of 10 years past. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Renxue embraced this power, confident in the presence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm within her spiritual sea. As she absorbed the spiritual energy, the world around her transformed. Before her unfolded a wedding scene within the castle, she understood that she was merely an observer, invisible to those present. It was akin to watching a film in her past life, yet now she felt an immersive reality enveloping her. Qian Renxue strolled through the wedding venue, taking in the exquisite decorations reminiscent of a Western church wedding from her past life. On the stage, the groom awaited the arrival of his bride, his handsome visage radiant with joy. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance. Qian Renxue turned to behold the bride and her maid of honor. The beautiful bride resembled a fine rose wine, intoxicating to the senses. Her delicate features and slender legs accentuated her elegance, while her graceful hands cradled pink flowers, enhancing her enchanting charm. Clad in a pristine white wedding gown, she radiated beauty on this special day. The maid of honor, holding a bouquet in her right hand and guiding the bride with her left, led her to the altar. The host then approached the groom, inviting him to step down and receive his bride. The groom descended the stage with haste, standing before the bride and speaking earnestly. Thank you for walking this journey with me, from having nothing to this moment. Your unwavering companionship, encouragement, and support have been invaluable. And I have cherished your love deeply. Will you marry me? The bride wiped away her joyful tears, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. I do. As the wedding march echoed, the couple joined hands and ascended the altar together. On the altar, their mothers conveyed the flame of love, passing it to the newlyweds as they lit the candles. The maid of honor presented the rings, and the couple exchanged tokens of their love, embracing before sharing a gentle kiss. More content is loading. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The Soul Guide crystal ball recorded every moment here, preserving this most beautiful time. Qian Renxue couldn't help but extend her blessings to the newlyweds, wishing them a harmonious union for 100 years. Following this, the bride and groom were to descend from the stage and toast the attendees, marking the final step of the wedding ceremony. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Three figures appeared at the entrance of the wedding venue. Among them, one young man stood out with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding the air of youthful exuberance. Dressed in a gray cloak and wielding a hammer adorned with intricate patterns that emanated a pulsating soul force, he clearly took the lead among the trio. The other two individuals beside him bore no remarkable features, clad in blue garments embellished with intersecting hammer motifs. The young man stepped forward, casting his gaze upon the groom with a nonchalant tone. I've been searching for you for quite some time. I didn't expect to find you hiding here. Surrender the soul bone, and I shall spare your life. The attendees were left bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. The host rushed forward to address the young man. But in the next moment, the young man swung his hammer with deadly intent towards the host's chest. The impact sent the host hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed against a pillar, lifeless within moments. Panic erupted among the guests. They were merely ordinary people, unaccustomed to such violence, and they scrambled to escape. Yet, the young man showed no mercy, initiating a massacre. The two companions joined in, and the scene could only be described as a river of blood. A horrific slaughter where ordinary humans stood no chance against soul masters, like ants attempting to confront a mighty elephant. This brutality incited the wrath of the bride and groom, both formidable soul masters themselves. Their 6 soul rings flared to life, yellow, purple, black, representing an optimal configuration, radiating the formidable presence of soul emperors. In response, The young man revealed his own 7 soul rings, signifying his status as a soul saint, and the confrontation ensued. Despite the couple's strength, they found themselves at a disadvantage against such a powerful opponent. The battle was short-lived. Within 2 minutes, they were overwhelmed. Realizing the dire situation, the groom seized the opportunity to flee with the bride. The young man, along with his companions, pursued them without hesitation. In the aftermath, the wedding venue had become a scene of utter devastation. No one was left alive, all victims of a calamity brought about by a single soul bone. As a mere observer, Qian Renxue could only watch as these events unfolded in the past, powerless to intervene. The scene shifted back to the bamboo forest, where Qian Renxue opened her eyes, feeling a deep sense of regret. What had begun as a joyous celebration had devolved into tragedy, highlighting the cruelty of this world. Now aware of the harsh realities, she felt no reason to linger any longer. Qian Renxue exited the bamboo grove, heading toward the ancient castle's entrance. Upon reaching the door, she caught a glimpse of light flickering through the window, confirming the presence of inhabitants within, as she had heard during the day. Curiosity piqued. She knocked gently on the door and awaited a response. It wasn't long before the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-30s. Despite his relatively young age, the burdens of a troubled past seemed to have aged him prematurely, his hair a stark white and his gaze distant, as if he had endured the trials of life. Qian Renxue's throat involuntarily rolled a couple of times. She recognized this man, the groom from the ancient castle. Although he was no longer as youthful as before, his features bore a striking resemblance, retaining 7 parts of his former self. Qian Renxue spoke first. "Hello, young girl. How did you come to this place? Are you lost?" The middle-aged man gazed intently at Qian Renxue with his pair of eyes. Qian Renxue was at a loss for words, contemplating whether to return. With the master of the soul bone having returned, the prospect of seizing an opportunity had vanished. Just then, the heavens roared with thunder and lightning, and a tempestuous wind surged forth, causing the nearby bamboo grove to rustle ominously. In a short while, torrential rain began to pour from the sky. The flashes of lightning illuminated the face of the middle-aged man, rendering him even more fearsome. Qian Renxue was filled with trepidation, displaying a professional smile that was rather incongruous for her age, rendering the situation quite awkward. "It's raining. Come inside," the middle-aged man said, stepping aside to allow her entry into the house. Qian Renxue naturally walked inside. Given the current circumstances, entering was no longer a choice but a necessity. Failing to do so would only suggest that one had ulterior motives for being there. Upon noticing the presence of a master within, she hesitated, fearing that such an action could lead to her untimely demise at the hands of this formidable individual. It is worth noting that this person's prowess had already surpassed the realm of a soul emperor, exceeding level 60, a decade ago. Thus, one could only ponder how much stronger they had become since then. Qian Renxue, hesitant to take risks, resolved to heed caution and promised that next time she would never venture out alone, but would insist on bringing along her teacher. The interior of the castle was steeped in a chilling and eerie atmosphere, as if countless specters lingered within, sending shivers down one's spine. It seemed to narrate the events of a decade past, yet alas, no one could comprehend its tale. Guided by a middle-aged man, they ascended to the grand hall on the 2nd floor. Within the hall, a selection of furniture remained, untouched since the calamity of 10 years ago. It was evident that someone had come to tidy up the place after the incident, likely the administrators of Soto City. In the northern section of the hall, a row of sofas was arranged, facing a coffee table and other furnishings. Qian Renxue distinctly remembered that this object did not exist a decade ago. It must have been recently introduced by the young people upon their return. On the columns within the ancient castle, candles flickered, casting a faint glow amidst the eerie darkness of the surroundings. The middle-aged man approached the sofa and ignited another candle, placing it upon the coffee table. Under the illumination of the flame, the castle was infused with a touch more light. "Make yourself comfortable. There is little to eat in the house. You may have to endure for a while until the rain ceases, or perhaps until tomorrow morning before you depart," he offered. "Thank you, uncle. I shall leave once the rain has stopped," Qian Renxue replied as she took a few steps and gradually settled beside the sofa. The middle-aged man poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue called out, receiving the tea with gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." The middle-aged man smiled warmly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of this castle, named Lady. Due to certain past events, I have not returned for many years. To my surprise, just 2 days after my return, guests have arrived, leaving us with little provisions in the house." Qian Renxue nodded slightly. The groom, named Lady, appeared quite gentle. She wondered about the whereabouts of the bride from years past. Observing his head of white hair, she pondered whether everything had changed irreversibly. Lady spoke again. "What brings you here? Where are your family members?" Qian Renxue fell into silence, pondering whether he should respond to the individual's inquiry. Fabrication was certainly out of the question, given her current demeanor. Any attempt to deceive would be instantly discerned by this person. As her thoughts shifted, Qian Renxue deftly changed the subject, saying, "My name is Qian Renxue, and I have come with my mentor to acquire a soul ring, for I am a soul master. The inhabitants of Soto City have spoken of its terrifying nature and the unfortunate events that have transpired here. Driven by curiosity, I decided to visit." Qian Renxue's words were not entirely deceptive, thus her expression appeared quite natural as she concealed her quest for the soul bone. Lady D was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "I noticed you lingered in the bamboo forest for a while. What was the reason for that?" Qian Renxue instinctively continued the conversation. "I have heard them speak of spirits residing within the bamboo grove, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to venture inside for a glimpse." "Oh, did you uncover anything of interest?" Lady D inquired. Qian Renxue shook her head, stating, "There are no significant findings. However, there are some decades-old plant spirit beasts within. I believe those are the so-called fairies spoken of by the townsfolk." Lady nodded thoughtfully before speaking again. "As the mistress of this castle, I am privy to the events of the past. Would you care to know?" As soon as Lady finished her words, a tempest raged outside, with thunder and lightning casting brilliant white light into the castle, illuminating the faces of Qian Renxue and Lady. Their golden and white hair danced in the wind, as the adult and child sat in tranquil silence. After a brief moment, the castle was once again enveloped in darkness, the candle flames flickering due to the gusts. At that instant, the atmosphere grew strikingly serene. Qian Renxue found herself at a loss for words in response to the inquiry. She contemplated the notion of wanting to know, yet she was already privy to the information. Conversely, if she professed disinterest, it would cast a shadow over her intentions for being there. As a soul master, it seemed utterly absurd to be lost, thus she opted for silence, refraining from engaging or posing any questions. Lady offered a gentle smile, perhaps due to its warmth, which left a favorable impression on Qian Renxue. It appeared that Lady discerned her discomfort and reassured her, stating, "There is no need for anxiety. It is quite rare for visitors to come here, which breeds apprehension among those unfamiliar with this place. In truth, this ancient castle was once quite welcoming to guests. Once? Perhaps. But what of the present? Does it still extend its hospitality?" Qian Renxue remained uncertain. Her imaginative mind often leaned towards the darker interpretations of reality. To mask her growing unease, she lifted her teacup and took a modest sip, choosing not to respond to Lady's remarks. Lady seemed eager to share the stories of yesteryear. Continuing, "In fact, a decade ago, a wedding was celebrated here, meant to unite two individuals in bliss. Yet, unforeseen changes led to the burial of their happiness within the walls of this castle." In an effort to portray her curiosity, Qian Renxue feigned ignorance, asking, "What transpired afterward?" Perhaps due to her youthful demeanor, Lady began to share the tale, recounting the events that had unfolded all those years ago. Qian Renxue inquired, "What ultimately became of the bride and groom from that year?" Chapter 62, Tales from the Castle. 5. Lady seemed to drift into a reverie, and after a moment, she began to speak. After the bride and groom fled from here, they were relentlessly pursued along their journey, ultimately reaching the Starry Empire, where the influence of their enemies could not reach them, allowing them to survive. However, it was due to the groom that this tragedy unfolded. The occurrence of such a calamity transformed the bride's very essence, leading her to become a malevolent soul master. Unable to bear the death of her kin, the bride chose to part ways with the groom. Before her departure, they made a pact to return to this ancient castle in 10 years' time to fulfill the wedding that had never been completed. Qian Renxue's expression remained impassive as she sighed inwardly. Lady's hair had turned white overnight, likely due to her inability to accept the transformation of the bride into a sinister soul master, a reflection of guilt and remorse. "What are your thoughts after hearing this tale?" Lady directed her gaze towards Qian Renxue. Perhaps due to the lack of someone to confide in, Lady posed this question to herself. Yet being merely a child, she found herself at a loss for an answer, as it did not align with her youthful persona. Qian Renxue shook her head, her chubby little face reflecting a look of confusion. Lady understood. Indeed, she was merely a child, incapable of fathoming such matters. Her presence here was driven by curiosity, a perfectly natural trait for a young one. Shaking her head, Lady rose and approached the window of the ancient castle. From this vantage point, she could encompass nearly the entirety of Soto City. Despite the heavy rain, the night in Soto City remained enchanting. The downpour could not obscure its splendor. Yet, Lady found herself devoid of the mood to appreciate the beauty surrounding her. Qian Renxue merely sat on the sofa, sipping her tea, indifferent to Lady D. She must wait until the rain ceased before returning, for her teacher would surely be searching for her. Qian Renxue felt a tinge of regret for not having informed her teacher beforehand. What if her teacher were to worry about her? This thought troubled her momentarily, however. The rain outside seemed to have ceased. "Hello, uncle, I must take my leave," Qian Renxue declared, rising to her feet. Yet, as she took her first step, a wave of dizziness enveloped her mind, and she collapsed. In her fading consciousness, Qian Renxue realized she had been deceived. The tea contained a sedative. Observing Qian Renxue sprawled on the sofa, Lady turned, revealing a smile before neglecting her entirely. Within the realm of her spiritual consciousness, Qian Renxue lamented, "Tianming, it's all your fault. Had it not been for you, I would not be here. What shall I do now?" Tianming Binkan, calm and unperturbed, replied softly, "Fear not. I am here to protect you. Besides, that person does not seem to harbor any ill intent towards you. Rest assured, all will be well. Then you must keep an eye on that individual outside. If he attempts to take me away, you must intervene." Time passed slowly. For within the realm of her spiritual consciousness, the concept of time was non-existent. Meanwhile, in the external world, golden sunlight bathed the earth, filtering through the castle windows and illuminating Qian Renshue's charming visage. Qian Renxue awoke from her haze to behold a woman standing before her, poised elegantly in a pristine white wedding gown. Her features were exquisitely crafted, akin to a finely painted portrait, and her skin, as pale as freshly fallen snow, bore a delicate blush. Most striking were her eyes, which shone with a crystalline brilliance, reminiscent of crushed stars twinkling within. Anyone who gazed upon her would inevitably marvel at her breathtaking beauty, unable to resist the urge to look again. Yet, despite the alluring charm she exuded, an unsettling aura of blood, coldness, and resentment surrounded her, though such darkness could not diminish her splendor. Qian Renxue discerned that the woman's aura was indeed a manifestation of the evil soul master. Beside her, Lady was adorned in the attire of the groom. Although his white hair was conspicuous, today he appeared extraordinarily joyful. Lady clasped the woman's hand, his face radiating sheer bliss. It seemed that the woman had long awaited this day and was equally elated. Turning to Qian Renxue, she spoke, "I apologize. Lady merely wishes for your assistance in fulfilling our final wish. He must have conveyed this to you. For our wedding had one last step yet to be completed, offering a toast to our guests. Thus, he hopes you can help us accomplish this final act." He is not typically like this. The woman appeared to be fervently exonerating the man's actions, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings in Qian Renshue's mind. Qian Renxue could perceive the deep affection between the two individuals. Rising from the sofa and taking her seat, she gazed at the newlyweds before her, remaining silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Lady and the woman exchanged glances, both faces adorned with smiles. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Due to Qian Renshue's youth, Lady poured her only a small glass of red wine. Observing this, the woman picked up the elegant goblet, took Lady's hand, and they circled the coffee table before stopping in front of Qian Renxue. Upon witnessing this, Qian Renxue promptly rose to her feet. Due to her height, the woman crouched down to present the wine to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue gracefully accepted the goblet with both hands and gazed at the couple, saying, "Congratulations to you both. From this day forth, you shall be united as husband and wife, and I, Qian Renxue, shall serve as your witness." Though Qian Renshue's voice appeared exceedingly youthful, the expression on her face was one of utmost seriousness. She genuinely wished the newlyweds well, offering them her most heartfelt blessings. A smile graced the faces of Lady and the woman, and their hands seemed to clasp even tighter. Qian Renxue downed her drink in one gulp. Although she was still young and not accustomed to alcohol, she did not wish to disrupt the enchanting atmosphere. Qian Renxue had anticipated that after consuming the wine, she would succumb to a state of dizziness and disorientation. To her surprise, she felt no adverse effects whatsoever. Subsequently, Lady spoke, "Thank you. You are the final guest. Our ultimate wish has been fulfilled. I believe it is time for us to depart." Qian Renxue initially intended to inquire where Lady and her companion wished to go. However, to her astonishment, they gradually vanished before her very eyes. Qian Renxue felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. How could two living beings simply vanish? Or was it that she had fallen under an illusion, causing her to witness such a scene? Qian Renxue shifted her gaze to her empty hands. She distinctly remembered holding a goblet moments ago. What could have happened? Moreover, the tea had vanished as well. Was it truly an illusion? "Tianming, are you there?" Qian Renxue silently called out. Tianming Binkin replied, "They likely perished long ago. What remains in this room may be a form of obsession or the lingering resentment from their untimely wedding, which never reached its culmination. They perhaps linger here, yearning for someone to fulfill their final wish. Did she not escape to the Xinglua Empire? And that woman became a soul master?" Qian Renxue pondered, her confusion palpable. Tianming Binkin elucidated, "He deceived you into believing he was still alive to compel you to grant his last wish. As for the mention of a soul master, it was likely a test of your sincerity in assisting them. Should you refuse, you might lose your memories, for they are beyond questioning now that they have departed. Is that so?" Qian Renxue exhaled in relief, realizing that the amnesia of those individuals stemmed from such circumstances. At that moment, a 10,000-year-old soul bone materialized before her, seemingly appearing out of thin air and hovering right in front of her. This soul bone emanated a brilliant blue light, illuminating the entire ancient castle. Qian Renxue wore a bewildered expression, pondering whether this was a gift meant for her. The present seemed exceedingly extravagant. However, without a trace of hesitation, Qian Renxue promptly placed the soul bone into the eternal heart. It was a right arm bone, and at this moment, it was impossible to ascertain which type of soul beast it would produce. She would have to wait until she returned to consult her teacher. Qian Renxue stepped out of the ancient castle, gently closing the door behind her before securing it with an old lock that required only a casual touch to fasten. As she emerged from the castle's entrance, she noticed Zhu Huaguan waiting there for quite some time. "Teacher?" Qian Renxue called out, a hint of guilt in her tone. "I'm sorry for making you worry. I shouldn't have come out here alone." Zhu Huaguan approached her, affectionately ruffling Qian Renshue's hair with his left hand. "Let us go back to the academy," he said. "All right." Qian Renxue beamed with joy. "Teacher, I obtained a 10,000-year soul bone. Look. As she spoke, she brushed her hand over the heart of eternity, and with the release of her soul power, a 10,000-year soul bone materialized in her grasp. Zhu Huaguan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such fortune. Originally, he had intended for Qian Renxue to experience the so-called illusion. But it seemed she had gained considerable benefit from it instead. It now appeared that the very essence supporting the illusion was the soul bone. And since Qian Renxue had acquired it, the illusion should have dissipated. Chapter 63, Su Yuntao and his girlfriend. 1. After several days of travel and the meticulous care of Master Zhu Huaguan, Qian Renxue finally returned to Notting City. During this time, she felt a deep sense of familial warmth. Her teacher cared for her as a father would for his daughter, filling her heart with comfort. Notting City remained as vibrant as ever, bustling with life along its streets. A figure ahead caught Qian Renxue's attention. A person clad in blue adorned with a hammer emblem on their back. Beside Su Yuntao stood a woman, and they appeared to be enjoying a leisurely day out together. Teacher, that person ahead is Master Su Yuntao. I'll go say hello. You can head back first. Zhu Huaguan knew of Su Yuntao, the one who had awakened Qian Renxue's martial soul, essentially serving as her first guide on the path of a soul master. To refer to him as the blind Douluo was perhaps an understatement, and yet Zhu Huaguan would not intervene. After all, he had kept Qian Renxue's exceptional talent hidden from others. It seemed that former members of the Spirit Hall were quite averse to the Haotian sect. And Zhu Huaguan found it hard to believe that Su Yuntao could not recognize Qian Renxue's innate soul power of level 20. With this thought, Zhu Huaguan nodded. Go ahead. Since you've encountered an acquaintance, it is only right to greet him. Thank you, teacher. With that, Qian Renxue hurried towards Su Yuntao. Zhu Huaguan continued on his way toward the Soul Master Academy in Notting City, feeling at ease in this familiar territory. Qian Renxue advanced swiftly, taking 2 steps at a time, and soon stood before the 2 individuals, her hands outstretched as a gesture of obstruction. Uncle Su Yuntao, greetings, she said, bowing respectfully, exuding an air of politeness. Yuntao, who is this? Inquired the woman beside Su Yuntao, her expression one of perplexity. Su Yuntao scrutinized Qian Renxue closely, and suddenly, a spark of recognition ignited within him. He recalled the little girl with innate soul power of level 20. It was he who had facilitated her awakening of the martial soul. It is you, little one. How have you fared? What level have you attained in your cultivation? Su Yuntao expressed his surprise, marveling at the serendipity of encountering her in the bustling city of Notting. Qian Renxue's gaze had shifted towards the woman beside Su Yuntao, seemingly oblivious to the master's inquiry. The reason was simple. The woman was exceedingly beautiful. With her delicate limbs and graceful curves, her chest rose gently in the middle, displaying a remarkably mature physique. She possessed an elongated and elegant figure, with soft, lotus-like arms and exquisitely rounded, elongated legs. Her slender, smooth calves complemented her delicate, lustrous skin, which exuded an ethereal quality. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, creating an enchanting silhouette. Indeed, she was a strikingly beautiful woman, with arched brows, large, expressive eyes, and lips that were both dainty and full, akin to a ripe peach, tempting anyone who beheld her to take a bite. Qian Renxue was astonished. How could one be so breathtakingly beautiful? She was indeed a captivating enchantress. The woman, seemingly embarrassed by Qian Renxue's gaze, discreetly gestured to her, indicating that Su Yuntao was still inquiring about her. Qian Renxue also realized the situation, casting an apologetic glance at Su Yuntao as she replied, I have just reached level 32. Is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. Both Su Yuntao and the woman beside him were taken aback. Already at level 32? Su Yuntao maintained his composure, aware that Qian Renxue possessed an innate soul power of level 20, but the woman beside him was utterly astonished. However, Su Yuntao quickly regained his poise and addressed Qian Renxue, saying, That's excellent. Keep striving in your cultivation. Since you have embarked on the path of a soul master, you must be prepared to endure hardships that ordinary people cannot bear. Nodding like a chick pecking at rice, Qian Renxue appeared exceedingly endearing. The woman beside Su Yuntao exclaimed, Yutao, which family's little genius is this? My goodness, already at level 30. Su Yuntao cleared his throat and cautioned, Please keep your voice down. The woman seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and promptly fell silent. Yet the disbelief in her eyes was impossible to conceal. By the way, allow me to introduce you, Su Yuntao continued. This young one is from Shanghan village, named Qian Renxue. I presided over his soul power awakening, so I have a particularly deep impression of him, as he possesses an innate soul power of level 20. Afterward, he turned to Qian Renxue and added, This lady beside me is, pausing momentarily, he resumed, my girlfriend, named Cici. We plan to marry next month. And you are welcome to attend our wedding. At this, the woman named Cici blushed slightly, playfully pinching Su Yuntao's waist, clearly feeling a bit shy. Qian Renxue remarked, Is that so? I shall certainly attend. Your uncle's girlfriend is truly beautiful. Cici smiled and replied, You little one, your words are quite sweet. Qian Renxue revealed a pristine crescent of white, stating, No, I merely speak the truth. Children never deceive. Cici felt a tad bashful at the compliment, though being praised for her beauty brought her a sense of joy. Su Yuntao inquired, Where are you currently studying? At the Notting City Soul Master Academy? Indeed. Qian Renxue nodded, replying, "Uncle, your guess is remarkably accurate. I have completed a year of courses at the Notting City Soul Master Academy." Su Yuntao nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed, the Notting City Soul Master Academy is a private institution established for the common folk. If I am not mistaken, given your talent, your instructor must be a master. Correct?" Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "How do you know that?" Su Yuntao replied, "Master Juhua Guan has been at the Notting City Soul Master Academy for about 4 to 5 years. He is the vice president of the academy. A fact well known throughout Notting City. Given your talent and status, even if you are not born with full soul power, he would undoubtedly take you as a student." From Su Yuntao's words, Qian Renxue gleaned 2 pieces of information. First, her identity. Was there something significant about it? Second, the implication that even without innate full soul power, the teacher would still accept her as a disciple. It is worth noting that the teacher is a titled Douluo. Although he teaches without discrimination, he cannot possibly have the time to nurture those lacking in talent. It seemed there was some connection between the teacher and herself. Was it conceivable that she was not her father's biological daughter, but rather the teacher's illegitimate child? As this thought crossed her mind, Qian Renxue dismissed it. This was no movie. After all, if that were not the case, then the only truth left was that the teacher might be her uncle. Otherwise, how could he treat her so well? It is reasonable for an uncle to be so kind to his niece. This must be the truth. Contemplating this possibility, Qian Renxue couldn't help but focus her gaze on Su Yuntao, certain that he knew something. Chapter 64. Su Yuntao and his girlfriend, too. "Uncle, you have guessed correctly. The teacher treats me exceptionally well. Could you share some tales about him?" Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her demeanor radiating an endearing innocence, completely devoid of any sense of awkwardness. "Has your teacher not spoken of himself?" Su Yuntao's tone carried a hint of perplexity. Indeed, Master Su Yuntao must possess some knowledge. She needed to extract that information today. How could she persuade him to divulge it? Would he hesitate to speak, fearing the teacher's status as a titled Douluo? Her thoughts raced as she quickly filtered through various possibilities in her mind. Qian Renxue had devised a response, stating, "I know that my teacher is a titled Douluo, but I am eager to learn about his accomplishments. You see, he is a modest person, and whenever I inquire, he dismisses it as something unworthy of mention, brushing me off. It's quite frustrating." Su Yuntao nodded in agreement. Master Juhua Guan was indeed very modest. Observing Qian Renxue's charming demeanor melted his heart. Feeling in high spirits that day, he thought it would be pleasant to share stories about her teacher, as it wouldn't take much of his time. With that in mind, Su Yuntao began to speak slowly. "Your teacher has many remarkable achievements, the most renowned of which is his 10 core competencies of martial souls. You should be aware of this, right?" Qian Renxue nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "I understand. The teacher is currently delving into the core competencies of the 11 great martial souls." Qian Renxue deliberately spoke this way to open up the conversation, hoping to catch Su Yuntao off guard and elicit the information she sought. Su Yuntao, taken aback, inquired, "Are you aware of the core competencies of the 11 great martial souls he is researching?" Qian Renxue did not conceal her thoughts and remarked, "I have heard the master mention his research on how soul masters can absorb soul rings without being affected by spiritual shocks." "Ah, is that so? The master truly deserves the title of genius. He has made countless contributions to soul masters without seeking any reward. He is indeed a paragon for our generation." Su Yuntao's words carried a sense of admiration, seemingly in awe of the deeds accomplished by the esteemed figure. Qian Renxue inquired, "Might you share with me the remarkable deeds that our teacher has accomplished within the Spirit Hall?" She had learned of the teacher's connection to the Spirit Hall through Xiaowu. Given Uncle Su Yuntao's advanced age, he should possess knowledge of the teacher's exploits. Upon addressing this matter, Su Yuntao displayed a hint of envy, coupled with a look of regret, and remarked, "Your teacher's accomplishments are indeed numerous, yet among them, there exists one that stands as the most extraordinary, albeit tinged with sorrow." Qian Renxue inquired, "Then do share with me." However, Su Yuntao did not respond to her question. Instead, he posed another query. "You are aware that the Haotian branch was formerly known as the Wuhuan branch, are you not? Was the Haotian branch indeed once the Wuhuan branch?" I had no knowledge of this, she thought, yet she felt compelled to feign awareness. Thus, Qian Renxue merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence over verbosity, for she understood that speaking too much could reveal her ignorance to Master Su Yuntao. As the conversation unfolded, Su Yuntao's girlfriend, Cici, expressed her interest in the topic. Given that the chrysanthemum gate was her idol, she turned to Qian Renxue with a smile and said, "Would you like to know? Call me sister, and I shall reveal it to you." The adorable appearance of Qian Renxue delights a woman named Cici immensely, prompting her desire to have a similarly charming younger sister. As the content continues to load, please hold on. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you encounter this passage, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking functions. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Su Yutao was taken aback. The little Qian Renxue addressed him as uncle while calling her sister. Is that truly appropriate? Shaking his head, Su Yutao felt somewhat helpless. Well, as long as Cici is happy, that is what matters. Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Renxue naturally addressed her as sister. Cici cast a glance at Su Yuntao, her face adorned with a triumphant expression, as if to say, "Look." She calls me sister while referring to you as uncle. Unbeknownst to you, this subtly ages you, and marrying me is indeed your blessing. Su Lin Tao, feeling somewhat helpless, exchanged a knowing glance with CC. Their time spent together had fostered an unspoken understanding, requiring merely a look to convey their thoughts. CC nodded in satisfaction. Qian Renxue was utterly astonished by the actions of these two individuals. Is it truly appropriate for you to be exchanging flirtatious glances in broad daylight? Moreover, there is a solitary single person beside you. Must you be so competitive? Sister, please tell me more about my teacher. Qian Renxue felt compelled to interrupt their antics, as she sensed she had reached her limit. CC's sweet voice chimed in. Very well, I shall enlighten you. In fact, your teacher's most remarkable achievement during her time at the Papal Palace was assisting Pope Bibi Dong in ascending to the papal throne. Why is this deemed so remarkable? It is because, during Pope Bibi Dong's reign, ordinary soul masters awakened their soul power without the need for gold soul coins, and each month, they received gold soul coins as well. Bibi Dong. That name sounds so familiar. It seems to belong to my mother, the one who has already passed away. Qian Renxue appeared to have uncovered the truth of her lineage, realizing why her teacher treated her with such kindness. It was due to her connection with her mother. With this thought in mind, Qian Renxue naturally inquired further, what led to the Papal Palace being supplanted by the Houghton sect? What transpired back then? Cici replied. This story is quite lengthy and involves many intricate details. You must understand that the Papal Palace was the foremost power across the continent. Had it not been for the beast tide that occurred at that time, how could the Houghton sect have succeeded? If that were the case, we, the Houghton subsect, would still be affiliated with the Spirit Hall. In such circumstances, ordinary individuals awakening their soul power would not have to spend gold soul coins. And you could also receive gold soul coin subsidies. Cici sighed deeply at this, as if lamenting the fate of the Spirit Hall. However, this is an inevitable circumstance. Cici is a highly intelligent person. The continent has already established a system of nobility and commoners, and enacting change is no simple task. What Pope Bibi Dong once endeavored was to confront all the nobles of the Douluo Continent. Yet unfortunately, those individuals discovered her weaknesses, leading to her untimely demise. Qian Renxue has come to an understanding, yet she still cannot ascertain the truth. She inquires once more, surely, the Pope Bibi Dong must have numerous admirers, particularly among the common spirit masters? After all, she has accomplished such monumental feats. Cici replies, indeed, that is certainly the case. At one time, Her Holiness the Pope was together with the angel Douluo Continent, and it is rumored that she was even expecting a child. Speaking of which, it appears you also share the surname Qian. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and naturally replied, indeed, my name is Qian Renxue. Would you kindly share with me the matters concerning His Holiness the Pope? Su Yutao, being a perceptive individual, was well aware of Qian Renxue's true identity. The reason was simple. Her extraordinary talent was undeniable, and her father was Qian Xuanji. Upon the initial population registration, he harbored suspicions. Subsequently, when Qian Renxue awakened her innate spirit power at level 20, coupled with her lineage as a descendant of the angel clan, he discerned that she possessed twin martial souls. Rather than reporting this revelation, he chose to conceal it. While others believed he was merely a blind fighter, he could only chuckle in silence. Chapter 65. Su Yutao and his girlfriend, 3. When discussing Pope Bibi Dong, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in Cici's eyes as she remarked, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall is my idol. She unified the powers of Spirit City, establishing the Spirit Hall as a singular authority. She initiated spirit awakenings across the corners of Douluo Continent, allowing commoners to aspire to broader horizons, to ensure that common spirit masters could cultivate in a conducive environment. She even dispensed gold soul coins monthly, alleviating their financial burdens. She has valiantly combated evil forces, enabling the populace to live in peace, standing against the nobility for the sake of the common people. While slave trading persists in other nations, it is absent under the governance of Spirit City, all thanks to her. As she spoke, Cici sighed and continued, however, everything changed on that fateful night 7 years ago, coinciding with the beast tide in the Stardow Forest. Many lives were lost during the time. Pope Bibi Dong commanded the 9 elders of the Spirit Hall to resist the beast tide. On that very night, a group infiltrated the Spirit Hall. With the 9 elders away, the situation unfolded tragically. As Cici paused for a moment, she resumed, I do not recall the specifics of that incident. I do not know who those individuals were. However, it was thereafter that the Houghton sect took control of all the branches of the Spirit Hall. If you wish to learn more, you may inquire with Master Mash Onua, for he happened to be at the Spirit Hall that day, reporting to Pope Bibi Dong, and was present at the scene. Qian Renxue had not anticipated the remarkable greatness of her mother, who, like herself, yearned to transform the world. It seemed that to comprehend the circumstances of that time, she must inquire about the enigmatic Master Matthew. But who exactly was Master Matthew? With this thought, Qian Renxue could not help but ask once more, Sister, who is Master Matthew? Can you take me to find him? Cici replied, Master Matthew resides in the Houghton Subpalace in Nodding City. Fortunately, we have no plans today, so we shall take you there. After finishing her sentence, Cici cast a glance at Su Yutao, silently indicating that their date was now cancelled. Su Yuntao wore a look of dejection. He was fully prepared and merely a few steps away from reaching the hotel, but unexpectedly, Qian Renxue had appeared out of nowhere, infuriating him. All right. Thank you, sister. Qian Renxue hurriedly expressed her gratitude, fearing that Su Yuntao might refuse to take her. Observing Su Yuntao's expression, she sensed that she might have disrupted his plans. Regarding this, Qian Renxue felt helpless and could only silently apologize in her heart, for her desire to uncover the past compelled her to rely on Sister Cici. Cici extended her right hand, evidently intending to take Qian Renxue's hand, as if to say, there are many people on the street. It would be unfortunate if you were to get lost. Upon witnessing this, Qian Renxue gently placed her hand atop the delicate, appropriately slender hand of Cici, whose touch seemed to possess a certain ethereal quality, radiating the gentle essence of femininity. In contrast, Qian Renxue's small hand, fair and tender, resembled a freshly steamed bun, providing an exceptionally comforting grasp. Cici cast a glance at Su Yuntao, silently conveying her intent for him to secure their lodging, before leading Qian Renxue towards the direction of the Haotian branch hall. Observing their departing figures, Su Yuntao let out a resigned sigh, lamenting the fleeting nature of his youth. Under Cici's guidance, Qian Renxue arrived at the Haotian branch hall. Halt. Which young lady dares to wander here? This is the Haotian branch hall, and trespassing is not permitted. As soon as they arrived, the two guards stationed at the entrance obstructed their path. The guards appeared to be in their 20s. Their aura of soul power barely perceptible, suggesting they had yet to attain even the level of a soul master. It seemed that finding a soul master in Notting City was indeed a formidable challenge, as even the guards at the Haotian branch hall were akin to ordinary individuals. The Haotian branch hall in Notting City is an immense structure crowned with a magnificent dome. The width of its facade exceeds 100 meters, soaring to a height of 20 meters, and it is divided into 3 levels. The entire edifice is adorned in shades of brown, with the emblem at the main entrance featuring solely a hammer. Through Cici's explanations, Qian Renxue learned that the singular design of the emblem signifies that the Haotian branch hall in Notting City is the most rudimentary of its kind. Qian Renxue stepped forward. Greeting, uncle, hello. I am here to seek Master Mithuno. She briefly explained her purpose. The gatekeeper initially dismissed her, thinking a child could hardly have pressing matters, especially considering Master Mithuno's busy schedule. However, upon noticing the esteemed Sister Cici behind Qian Renxue, their demeanor instantly transformed to one of deference. Ah, it is Sister Cici. Please. Come in. One guard quickly gestured for them to enter, revealing Cici's notable reputation within the Haotian branch. Nodding in acknowledgement, Cici proceeded into the hall, with Qian Renxue closely following. The envious gazes of the two guards trailed them as they entered, one remarking, to be brought here at such a young age. Perhaps she is already a soul master. Cici must be guiding her for a soul power assessment. How enviable, another little prodigy. The other, skeptical, interjected, wait. What if she is here to awaken her martial soul instead? Who knows? After all, she is just a child. We will never become soul masters in our lifetime. The first guard replied, you should be content with such a good job. Inside the grand hall, a magnificent dome towered 20 meters high, adorned with murals depicting various martial souls within small squares. The vibrant gold background exuded a sense of opulence while retaining an air of antiquity. Massive crystal windows allowed sunlight to refract through, casting a dazzling glow upon the murals that captivated the eye. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a few attendants tidying up. Cici scanned the interior, seemingly in search of someone. Just then, an elderly figure emerged from the staircase, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The elder, of short stature and slightly hunched, had a full head of silver hair and a beard, dressed in a faded blue work uniform adorned with crossed hammer patterns. Appearing to be in his 70s or 80s. Despite the deep wrinkles etched into his bronze face, he radiated vitality, his eyes gleaming with golden light. This elder was none other than Master Mithuno. The middle-aged man beside him was strikingly remarkable, his bronze skin and sharply defined features reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His dark, piercing eyes exuded a wild, captivating charm, and his chiseled visage emanated the aura of a formidable king, adorned with a roguish smile. The two were engaged in a lively conversation. Xiaoying, if you don't come back to see this old man soon, I might not get the chance to see you again. I am getting old, Master Mithuno lamented. The middle-aged man dismissed this concern. Teacher, you are a soul master. Your lifespan should extend to at least 150 or 60 years. You are only in your 70s. There is still plenty of time ahead. I've even arranged your coffin, so don't worry. Master Mithuno chuckled at this. Indeed, I am old. Not as spry as you young ones. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. That's not quite fair. Haven T, you heard the saying? Age brings strength, not diminishing vitality. Master Mithuno laughed heartily. When did you become so silver-tongued? It was evident that Master Mithuno was in particularly high spirits today, his smile brighter than usual. Cici hurriedly approached, calling out, Master Mithuno. Engrossed in their conversation, it took Master Mithuno a moment to notice their arrival. He looked at Qian Renxue with curiosity. What brings such a young child to our Haotian branch? Are you perhaps a young noble here for a martial soul awakening? Master Mithuno's companion, upon seeing Qian Renxue, was visibly excited, recognizing her golden hair and familiar features. As both men inquired about her, Cici introduced, "This is Qian Renxue. She seeks to learn something from you, Master." Before Master Mithuno could respond, the middle-aged man approached Qian Renxue and, before she could react, lifted her high into the air. "You've grown quite tall. Splendid, splendid." Qian Renxue was acutely aware that she was indeed slightly taller than her peers, yet what did it matter to anyone else? Who was this middle-aged man? A tempestuous expression crossed her face as she struggled to free herself from this iron grip, only to discover that no matter how she exerted herself, she could not budge those formidable hands. "Let me down at once. I assure you, my teacher is a titled Douluo." The man, unfazed by her proclamation, retorted. "You speak of Yueguan from that sect? Spare me, he cannot contend with me." At such disparagement of her mentor, Qian Renxue could scarcely contain her indignation. She attempted to strike the middle-aged man, but her arms were too short to reach his face. This resulted in a rather comical scene where Qian Renxue flailed in midair, her expression fierce, resembling a diminutive sorceress. Both Master Maxuno and Cici looked on in puzzlement, bewildered as to the man's motives. Perceiving their confusion, the middle-aged man hastily clarified. "Master, she is the child you brought back from the Wuhuan Hall." Master Maxuno's eyes widened in recognition. "Qian Renxue, with the surname Qian. Time has slipped away. My memory, alas, has grown feeble." Upon hearing the man's words, Qian Renxue ceased her struggles, her gaze filled with curiosity and bewilderment. Noticing her inquisitive expression, Master Maxuno preemptively addressed her. "Come to my office. There are matters I must discuss with this young lady." Cici had initially wished to accompany them but was restrained by Master Maxuno, who offered Qian Renxue a reassuring glance. Under Master Maxuno's guidance, the trio ascended to an office on the second floor. Upon entering, the middle-aged man finally set Qian Renxue down, having carried her the entire way. The office was spacious, featuring a prominent desk at its core, flanked by a row of bookshelves brimming with tomes. By the window, various plants adorned the space, creating a harmonious connection to nature. On either side of the room were additional sofas, clearly designated for discussions and meetings. Master Maxuno, the middle-aged man, and Qian Renxue took their seats beside the sofas. Qian Renxue gazed at the two individuals with her bright, sparkling eyes, exuding an undeniable charm. Matthew Nuo spoke first. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Matthew Nuo, and I am the head of this Haotian branch. You may call me grandfather. I am already 82 years old, so it is fitting for you to address me as such." Qian Renxue sweetly called out, "Grandpa Matthew, hello. My name is Qian Renxue." "Good, good, good," replied Master Matthew, repeatedly affirming her demeanor with a smile as he nodded in satisfaction. Master Matthew introduced himself, and the middle-aged man felt it was necessary to do the same. Following the gaze of Qian Renxue, he said, "Indeed, I am a student of Master Matthew. Since you refer to my teacher as Grandpa, you ought to call me Godfather." Hearing this, Master Matthew's temper flared, and he gave the middle-aged man a swift slap on the back of his head. "Introduce yourself properly, without the frivolity of your youth." "Yes, teacher." The middle-aged man, chastened, finally adopted a serious tone. "I believe your teacher has mentioned me. Indeed, I am the beloved prince of the Martial Soul Academy, adored by many, with countless young women dreaming of marrying me. In the Douluo realm, I am known as the Flower Hunter Douluo." Guing. No sooner had he spoken than Master Matthew struck him again on the back of his head, exclaiming in irritation, "Do not tarnish the esteemed title of a Douluo." As Master Matthew struggled to catch his breath, Guing finally introduced himself. "I am Guing, titled Hunter, and you may address me as teacher." "Yu Guan must have spoken of me." Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, the teacher mentioned that upon my return, there would be someone named Uncle Lai who could enlighten me on everything I wish to know. Could it be you?" Guing nodded in satisfaction. "Correct. You are quite astute." Throughout their conversation, Master Matthew No did not intervene or interject. Qian Renxue inquired, "Who were the individuals responsible for the demise of my mother?" Without any hesitation, Qian Renxue posed the question she yearned to know the most. Although she harbored her own suspicions, she felt the need for confirmation. "It is of no consequence to disclose this. The individuals responsible for your mother's demise included the Haotian sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the White Tiger sect, the Windsword sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, alongside the 6 major sects, 10 prominent families, and the shadows of 2 great empires." When Guing uttered these words, he attentively observed Qian Renxue's expression and noted the absence of any fear upon her face, which prompted him to nod in satisfaction. Qian Renxue had never anticipated that so many powers were the perpetrators behind her mother's demise. These factions encompassed the nobility and various sections. Chapter 67, The Solitary Shadow 2. It is of little consequence to inform you that those responsible for your mother's death included the Haotian sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the White Tiger sect, the Windsword sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, along with 6 major sects, 10 prominent families, and the shadows of 2 great empires. As the solitary shadow spoke these words, he attentively observed Qian Renxue's expression. Noting her lack of fear, which prompted him to nod in satisfaction. Qian Renxue had never anticipated that so many factions were the perpetrators behind her mother's demise. These forces predominantly comprised nobles, sects, and empires. A wave of nameless fury surged within Qian Renxue, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. She gazed at Guiying and inquired, "Why did they do this? My mother was such a kind-hearted person. Why would they treat her in this manner?" Guiying replied indifferently, "It is, of course, due to their self-interests and your mother's exceptional talent. Your mother possessed extraordinary abilities. She was the first soul master to successfully cultivate dual martial souls. Furthermore, her actions encroached upon their interests, and they feared that she might one day transform the entire Douluo Continent. Thus, on the day when your mother was at her most vulnerable, they used your life to force her into submission, leading to her tragic demise. At that moment, your mother entrusted you to Master Ma Ziyuno, which allowed you to arrive here safely. Otherwise, you might not have survived." Qian Renxue felt a sense of confusion. What about my father? What was he doing at that time? Upon hearing this question, Guiying's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the window before swiftly returning. He replied, "At that time, your father also tried to intervene. However, the enemy was too formidable, and he was powerless. Master Mathuno, who was nearby, interjected, 'Later, during their fierce battle, I took you away. After 6 months, I finally managed to contact Xiaoying. And with his assistance, I located your father. Subsequently, your father took you and hid in the Holy Soul Village.'" Understanding dawned upon Qian Renxue, as she could now envision the helplessness her father must have experienced over the years. She began to comprehend why he had been so despondent, resorting to alcohol as a means of numbing his pain. Everything that Guiying shared with her was etched in her memory. She resolved that one day she would convey to others that blood debts must be repaid in blood, while Qian Renxue harbored a deep desire for vengeance. She recognized the necessity of waiting until she grew stronger, at the very least, until she attained the rank of title Douluo. Only then would it be the appropriate moment to avenge her grievances. It was her duty and an obligation she must fulfill. Qian Renxue is not foolish. She understands that in the absence of absolute strength, she must refrain from reckless actions. Her adversaries possess formidable power, far beyond her current capacity to withstand. To seek vengeance now would be akin to delivering oneself as a mere offering. The Haotian sect, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Elephant Armor sect, White Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and Fire Leopard sect. These 6 major sects and 10 esteemed families represent some of the most powerful forces on the Douluo Continent. A gentleman avenges his grievances. 10 years is but a fleeting moment, while a woman may take a century to exact her retribution. Yet, to pursue vengeance, one must also possess their own power. Alone, she stands no chance against such formidable foes, thus she requires allies. But who would dare to incur the wrath of so many influential factions? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, an answer materialized in Qian Renxue's mind: the Spirit Hall. Along with the evil spirit masters and spirit beasts, only these 3 forces would harbor animosity towards such a multitude of sections. The Spirit Hall requires no elaboration. Her mother fell victim to those despicable individuals. However, the might of the Spirit Hall is insufficient to confront so many families and sects, let alone contend with the 2 great empires. As for the spirit beasts, humans have hunted countless of their kind. How could they possibly harbor no hatred towards humanity? Yet, this can be set aside for the moment, as she is human and thus cannot expect the spirit beast's recognition. Even if she were to seek their approval, it would require utmost caution, lest she be bitten back. The evil spirit masters, undoubtedly driven to the brink by the powerful families and aristocrats, resort to such dark paths. However, her unfamiliarity with spirit masters leaves her unable to ascertain their true natures, and she cannot presume that they would lend her their aid. Qian Renxue was lost in contemplation, remaining silent while Master Mashuno and the solitary figure did not disturb her. After a while, Qian Renxue rose and bowed to Master Mashuno, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather Mashuno. Without you, I might have perished long ago." Master Mashuno waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Now that you call me grandfather, it is only natural for me to assist you. There is no need for formalities. Strive to grow stronger. Yes, I shall take my leave now." With that, Qian Renxue exited the room. At that moment, she appeared remarkably composed. Now that she had identified her adversaries, matters had become simpler. All she needed was to grow stronger. She possessed the Tri-Spirit Martial Soul. Now she had 4 martial souls, along with the assistance of Tianming and her teachers. Her growth was merely a matter of time. As long as she could endure, biding her time until she became invincible in this world, she would emerge to settle the scores. The word endure felt like a dagger, piercing her heart deeply, yet Qian Renxue understood that she must bear it. If she wished to exact her revenge, she had to be patient. The departure of Qian Renxue went unopposed by both the solitary figure and Master Matthew. It was time for this child to find calm within herself. After all, it was too much to absorb all at once. Upon exiting the Haotian branch hall, Qian Renxue regained her composure. Looking towards the direction of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, she realized it was time to return to her training, not wasting a single moment, as she must strive to grow stronger. The burden upon her shoulders was not merely a small hill, but rather the weight of all the nobility of the Douluo Continent. She needed to forge alliances, including with the civilian soul masters, among whom there were also formidable individuals, representing a significant force. Yet, to accomplish these objectives, she first needed to strengthen herself. Arriving at the entrance of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, Qian Renxue strode directly inside. Initially, she had contemplated a visit home, but her thoughts had shifted. Grandfather Jack was right. There was no need to squander time on such matters. As for going home, she could wait until the Academy's holiday next year. Before long, she returned to room 307 and immediately immersed herself in her training. Thus, day after day, she diligently practiced without pause, except for occasional meals, remaining in her dormitory. Her training encompassed not only soul power, but also spiritual power, with meditation serving as a form of mental cultivation. As time progressed and her body matured, her soul power naturally increased. Currently, however, her soul power had reached a saturation point. Her petite frame could not accommodate anymore, resulting in a slow advancement in her soul power cultivation. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue was not anxious. In the realm of cultivation, impatience is the greatest foe. The best approach is to progress step by step, establishing a solid foundation that would yield greater benefits in the future. Throughout the year of her training, she discovered that her internal energy in Wing Chun seemed to synchronize with her soul power. It appeared that after awakening her martial soul, her internal energy would elevate alongside her soul power, but without obtaining a soul ring, Qian Renxue could not break through. For an ordinary person, awakening a martial soul would hinder their ability to learn Wing Chun, as it would likely remain at the first level. She could not ascertain whether her internal energy was indeed related to her soul power. Initially, she had reached the 2.5 level of Wing Chun, awakening her soul power at level 20, which should have been level 25. Thus, there was a discrepancy. After awakening her martial soul, her progress had stagnated, only enhancing as her soul power grew. Such matters could be explored later. For now, she would focus on her training. And so, 2 months passed, until there was a knock at her door. Qian Renxue was filled with joy, certain that Nana had returned. With this thought in mind, she hurried to the door and opened it, only to find that the visitor was not Helena, but rather a young boy with raven-black hair, a fair complexion, a delicate nose, and a charmingly articulate mouth. His large, dark eyes sparkled like crescent moons beneath his gently arched eyebrows. The boy's cheeks were flushed with shyness, resembling a delightful red apple. Xiaoxian, has Nana not returned? No, she hasn't come back. I heard that her family has enrolled her in the Martial Soul Academy. This boy was none other than Bai Yuxuan, leaving Qian Renxue puzzled by the rosy hue of his face. Xiaoxian, why is your face so red? Are you feeling shy? In the fleeting moment following Qian Renshue's words, Bai Yuxuan's complexion appeared to deepen in hue, and one could only hear him stammering, no. Not at all. Qian Renxue could not comprehend why the children of today are so exceedingly shy. It is hardly surprising, however, given that Bai Yuxuan possesses an extraordinary beauty. Her large, lustrous eyes, soft, full lips, and delicately petite nose grace her exquisite, pure, and elegantly serene visage. Coupled with her graceful, smooth cheekbones and flawlessly radiant complexion, she embodies the essence of a timeless beauty, captivating all who behold her. Among her peers, there exists no one who does not admire her, yet the children, lacking the means to articulate their affections, merely convey their feelings through their expressions. Qian Renxue turned to the side, conceding her position with a hint of helplessness, and said, "Please, come in." Bai Yuxuan's face flushed even deeper as he replied, "Shui, Sister Shuer, perhaps I shall refrain from entering." His voice dwindled to a whisper, and his gaze grew evasive. Qian Renxue furrowed her brows, and before Bai Yuxuan could react, she gently pulled him into the room, softly closing the door behind them. Turning to observe Bai Yuxuan's bashful demeanor, she couldn't help but find him utterly adorable. "Make yourself comfortable," she said. Bai Yuxuan replied softly. It was then that she took a closer look at the arrangement of the dormitory. On either side of the room, there were 2 beds, each adorned with perfectly arranged pink blankets. Beside the beds were drawers, and atop them sat plush toys, a little bunny, a panda, and other delightful figures. In the center of the dormitory stood an elongated round table, flanked by 2 stools on either side. Qian Renxue was the first to take a seat on the stool. And upon witnessing this, Bai Yuxuan also approached and sat down opposite her. Their gazes intertwined, and as he beheld Qian Renshue's sparkling eyes, Bai Yuxuan could not help but feel a surge of nervousness. Shyly, he lowered his head even further. Qian Renxue found it rather amusing. Xiaoxian was simply adorable. At the same time, she had redefined her own beauty, believing herself to be quite stunning, as even children were utterly captivated by her presence, unable to confront her directly. With this thought, Qian Renxue couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. She then turned to Bai Yuxuan and inquired, "What brings you here?" Bai Yuxuan replied, "I came to see if you had returned to the academy, considering that the new term is about to commence. This year's awakening ceremony and enrollment are also beginning. The teachers instructed us to assist children in the village who have yet to awaken their martial souls. If we find any children with awakened martial souls, we are to invite them to the academy for their studies. They also mentioned that solely focusing on cultivation is not beneficial. Awakening martial souls, indeed. I should return and check, Xiaoxian. Why don't you accompany me home? I can show you my place. It's quite nearby. Bai Yuxuan nodded in agreement, sure. And we can help the children in your village awaken their martial souls as well. It's a win-win situation. Qian Renxue smiled and said, let us consult Master Su Yuntao regarding the process of awakening our martial souls. As they continued on their way, the two hurriedly made their way to the Haotian branch hall. The guards, having recognized Qian Renxue, offered no hindrance, allowing them entry into the hall. It was indeed fortunate for the duo that Master Su Yuntao happened to be present at that moment. At this time, Su Yuntao was at his desk, organizing documents in preparation for the annual awakening ceremony. The attendants were about to become busy once again, and he sincerely hoped that another genius would emerge this year. Uncle. Hello, I am here again. Before long, Qian Renxue had arrived before Su Yuntao. The hand that had been sorting through the papers paused momentarily as Su Yuntao lifted his gaze. Upon seeing Qian Renxue, he exclaimed, "Ah, it is you, my little friend. Were you not supposed to attend the wedding between me and Cici? Why have I not seen you until now?" Qian Renxue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head and said, "I forgot about my training. I assure you I won't forget next time." Beside her, Bai Yuxuan stifled a laugh, striving to suppress any sound. Su Yutao also felt a touch of awkwardness, and in an effort to change the subject, he inquired, "Is this person beside you your classmate? What brings you both here?" "Yes, he is my classmate, Bai Yuxuan. We merely wish to ask you about the process of the awakening ceremony." Qian Renxue first provided an introduction before posing her inquiries. This process is rather straightforward. It merely requires the arrangement of a hexagram, followed by the infusion of soul power, allowing the children to stand within the formation. The detection of soul power is even simpler. One only needs to input their own soul power into a crystal ball and have the child place their hand upon it. Subsequently, enveloping the child's hand with one's own soul power and gradually retracting it will reveal the child's potential. If, upon withdrawal, the crystal ball continues to radiate light, it signifies that the child possesses soul power. Conversely, if it dims, the child lacks such ability. Assessing the level of soul power is equally uncomplicated. It involves observing the luminosity of the crystal ball. Should the ball illuminate fully, it indicates innate, full soul power. If the soul power remains at a specific threshold, one can ascertain the extent to which the crystal ball is filled with soul power, thus determining the child's innate soul power level. After an extensive duration of half an hour, Qian Renxue successfully mastered the so-called hexagram formation, a feat that Bai Yuxuan also accomplished. Before their departure, Su Yuntao bestowed upon them 6 awakening stones, crafted from a unique material specifically designed for the hexagram arrangement. These stones exhibit a remarkable affinity for martial souls, effectively facilitating their manifestation. Of course, some children can awaken without guidance, but such instances are typically reserved for prodigies, a rarity indeed. They're akin to favored beings of the heavens, capable of awakening by the age of 6 or, following certain unfortunate events, directly manifesting their martial souls. Such individuals often gravitate towards becoming evil soul masters in their later lives. Qian Renxue had managed to grasp the essence of the awakening ceremony's procedure. As the day was still young, she returned to the academy, greeted her teacher, and set off with Bai Yuxuan towards the direction of Holy Soul Village. Along the way, their laughter and conversation flowed freely, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the village. Holy Soul Village was not particularly far from Notting City. An ordinary person could reach it in about 2 hours. However, as soul masters of the Soul Master rank, Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan traveled at a significantly swifter pace, reaching the village entrance in less than an hour. During the past year, Qian Renxue had not returned home, and her excitement was palpable as she smiled more brightly than ever. She was eager to see Grandpa Jack and her father, having attained the 32nd level of Soul Master. She anticipated that within a couple of days, her soul power might reach level 33. This delightful news was something she yearned to share with her father and Grandpa Jack, prompting her to quicken her pace in hopes of reaching them sooner. It was the first time Bai Yuxuan had seen Qian Renxue so jubilant. Her smile was enchanting, compelling him to steal glances at her before hastily averting his gaze, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Chapter 69, Holy Soul Village 2. Before long, they entered Holy Soul Village, and Qian Renxue pointed towards a thatched cottage not far away, smiling as she said to Bai Yuxuan, "Qian, look, that is my home." Bai Yuxuan was somewhat taken aback. Most homes in the village had been recently renovated, and even those that had not were undergoing renovations. Why then did Qian Renxue's house remain a thatched cottage? With the assistance of Qian Renxue's golden soul coins, the village's construction had commenced. Once the village itself was properly developed, they could proceed with road repairs, a plan laid out by Old Jack and the villagers. At a stone table in front of the thatched cottage, Qian Xuanji and Old Jack were discussing the village's development. Qian Renxue, upon seeing the two individuals, could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Father, grandfather, I have returned." After uttering these words, she swiftly dashed towards them. When Qian Sunji saw his beloved daughter, he took a step forward, arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace, eagerly anticipating that Qian Renxue would rush into his arms as she had done in the past. However, to his astonishment, Qian Renxue completely disregarded him, soaring past him directly to Old Jack, wrapping her arms around his legs. "Grandpa, I've missed you so much. Why haven't you come to see me?" Do you not like me anymore? A gentle smile graced old Jack's face as he replied, Little Shui, what a pleasant surprise. How have you been at the academy? Have you made any friends? Yes, Grandpa, Qian Renxue exclaimed, pointing to Bai Yuxuan. He is my friend from school. I had another friend, but she didn't come back this year. I heard her family arranged for her to study elsewhere. Upon hearing this, old Jack beckoned to Bai Yuxuan, saying, Come here, child. Bai Yuxuan obediently approached, bowing respectfully to old Jack. Hello, Grandpa. I am Shue's classmate. My name is Bai Yuxuan. Wonderful, wonderful. Old Jack beamed with delight, pleased that little Shui had befriended such a polite child. He then produced a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to Bai Yuxuan. Bai Yuxuan accepted it graciously, saying, Thank you, Grandpa. Old Jack waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for thanks. Consider it as if you were at home. Bai Yuxuan nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Qian Sunji felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing as though he had been cast aside by his precious daughter, who seemed to have been claimed by old Jack. Qian Renxue embraced old Jack's feet and approached Qian Xuanji, calling out, Father. She then leapt into his arms, relishing the warmth of her father's embrace once again. It's good to be back. Qian Xuanji felt immense satisfaction, knowing that his precious daughter had not forgotten him. This was indeed a delightful revelation. Yes, I have returned to visit you and grandfather, and to assist the young friends in the village with their soul awakening. By the way, my soul power has reached level 32. I am now a soul master. A proud expression adorned Qian Renxue's visage, as if it were inscribed with a silent plea for admiration. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter's content. Kindly disable reading modes such as browser reading, immersive mode, or novel mode, and turn off any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Qian Xuanji was aware of his daughter's acquisition of the Soul Ring. In support of her achievement, he praised her, saying, Indeed, you are my daughter, truly remarkable. Upon hearing her father's praise, Qian Renxue's excitement is beyond words. Meanwhile, the elderly Jack is even more exhilarated. Little Shue's soul power has already reached level 32. Good heavens, what an extraordinary genius this is. A typical individual usually cultivates only 2 to 3 levels in a year, which is already considered remarkable, yet Little Shui has advanced by 12 levels in just 1 year. How could he not be thrilled? How could he not feel joy? Little Shui, quickly show your soul rings to Grandpa. Jack's elation is palpable. He feels that in his lifetime, he might witness Little Shui ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. All right, Grandpa. Emerging from Qian Sunji's embrace, Qian Renxue gently raises her right hand, revealing a pristine scythe. Unlike before, the black whirlwind atop the scythe, with its swirling radiance, has been withdrawn by Qian Renxue. Mindful that Grandpa Jack is merely an ordinary person and thus requires caution. Simultaneously, beneath Qian Renxue's feet, 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and platinum manifest. She does not conceal her 3rd soul ring with her simulation ability, for those present are her most trusted companions, including Bai Yuxuan. Very good, Jack exclaims repeatedly. Unaware of how many times he has expressed his delight, it is undoubtedly one of the happiest days of his life. However, he soon notices something amiss. Upon observing that Qian Renxue's 3rd soul ring is platinum, he cannot help but feel puzzled. Little Shui, what year is your 3rd soul ring from? Why is it white at the edges with a hint of gold? Qian Renxue explained, Grandfather, my 3rd soul ring is 1,000,000 years old, which is why it differs from the others. It has endowed me with exceptional abilities and even granted me a martial soul. Old Jack became exhilarated once more. He had no reason to doubt Qian Renxue's words, and there was no need for Xia Xue to jest with her. Observing old Jack's excitement, Qian Renxue hurriedly approached his side, fearing that he might become overwhelmed. Xiao Ji, please go to the village and procure some wine. We must celebrate this evening. It is truly remarkable, 1,000,000-year soul ring. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Xiao Xue is indeed a prodigy. Qian Xuanji nodded slightly, and just as she intended to make a move, she was halted by Qian Renxue. Father, I have brought some wine for you and Grandpa Jack. I will prepare a few dishes shortly. She touched the pendant at her chest, which contained newly acquired garments for her father and grandfather, as well as several bottles of exquisite wine. Qian Renxue no longer disapproved of Qian Xuanji's indulgence in alcohol. Rather, she hoped her father would drink more, allowing him to forget some of his sorrows. At times, wine could serve as an elixir for forgetfulness. Perhaps her father had initially sought solace in it due to his profound longing for her mother. Or perhaps it stemmed from his inability to prevent her demise. He had only heard that her mother was forced to her end by others, while he had witnessed it himself, yet felt utterly powerless. That sensation was beyond Qian Renxue's comprehension. Therefore, moving forward, no matter how much her father drank, she would not intervene. As for the potential harm of alcohol, Qian Renxue felt no concern, for to a soul master, wine was merely another form of refreshment. Qian Renxue felt the swirling soul power around her as she gently caressed the pendant hanging on her chest. In an instant, several jars of exquisite wine materialized before her. With utmost care, she placed the fine wine upon the stone table, then touched the pendant once more, causing several sets of brand new garments to appear before her. Grandfather, father, these are the garments I have purchased for you. Do try them on and see if they fit well. If not, please ask Aunt Zhang to make the necessary alterations. Chapter 70, St. Soul Village 3. Old Jack was overjoyed. Little Shui was incredibly thoughtful. He could not refuse the gifts she had procured for him. Of course he had to accept. Qian Xuanji nodded, a smile gracing her face. Just like Donger, Xiao Shui displayed genuine concern for her. Her daughter, though merely 7 years old, exhibited a maturity far beyond her peers, which filled Qian Xuanji with immense pride. Placing the garments upon the stone table, Qian Renxue declared, "Father, grandfather, I shall prepare the meal. You may converse." Old Jack nodded in approval, clearly satisfied. "Xiaoxian, come, assist me in kindling the fire. Today, I shall allow you to savor your sister's culinary skills." "Certainly. I never anticipated that Sister Shui could cook. How remarkable," Bai Yuxuan exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. As he had initially presumed that Qian Renxue hailed from a prominent family, unaware that she resided in this quaint mountain village. Qian Renxue entered first, followed closely by Bai Yuxuan. As for the ingredients for cooking, Qian Renxue had procured some in Nodding City, thus there was no need for concern. Qian Xuanji and Old Jack exchanged a glance before resuming their discussion. The sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen, and soon after, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The two of them brought the prepared dishes to the stone table outside, as there weren't enough stools inside the house, making it necessary to dine outdoors. Thus, the four of them gathered, sharing laughter and conversation as they enjoyed their meal together, resembling a close-knit family in a heartwarming scene. During this time, Bai Yuxuan consumed the most. He had never tasted such delectable dishes before. Given his petite stature, he felt somewhat embarrassed by his hearty appetite. However, this awkwardness was overshadowed by the lively chatter around the table. "Awakening the martial soul?" Old Jack inquired, puzzled. Qian Renxue nodded and said, "Indeed, Grandpa, this year, I shall awaken the martial souls of the children in our village." Old Jack shook his head, responding, "This year, the children of our village have already awakened their martial souls last year. The only children who have yet to awaken are merely 2 or 3 years old. Still too young for the awakening. However, you may go to the neighboring village to assist the children there in awakening their martial souls. I will take you there tomorrow." Qian Renxue readily agreed. Since there were no children in her village ready for awakening, she would help the children in another village instead. "All right. You may go and play. Take Xiaoxian with you to explore our village." Qian Renxue nodded and left with Bai Yuxuan. Well aware that Grandpa Jack and her father had matters to discuss, as they walked along the village path, admiring the constructed houses, Qian Renxue felt quite pleased. She then turned to Bai Yuxuan and said, "Xiaoxian, I will take you to the place where I used to practice Wing Chun. I have something to show you that I assure you, you have never seen before." Bai Yuxuan nodded, his curiosity piqued by the promise of something new to behold. Qian Renxue took the initiative to grasp Bai Yuxuan's hand, and together they sprinted up the mountain. Under the radiant glow of the setting sun, their silhouettes gradually elongated. On the small hill of Shahan village, 2 delicate figures stood in this serene landscape. As golden hair danced in the breeze, a charming smile graced her youthful face. "Qian, this is where I used to practice. How do you find it? Practicing here, with the gentle wind caressing us, is quite delightful, isn't it?" Bai Yuxuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, this is an excellent place for cultivation, but where is the spot you mentioned?" Qian Renxue remarked, "It is not yet time. Why are you so impatient?" "Oh, fine. I thought we could see it upon our arrival." Bai Yuxuan, in truth, harbored some anticipation. After all, he had encountered many remarkable treasures in the Spirit City, and he was genuinely curious about what wonders he had yet to behold. Qian Renxue found a flat spot and beckoned to Bai Yuxuan, urging him to come and sit. As time was drawing near, Bai Yuxuan obediently approached and settled beside her. As evening descended, the sky was adorned with fiery clouds, and in the final moments of the sun's descent, a stunning display of colors emerged above the horizon. The two of them quietly reveled in the brilliance of the setting sun. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Qian Renxue's golden locks and revealing her profile. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yuxuan was momentarily entranced. In that fleeting moment, gazing at Qian Renxue, he felt a whisper of romance, a sentiment he could not fully comprehend, yet one that resonated deeply within his heart. Qian Renxue smiled and said, "What do you think? You have never encountered such a breathtaking view in Spirit City, have you? Such splendor only reveals itself when one stands at the highest point, witnessing the moment the sun descends, unveiling this vibrant tapestry of colors." Bai Yuxuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I have never seen anything like it. It is truly magnificent. If it could be captured on canvas, it would surely fetch a handsome price at the auction." Qian Renxue shook her head gently. "There is no way to paint. I can only capture it with a crystal ball. The scenes recorded within are not nearly as exquisite. If I were to paint, time would not permit me to finish, for each day brings forth a different spectacle." "Indeed, it is a pity," thought Bai Yuxuan, who seemed somewhat regretful. "Xiaoxian," Qian Renxue called softly. "What is it, Sister Shui?" Bai Yuxuan turned to discover Qian Renxue, still gazing at the breathtaking scenery. Just as he thought he might be imagining things, Qian Renxue's voice resonated once more. "Since my arrival in this world, aside from my grandfather, father, and teacher, the ones I trust the most are you and Nana. If one day I find myself pursued by everyone on this continent, or should I choose to stand against the entire realm, would you protect me? As Qian Renxue spoke, she did not turn around, remaining entranced by the splendid scenery above, a faint smile gracing her lips. Observing the earnest expression on Qian Renxue's face, Bai Yuxuan refrained from inquiring further, and without a trace of hesitation declared, "If that day were ever to come, I would unwaveringly stand by your side, even if I were to be feeble at that time. I would shield you from the tempest. Should anyone dare to take your life, they would first have to reckon with me. If you truly wish to oppose the entirety of the continent, I would equally stand beside you, aiding you in the realization of your dream to unify the realm." Qian Renxue said, "Qian, do you know? I wish to transform this world, to eradicate the distinctions between nobility and commoners, enabling humanity to coexist harmoniously with soul beasts. The number of lives lost during every beast tide is countless, both human and soul beast alike. I yearn to change this reality. And there is another reason for my resolve, my mother. She traversed part of this path, but was ultimately slain by those nefarious individuals. I seek vengeance for her. Will you still be willing to assist me?" Bai Yuxuan, without a hint of hesitation, replied, "If those people wish to take your life, they must first tread over my corpse. Otherwise, it is simply impossible." Qian Renxue smiled, gazing once more at the breathtaking sunset, tears welling in her eyes. "Thank you, Xiaxian. I need companions, so let us strive to grow stronger. When we become titled Douluos, we shall transform this world. I yearn for a new era, a world devoid of the shackles of slavery, where every child has access to a superior education. My belief is in equality. No one should be ranked by social class." Chapter 71. Evil Soul Master. Yefeng, Yueqin, 1. The Star Luo Empire, situated in the southern expanse of the Douluo Continent, unified the southern territories. Yet as a great power, it failed to act justly, waging continuous wars against smaller nations to prevent insurrections. The monarch of the Star Luo Empire commanded the subjugation of these smaller states, halting only upon reaching the foreboding Star Do Forest, which obstructed their advance towards the Heaven Do Empire. 20 years prior, during the grand competition of Star Luo Academy, a prodigious soul master emerged, vanquishing all competitors. On that day, he was summoned to the imperial palace by the Emperor of Star Luo, who personally bestowed upon him his well-deserved accolade. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the emperor granted him unrestricted access to the palace, with many believing that this prodigy would become an indispensable figure in the conquest of the Heaven Do Empire. This talented individual did not disappoint. By the tender age of 17, he had already ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, eliciting admiration from all. However, recognizing the limitation of his solitary training without practical experience, he sought to traverse the continent. With the emperor's permission, he departed from the imperial capital. In his youthful exuberance, he engaged in duels with numerous formidable soul masters across the continent, even narrowly losing to the young holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Yet, he remained undeterred. In the Spirit City, he encountered a pivotal figure in his life, his second mentor, the hunter Douluo, Guing. Upon meeting the young man, Guing felt an immediate desire to take him as a disciple. Noticing the young man's martial spirit was a scythe, Guing wasted no time in imparting his knowledge. He believed that this youth was the sole hope for the world's transformation. Born into a humble background, Guing aspired to abolish the feudal and class systems prevalent in society. However, he recognized that such monumental change could not be achieved alone. One fateful day, he received a revelation from the source of the world, which foretold that he would meet a scythe-wielding individual destined to either revolutionize or bring destruction to the world. The fate of the realm rested upon Gu Ying's guidance. Should he mentor correctly, the world would flourish, but any misstep could lead to its demise. The young man's talent was undeniable, and his growth was merely a matter of time. With a heart full of affection, Gu Ying devoted 5 years to nurturing him. Under Gu Ying's tutelage, the youth experienced a remarkable transformation, ascending from Soul Sage to title Douluo in less than 5 years, rightfully earning the title of Star Luo Genius. He embarked on a journey across the continent. Upon encountering the foremost genius of the Haotian sect, a fierce determination ignited within him, leading to a duel that he narrowly won in 2 moves. From that moment, without the legacy of a family martial spirit, nor the secret arts of soul skills, nor divine inheritance, he relied solely on his own endeavors to become the preeminent figure among the powerful of the Star Luo Empire, a true prodigy. He bestowed respect upon every adversary he bested, and thus his name, the Scythe Douluo, became renowned throughout the continent. Despite the scythe being widely regarded as a subpar martial spirit, he cultivated it to the peak of title Douluo. While attaining glory, he remained steadfast in his commitment to assist the common people, recalling Gu Ying's teachings. He harbored a dream of transforming this unjust world. His only regret lay in his earlier defeat to Bibi Dong. As he prepared to journey from the Star Luo Empire to the Spirit City, he passed through the city of Qiki. Few were aware that this genius of the Star Luo Empire was, in fact, born of royal lineage in the kingdom of Qiki. As he returned, brimming with honor, eager to reveal to his family that he was the illustrious Scythe Douluo of the Douluo Continent, he discovered that the vibrant city of his childhood, filled with exotic charm, had vanished. His sister, once a princess now enslaved, recounted her harrowing tale, The iron cavalry of the Star Luo Empire had swept across other kingdoms, laying waste to the entire city of Qi. At this moment, the sister has lost her will to live. Her existence is a testament to the necessity of vengeance. A call to the young man to exact retribution upon those who obliterated their home, the ruthless perpetrators of their suffering. The young man yearns to rescue his sister. Yet she chooses to escape her humiliation through self-destruction. He cannot fathom the torment she has endured over the years. In that instant, he succumbs to despair, annihilating all those who harmed her, the very agents of her demise. As he weeps over her lifeless body, he resolves to annihilate this world, to forge a new realm where his sister still exists. It is during this moment of anguish that he acquires formidable power, inheriting the legacy of a malevolent deity. This dark god promises the young man that he can resurrect his sister, but only if he leads the wicked soul masters to conquer this continent and worship the deity. The young man consents, but with the condition that his sister joins him in the conquest. He desires her to witness his achievements. Believing that her resurrection marks the commencement of their crusade, he further demands that his sister be endowed with immense power. The malevolent deity acquiesces, stipulating that his sister be sealed within the ancient tomb of Qi Royal City for 15 years, after which she will be resurrected and bestowed with great strength. In Qi Royal City, the young man entombs his sister's body within the ancient tomb. Thus, he remains by her side, convinced that she can sense his presence, alleviating her solitude. Time passes, seasons change, and the young man never departs from the tomb. A decade slips by. The tomb's entrance creaks open, and the young man has matured into middle age. He knows his sister is on the verge of awakening. He must amass a formidable force, the wicked soul masters, before her revival. After a fortnight, all wicked soul masters from the Star Luo Empire flock to Qi Royal City. Due to years of incessant warfare, the number of wicked soul masters is staggering. The young man waits, anticipating his sister's awakening. Once she stirs, he will lead the wicked soul masters to unify the Douluo Continent. He desires her to exact vengeance, to eliminate all she detests, to obliterate those who tormented her. The Star Luo Empire will be his first target for destruction. Despite once being the Empire's most talented prodigy, such accolades hold no significance now. His sister is the sole bond he cherishes in this world. The young man's name is Yu Feng, and his sister is Yu Qin. Chapter 72. Wicked Soul Master Feng Qinglan II. A decade ago, I was born in a small village blanketed in thick, white snow. Though we lived a meager existence reliant on agriculture, my parents were content, and I was happy, enveloped in their love. Until one fateful day, a peculiar ability manifested within me, altering everything. The villagers labeled me a monster, and the father who once adored me now regarded me with contempt. In a moment of madness, he led the villagers in an attempt to take my life, while my mother, in a bid to protect me, was slain. In that instant, despair engulfed me. I wielded my newfound power to eradicate all who harmed my mother, yet joy eluded me, for she could not return. To recount this tale, I must begin on the day my abilities awakened. On a snow-covered path, a small child frolicked joyfully. As the camera zoomed in, his features slowly emerged. He was a boy of around 6 or 7 years, with dark hair cascading over his shoulders and sparkling eyes brimming with innocence. His delicate visage rendered him even more charming, embodying the very essence of cuteness. Clad in patched clothing, his adorableness remained undiminished, always filled with curiosity about the unknown. Today he discovered that he could seemingly manipulate water. As he gently lifted his finger, droplets of water materialized from the snowy ground, much to his delight. He felt empowered, believing that with such a skill, his parents would not have to toil so hard. In a village blanketed in snow, sourcing water was no simple feat. Each time he witnessed his parents laboriously fetching water from afar, he longed to assist them. "Lon, come home," called a woman who approached him swiftly, her face radiating warmth and kindness. Turning, he recognized her as his mother and felt elated, eager to share his newfound ability with her. As he reached his mother, he lifted his right hand, and a sphere of water rose from the ground, hovering between them. He beamed with an innocent smile, yearning for her praise. Yet, the gentle expression on her face morphed into one of concern and fear upon witnessing this spectacle. She swiftly interrupted his actions, striking his face with a sharp slap. Confusion clouded his mind. He could not comprehend why his mother had struck him, leaving a mark on his cheek and bewilderment in his eyes. Tears welled up as he gazed at her, sensing her panic. She realized that she had unwittingly passed down their family's powerful martial soul to him. In the Star Luo Empire, such a power was forbidden. Its emergence would incite relentless persecution. Those who possessed such a martial soul were deemed monsters, hunted down by the Empire, and often met a tragic fate at the hands of villagers. Fearing for her son's future, she embraced him, weeping for the torment she believed awaited him, mirroring the fate of their kin. Young Lon could not fathom why his mother wept. Had he upset her? Lifting his gaze, he spotted his father's silhouette approaching, flanked by other villagers who regarded him and his mother with expressions of terror and disdain. "Father," he whispered, perplexed by the look of animosity directed at them. In that moment, he felt his mother tremble, as if engulfed in fear. The villagers closed in, forcing his mother to hasten him into their modest home. Yet, how could such a fragile dwelling withstand the might of the enraged villagers? The sound of the door being battered echoed in the air as his mother clutched him tightly. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, revealing the villagers standing coldly before them. Lan remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, unable to comprehend why his father had brought these people to their home, dismantling their sanctuary. He could see the pain etched on his father's face, a mixture of anguish and hatred, but he could not grasp the reason behind such emotions. His mother quickly knelt before his father, pleading, "He is your son too. Please do not harm him, I beg you." Lan stood helplessly aside, unaware of what he and his mother had done to incite such hatred from the villagers. Emerging from behind his father was a young man, who coldly regarded Lan and his mother, declaring them to be monsters, wielders of the cursed ice martial soul, and bidding them to not bring misfortune upon their village. In that moment, Lan finally comprehended the nature of his abilities, which were indeed what the villagers referred to as the cursed ice martial soul. Disregarding the woman's pleas, the villagers brutally murdered Lan's mother before his eyes. In that instant, despair engulfed him. Lan stood frozen in place, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed upon his mother's lifeless form, and for the first time, he felt a profound resentment towards these villagers. As his father approached menacingly, Lan instinctively recoiled, his small body collapsing onto the ground. He retreated further, until he found himself cornered against a wall, with nowhere left to flee. Realizing that his father intended to kill him as well, Lan plunged into despair once more. Witnessing the villagers who had slain his mother and the father who now sought his life, another power surged within him. His martial soul underwent a mutation. In that fleeting moment, countless black eye spikes rained down from the heavens, piercing the rooftops and claiming the lives of all those present who wished him harm. Trembling, Lan rose to his feet, surveying the carnage that surrounded him. Fear, terror, helplessness, and the agony of losing a loved one coursed through him in a tumultuous wave. Lan felt life had lost its meaning. He perceived himself as a forsaken soul, unwanted by this world. He departed from the village, leaving behind the place that had brought him sorrow, a place that no longer had need of him. The presence of the blood-soaked ground made it painfully clear that he was unwelcome here. He resolved to seek a place where he was needed, to find those who would cherish him, to discover the essence of living. From that day forth, he would take on his mother's surname and be known as Confronting. Chapter 73, The Evil Soul Master, Confronting 3, Beyond the Snow-Laden Village. A diminutive figure was retreating into the distance. It was a young boy, appearing no older than 6 or 7, with a well-proportioned physique. Dressed in simple, somewhat soiled white cloth, he clutched a small rag doll in his arms. His disheveled black hair framed a delicate face that bore an expression of sorrow, an emotion far too heavy for one so young. While his peers should have been reveling in carefree childhood, he bore the weight of unthinkable tragedies. Not long ago, villagers had murdered his mother, and now his father sought his life as well. Confused and alone, he could not comprehend the chaos that had unfolded. All that remained was his solitude, perhaps the very essence of the monster the villagers spoke of. Confronting took a few swift steps before abruptly stopping, turning back to cast a pained glance at the snow-covered village. His eyes, filled with helplessness, mirrored his anguish. "Mother, may your spirit watch over me. No matter the hardships I face, I shall one day uncover the purpose of my existence." He cast one last glance towards the direction of home before resolutely turning away. The small figure gradually vanished into the biting wind, leaving behind an aura of despair despite his unwavering resolve. The cold winds held little sway over Lan, who had grown accustomed to this harsh environment. As he ran along the broad path, his eyes began to redden. "Mother," he murmured, her image flashing in his mind once more. Wiping away his tears, he felt his small frame crumble under the weight of helplessness. "I must be strong," he reminded himself, recalling his mother's words. If ever faced with adversity, he must continue to live. Memories flooded his thoughts, vivid recollections of his mother's teachings. She had implored him to seek meaning in life should she ever be gone, assuring him that he would always be needed by someone in this world. Unknown to him, his mother belonged to the Ice Clan of the Xinglua Empire. Before his birth, the empire had commenced its campaigns against all smaller nations, targeting families with formidable martial souls. The Ice Clan, possessing a legacy of powerful martial souls, became the first victims of this onslaught. Amidst the chaos instigated by the emperor of the Xinglua Empire, Lan's mother fled her homeland. The Xinglua Emperor, the supreme leader of the empire and a mighty soul master himself, wielded immense power. The higher the rank of a soul master, the more formidable their abilities became. At the pinnacle, the supreme Douluo level, their prowess could reshape mountains and alter the very fabric of reality. As the ruler of a nation, the Xinglua Emperor was indeed a supreme Douluo, commanding significant authority within the empire. However, the emperor's decrees were not always just, nor were his policies necessarily sound. His aggressive campaign against smaller nations targeted those with powerful martial souls, plunging the Xinglua Empire into turmoil. To evade the emperor's wrath, Lan's mother sought refuge in a secluded, snow-laden village. There, she met Lan's father, and 6 years prior, Lan quietly entered the world. Despite his mother's identity, she remained his mother, and tragically, his father, instead of safeguarding them, sought to end Lan's life. It is often said that even the fiercest beast does not harm its young, yet Lan's father was merciless. In this dire moment of despair, Lan awakened the Ice Clan's martial soul, the cursed ice. Not only that, but his martial soul underwent a sinister mutation, spiraling into darkness. Unable to control his newfound powers, Lan inadvertently slaughtered all the villagers, including his father. Bearing witness to his mother's death and his father's cruelty, Lan found no will to continue living. Yet, his mother had assured him that there would always be someone in this world who needed him. Thus, Lan chose to leave this place of sorrow, harboring faith that he would discover those who sought him. The question remained, who would ever need him? Certainly, only monsters require monsters. With this unwavering conviction propelling him forward, Lan contemplated as he journeyed. When thirst struck, he sought out mountain spring water. When hunger arose, he foraged for wild vegetables along the roadside. Having accompanied his mother to gather edible greens in his childhood, Lan recognized many varieties. At his tender age, traveling 20 miles in a single day was nothing short of miraculous. Along the way, Lan traversed a mist-laden forest and visited rural villages. Yet the inhabitants had no need for him, though he refused to surrender hope. Once more, he embarked on a quest to find those who required his presence. In the midst of his travels, he inadvertently wandered into the heart of the Qi Kingdom, Qi City. Before him lay a city, its grand gates resembling the gaping maw of a beast, seemingly awaiting the entrance of youthful vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan stepped inside. Upon reaching the edge of Qi City, he found himself at a bridge and mused that surely someone would pass by. He resolved to wait for those who might need him. Taking refuge next to a garbage bin to shield himself from the tempest, Lan crouched down, arms crossed to preserve warmth. Finding sustenance within Qi City proved to be a formidable challenge, and soon his stomach protested in hunger. He bore the discomfort silently. Just then, a villager emerged to dispose of refuse, oblivious to Lan's presence. Such figures were all too common in the Qi Kingdom. Once the villager departed, Lan sprang up and rummaged through the garbage bin, eventually uncovering a half-eaten bun, delight blossoming on his face. Suddenly, a fierce bark startled him. Several dogs were barking at him, as if asserting their dominion over the territory. Initially, Lan intended to shoo them away, but upon noticing the puppies behind them, he fell silent. In his kindness, he relinquished his food to the dogs, leaving himself hungry. When the dogs finally departed, Lan resumed his position beside the garbage bin, clutching his beloved cloth doll tightly to fend off the chill. The doll, a cherished birthday gift from his mother, evoked memories of her in her final moments, plunging him once more into sorrow. As the mist enveloped everything, footsteps emerged, and from the fog stepped a man in his 20s, clad in a black cloak. With short black hair and his face partially obscured by bandages, his piercing gaze exuded a cold ruthlessness. This individual was none other than the prodigious youth of the Xinglua Empire, Ye Feng. Born into the Qi royal family, he was akin to a child of privilege. Yet the heartlessness of the Xinglua Empire had transformed him into an evil soul master. Approaching the garbage bin, Ye Feng paused, contemplating the sight before him. So many children rendered homeless by the Empire's cruelty, leaving him utterly disillusioned. Lan sensed Ye Feng's presence and raised his gaze to meet his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Lan discerned their shared despair reflected in Ye Feng's gaze. Big brother, you and I are the same. Lan spoke, his voice hoarse yet resoundingly clear. Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a young child have endured similar trials, becoming an evil soul master? Indeed, this world warranted upheaval. For countless children like Lan existed. Do you wish to accompany me? Ye Feng inquired. Become my tool. I require your strength. Though Ye Feng was reluctant to take on the burden of a child, as he had many matters to attend to, the look in Lan's eyes compelled him to reconsider. If he abandoned this child, Lan might not survive much longer. Children like Lan were abundant in the Xinglua Empire, but Lan's experiences resonated deeply with Ye Feng. Evil soul masters each harbor their motives, and Ye Feng was no exception. While he empathized with Lan, he was primarily drawn to his potential. Sensing the unique aura emanating from Lan, an untamed ice attribute soul power, he realized the child had yet to master his abilities. Should he leave Lan behind, the child might perish from starvation or be discovered by the Empire's soul masters, who would swiftly eliminate him. Evil soul masters held no place in this land. Yes, I will follow you, big brother. I am willing to be your tool, Lan replied without hesitation, for he recognized in Ye Feng a kindred spirit, someone who understood his plight. He quickly rose and approached Ye Feng, a cherubic smile gracing his face as he clutched his doll. Lan felt a profound joy. It seemed as though Ye Feng was his sanctuary, and he was prepared to devote everything to this individual, even his life. Witnessing Lan's innocent demeanor, Ye Feng's heart softened slightly. He reached out to stroke Lan's head, his eyes narrowing into a grimace that resembled a smile, though the bandages obscured his expression. You are my tool. From now on, refer to me as Master. What is your name? Yes, Master. My name is Lan, Fengqing Lan. I will be your tool from now on. Lan's smile radiated genuine happiness, for he had finally discovered someone who needed him. No longer feeling discarded in this world, being by Ye Feng's side would imbue his existence with meaning, as he had at long last found his place. Ye Feng took Lan's hand and led him into the heart of Qi City, guiding him down the path of the evil soul master. As he glanced back toward the Xinglua Empire, he silently vowed that one day he would unite this continent alongside Lan. Thus began the journey of two individuals, one betrayed by his country, the other by his father, both embracing the path of the evil soul master. In that moment, they intersected and embarked on a new chapter of their lives, both recognizing, through a mere glance, their shared identity. Ye Feng intended to harness Lan's abilities for his own ends, believing that together they could overturn this tragic world. Meanwhile, Lan sought purpose in his existence by standing alongside Ye Feng. Even as a tool, Lan remains blissfully content. Thus, two seemingly familiar souls have finally united. With Ye Feng as the inheritor of the dark deity, tranquility shall surely elude the Douluo Continent henceforth. Chapter 75, The Evil Soul Master, Linyu, Sister Linling 5 years ago, on the outskirts of Qi Kingdom. In a secluded village nestled deep within the mountains, there was an absence of life. Only silence lingered. Within the village, flora thrived abundantly, and from a lofty vantage point, mist enveloped everything. Behind the village lay a series of graves, mere rectangular mounds of earth, unattended and unguarded, shaded only by a few large trees. On the 5th day of April, during the Qiming festival, also known as the Tomb-Sweeping Day, a youth of 14 or 15 emerged, parting the grass as he entered. He approached the graves, digging a small hole with his hands, retrieving paper money from a box he carried, and igniting it within the pit. He began to bury his sorrow and conceal his tears, each grain of soil a testament to his unbridled hatred. Father, mother, esteemed villagers, bear witness. No matter the cost, I, Linyu, shall find those responsible and ensure they meet their end, honoring your spirits above. After uttering these words, Linyu bowed deeply several times, cast a fleeting glance at the graves, the images of their occupants flashing through his mind. He bowed once more and departed without hesitation. As he passed through the village, memories from 5 years prior surfaced unbidden in his mind, causing his pupils to constrict slightly, a fierce light flickering in his eyes as they transformed from their natural hue to a striking crimson. Though the red gaze appeared ominous, it was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a breathtaking sunset, leaving an indelible impression upon any who beheld it. Linyu vividly recalled the day he and his sister had ventured out to play, only to return to a scene that ignited his fury. Every villager had been slain, their eyes gruesomely removed. In that moment, despair enveloped him. Aside from himself and his sister, not a soul remained alive. Among the corpses of his kin, he discovered a clue leading directly to the culprits, yet beyond that, he knew nothing. It was on that fateful day that his martial soul, the Heart Moon Divine Eye, awakened, renowned as one of the 3 great beauties of the world. This eye was unique to the Lin family, earning them the moniker of the Heart Moon clan. The massacre of the villagers stemmed from this very eye. Its beauty was so profound that each pair fetched around 200 million gold soul coins at auctions. Over the years, in his quest to reclaim the eyes of his kin, he had dispatched numerous nobles. The Heart Moon Divine Eye not only represented one of the 3 great beauties, but also possessed the ability to enhance one's attributes comprehensively. The so-called 3 great beauties of the world referred specifically to the eyes of the Heart Moon clan, the Ice-Fire Duality Eye, and the Life Lake of the Stardow Forest. As thoughts of his sister surfaced, Lin Yu's demeanor softened. Memories flooded his mind, and as he recalled these tender moments, the anger and hatred in his eyes gradually dissipated, returning to their original black hue. Taking a deep breath, he glanced back at the familiar houses. Unwilling to succumb to sorrow, he hastened towards the village's entrance. At the edge of the old town on the border of Qi Kingdom, beside a traditional courtyard, Linyu halted, gazing at a willow tree planted by Linling herself, a tribute to their deceased relatives when she was merely 8 years old. Witnessing the tragedy of their family had profoundly transformed Linling, yet fortunately, her youthful resilience allowed her to recover swiftly under his companionship. Snapping back to reality, Linyu called gently towards Linling's room, "Sister, I have returned." Just then, a soft cough echoed, followed by the sound of a bowl shattering in the kitchen, startling Linyu, who rushed to investigate. Upon entering the kitchen, he beheld Linling's petite figure. She turned, guilt etching her pale face as she smiled at Linyu. "Brother, you're back." "I'm so sorry. I intended to cook for you, but I was too clumsy." Linyu, slightly annoyed, replied, "Did I not say that I would handle these matters? Focus on your studies and secure a good job in the future." Linling nodded. "I will listen to you." "Brother, I promised to find a good job and earn a lot of money so you won't have to work so hard." Linyu shook his head, gazing at Linling. "I have never found it burdensome. Your well-being is my greatest happiness. As for money, it is sufficient if we have enough. Besides, with me around, earning it will be manageable." Linling rolled her eyes playfully. "Humph. You always say that. I'm hungry. Hurry and cook." "All right. You sit in the living room for a moment. It will be ready shortly." As time passed, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Before long, Linyu presented the prepared meal. Standing before Linling, he cleared his throat. "Miss Ling, your 3 dishes and a soup are ready. Please enjoy, and do not hesitate to call upon me for anything you need." Upon hearing this, Linling erupted into laughter. "Brother, you are so humorous." Linyu chuckled. "That is how the waitstaff at hotels speak. I will take you to see it sometime." "Okay." Linling nodded, her face aglow with joy. After dinner and tidying the dishes, once Linling returned to her room, Linyu settled on the sofa to practice. Just then, heavy rain began to fall from the sky, adding a cacophony to the tranquil night. A figure cloaked in black appeared at the gate of the courtyard. Sensing the powerful aura, Linyu quickly rose, glanced towards Linling's room, and then stepped outside. Confronting the robed figure, Linyu inquired, "What brings you here?" The shadow in black did not respond but introduced itself. "I am Yefeng, here to reveal the truth behind the massacre of the Heart Moon clan." It was the Douluo Empire. "So, what do you say? Will you join us?" The tempest raged outside the dwelling, with thunder clashing and lightning illuminating the night. Rain lashed against Linyu, whose somber visage appeared even more menacing under the flickering light. His blood-red eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity. Upon receiving news of his adversary, Linyu transformed into a figure reminiscent of a demon, instilling fear in those around him. His motivations for existence were twofold: revenge and the protection of his sister. In his youth, Linyu had witnessed the tragic fate of his family, leaving indelible shadows in his heart, shadows steeped in darkness. Although he supported his sister and often provided her with counsel, helping her emerge from the gloom of their shared loss, no one had ever offered him the same solace. Despite his resilience, the human spirit is susceptible to change. Who could remain unscathed when witnessing the brutal murder of loved ones? "Very well, I shall join you, on the condition that my sister remains unaware of our true identities. We must conceal the aura of the evil soul master in her presence." Linyu agreed without a moment's hesitation. To vanquish the Xingluo Empire single-handedly was an insurmountable task, yet this individual before him could be of use. Yufeng smiled, extending a hand to clasp Linyu's, thus forging an unimaginable alliance. As the evil soul master, Yufeng gained an unexpected boon in strength. In that moment, two individuals, each seeking to exploit the other, embarked on a shared path. As Yufeng gazed towards the direction of Qiqiwang City, a thought crossed his mind. "Surely, my sister is nearing her resurrection." Chapter 76, Stardow Forest, 1. 2 years later, on the fringes of the Stardow Forest, a young girl stood alone, her delicate arched brows framing a pair of eyes as clear and bright as water. Her nose, perfectly sculpted, resembled a masterpiece crafted by the hands of the divine. Her lips, rosy and petite, adorned a charming little face that seemed to be shielded by a single hand. Her skin, pale and smooth, resembled exquisite mutton-fat jade. So delicate it appeared it could break with the slightest touch. Standing at a height of approximately 1.45 meters, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her figure. Her golden hair was simply tied back, neat and efficient, with a small dagger fastened at her waist. The girl carefully attuned herself to the surroundings of the Stardow Forest and then, without hesitation, stepped forward, racing into the depths of the woods. This girl was none other than Qian Renxue. Now, she had ascended to level 40, through relentless training day and night over the past 2 years. She had finally advanced from level 32 to level 40. It is often said that the higher one ascends in soul mastery, the more arduous the path becomes. And Qian Renxue had come to truly appreciate this adage. Fortunately, she had already crossed the threshold into the realm of the soul sect. Her decision to venture alone was driven by a desire to hone her combat prowess. The Stardow Forest was divided into 5 regions, home to soul beasts of varying ages: 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. In the regions inhabited by 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, Qian Renxue felt no apprehension, as her soul power had reached level 40. All she needed was to acquire a soul ring to attain the title of soul sect. A level 40 soul sect master need not fear unless confronted by groups of 100-year soul beasts. Within the Stardow Forest, the only entities that could instill a sense of danger in Qian Renxue were the 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts, as well as the area inhabited by 100,000-year soul beasts. Qian Renxue did not intend to venture into the realm of the 100,000-year soul beasts. Rather, she aimed to explore the fringes of the 10,000-year soul beast territory, hoping to test her fortune. Should luck favor her and she encounter a soul beast within the range of 9,000 years, she might attempt to slay it. However, if she were to confront a beast exceeding that age, her only recourse would be to flee. The rationale for this caution lay not elsewhere, but in the formidable nature of 10,000-year soul beasts, which were beyond her capacity to confront. Yet, should she indeed face such a creature, she would not concede defeat. Having resolved to grow stronger, she would brave any adversity, undeterred by the prospect of injury or even perilous circumstances. The outskirts of the Stardow Forest typically housed soul beasts ranging from a century to a millennium in age, an area frequented by numerous humans seeking to hunt. To delve deeper into the forest, one would need to enlist the aid of a mercenary group or rely on the guidance of family elders. For ordinary individuals would hesitate to proceed further. Mercenary groups were comprised of soul masters who assisted others in acquiring soul rings, reaping benefits in return. Most of these soul masters hailed from humble origins. However, Qian Renxue opted against this course of action, as her purpose was to undergo training. Seeking assistance from a mercenary group would render her endeavor void of meaning. She harbored no interest in the century-old or lesser 1,000-year soul beasts. Nor did she wish to engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Her sole objective was to acquire her own soul ring. Although these 1,000-year soul beasts were formidable at the periphery, once they ventured into the heart of the Stardow Forest, they would find themselves bowing before the might of the 10,000-year soul beasts. This was the advantage of possessing great strength. For both humans and soul beasts alike would pay homage to the powerful. She confirmed her target location, the central region of the Douluo Forest, where both 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts resided. The figure of Qian Renxue swiftly darted through the forest, her increasing pace signifying that she was nearing her destination. Along the way, numerous low-level 1,000-year soul beasts attempted to obstruct her path, yet upon sensing the aura emanating from her, they instinctively yielded. Although soul beasts seldom appear within human cities, it does not imply that they fear humanity. Rather, whenever humans slay the leaders of these beasts, the creatures unite to unleash a tide of ferocity. However, the soul beasts are astute. They discern their true adversaries from those who are beyond their reach. A human like Qian Renxue is simply not within their league. Thus they willingly stepped aside. With the shared perception of the Dream Eye Silkworm's spiritual energy, Qian Renxue effortlessly gathered information about her surroundings. Within the realm of her mental perception, the area within a kilometer unfolded before her like a cinematic experience, the vivid images indelibly etched in her mind. "Schwer, could you possibly move a bit faster?" "You're so slow," the Dream Eye Silkworm remarked, eliciting a dark expression from Qian Renxue. "If you have the capability, why don't you come and do it yourself? All you do is talk." The speed of Qian Renxue surged once more, doubling in an instant, as she traversed the forest like a fleeting shadow. Her velocity now rivaled that of agile attack-type spirit masters. Over the past 2 years, Qian Renxue had ascended to level 40, thanks in no small part to the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, which consistently encouraged her whenever she felt on the verge of giving up. Yet at times, this heavenly dream seemed to regard itself as something beyond mere humanity. The outskirts of the Douluo Forest were dominions of century-old and millennium-old soul beasts. Although human spirit masters frequently ventured into these territories, the millennium beasts paid little heed, for the intruders merely lingered at the forest periphery. However, with Qian Renxue's appearance, these soul beasts suddenly became acutely aware. Setting aside her formidable strength, the very destination of Qian Renxue sparked a murderous intent among them. For she aimed for the heart of the Douluo Forest. The Douluo Forest is meticulously divided into 5 regions, creating an implicit mechanism. The periphery serves as a formidable barrier, deterring human spirit masters from penetrating into the forest core. Among the Millennium Soul Beasts, there existed leaders tasked with the responsibility of preventing human encroachment into the deeper territories. Should any human dare to breach the central region of the Douluo Forest, these leaders would not hesitate to eliminate them. Simultaneously, the periphery occasionally bore witness to a few 10,000-year soul beasts. Countless spirit masters had met their demise at the claws of these ancient beings over the past 2 years. Thus, as Qian Renxue's figure dashed relentlessly towards the central area, these 10,000-year beasts had formed an alliance. Suddenly, several figures erupted from various points across the periphery of the Douluo Forest, exuding an aura of pressure and fury that sent shivers through the century-old and millennium-old soul beasts, rendering them immobile with fear. The audacity to approach the heart of the Douluo Forest was a grave offense. Should this human manage to pass, they too would face severe repercussions. The figures darted through the outskirts with a singular purpose, to eliminate or thwart Qian Renxue's advance. Chapter 77. Douluo Forest 2. Qian Renxue ran forward relentlessly, while the spiritual essence of Tianning Eye Silkworm continuously sensed her surroundings. Within her perception, she discerned the presence of only a few 1,000-year soul beasts. There were no others. Qian Renxue understood that she was on the verge of entering the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts. With this realization, her speed did not wane but rather intensified as she propelled herself forward once more. However, before she could run for long, the voice of Tianning Eye Silkworm resonated. "Schwer, trouble is upon you. Several 10,000-year soul beasts are pursuing you from the periphery, and within, there are also several waiting for you." As soon as Tianning Eye Silkworm's words fell, Qian Renxue's countenance darkened. The 6 figures trailing behind were indeed all 10,000-year soul beasts, abruptly halting her advance. She sensed through Tianning Eye Silkworm's shared awareness that those 10,000-year soul beasts were steadily closing in on her. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow. A millennium soul beast, while not posing a direct threat to her life at present, would undoubtedly entail a fierce struggle. However, the sudden appearance of 6 millennium soul beasts was an overwhelming predicament. Perhaps it was best to flee. "Tianming, did you not say that there would be no millennium soul beasts around the periphery of the Douluo Forest?" Qian Renxue felt as though she were on the verge of being led to her doom by Tianning Eye Silkworm. Tianming Eye Silkworm replied, "It is possible that Emperor Tian has emerged from his seclusion. In my absence, these soul beasts need not remain dormant. The power I bestowed upon them previously has sufficed for their sustenance over the past 2 years. Now that 2 years have elapsed, those ferocious beasts may very well have awakened. Humanity is in for trouble. Judging by the demeanor of these millennium soul beasts, it seems they are preparing to unleash a beast tide. After all, during the years Emperor Tian's soul beasts were in seclusion, humanity has hunted several 100,000-year soul beasts. This battle is inescapable. You must disseminate this information to prepare humanity for defense. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in dire straits." Qian Renxue said, "I understand now. But the question is, how do I escape?" Sensing the formidable auras behind her, she pondered while fleeing in another direction. "Do not worry, I am here for you. Since I was able to bring you here, I will ensure your safety. Rest assured." The nonchalant tone of Tianning Iceworm instilled a sense of helplessness in Qian Renxue. I feel as though I am merely here to serve as a pawn, and you too are but a pawn. What am I to do now? Tianming Iceworm replied, Schwer, do you not think you are overly reliant on me? For the past 2 years, you have turned to me with every problem you encountered. Yet, do not forget, I am merely a wise spirit ring. My abilities are limited. When faced with those formidable beings, I too am powerless. Therefore, you must learn to rely on yourself. Qian Renxue was suddenly awakened by a thought. Indeed, over the past 2 years, she had relied on her teacher or Tianming to resolve any issues. What would she do if one day her teacher and Tianming were no longer by her side? While Qian Renxue pondered this, a Millennium Soul Beast had already appeared before her. Qian Renxue suddenly halted her advance, entering a state of readiness. The Soul Beasts before her were momentarily taken aback. This human girl displayed remarkable intelligence. Recognizing the impending danger and choosing not to proceed further, had she taken even a single step more, she would have fallen into their trap. However, at this juncture, even though she had not entered their encirclement, they were determined that this human would not leave alive. She had reached the fringes of the central region of the Star Doe Forest, where the ancient soul beasts had likely sensed her presence. Should they fail to eliminate this young girl, they would be ridiculed throughout the entirety of the Star Doe Forest. Simultaneously, the other soul beasts ceased their concealment. Emerging from the underbrush, Qian Renxue discerned the figures before her, their mouths agape, revealing 4 sharp fangs firmly embedded within their gaping maws, the tips glinting ominously. Evoking an involuntary shiver, the interlacing teeth, robust and powerful, resembled 2 formidable scissors, seemingly capable of severing anything in existence. Their immense bodies surpassed 3 meters in height, rendering the term colossal an understatement. Beholding their round, fierce eyes radiating malevolence, and their gaping mouths roaring as if to devour a human. Their demeanor was both fearsome and grotesque. These were the most formidable predators of the Star Doe Forest, the sovereign beasts of the woodland, the Black Panther clan. Emerging from the thicket were 6 soul beasts, all uniformly Black Panthers. Oh heavens, Tianming, save me. Qian Renxue was paralyzed with fear. Are these Black Panthers truly this swift? Have they surpassed me by 300 meters in less than 5 seconds? Tianming Ice Silkworm fell into a contemplative state within the realm of her spiritual consciousness, as if struck by a revelation. Though these 10,000-year soul beasts cannot articulate words, they comprehend human speech. You must urgently inform them that you are a friend of the rabbit. The rabbit? Qian Renxue suddenly grasped the implication and turned to address the Black Panther soul beasts. My name is Qian Renxue, and I am a friend of Xiao Wu, who is the soul beast that has transformed into a human within your Star Doe Forest. Evidently, Qian Renxue's declaration bore little weight. The vast expanse of the Star Doe Forest meant that each soul beast possessed its territory, and they typically refrained from encroaching upon the domains of others. Thus, despite Xiao Wu being a 100,000-year soul beast, the Panthers had not heard of her, rendering Qian Renxue's words unconvincing. The Black Panthers advanced step by step toward Qian Renxue. As if testing the limits of her fortitude, Qian Renxue's throat moved slightly, and she took a small step back. Tianming, it seems that it's not effective. Tianming Binkin fell into deep contemplation once more. In that fleeting second, he conceived of countless possibilities, for if a solution eluded him, he would have no choice but to intervene himself. However, the number of times he could act was limited, and he wished to conserve his strength for the extreme northern lands, where he intended to awaken Qian Renxue's ice martial spirit. After a full second of reflection, Tianming Binkin finally arrived at a resolution. Utilize simulation. You shall transform your own soul rings into 9, each mimicking the essence of a 100,000-year-old soul ring, and then unleash the pressure of my million-year soul ring upon a Black Panther. Without a hint of hesitation or doubt regarding the efficacy of her method, Qian Renxue faced the oncoming assault of the Black Panthers. A brand new scythe materialized in her grasp, emanating a dark, mesmerizing glow. Simultaneously, beneath her feet, 9 crimson soul rings emerged as she employed her simulation skill. The presence of the million-year soul ring of the heavenly dream eye silkworm lent an aura of authenticity to these rings, halting the advance of the Black Panthers the moment they appeared. Although the 9 soul rings, each representing 100,000 years, were merely simulated, the oppressive force of the million-year soul ring was undeniably genuine. This created an illusion, leading the spirit beasts to mistakenly perceive Qian Renxue as a titled law of humanity. Chapter 78, Star Doe Forest 3. While the intelligence of soul beasts may be rudimentary, those reaching the 10,000-year mark are not easily deceived. Suddenly, a Black Panther lunged forth, launching an attack towards Qian Renxue. The formidable pressure of the million-year soul ring emanating from Qian Renxue was directed squarely at the Black Panther. Enveloped by this overwhelming force, the Panther, upon sensing the aura, cowered on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, its eyes filled with terror, rendered utterly powerless and immobile. Observing its distress, the other Panthers wasted no time in fleeing towards the heart of the Star Doe Forest. Abandoned by its companions, the paralyzed Panther was bewildered. Had they not all emerged together? In this moment of despair, it realized its impending fate at the hands of the human girl, who would absorb its soul ring. The Panther was consumed by regret, lamenting its decision to act as the aggressor, to pursue this human girl. Had it chosen not to hunt her down, it would not find itself in such dire straits. Even if the girl had entered their territory, she would have faced her own demise. Why had it acted so impulsively? A few harsh words and a mere punishment would have sufficed. Now, it was too late. It faced certain death. The pressure was insurmountable, rendering it completely incapable of resistance. Devoid of any will to fight back, Qian Renxue gazed into the depths of the jungle, and within her recent perception, she finally discerned the presence of a spatial-type spirit beast, precisely one that had reached the age of 10,000 years. Qian Renxue is currently in a state of profound indecision, uncertain whether to advance. If she allows this opportunity to slip away, the prospect of encountering a spatial-type soul beast in the future will become exceedingly difficult. Such soul beasts are incredibly rare, with only 3 recorded in the Douluo Forest, one of which has already been hunted. Having already chanced upon one of the remaining 2, she cannot bear the thought of relinquishing this opportunity, resolving to hesitate no longer. She understands that if she misses this chance, it may not come again. Thus, Qian Renxue decides to move forward, but first, she must confer with her brother Tianming. In her heart, Qian Renxue called out, Tianming, there lies a spatial-type soul beast. Should we venture in to hunt it? Tianming blinked in too. Since the presence of the spatial soul beast not far from their location, however, delving deeper posed considerable risks. Nonetheless, weighing the benefits that the spatial soul beast could bring to Qian Renxue, Tianming blinked and nodded in agreement. Very well, but we must act swiftly, ideally resolving this within 3 minutes. Followed by the rapid absorption of the soul ring. With Tianming Bingsan's support, Qian Renxue felt a significant sense of reassurance. It is essential to understand that once a soul beast reaches 10,000 years of age, it marks a pivotal threshold of power. A soul beast of a few decades is equivalent to a human at levels 1 to 10, while a century-old soul beast corresponds to a human at levels 11 to 30. The comparison between 1,000-year soul beasts and human beings of levels 30 to 50, 10,000-year soul beasts with humans of levels 50 to 90, and 100,000-year soul beasts with humans of levels 91 to 95 delineates a hierarchy of power. Those exceeding 100,000 years correspond to the limits of human beings from level 95 to 99, with some noble bloodlines capable of reaching the pinnacle of demigod status. This particular space-type soul beast, having lived for over 10,000 years, must at least match the strength of a human soul king, the 2,000-year soul emperor, the 4,000-year soul sage, the 8,000-year soul Douluo, and the 100,000-year titled Douluo represent the classifications of power between humans and soul beasts. Beside this, the Black Panther was perplexed. Why had this human not yet attacked it? In a moment of disbelief, the Black Panther observed as Qian Renxue disregarded its presence and ventured towards the central region of the Douluo Forest. The panther exhaled in relief, vowing to diligently cultivate and refrain from emerging for at least 10,000 years, having been thoroughly terrified to the point of near death. Its body remained limp, devoid of strength. Simultaneously, the Black Panther pondered why she spared its life. Did she perhaps find its bloodline lacking? Upon sensing the pressure, the panther recognized that this human possessed only the capabilities of a soul beast around 7,000 years of age. Yet, the oppressive aura was undeniably real. Given the frail physique of the young girl, it was inconceivable that she could bear such energy. The only plausible explanation was that a soul beast of 100,000 years had sacrificed power to her, an absurdity. After Qian Renxue departed, a few figures approached from the direction she had come. A sweet voice broke the silence. Third brother, why haven't we encountered a single soul beast? Not even a 100-year one. Hearing this, Tang Sen felt a twinge of helplessness. Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, was incessantly chattering. He chose not to respond, while Oscar eagerly interjected, Rongrong, don't worry. We should soon see a soul beast. We are nearing the center of the Douluo Forest. Ning Rongrong shot a look at Oscar, her expression one of annoyance. Don't talk to me. Can't you see I'm speaking with their brother? Oscar's countenance dimmed. Despite his efforts, he still failed to win her heart. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged sly smiles, whispering, a sycophant is left with nothing in the end. Though their voices were low, others overheard. Ning Rongrong remained unfazed, while Bai Qinxiang and Du Guyin cast disdainful glances, thinking all 3 were sycophants. Tang Sen felt exasperated, despite having repeatedly rejected her advances. Ning Rongrong continued to pursue him relentlessly. He regretted his decision to join Shrek Academy, wishing he had not promised his teacher to accompany them in search of soul rings. His own plans were nearing fruition, and he scarcely had time to indulge these antics. Having resolved the issues concerning his martial soul with his teacher's assistance, he had slain a 10,000-year chameleon. His 4th soul ring granted him the ability to transform his blue-silver grass martial soul into a swan martial soul. Akin to the chameleon, a remarkably convenient skill. Upon returning, he intended to eliminate Xue Qinghe and adopt her identity to approach Qian Renxue. He envisioned making her fall in love with him, admire him, and respect him, an obsession he eagerly anticipated. As those thoughts danced in his mind, a smile crept across Tang San's lips. Ning Rongrong, observing his expression, assumed her presence was the cause of his joy, which only heightened her own delight. At that moment, Bai Qinxiang exclaimed, look, there lies a 10,000-year soul beast. It's on the ground. What could have happened? Where is it? Where is the soul beast? Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached, her eyes falling upon the Black Panther, its 4 sharp fangs protruding, firmly embedded within its gaping maw, a fearsome sight indeed. The creature, a colossal embodiment and king of beasts, glared with ferocity, its mouth agape in a terrifying roar, as though it were ready to devour anyone in sight. Ning Rongrong joyfully declared that S.A. Black Panther, the fastest soul beast in the forest. I want it as my pet. As she stepped forward, Tang San intervened. Wait. Rongrong, this soul beast appears uninjured. Proceed with caution. He offered a smile, while on high alert. Through his purple magic pupils, he discerned that the beast bore no wounds. Ning Rongrong pouted, visibly displeased, muttering, regardless, I want it as my pet. Tang San sighed, recognizing her nature. She desired everything appealing without consideration. The soul beast seemed formidable. And he motioned to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who immediately understood the gravity of the situation and entered a state of absolute vigilance. Bai Qinxiang and Du Guyan mirrored their readiness. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, with only Ning Rongrong oblivious to the tension. Questioning why everyone was so anxious over a mere soul beast, she frequently encountered them at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, finding nothing extraordinary about it. Seeing her naivety, Tang San felt a headache coming on. He vowed never to venture out with Ning Rongrong again. During their journey, he had sensed something amiss. The Stardow Forest was undoubtedly harboring some secret, as evidenced by the absence of soul beasts. In previous days, although thousand-year soul beasts were rare, one would typically encounter hundred-year beasts. Yet today, not a single beast had appeared. Clever as he was, Tang San could not help but deduce that unusual events were unfolding within the Stardow Forest, a place far removed from the gentle soul beasts of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. These soul beasts are ferocious and brutal, incomparable to the gentle soul beasts of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, this girl audaciously claims she wishes to tame a millennium-old soul beast as a pet, let alone the fact that she has only just attained level 40 as a soul master. Even a titled Douluo would find it exceedingly difficult to subdue a millennium-old soul beast, not to mention a mere soul master such as herself. An unnamed fury surged within the heart of the Black Panther. The notion that this human girl would consider it as a pet was utterly absurd. Were it not for its current state of recovery, it would have certainly struck her down with a single blow. Today had already been vexing enough. Encountering such a grotesque situation had dampened its spirits further, and now, being told it was to be made a pet was an outright insult. The Black Panther could perish but would never bow to humanity. Dying with dignity was preferable to living as a human's pet, which would strip away all semblance of honor. If it weren't for the girl earlier, how could these humans have brazenly walked here? They would have been stopped at the periphery, or even killed. It felt as if it were a panther fallen from grace, subjected to the whims of others. Tang San also sensed something amiss. Through his purple magic pupils, he observed that the Black Panther was indeed uninjured, yet its soul seemed to be under duress. With that thought, he exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "This soul beast is suitable for Bai Qinxiang to absorb. Since she is an agility-based attacker, this millennium-old Black Panther, primarily focused on speed, is the perfect fit." In Bai Qinxiang's eyes, gratitude flickered toward Tang San. He was the only reliable individual within the entire Shrek team. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were utterly untrustworthy. Consumed by their infatuations with women, Dai Mubai, in particular, was the one she despised the most. The last time she rebuffed Ma Hongjun's advances, Dai Mubai had the audacity to claim he had no right to refuse his brother's pursuit. Had it not been for his status as a prince of the Starluo Empire, she would have ensured that her family dealt with him. Not to mention Ning Rongrong, who was equally irksome with her spoiled demeanor. It was utterly exasperating. Only Tang San remained the person she could truly trust in this team. And he was the most dependable of them all. The thought of acquiring a millennium-old soul ring filled Bai Qinxiang with joy and a budding affection for Tang San. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's face betrayed her displeasure, yet she would not oppose him, recognizing it as an opportunity to showcase herself before Tang San. Thus, she chimed in, "Indeed, Bai Qinxiang, the soul ring produced by this soul beast is perfectly suited for you. Yet, are you capable of absorbing a millennium-old soul ring?" Bai Qinxiang was momentarily taken aback. "Right. My fourth soul ring was a millennium-old. Is it truly possible?" With that, she cast her gaze toward Tang San. Tang San met her eyes with a reassuring look, saying, "I have a method. You need only to slay this soul beast first. Its current state renders it incapable of resistance." Upon hearing the humans plotting its demise, the Black Panther immediately sprang to its feet, charging towards Tang San and his companions, determined to take one of them down with it, even in death. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Stardow Forest, a petite figure suddenly darted forth, launching an attack against a nearby spatial soul beast. This was a thorn dragon, akin to a dinosaur, with prominently elongated spines on its back, formed from the extension of its vertebrae. Standing at 2 meters tall, it was presumed that there had once been skin connecting the spines, creating a vast sail-like structure. Its head measured 2 meters in length, resembling that of a dragon, while its entire body reached approximately 10 meters. The thorn dragon was regarded as a predator of the Stardow Forest, and its immense size, coupled with its unique abilities, made it an entity that no soul beast dared to provoke. The swiftness of Qian Renxue is indeed beyond words. She had already approached within 2 meters of the soul beast before the thorn dragon even became aware of her presence. Just as Qian Renxue anticipated an attack, her form suddenly passed through the body of the thorn dragon. Qian Renxue was astonished. The thorn dragon stood right there, yet why could she not land an attack? Was this merely a mirage? As she traversed through the body of the thorn dragon, its formidable and resilient tail swung directly towards her. The speed was so overwhelming that Qian Renxue had barely a moment to react before being struck by the tail, sending her crashing into a large tree, from which she spat a mouthful of blood. The pain was excruciating, the first sensation that enveloped her, yet she swiftly regained her composure, puzzled by the situation. Why could she not strike it while the spirit beast could harm her? This defied logic. After recovering her state, Qian Renxue charged forward once more, and the thorn dragon also lunged towards her. Sensing the imminent clash, she employed the principle of 4 ounces, deflecting 1,000 pounds from Tai Chi in her movements. As she and the thorn dragon drew near, she slid downwards, gliding across the ground beneath the creature's body, and unleashed a powerful punch. Just as she believed she had succeeded, her fist struck nothing but air, merely a phantom, as the figures of Qian Renxue and the thorn dragon intertwined. The dragon's long tail abruptly whipped towards her. Realizing the peril, Qian Renxue gasped in alarm. Chapter 80, Stardew Forest, 5. As the figures of Qian Renxue and the thorn dragon intertwined, the lengthy tail of the thorn dragon suddenly lashed towards Qian Renxue. Upon witnessing this, Qian Renxue uttered a startled exclamation of alarm. In that instant, she swiftly raised her arms to shield herself. A resounding thud echoed as the thorn dragon's tail struck her arms, eliciting a muffled grunt of discomfort. Qian Renxue was abruptly hurled away by the enormous tail, causing the nearby trees to tremble. She plummeted to the ground, and with a soft crack, the tree was shattered upon impact with her body. Qian Renxue lay on the ground, her voice tinged with exhaustion as she implored, "Tianming, have you devised a strategy? I am at my wit's end to defend myself." Tianming Binkin responded, "Have you not noticed? When you assault the thorn dragon, it lacks a corporeal form, yet when it strikes at you, its true essence remains tangible. This indicates its spatial abilities, which can nullify any physical assault. However, the moment it initiates an attack on you, should you retaliate simultaneously and inscribe your third soul skill, the soul blade, upon its form, even its spatial prowess will falter against your ethereal strike." As Qian Renxue suddenly realized the situation, it became clear that when she attacked the thorn dragon, it indeed lacked a physical form. However, when the thorn dragon struck at her, its essence was very much present. This meant that if she launched her own attack simultaneously during its assault, she could surely leave a mark upon it. Yet, this opportunity was singular. Should she fail, her strength to resist would be utterly depleted, for this was a spatial soul beast with over 10,000 years of existence. A soul beast of such age equated to a human cultivation level between 50 and 60, and should not be underestimated. Before Qian Renxue could ponder further, the thorn dragon charged towards her. Unyielding, she too surged forward to meet it. Following the same process, she deftly slid beneath the dragon's massive claws, positioning herself beneath its formidable body. The thorn dragon regarded her with disdain, perceiving her as a foolish human who dared to attack in the same manner once more, a true imbecile in its eyes. In its perception, Qian Renxue mirrored her earlier approach, launching a punch with her right hand aimed at its body. The dragon's contempt only deepened. As their forms intertwined, the dragon's tail lashed out towards Qian Renxue. In that moment, a scythe materialized above her left hand, while beneath her feet, 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and platinum emerged. The instant the platinum ring appeared, a formidable pressure enveloped the thorn dragon, causing it to falter for a brief moment. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Renxue's yellow soul ring ignited. Her first soul skill, Blade of Wind, was unleashed. Observing from above, one could see that within a 200-meter radius around Qian Renxue, countless scythes composed of soul energy violently sliced through all in their vicinity. Flowers, grass, and trees were obliterated, leaving the area devoid of any life save for Qian Renxue and the thorn dragon. Despite the dragon's formidable defenses, it withstood the onslaught of Qian Renxue's Blade of Wind. Yet only barely, it merely grazed the dragon's skin. However, atop the lacerated flesh, a small scythe emblem emerged. The instant that insignia appeared, Qian Renxue was sent flying by the dragon's tail. Fortuitously, she avoided crashing into a tree, for the surrounding flora had been rendered to nothingness by her earlier attack. As she soared through the air, her third platinum soul ring glowed, and she called out, "Tianming, share your spiritual power with me, lend me your strength." Tianming Ice Silkworm had long been prepared. Throughout the past 2 years, their synergy had reached an extraordinary level of mastery, requiring no further words from Qian Renxue for it to understand what was needed. A surge of potent spiritual energy flowed directly to her. Quickly, Qian Renxue utilized her third soul skill, Blade of the Soul. With its activation, the scythe emblem upon the dragon's tail gradually faded from view. The body of Qian Renxue was flung backward, ultimately crashing onto the ground, as a fresh stream of blood once again erupted from her lips, staining her garments crimson. Simultaneously, she was not the sole one spitting blood. The thorn dragon too succumbed, its form slowly collapsing, eyes brimming with resentment. This creature, a soul beast of the spatial realm, had never fathomed that a mere human could wield such a potent assault on the soul. Yet, it was far too late to comprehend. The thorn dragon's eyes, filled with a deep-seated unwillingness, gradually closed, unable to grasp why this human possessed such formidable mental prowess, an overwhelming force that had shattered its very essence. Its resentment was not unfounded. After all, this was the spiritual might of the celestial dream-eye silkworm. A soul beast aged over 1,000,000 years. How could the thorn dragon withstand such power? A black soul ring materialized beneath the thorn dragon's form, accompanied by a soul bone. Much like other 10,000-year soul beasts, the spatial soul beast was bound to yield a soul bone upon defeat. This was a primary motivation for many human soul masters seeking to vanquish spatial soul beasts. Not only could they acquire the unique powers of these creatures, but they could also obtain a fragment of spatial soul bone. Qian Renxue caught sight of the soul bone radiating a dark luminescence. However, in her current state of severe injury, she could not linger much longer. It would not be long before the soul beast from the central region of the Star Doe forest would converge upon this location. She needed to hastily absorb the soul ring. Dragging her wounded body forward, she took heavy steps toward the lifeless form of the thorn dragon. Qian Renxue did not deliberate extensively. She simply settled into a cross-legged position upon the ground and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Within the realm of her spiritual consciousness, it resembled an expansive ocean, where the waters symbolized her spirit and soul power. Rather than attributing these energies solely to her own essence, it would be more accurate to say they were bestowed upon her by the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Qian Renxue gazed intently at the malevolent thoughts emerging from the soul ring, her expression profoundly grave. This time, she was determined to uncover the force that devoured these resentful emotions. The moment the thorn dragon's resentment manifested, it was precisely as Qian Renxue had anticipated. The dark thought was immediately ensnared and whisked away. Qian Renxue carefully attuned herself, and at last, deep within the recesses of her spiritual sea, she felt a surge of resentment rushing towards the abyss. Following this current of animosity, Qian Renxue pursued its path. In an instant, she found herself in a dimly lit plaza that seemed eerily familiar. Upon glimpsing the colossal figure before her, her pupils involuntarily constricted. Chapter 81, The Starry Forest 6. As Qian Renxue beheld the immense silhouette, her pupils instinctively narrowed. Within the vast confines of a prison, there lay a fox of staggering proportions, reminiscent of towering mountains. Its 9 tails swayed gracefully in the air. The fox's entire body shimmered like deep crimson flames. And with each flick of its tail, swirling eddies of red energy were unleashed, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The creature possessed a golden-orange visage, with ear tufts of a yellowish red hue, and its eyes, akin to lanterns, were set in its formidable countenance. Particularly notable was its nose, which was somewhat rounded and slightly elongated. Qian Renxue assured that her eyes were but a fraction of the size of those of the fox. The fox merely cast a fleeting glance in Qian Renshue's direction before closing its eyes once more. "Hello there," Qian Renxue attempted to greet, yearning for a response from the enigmatic creature. Upon hearing her voice, the fox opened its eyes, extending its colossal crimson paw. Qian Renxue was taken aback, retreating 2 steps, her face a portrait of fear. Yet her trepidation proved futile. In an instant, the crimson claws of the fox ensnared her form. What followed was a surge of formidable power coursing through her being, leaving Qian Renxue utterly astounded. Although the essence of this power exuded a chilling, sanguinary aura of slaughter, its undeniable strength was overwhelming. She had encountered such potent energy before, emanating from her master, a force reserved for those of the title Douluo rank. Yet, even a mere fraction of this fox's power instilled in her an intoxicating sense of invincibility. "How about it, human? Embrace my power. With it, you shall be invincible in this world. Do you see that paper above? Tear it down, and you will possess all of my strength. With my power, you can avenge your mother." The 9-tailed fox was acutely aware of Qian Renxue's life story, including the tragic demise of her mother, Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the fox's words, Qian Renxue's gaze shifted towards the sealing talisman, emblazoned with a prominent character for seal. Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback. This is the script of the Sakura nation. And on either side of the letter, there are also a few lines of small text, inscribing the Bagua seal and the 9-tailed fox. Qian Renxue inquired in astonishment. "Are you from the Sakura nation of Blue Star?" The 9-tailed fox paused, taken aback, for she had never heard of such a place as the Sakura nation. Even during the era of the Sage of 6 Paths, there had been no mention of a country by that name. It must surely be an obscure little nation. Sakura nation? I have not heard of it. The only country I know of is the Land of Fire, and beyond that, I am utterly ignorant. Qian Renxue was taken aback. What was this Fire nation? Why not mention the Water nation or the Thunder nation? This was clearly the script of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. It seemed that this fox was a creation of that land. In the mythology of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, there exists a legend of the 9-tailed fox, born from resentment, which explains its insatiable hunger for the grievances of soul beasts. Why did heaven not bestow upon me a divine beast from Huaxia, but instead this cunning 9-tailed fox? Moreover, this fox was exceedingly sly, attempting to deceive me into sealing a talisman in secret. Had I not possessed any knowledge from my previous life, I might have fallen prey to its trickery. Fortunately, I had acquired a modicum of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's language, having learned it while representing the Wing Chun school in a duel against the karate faction from that realm. The outcome, needless to say, was overwhelming. I left that group of Cherry Blossom denizens utterly bewildered. Qian Renxue harbored a considerable disdain for the people of the Sakura nation, which prompted her to act with notable severity during their last encounter. ultimately incurring substantial medical expenses. To repay her debts, she found herself compelled to seek employment within a state-owned enterprise in Huaxia. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue bore no regrets. Should the opportunity arise for another bout, she would once again strike those individuals from the Sakura nation, leaving them unrecognizable. Feeling Qian Renxue's sentiments, the nine-tailed fox was momentarily perplexed, pondering the meanings of Huaxia and Sakura nation. As she contemplated further, the nine-tailed fox abruptly expelled her from that space. Upon her arrival in the sea of consciousness, Qian Renxue paused in surprise, taking a moment to reacquaint herself with her previous location. Once she confirmed her ability to access that space freely, she chose to focus on her immediate objective, absorbing the soul rings and escaping. She had not forgotten that she was still within the Douluo forest, in a perilous situation, with formidable soul beasts likely converging upon her. As Qian Renxue materialized, the heavenly dream ice silkworm swiftly approached her, inquiring, "Shuer, where have you been? I sense none of your presence in the sea of consciousness." Qian Renxue inquired, "How long have I been gone?" Tianming Ice Worm, albeit puzzled by Qian Renxue's question, did not dwell on it, and replied, "Approximately less than a second." This time, it was Qian Renxue who. Qian Renxue was astonished. How could it be that her conversation with the nine-tailed fox in that space took at least 10 minutes, yet here it felt as though less than a second had passed? Could it be that time flowed differently in that realm? However, Qian Renxue did not dwell on these thoughts. As she had no time to spare, she swiftly approached the Black Soul Ring, seized her scythe spirit, and absorbed the millennium-old Black Soul Ring. The process went smoothly, and she completed the absorption in no time. Upon sensing the newfound abilities coursing through her, Qian Renxue was taken aback. The soul skill mirrored the power wielded by the spatial soul beast. Once unleashed, she could enter a realm uniquely her own. Much like the spatial soul beast, her form would remain in place, allowing for movement at will, while her true self would exist outside the original world, leaving merely a phantom behind. This skill bore two shortcomings. First, when attacking an enemy, her figure would manifest in reality, and the skill duration was limited to 5 minutes. After this time elapses, the skill would dissipate, and she would reappear in the real world. To utilize this ability again, she would need to wait 5 seconds. The second drawback was similar. After employing her soul skill to strike an opponent, she would materialize in reality, incurring a cooldown period of 5 seconds during which she could not activate this ability. This power could be deemed extraordinarily formidable. As long as she refrained from indiscriminately attacking others within those 5 minutes, she would remain untouchable, a quintessential skill for evasion and theft. However, this ability demanded a substantial consumption of soul power, threefold that of ordinary soul skills, yet such a remarkable power warranted such a cost. In the Douluo forest, a golden-haired little girl opened her eyes, her body smeared with blood, her own. During the earlier battle with the soul beast, Qian Renxue had sustained considerable injuries, leaving her in a rather disheveled state. Nevertheless, the tribulations were worthwhile, for she had gained immense advantages. Qian Renxue swiftly stored the soul bones around her into her spatial storage device. Sensing the turmoil emanating from the forest, she hesitated not for a moment and dashed toward the outskirts of the Douluo forest, driven by the primal instinct to escape. The aura of the soul beast trailing behind her was at least 80,000 years old. What does 80,000 years signify? She did not believe that she could endure even 5 seconds against an opponent of such caliber, a being as formidable as an 80-level soul Douluo. Thus, regardless of her own capabilities, her priority was to flee. Moreover, there was a presence even more terrifying than the 80,000-year soul beast. Concurrently, the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resonated within her mind. "Run. Emperor Tian is coming. He has sensed my power. I must conceal myself and will not communicate with you during this time." After uttering these words, the heavenly dream ice silkworm vanished from her spiritual sea, merging directly into her soul ring. Qian Renxue harbored no doubts regarding the words of Tian Dream Ice Silkworm, her speed surging dramatically as she raced towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. She refrained from employing her angel spirit despite its ability to fly at a swifter pace, for such an action would render her too conspicuous. Within the forest, she could utilize simulated skills to conceal her presence. However, in the open sky, she would be nothing short of a living target. Shortly after Qian Renxue's departure, several formidable figures pursued her, exuding anger and immense pressure that sent the surrounding thousand-year soul beasts quaking in fear, retreating into their burrows and daring not to emerge. Chapter 82, Douluo Forest 7. Within the Douluo forest, a golden-haired girl opened her eyes, her body smeared with blood. These marks were not the consequences of another's battle, but rather her own. In her recent confrontation with the soul beast, Qian Renxue had sustained considerable injuries, rendering her appearance somewhat disheveled. Yet, this was all worthwhile, for she had reaped immense benefits. Qian Renxue swiftly stored the soul bones surrounding her within her spatial storage device. Sensing the turmoil resonating through the forest, she hesitated not for a moment and dashed toward the outskirts of the Douluo forest, driven by the urgent need to escape for her life. The aura of the soul beast trailing behind her was no less than that of an 80,000-year-old entity. What does 80,000 years signify? Qian Renxue did not believe she could withstand even 5 seconds against a soul master of level 80 or above. Thus, even with such formidable abilities, her priority was to flee. Moreover, a presence loomed even more terrifying than the 80,000-year soul beast. The voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm echoed within her mind. Run. Emperor Qian is coming. He has sensed my power, and I must conceal myself. During this time, I shall not communicate with you. After uttering these words, the heavenly dream-eye silkworm vanished from her consciousness, seamlessly merging into her soul ring. Qian Renxue harbored no doubts regarding the words of Tianming Iceworm, and her speed surged dramatically as she sprinted toward the periphery of the Douluo forest. Although her angel martial soul possessed the ability to fly at an even swifter pace, she refrained from using it, aware that such an action would expose her too easily. Within the forest, she could utilize simulated skills to mask her presence. However, soaring through the sky would render her an easy target. Shortly after Qian Renxue departed, several formidable figures pursued her relentlessly, exuding fury and immense pressure that sent the surrounding soul beasts, particularly the ancient ones, trembling in fear, retreating into their lairs. A middle-aged man appeared, recognizing a familiar aura, and murmured, Tianming, this time I shall not allow you to escape. After speaking, he heightened his awareness, his spiritual power enveloping the entirety of the new Douluo forest. Though he could not sense the presence of Tianming Iceworm, he noted a considerable number of humans at the forest's edge. One particular figure caught his eye, a petite silhouette darting through the woods, seemingly fleeing for her life. While others sought soul beasts or absorbed soul rings, this little girl's desperate escape was unmistakable. The middle-aged man began to piece together the puzzle. The human who had once sacrificed for Tianming Iceworm must be this young girl. Intrigued, he fixed his gaze in a specific direction and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the location of the Shrek 7, Bai Qinxiang had just completed her soul ring absorption. A black soul ring materialized beneath her feet, eliciting envy from all present. What abilities have you gained? Tang San inquired. With delight, Bai Qinxiang responded, Brother San, speed. Besides the soul skill, I feel my speed has increased significantly. Tang San nodded in agreement. After all, it was a 10,000-year soul ring, so it was natural for her physical abilities to be enhanced. Just as he was about to ask further questions, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes, prompting the Shrek 7 to become alert. Encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would spell trouble for them. Suddenly, a bloody little girl emerged from the underbrush, startling Ning Rongrong, who instinctively hid behind Tang San. The girl's presence was alarming. After all, they had just struggled to defeat a soul beast, and facing another of such caliber would be disastrous. Parting the foliage, the little girl stepped into view, prompting Ning Rongrong to exclaim, What is wrong with you? You can't just spring out like that. Do you not realize you could frighten someone to death? The girl furrowed her brow and retorted, I am fleeing for my life. I could not care less whether I scare you. This is the Douluo forest, and all here are soul masters. Why is your courage so feeble? Seeing the girl's silence only fueled Ning Rongrong's ire further. I am asking you a question. What is your name? Qian Qianyuekin, the girl replied, revealing herself to be Qian Renxue, who had, during her flight, employed a simulation skill to alter her appearance and hair. Qian Renxue altered her appearance to evade the soul beasts pursuing her in the forest, preventing them from acquiring information about her from those botanical soul beasts. The reason she provided a false name was simply to disregard Ning Rongrong. Why should I divulge my true identity upon your inquiry? Absolutely not. I shall bestow upon you a fictitious name instead. Meanwhile, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai stood by, utterly mesmerized. This young girl was exceedingly beautiful, and Ma Hongjun's gaze towards Qian Renxue held a hint of lasciviousness. Though Qian Renxue had altered her appearance, her beauty remained undeniable, which elicited such gazes from the three individuals. Sensing their scrutiny, Qian Renxue furrowed her brow. Two of them were familiar to her. She had encountered Tang San and Dai Mubai during the auction in Soto City. Her impression of Dai Mubai had not been particularly favorable. Thus she harbored no warmth towards these individuals. Choosing not to engage further, as she was still evading danger, Qian Renxue attempted to step away, only to be obstructed by two persons. The ones blocking her path were none other than Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Little sister Qian Yuqin, I am Ma Hongjun. May we become acquainted? Qian Renxue furrowed her brows, pondering the intentions of this individual. How audacious to attempt to strike up a conversation with her. But what did it signify for him to obstruct her path? Surely, this person must be unwell. Qian Renxue wished to avoid excessive entanglement with these individuals and said, I apologize, but I am quite busy at the moment and must return home. As soon as Qian Renxue's words fell, Dai Mubai immediately stood up. His gaze towards her filled with disdain. What qualifications do you possess to reject my brother's pursuit? Let me make myself clear. If you dare to refuse, I shall have my way with you and then eliminate you. The choice is yours. An inexplicable fury surged within Qian Renxue, and through gritted teeth, she inquired, What is your name? If you have the audacity, reveal your background. Dai Mubai snorted coldly and replied, I am Dai Mubai, the prince of the Douluo Empire. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? The mention of the Douluo Empire struck a chord. To her astonishment, he was indeed a prince of that very empire. Suppressing her anger, a plan began to take shape in her mind. The death of her mother was intricately linked to the Douluo Empire, and a scheme to bring about its destruction had quietly formed. A mere prince would never suffice to avenge her mother. With this thought, Qian Renxue adopted a pitiful demeanor and said, I apologize for the offense. I beg for your forgiveness. Chapter 83. The Douluo Forest, 8. Qian Renxue displayed a pitiable demeanor and said, I apologize for my offense. I hope you can forgive me. Dai Mubai, however, merely snorted dismissively, while Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, waved his hand, assuring, it's nothing, Dai, he was just joking. Bai Qinxiang could no longer contain herself and retorted, Dai Mubai, do not overstep your bounds. Do not think your status grants you impunity here in the Heaven Do Empire. Your identity holds no weight. Oscar 2. Perceived Dai Mubai's behavior as excessive and echoed, indeed, Dai, do not go too far. Tang Sen furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable connection to Qian Yueqin's figure, which perpetually reminded him of Qian Renxue. Could it be that Qian Yueqin was Qian Renxue's sister? They both shared the surname Qian. With this thought, Tang Sen inquired, what is your relation to Qian Renxue? All eyes turned to him, including Qian Renxue's, who was taken aback by the question. How should she respond? After all, she was Qian Renxue, so she remained silent. Tang San pressed on, you must be Qian Renxue's sister. Greetings, I am Tang San, a friend of Qian Renxue. Tang San contemplated that if this individual truly was Qian Renxue's sister, it would provide him an opportunity to draw closer to her. He yearned for her affection, admiration, respect, and an unquenchable desire for him. Qian Renxue was bewildered. How could she be unaware of such a friend as you? She found herself at a loss regarding Tang San's intentions. Nevertheless, she nodded in acknowledgement, sensing that the Douluo Forest was enveloped by a potent spiritual energy. Likely the work of Emperor Tian is mentioned by Brother Tianri. Therefore, she refrained from utilizing her soul rings, as doing so would undoubtedly reveal her presence. While others might remain oblivious, Emperor Tian would certainly be acutely familiar with the aura of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, compelling her to withhold her soul abilities and rings to avoid detection. Unbeknownst to Qian Renxue, Emperor Tian had already taken note of her and was lying in wait along her inevitable path. Qian Renxue gazed at Tang San, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, do you know my sister? Since revealing her identity was not an option, she decided to follow along with what this individual, named Tang San, had said. This approach would minimize the risk of exposure, especially considering the formidable strength of these individuals, all of whom belonged to the Soul Sect. Without unleashing her own abilities, she knew she would be utterly outmatched. Although Qian Renxue possessed the capability to utilize soul skills to eliminate them all, she was reluctant to draw the attention of Emperor Tian. Moreover, a scheme to infiltrate the royal family of the Douluo Empire had taken root in her mind. She intended to eliminate Dai Mubai and assume his guise, thereby seizing control of the empire and obliterating the royal lineage, alongside dismantling the 6 major sects and 10 prestigious families. The 6 sects and 10 families were staunch loyalists of the Douluo Empire, and their destruction was paramount to her plan, which was also intertwined with her mother's past. Qian Renxue felt no pangs of guilt about this. However, to bring her plan to fruition, she needed to meticulously emulate Dai Mubai's mannerisms and the nuances of his daily life. Thus, she resolved to cultivate a rapport with these individuals and integrate herself into their ranks. She was confident that within a year, she could successfully capture the essence of Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Tang San felt a surge of delight. It dawned on him that this individual named Qian Yueqin was indeed the younger sister of Qian Renxue. With this realization, he swiftly stepped forward and forcefully shoved Dai Mubai aside. Tang San then bowed respectfully to Qian Renxue, saying, I apologize, my companion has offended you. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I extend my sincerest apologies. Qian Renxue was utterly bewildered. Could it be that she had truly met someone named Tang San at some point? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She could assure herself that although she had encountered Tang San, there was no connection between them. Qian Renxue waved her hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. Since she had resolved to approach these individuals, she naturally had to feign indifference. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat bewildered. Little San, you. At this moment, Tang San cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, declaring, enough, Dai, this person is the sister of my friend, and I will not permit you to treat her in such a manner. Dai Mubai found himself momentarily speechless, reluctantly. He had to relent. Though he had encountered Qian Renxue before, he had not conducted any inquiries about her. In contrast, Tang San was well informed. He knew Qian Renxue's name because he had already investigated her. Thus, upon hearing the name Qian Yueqin, he felt a sense of confirmation. The visage transformed by Qian Renxue bears a striking resemblance to Qian Renxue herself, which is precisely why Tang San posed such a question. Qian Renxue displayed a look of astonishment and inquired, do you know my sister? Tang San nodded with an air of familiarity, as if he genuinely recognized Qian Renxue. While the others harbored no suspicions, only Qian Renxue herself was aware that she had no acquaintance with Tang San. May I take my leave now? Qian Renxue thought it prudent not to betray her desire to join their ranks at this moment, opting instead to seek an opportunity to align herself with them later. Tang San replied, certainly, please convey my regards to your sister. Qian Renxue nodded slightly before departing from the scene, having already grasped the situation. She was inherently fine and did not require anyone's inquiry. It was rather absurd. I am certain I do not recognize him. that person is utterly deranged. Due to Tang San's influence, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun refrained from intervening. Otherwise, even at the risk of exposure, Qian Renxue would have annihilated all those who dared to insult her so brazenly. In that moment, Dai Mubai had unwittingly placed himself on Qian Renxue's death list. It was not out of cruelty that Qian Renxue harbored such intentions, but rather a matter of survival. Without strength, one's fate would undoubtedly be dire. Though Qian Renxue possesses a childlike innocence, she is by no means a fool. Over the past 2 years, her teacher has introduced her to a myriad of experiences. And she is no longer the naive girl she once was in her previous life. On the outskirts of the Stardow forest, a petite figure suddenly darted out. And upon sensing the fresh air, Qian Renxue couldn't help but exhale in relief. At last, she had emerged from the perilous depths of the forest. It had been exceedingly exhausting, and she resolved not to venture there alone again. With this thought in mind, she made her way towards a nearby settlement, driven by an urgent thirst after her prolonged exertion. However, after taking only a couple of steps, she discovered a tea house in the vicinity. The prospect of this delighted her immensely. It was as if her wishes had been swiftly granted. The establishment was a modest thatched cottage, where a middle-aged man sat at a tea table, savoring his brew with great care. Outside, a sign hung prominently, proclaiming the availability of tea for sale. Qian Renxue naturally walked in, and she discerned the appearance of the middle-aged man. This man was of robust stature and exuded vitality. His large eyes sparkled with a sincere light. Those obsidian-like, radiant black pupils glimmered with a commanding sharpness, concealing a piercing gaze beneath seemingly tranquil eyes. This, combined with his strikingly handsome face, which bore the strong and chiseled contours of a sculpture, created an imposing presence that evoked the image of a tiger pouncing on its prey in the tropical savanna, imbued with a sense of danger. Clad in a long robe adorned with blue embroidery and edged in green, complemented by a jade satin belt, his complexion was as pale as jade, and his ink-black brows resembled swords. He held a silver-white folding fan and wore a smile that radiated nobility. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, pondering why this individual seemed out of place selling tea in this location. However, her thirst was too pressing for further contemplation. "Sir, please bring me a cup of tea." "No, make it a pot. Thank you. I would appreciate it if you could be quick." Chapter 84. The Starry Forest. 9. The middle-aged man turned around, revealing a gentle smile, and then handed a pot of tea to Qian Renxue before taking a seat across from her. Qian Renxue did not concern herself with much. She poured a cup of tea and drank it directly. In that fleeting moment, she was astonished to discover that the tea contained an extraordinary vitality. "Sip it slowly. Do not rush," advised the middle-aged man, his tone as gentle as a smile. Qian Renxue nodded, took another sip, and then addressed the middle-aged man. "Do you have any more of this tea? I would like to take some with me." The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Though the tea is delightful, one must not indulge excessively. Qian Renxue felt a sense of disappointment. It was a clear rejection. However, she remained undeterred and spoke again. "I have money. I will offer you 3 times, no, 10 times the amount." The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "If you truly wish to savor such tea, you may visit my place, indulge freely, and it will cost you nothing." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue could not contain her delight. "Is it truly so? I had thought such occurrences were rare. Surely, you are aware of the vitality contained within, are you not?" "Indeed," he replied. "The tea I brew is not easily accessible to just anyone. You may very well be the first to partake. May I inquire as to your residence? Perhaps I could visit you someday?" Qian Renxue asked. The middle-aged man smiled warmly. "No need to wait for another day, let it be today." Qian Renxue furrowed her brows, simultaneously entering a state of vigilance, and inquired, "Who exactly are you? You should not be selling tea here. And such a vibrant brew could hardly be the work of an ordinary individual." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "You are quite astute, little one. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Emperor Tian. Indeed, I am not human. I hail from the Lake of Life at the heart of the Starry Forest, and I have come specifically to seek you. I trust it has already relayed my identity to you." Qian Renxue was slightly taken aback, her face involuntarily revealing a look of fear. In that fleeting moment, Emperor Tian had already ascertained that Qian Renxue was indeed the one chosen to sacrifice for the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Qian Renxue inquired, "What brings you to seek me? I do not recognize you." "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Having spoken, she rose without hesitation, but just as she intended to step forward, she discovered that she was utterly immobilized. Qian Renxue swiftly unleashed her martial soul, a scythe materializing in her grasp, accompanied by 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, platinum, and black beneath her feet. The black soul ring at her feet illuminated, activating her ability of absolute space. Absolute space, her 4th soul skill, was aptly named for its unique capacity to create her own realm. Qian Renxue smiled triumphantly and said, "Farewell." With that, she strutted out, turning back to make a face at Emperor Tian before leaving. At this moment, Qian Renxue was no longer in the Douluo Continent, but in a realm that belonged solely to her. Emperor Tian smiled faintly and waved his arm in the direction of Qian Renxue. An astonishing event unfolded. The space that was originally hers began to fracture, and Qian Renxue's true form emerged into reality. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please turn off reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. What have you done? Qian Renxue exclaimed in shock. Emperor Tian replied with a gentle smile. The spatial abilities you wield are interconnected with mine because the soul beast you defeated possesses spatial powers that I bestowed upon it. Ah, you are that 100,000-year spatial soul beast? Qian Renxue asked in astonishment. Emperor Tian, taken aback, looked at her and inquired, What? Are you no longer afraid of me? Qian Renxue helplessly waved her hand, then directly sat down opposite D. Tian and said, This is not a matter of fear. The issue lies in my inability to escape. And I cannot defeat you. My spatial abilities are intertwined with yours, rendering my skills ineffective against you. So what is the point of running? There is no need for fear, for even if I were to be terrified, it would serve no purpose. If you wish to take my life, I have no means to resist. It is merely a pity that I have yet to avenge my mother, to bring about change in this world, and to seek a path for both humanity and soul beasts to coexist. And now, I find myself on the brink of death. Alas, so be it. Proceed with your attack. Qian Renxue then said, In truth, I have come to terms with it. Life is encapsulated in a single word, suffering. In this world, I never truly belonged. Perhaps it is time for me to depart? I deeply regret that I have also taken the lives of several of your soul beasts. Now I shall repay that debt with my own life. Ah, they say that good deeds are rewarded, and evil met with retribution. It is not that justice is delayed, but rather that the time has yet to come. I believe my time has arrived. D. Tian listened quietly as Qian Renxue spoke, refraining from interruption or inquiry. Once she had finished, he finally responded, Do you have any final wishes? As you are on the brink of death, surely there must be something you wish to accomplish. Speak, and perhaps I may assist you. Qian Renxue gazed at D. Tian, then shook her head and said, You cannot accomplish this. It would be best to abandon the idea. D. Tian retorted, How can you know what I am capable of if you do not articulate your desires? After all, I am one of the most powerful beings in this world. Speak your wish. I shall assist you with anything that is reasonable. Qian Renxue was taken aback and inquired, Is it truly possible? D. Tian nodded, offering no further elaboration. Qian Renxue spoke again. In my entire life, no, in these 9 years, I have never seen my mother. My mother sacrificed her life to protect me. I wish for you to bring her back to life. Is that possible? D. Tian chuckled softly. You are quite an interesting little one. The notion of resurrection is fundamentally unreasonable, and thus, I must decline. Qian Renxue wore a disappointed expression and said, Is it that you are incapable of doing it? What is unreasonable about my desire to bring my mother back to life? In that moment, Emperor Tian found himself at a loss for words in response to Qian Renxue's inquiry. Indeed, he was unable to resurrect a person. And as for what was reasonable or not, that was ultimately for him to decide. Contemplating this, Emperor Tian finally spoke. The resurrection of a person is inherently impossible. You deem it reasonable. Do you possess any means to achieve such a feat? Qian Renxue nodded and replied, Of course I do. But my current strength is far too inadequate to achieve such a feat in truth. Qian Renxue harbored a profound aspiration to resurrect her mother. This experiment was still a work in progress, and her inability to succeed now did not preclude future possibilities. Upon hearing this, D. Tian's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he inquired, Might you share your methods with me? How do you intend to bring someone back to life? Qian Renxue let out a sigh and said, Very well, since I am destined to perish, I shall divulge my thoughts to you. Subsequently, she shared her entire contemplation with Emperor Tian, who stood there murmuring to himself, So it is, so it is. This is the resurrection forbidden spell. In chapter 85, titled The Starry Forest, Emperor Tian inquired once more, While your method is indeed feasible, to achieve it, one must possess formidable vitality. Your earlier request for tea was, in fact, a desire for the life force contained within it, was it not? Indeed, Qian Renxue replied with a single word, falling into silence thereafter. In contrast, Emperor Tian was lost in thought, seemingly contemplating the viability of the matter. After a moment, he shook his head, realizing that it was beyond his capabilities. For it was merely a hypothesis, untested thus far. However, perhaps this human girl might truly possess the ability to accomplish it. Reflecting on this, Emperor Tian asked, Your name is Qian Renxue, is it not? This time, Qian Renxue was taken aback. How do you know my name? I do not recall ever telling you. Emperor Tian replied, It was Xiao Wu who informed me, just as I sensed the aura of the heavenly dream ice silkworm and sought you out. Xiao Wu revealed to me that the heavenly dream ice silkworm had indeed been sacrificed for you, and that you are the one who saved it. Therefore, it wishes for me not to harm you. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's name, Qian Renxue's face lit up with joy. Is Xiao Wu well? Emperor Tian, somewhat surprised, remarked. Should you not be more concerned for your own life? Qian Renxue remarked, There is no need. After all, my life is no longer in my own hands. It rests entirely with you. Whether I live or die is dictated by your will, so why should I worry excessively? D. Tian chuckled, finding this human girl quite intriguing. Her perspective on life was remarkably open, making her a true oddity. Moreover, she had spent a considerable amount of gold soul coins to acquire Xiao Wu, only to return her in the end. Her desire to transform the world and seek a fitting path for both humanity and soul beasts was genuinely fascinating. Many years ago, Tian had pondered whether there could be a means for humans and soul beasts to coexist harmoniously, yet despite his extensive contemplation, he had found no solution. Perhaps this human girl truly possessed a method to achieve such a goal. With this thought in mind, Tian rose to his feet, extended a hand, and said, "Come. I shall take you to the lake of life, where you may cultivate." Qian Renxue was taken aback. "Are you not going to kill me?" Tian smiled faintly. "When did I ever say I would kill you? These are merely your own baseless assumptions." Qian Renxue shook her head, saying, "I cannot accompany you at this moment. For if I were to go missing, my father would be deeply concerned, as would Grandpa Jack and my teacher." Tian withdrew his outstretched hand and replied, "Very well. Come to the lake of life whenever you wish. The promise made to you by the Titan giant ape still stands. For you have saved 100,000-year soul beast in our Star Dough forest. Henceforth, the entire Star Dough forest shall be your ally." Then, could you refrain from unleashing the beast tide? This was Qian Renxue's greatest concern. Should the beast tide be instigated once more, the prospect of coexistence between humans and soul beasts would become exceedingly difficult. Tian was undoubtedly aware of Qian Renxue's thoughts, yet he firmly declined her request. "It is impossible. We, the Star Dough forest, can only acknowledge you alone. You are well aware of the countless soul beasts that have been hunted over the years. While it is understandable that humans require martial souls, one must not extend their grasp too far. The cultivation of a soul beast, particularly one that has existed for 100,000 years, is not a simple endeavor. As the guardian of the Star Dough forest, it is my duty to protect them. Thus, will you still initiate the beast tide? Is there no way to resolve this?" Qian Renxue persistently inquired. "There is no alternative. When the time comes, it will not only be the Star Dough forest affected, the extreme north, the misty forest, the endless sea, the twilight woods, and the moonlit prairie will also be compelled to unleash a beast tide." Tian did not acquiesce to Qian Renxue's plea. In this moment, Qian Renxue found herself engulfed in despair. The Heaven Dough Empire faced formidable adversaries, the extreme north, the misty forest, the Star Dough forest, and the boundless seas. Meanwhile, on the side of the Star Luo Empire, they were tasked with contending against the Star Dough forest, the endless ocean, the Moonshadow forest, and the soul beasts of the moonlit prairie. It appeared that humanity had little chance of victory. This was the power of the Emperor of the Star Dough forest, who could unleash a tide of beasts, transforming the conflict into a brutal war between humans and soul beasts. The thought of such bloodshed made Qian Renxue tremble with fear. "No. Give me 10 years. I will undoubtedly find a way to resurrect those two soul beasts. What do you think?" Qian Renxue implored, her anxiety rising as she worried that Emperor Tian might refuse her request. To her surprise, Emperor Tian responded, "If that is truly your desire, then it is not out of the question. 10 years for me is but a single day for you humans. Therefore, I shall grant your request. But you must promise me that if one day you ascend to divinity, you will strive to alter the fate of our soul beasts." Qian Renxue felt a sense of perplexity. Although it was said that soul beasts could not coexist with humans, their status on this continent was not insignificant, and their strength was formidable. She could not comprehend why Emperor Tian made such a statement. Observing the bewildered expression on Qian Renxue's face, Emperor Tian spoke once more. "You shall understand the answer to this question once you ascend to godhood." Qian Renxue nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Clearly, with Tian's response, she understood that he would not divulge any information even if she probed. It was better to remain silent. "Well, I shall take my leave now. One day, I will escort Xiaowu to your human realm, and she shall be with you," she proclaimed. Upon finishing her words, a ripple of spatial energy enveloped her, and Tian vanished from sight. Qian Renxue could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Indeed, he was worthy of being the master of space and the sovereign of the Star Dough forest, Emperor Tian, whose strength was formidable and spatial abilities remarkable. She wondered when she might achieve such heights herself. That would be splendid. Moreover, with Xiaowu on her way to the human world, was she not fearful of being captured by the tidal Douluo? Qian Renxue dismissed such concerns, realizing that they had likely been considered long before, possibly with solutions devised. Meanwhile, within Qian Renxue's body, in a vast plaza situated within a dimly lit cage, the nine-tailed fox slowly opened its eyes, revealing a hint of disdain. This mere ant, though lacking in strength, possessed troublesome abilities. Nonetheless, compared to its own capacity for resurrection, the nine-tailed fox remained unimpressed by Emperor Tian. What significance did possessing spatial abilities hold when death was inevitable? The true might lay in the ability to resurrect. Furthermore, the nine-tailed fox had a general understanding of Emperor Tian's strength. It was certain he could not withstand a single attack from its tailed beast ball. Aside from fleeing with his spatial abilities, this ant was no match for it. With this realization, the nine-tailed fox regarded Emperor Tian with even greater disdain. On another note, after Emperor Tian departed, Qian Renxue made her way towards Nodding City, intending to convey this news to her teacher. A decade might seem neither long nor short. Merely a few seasons passing. In truth, for the Star Dough forest to unite with other forests to incite a beast tide, it would take several years to gather forces. As soul beasts also have territories. Although Emperor Tian was the sovereign of the Star Dough forest, uniting other forests for such an endeavor posed considerable challenges. However, Qian Renxue remained unaware that when Emperor Tian spoke of giving her 10 years, it was merely a time frame to finalize his plans. He harbored no belief in the so-called resurrection forbidden spell, which purportedly could revive 200,000-year soul beasts. That spell was merely a method of exchanging life for life. Chapter 86, The Stardow Forest 11. Within the Stardow Forest, a figure was sprinting with all her might, her body marked by numerous wounds. This was a girl of approximately 14 or 15 years who, while running, glanced back with a look of trepidation. Looking upward, a few figures were in pursuit not far behind her. A female voice echoed from behind. Sister, how long do you intend to run? Your worthless fiancé has already abandoned you. You are destined to be my foe. Do not blame your sister. Your talents are too exceptional. And if I do not deal with you, I will find myself in trouble. The girl forced a bitter smile. Indeed, her fiancé had left her to flee alone. Over the past few years, she had lived in constant fear, dreading that she might not awaken from her sleep. She had endured enough of such a life and now sought to escape the Douluo Empire, a nation devoid of freedom, as her talents gradually emerged. Transforming her from a newly awakened soul master to achieving level 37 in less than 8 years, she had hoped to gain her family's protection. Yet, she was mistaken. Her fate was not determined by her family but rather by the so-called Douluo royal family, since her talents had been revealed. Her sister had been relentless in her attempts to eliminate her. Initially, she felt sadness, but upon discovering the truth, her sorrow diminished. Her sister was also a pitiable soul. According to her father's accounts, many years prior, the ruler of the Douluo Empire had conducted a purge against families with powerful soul masters. Her family had survived because their soul abilities could fuse with the royal lineage. Thus, all members of her family were bound to the royal family. And her fiancé was a prince of the Douluo Empire. The struggle for imperial power within the Douluo Empire was cruel. A tale of bloodshed where only one prince would emerge as the true heir. As the fiancé of a prince, she naturally became a target for other princes. The fact that her fiancé had abandoned her was a significant blow. She had once believed that her exceptional talent would secure her family as protection, but now it seemed a mere fantasy. She did not blame her father or sister. Her ire was directed solely at the Douluo royal family, questioning why her fate should be dictated by others. In defiance, she fled, determined to reach the Heaven-Do Empire, to grow stronger, and alter her own destiny, as well as that of her family. The girl continued to run until she reached the precipice of a new forest. In that moment, despair engulfed her. What is wrong, sister? Why have you stopped running? Unbeknownst to her, her sister had arrived behind her. The girl forced a bitter smile, turning to face her sister, at that moment relinquishing her desire to escape. Sister, can we return to our childhood? You called me sister, and I called you sister. Upon hearing her words, her sister paused, then replied, It is impossible. Our fates have long been sealed. The girl smiled sadly, acknowledging that their fates had indeed been predetermined. Yet, she could not accept it. Why should her destiny be dictated by another? She understood that returning meant she would never escape again, once the time came. Death would await her. With that thought, the girl smiled bitterly once more and said, Sister, I will fulfill your wish. If I die, he will no longer pose a threat to you. I hope you will help me eliminate him. She referred to her fiancé, the one who had deserted her. Her sister was taken aback. Have you truly given up? Will you not struggle any longer? The girl smiled, Sister, while I cannot dictate my fate, I can choose the manner of my death. So please, take care of yourself and tell father that his daughter has been unfilial. If there is a next life, I shall repay him then. Without a shred of hesitation, the girl leaped off the cliff. A flicker of pain crossed her sister's face, but she quickly concealed it. Gazing at the unfathomable abyss, she knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, her sister was doomed. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, full text mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser. Apologies. The girl's sister softly uttered, then resolutely turned to leave. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. On his way back, Emperor Tian happened to witness this scene. With a wave of his hand, the girl found herself appearing beside him. The girl was bewildered. What was happening? Upon seeing Emperor Tian, she finally realized, and slightly bowed. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Emperor Tian waved his hand dismissively and inquired, No need for thanks. My rescue has its purpose. Pray tell, what is your name? The girl responded, Senior. I am known as Zhu Shiqing. Emperor Tian nodded, then waved his hand once more. In the next moment, both found themselves at the Life Lake, the heart of the Stardow Forest. Beside the Life Lake, Zhu Shiqing encountered several powerful figures. Greetings, Your Majesty. These formidable figures bowed respectfully to Emperor Tian. Among them, there remained 2 soul beasts yet to assume human form. The sovereign of the Stardow Forest, the Azure Sky Bull Python, and the king of the forest, the Titan Giant Ape. Perched upon the shoulder of the Titan Giant Ape is a figure who is none other than Xiao Wu, acquired by Qian Renxue at the auction. Xiao Wu gazes at Zhu Shiqing with a puzzled expression and inquires, Your Majesty, have you made a mistake? She is not Sister Shui. Tian nods affirmatively. I have encountered the Sister Shui you frequently mention, Rest assured, that little one is quite intriguing, and I have not harmed her. Upon hearing this, Xiao breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then who is she? With a hint of confusion, she gestures towards Zhu Shiqing. Tian explains. You have already transformed into human form. If you wish to progress swiftly in your cultivation, you must integrate into human society. Therefore, I intend for you to accompany her into the human realm for training. In these few days, familiarize yourself with human customs, and then venture forth into the human world for experience. Xiao Wu is overjoyed. Great. I want to find Sister Shui. Your Majesty, do you have a method to conceal my aura? Tian nods, of course. Soon, an object resembling dragon scales materializes in his hand. This is a dragon scale from the Master, capable of masking your presence. Even a god king would not detect your transformation into a soul beast. Moreover, it possesses protective capabilities. Infused with my spatial power, it will teleport you to the lake of life should you face a lethal attack. I will integrate it into your body, which will also enhance your cultivation speed. Xiao Wu is taken aback. No, how can I accept such a significant item? I cannot go. Tian waves dismissively. This item is of no use remaining here. It is best bestowed upon you. Once it merges with your body, you will inherit the legacy of the dragon god, and the fate of the soul beast clan shall rest in your hands. This is also the Master's intention. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing is astonished, pondering if she has arrived at the fabled lake of life. Chapter 87, The Martial Soul Academy, 1. In the office of the Vice Principal at the Notting City Soul Master Academy. What? Is such a thing truly possible? Zhu Huaguan is taken aback. Previously, soul beasts would incite a beast tide only in small numbers. If the entire continent's soul beasts were to unleash a beast tide, humanity would be in peril. Indeed, teacher, Tian has granted me 10 years. Within this decade, I must find a way to grow stronger. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Zhu Huaguan reassures her. There is no need to be overly anxious. Humanity still possesses many formidable beings. Even if Tian truly instigates a beast tide, it does not guarantee our defeat. Observing Qian Renxue's puzzled gaze, Zhu Huaguan continues. You are aware of the Soul Master ladder ranking, correct? Qian Renxue nodded and remarked, this so-called Soul Master ladder ranking consists of 3 individuals, all of whom are limit Douluo at level 99. Among them are the sea god Douluo Poseidon, the angel Douluo Qian Daolu, and the previous Haotian Douluo Tangchen. They have not been seen for decades. Could they still be alive? Zhu Huaguan responded, indeed, they are still alive. The angel Douluo Qian Daolu has not emerged from the spirit hall, while the sea god Douluo Poseidon remains on Sea God Island, also absent from the world. As for the Haotian Douluo Tangchen, it is said that he has vanished, but his current whereabouts remain a mystery. One can assume he too is still among the living. The mention of the spirit hall piqued Qian Renxue's curiosity. Master, she inquired, does Qian Daolu have any connection to me? I share the surname Qian, and my mother is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Is Qian Daolu also affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Indeed, the angel Douluo Qian Daolu is, in fact, your grandfather, Zhu Huaguan revealed candidly. He had no intention of concealing the truth, as he planned to lead Qian Renxue to the Spirit Academy. He had imparted nearly all he could teach her. It was time for the other 8 to grapple with their own challenges. Qian Renxue, somewhat perplexed, inquired, if my grandfather is so formidable, then why did my mother perish? Upon hearing this, Zhu Huaguan cleared his throat and responded, you are aware of the Haotian Douluo, correct? That title is exclusive to the Haotian sect. Oh. So my grandfather went to battle against the Haotian Douluo? Zhu Huaguan nodded, unable to divulge the truth to Shuer, as it would be far too cruel for her to bear. To avoid further entanglement in this matter, Zhu Huaguan deftly shifted the conversation, saying, the talent ranking is about to commence. Any soul master under the age of 20 is eligible to participate. I intend for you to attend the Martial Soul Academy for your studies, where you will have the opportunity to meet other companions. Qian Renxue inquired. Is the Tianjiao list referring to the 7-man team competition? Zhu Huaguan replied, indeed, the team that emerges victorious in this Continental Soul Master Tournament will consist of 7 members, deemed the paragons of our realm. This year's champions are the most exceptional talents of the past decade across the entire Douluo Continent. Following the Tianjiao list is the honor roll. Qian Renxue responded, I am aware of this honor roll. It pertains to the individual Soul Master duels. The ultimate victor among them is deemed the most formidable Soul Master under the age of 30. Regrettably, I cannot participate, so I shall opt for the Tianjiao ranking instead. The so-called honor roll occurs once every decade, selecting Soul Masters between the ages of 20 and 30 for solo confrontations. Indeed, I did not intend for you to compete, but you may observe. This time, the honor roll may feature title de law. Their battles are also a form of experience, and you can learn from them. You have 2 years to strive for level 50. Understood, teacher. Qian Renxue nodded obediently. After a brief conversation, upon learning of Qian Renxue's extraordinary abilities, Zhu Huaguan expressed her delight. Regarding Qian Renxue's mention of Tian being able to enter her space, it was acknowledged that Shuer could also access Tian's realm. They complement each other. Indeed, the two engaged in conversation for quite some time, and laughter from young girls occasionally echoed from Zhu Huaguan's office. The following day, the two figures departed from Notting City, their destination set for Wuhuan City. 7 days later, within the magnificent Wuhuan City, a grand edifice soared into the sky, crowned by a statue that appeared vividly lifelike and breathtakingly beautiful, resembling an angel. With arms outstretched, it seemed to reach for the heavens, yearning to embrace its citizens with gentleness and kindness. In Wuhuan City, this figure was revered, and even the strongest force on Douluo Continent, the Wuhuan Temple, counted itself among its devout followers. This statue, a divine representation, was crafted by the Wuhuan Temple itself. From the vantage point of the statue, the entirety of Wuhuan City unfolded below, with one particular area bustling with activity. It was the Wuhuan Academy. Within the academy, several magnificent structures stood, including lecture halls, a library, a research institute, a duel arena, a dining hall, student dormitories, and faculty accommodations. The academy also boasted gardens, forests, lakes, swimming pools, hot spring hotels, and a commercial street, covering an expansive area of 10 kilometers, nearly surpassing the size of Notting City. Yet, this was merely one of the academies in Wuhuan City. As the foremost city of Douluo Continent, Wuhuan City itself spanned an impressive 200 kilometers, capable of accommodating millions. The Wuhuan Academy lacked a grand entrance. Instead, a street flanked by buildings led into the academy, designed solely to provide daily necessities and services for the students. However, since 9 years prior, the academy ceased its recruitment across the continent. Only those who sought to enroll were considered. Although the Wuhuan Academy was no longer as lively as before, many still came in search of its prestige. At this moment, 2 figures stood upon the street, a boy and a girl. The girl, appearing around 9 or 10 years of age, possessed delicate, arched brows beneath which sparkled eyes like clear water, bright and crystalline. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, resembling a divine creation, and her lips were rosy and petite. Her small face, shaped like a melon seed, could easily be concealed by a single hand. Her skin, as smooth as mutton-fat jade, seemed almost fragile. The girl's gaze was tranquil as the sea, her golden hair tied into a ponytail that danced in the wind behind her, radiating an enchanting beauty akin to a princess from foreign legends, mysterious and pure, evoking a desire to lay all of life's treasures at her feet for a mere glimpse of her gentle smile. Should one observe closely, they would notice a striking resemblance between her visage and that of the angel statue, with the girl surpassing even its beauty, her lively eyes exuding purity and clarity. Standing at approximately 1.45 meters, clad in a black outfit that perfectly accentuated her form, she gazed at the Wuhuan Academy with anticipation. Beside her stood a young boy wearing a cap, hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes radiating clarity, with pupils as pristine as untouched snow. When he smiled, it was as bright as the sun. The boy, tall for his age, had short hair, long dark eyelashes framing his large, expressive eyes that seemed to converse with the world. His fair complexion was perpetually adorned with a cheerful demeanor, unmistakably a clever lad. Appearing around 13 or 14. He donned a white robe that cascaded to his ankles, its hem fluttering in the breeze as if eager to ascend to the heavens, subtly showcasing his extraordinary poise. The girl marveled at the vibrant city, exclaiming, "Xiaoxian, is this your hometown? It is truly magnificent and bustling." The boy nodded, feeling a surge of excitement upon returning home after 2 years. "Wuhuan Academy, here I come. Shuer, let us proceed to register." These 2 figures were none other than Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan. Initially, Qian Renxue wished to remain by her teacher's side for guidance. However, the teacher advised her that she would gain more knowledge at the Wuhuan Academy, where someone more adept than him would instruct her, someone Qian Renxue had met before and who aspired to be her godfather, the hunter Douluo, Guing. Qian Renxue harbored skepticism towards the notion that anyone could teach more effectively than a master. However, her instructor persistently emphasized the importance of heeding Gu Ying's counsel. Trusting her teacher's gaze, Qian Renxue made the decision to attend the Soul Master Academy for her studies. Today marks the day of enrollment at the academy, and the atmosphere is quite bustling. At the end of the street, several tables are set up, with a long queue of individuals forming before them. At first glance, it appears that there are several hundred people in line. Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan naturally positioned themselves at the back of the crowd, observing the busy admissions teachers and feeling a sense of hardship in their toil, yet their faces radiated smiles. In front of Qian Renxue stood a young man and a little girl. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18, while the girl seemed to be approximately 12 or 13. The young man possessed a chiseled face, with striking eyebrows that arched elegantly, and his clear, penetrating eyes held no hint of impurity. His bronze complexion would blossom into a radiant smile when joyful, revealing a dazzling set of teeth. The little girl, with her cherubic cheeks and sparkling eyes, had beautifully smooth, ebony hair, embodying a charming innocence. With her head bowed, her exquisite face displayed a hint of reluctance. "Brother, I don't want to study here anymore. I want to be with you." She tugged at the young man's sleeve, her tone laced with sadness. The young man gently patted her head, offering a warm smile. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. The people here are very kind. I will visit you often. I promise." The little girl's face twisted into a frown, a hint of complaint evident as she replied, "Then you must come often to see me, or else I will ignore you." The young man turned to look at her, reassuringly saying, "All right, I promise I will visit you regularly. With his renewed assurance, the little girl's discontented expression began to fade. Before long, they found themselves before the admissions teacher, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man whose face bore a friendly smile, exuding approachability. What is your name, age, and origin? What is your soul power level? With the middle-aged man's inquiry, the young man stepped forward, gesturing to the girl beside him. This is my sister, Lin Ling. We come from the Xingluo Empire, and her soul power has reached level 35 at the age of 13. The middle-aged man looked at the girl in astonishment. Are you certain it is she who has attained level 35 soul power, and not you? The young man replied with a grin. Yes, my sister is here to study, so it must be her. The middle-aged man, now even more astonished, quickly rose and approached the little girl. Child, please give me your hand. I need to confirm your bone age, as it relates to the resources you will receive at this academy. The little girl, somewhat puzzled and lacking understanding, turned her gaze to her brother. After receiving a nod of encouragement from him, she extended her hand. The middle-aged man took her hand, examining her arm before nodding. Indeed, you are 13 years old. Now, please release your soul ring for me to see. The little girl nodded, and her eyes transformed. Her once black irises shifted to a brilliant golden red, radiating a mesmerizing array of colors. Beneath her, 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and another yellow, materialized, glowing brilliantly as they gracefully revolved around her feet. Excellent, excellent. The middle-aged man exclaimed thrice, his tone brimming with excitement, admiration gleaming in his eyes. A soul master at the tender age of 13, and possessing a rare innate martial soul. He felt a surge of hope for his career as he recognized the potential of this remarkable student. As the little girl released her soul rings, the attention of those around them shifted towards this extraordinary display. Observing a girl of such tender years achieving the rank of soul master was simply astonishing. Especially with her first 2 soul rings being a century old, truly remarkable. Other admissions teachers looked on with envy, recognizing the significance of such a prodigy. This little girl would undoubtedly secure a place in the inner academy, granting the middle-aged man access to a wealth of resources. The Martial Soul Academy is divided into an inner and an outer academy. Those admitted to the inner academy are the geniuses of the Douluo Continent, while the outer academy typically comprises individuals with good talent who have not met the requirements for the inner academy, thus not qualifying as geniuses or those with lesser gifts. The teaching at the Martial Soul Academy is uniform, yet the distribution of resources varies significantly, with the majority directed towards students in the inner academy. Students from the outer academy can enter the inner academy, but must meet specific criteria, making competition in the outer academy particularly fierce. All right, child. You may retract your martial soul now. You will study in the inner academy, where esteemed instructors will guide you in your training. Given your talents, it won't be long before you reach the rank of Soul Emperor. Graduation will be a certainty. Please wait here. Someone will come to escort you shortly. The little girl nodded, retracting her martial soul and returning her eyes to their original black hue. She stepped beside her brother, clearing a space for Qian Renxue and her companions. The middle-aged man then turned his attention to the young man, inquiring, Are you sure you do not wish to study at our Martial Soul Academy as well? This must be your sister, after all. It would be beneficial for her to have you nearby. The young man shook his head gently, replying, No, my sister is fine here. I will trouble you to take good care of her. Hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of regret. With such a gifted sister, it was reasonable to assume her brother possessed similar talents. It is no trouble at all. Once you come to the Martial Soul Academy, we will do our utmost to assist all students equally. Rest assured, she will receive tremendous growth opportunities here, with guidance from those who have reached the rank of title Douluo. Reluctant, the young man did not press further. After all, he could not force the issue. I trust you, he affirmed with a nod, then turned his gaze towards Qian Renxue and her companions, hoping to discern if any among the newcomers might also be entering the inner academy, potentially aligning with his sister's class. Following his gaze, the middle-aged man also looked towards Qian Renxue, before moving to sit at a table, slowly beginning. Child, please state your name, soul power, age, and origin. Qian Renxue delicately touched the pendant resting on her chest, and a letter of recommendation materialized in her hand. She presented the letter to the middle-aged man and spoke. This is a letter of recommendation from my teacher, containing all my information. I kindly ask you to review it. The man, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless opened the envelope, his gaze drawn to the contents. Upon seeing the name of Chrysanthemum pass, he did not inquire further but rather stated, Very well. The 2 of you may enter the inner courtyard. Please wait for that young girl to join you. Qian Renxue, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Is this truly sufficient? Is there no need for any formalities, such as the manifestation of my martial spirit? The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, stating, There is no need for such complications. Since you are a disciple of the master, we shall not harbor any doubts. Now, please step aside. Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan exchanged glances before approaching the child named Lin Ling. Greetings. I am Qian Renxue, and it is a pleasure to meet you. We shall be classmates from now on, so I kindly ask for your guidance. Qian Renxue initiated the conversation. Lin Ling, taken aback by the presence of someone younger than herself, recalled her brother's words, To enter the inner academy of the Spirit Master Institution, one must possess a soul power of at least level 30 if under 15 years of age, and at least level 40 if between 15 and 18. Yet, Qian Renxue appeared to be merely around 9 years old, and to her astonishment, she had already achieved level 30, truly a prodigy. Hello, I am Linling. I look forward to your guidance in the future, she replied. As Linling had introduced herself, it was only fitting for her brother to do the same. Greetings. I am Linyu. It is a pleasure to meet you. I entrust my sister's care to you, he said warmly. Brother, I am not a child anymore. Is it really appropriate for you to ask someone younger than me to take care of me? Linling questioned, puzzled by her brother's reasoning, feeling a surge of irritation. Linyu chuckled heartily, scratching his head in embarrassment. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Renxue displayed a charming smile and remarked, "It is I who should seek more guidance from Sister Linling. Am I right, Xiaoxian?" Bai Yuxuan appeared bewildered for a moment before quickly affirming, Yes. We shall care for each other. There is no notion of one looking after the other. Upon hearing this, Linling cast a triumphant smile towards Linyu. Linyu, feeling helpless, complied with his sister's wishes and said, Then you both must assist one another, and Linling, do make more friends at the academy. Linling nodded reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, brother, I will take good care of myself. I am no longer a child. She then turned to Qian Renxue, adding, As for friends, have I not already made one? With that, Linling walked over to Qian Renxue, linking her arm with hers and casting a proud glance at Linyu. Linyu sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a figure came running from a distance, calling out, Sister Xue, as Qian Renxue turned her gaze upon the sound. She soon spotted Helena rushing towards her in haste. Nana, I am here. Qian Renxue waved her hand in greeting. Over the past 2 years, Helena had undergone significant changes. Although she was not as tall as Qian Renxue, her enchanting visage had grown even more alluring, revealing the blossoming beauty she had become. It was evident from her expression that she was brimming with excitement. In fact, during her journey, the teacher had already informed her that she would be placed in the same class as Nana, due to the teacher's presence. The enrollment officer had overlooked her martial soul and soul rings, which could be considered a form of favoritism. Nonetheless, this arrangement suited Qian Renxue well, as she preferred to avoid unnecessary attention. Approaching Qian Renxue with brisk steps, Helena enveloped her in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Sister Xue, it has been so long. I have missed you dearly. Qian Renxue revealed an unusual smile and said, Are you longing for my gold coins? Helena, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook her head and replied, No. I also miss Sister Xue. Qian Renxue exclaimed, All right, please let go of me. There are so many people here. Due to the ostentatious manner in which Helena made her entrance, the attention of the crowd gravitated towards the two of them, leaving Qian Renxue with an overwhelming sense of being scrutinized. She, however, harbored a dislike for such overwhelming attention. Sometimes, being too famous can be burdensome. Helena, sensing the gaze of the crowd, reluctantly released Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue gently stroked Helena's head and remarked, Indeed, you have grown quite a bit taller. How have you been recently? What level has your soul power reached? Helena smiled proudly, her expression radiating confidence. I am now at level 29. Impressive, isn't it? Her words seemed to invite praise. As if she were saying, Come on, compliment me. Qian Renxue readily complimented, Indeed, you truly live up to being my sister. You are such a little genius. Kiki, I had anticipated you would say that. Helena pointed at Bai Yuxuan and Linling, adding, You three are the ones entering the inner courtyard, correct? As for Linyu, the enrollment instructor did not include this individual on the list provided to her. Qian Renxue nodded and said, Yes, it is indeed the three of us. What brings you here? Are you here to escort us? Hulina replied, Of course. I have already brought 2 individuals inside. Later, upon seeing your name, I hurried out. I truly did not expect it to be you. Uncle Ju did not inform me either. How surprising. Chapter 90. The Wuhuan Academy. 4. Has the teacher arrived as well? Why are they not accompanying us? It is quite peculiar. Qian Renxue was somewhat perplexed. Had not the teacher mentioned that he would not come? Hulina replied, Uncle Ju has already visited and departed. He conveyed that you should focus on your studies diligently. Upon reaching this point, Hulina approached Qian Renxue and whispered, Uncle Ju mentioned that one day you will become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The Pope. It seems the Spirit Hall is on the verge of emerging. Hence the urgency for you to enhance your strength. Although Hulina spoke in hushed tones, her words still reached Linyu's ears, causing a flicker of movement in his gaze and a subtle smile to grace his lips. Qian Renxue was well aware of the title of Pope of the Spirit Hall, a distinction that belonged to her mother. She had no intention of inheriting the papal position. Her teacher had also conveyed this sentiment, affirming that such a position was not meant for her, but rather rightfully belonged to her mother. Qian Renxue could not help but cast her gaze towards the statue of the angel, murmuring softly within her heart, Mother, wait for me. I shall succeed soon. Once I acquire formidable power, the day will come when you can be resurrected, and that day is not far off. Observing Qian Renxue lost in thought, Helena couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Sister Xue, what troubles you? Qian Renxue regained her senses and shook her head lightly. I'm fine. Shall we proceed? Brother, I'm heading in. You must come to see me when you have the time. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with reluctance. She understood her brother's intentions for bringing her here and vowed to become stronger swiftly, to protect him and seek vengeance for their kin together. Lin Yu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing Lin Ling's sorrowful gaze, Qian Renxue felt perplexed. It was not a matter of life and death. Was such emotional turmoil truly necessary? A brotherly affection and a sisterly attachment were evident, and she discerned her course of action. Approaching Lin Ling, she took her hand and led her toward the Soul Master Academy. As they departed, Lin Yu turned and made his way out of Soul Master City. Upon reaching the city gates, he noticed a figure who had been waiting for some time. The person waved at him and called out, "Lord Lin Yu, I'm over here." As Lin Yu approached, the figure came into view, a young person clad in a black robe, standing at around 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall. Beneath the hood lay a delicate visage, unmistakably that of a mere 15 or 16-year-old. "Lord Lin Yu, have you accomplished the task?" Lin Yu glanced at the statue of the angel and replied, "Yes, it is done. I have also received some news. What about you, Lan?" A smile graced the lips concealed beneath the black robe. "The Spirit Hall is about to make a significant announcement. This should be crucial news, necessitating a shift in our plans." Lin Yu nodded and added, "I have further information. The next candidate for the Pope of the Spirit Hall has been identified, and the heir of the angel's legacy has been found." Lan appeared surprised. "Should we eliminate her? This news is not favorable for us. You do understand the considerable pressure the angel spirit exerts on us, don't you?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before responding, informed the leader, "Let her decide. There are too many powerful beings here, and I will not intervene. Furthermore, I have no enmity with the Spirit Hall, so do not expect my participation." The face beneath the robe smiled. "It seems Lord Lin Yu is somewhat apprehensive. Am I correct in my assumption?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, dismissively retorting, "If you possess the capability, go eliminate the heir of the angel." The conversation diverged. Under the guidance of Helena, Qian Renxue and her companions arrived at a large building within the academy. Upon beholding the grand entrance, measuring 20 meters in length and 10 meters in height, Qian Renxue couldn't help but express her astonishment. The door was intricately carved from stone, and its weight was beyond her reckoning. Such a monumental entrance must surely pose considerable inconvenience for ingress and egress. Helena's voice broke through her thoughts. "Sister Xue, this door symbolizes the inner courtyard and serves as a passage to enter it. If individuals from the outer courtyard can access it, they may also become disciples of the inner courtyard." Qian Renxue questioned, "Is it truly feasible for us to pass through such a vast door with our strength?" Helena clarified, "While it appears imposing, a single person would indeed struggle. However, if the three of you work together, it can be opened. The two individuals who entered earlier have already done so." Upon hearing Helena's explanation, Qian Renxue finally comprehended. It was indeed possible to gain entry this way. Nevertheless, she pondered another concern. If a dozen or more students from the outer courtyard attempted to enter, wouldn't they also succeed in opening it? Seemingly sensing Qian Renxue's uncertainty, Helena further elucidated, "This door can only be opened by a maximum of 3 people simultaneously. Beyond that number, it becomes ineffective. This serves as your first lesson from the academy: teamwork. You should be aware that there are many types of spirit masters, and an individual's strength is limited. Only through collaboration can one unleash their maximum combat potential." Qian Renxue acknowledged Helena's point. Indeed, an individual's power is inherently restricted, and she had spent years navigating alone. Yet, she recognized the necessity of allies. The optimal team composition for collaboration is 7 members, while a trio typically comprises 1 support spirit master, 1 assault spirit master, and 1 combination spirit master. In a team of 7, the best configuration includes 2 assault-type spirit masters, 2 support-type spirit masters, 1 agility-type spirit master, 1 combination-type spirit master, and 1 control-type spirit master. The assault-type spirit masters are undeniably the embodiment of the team's combat strength. They must possess formidable prowess and unyielding trust in their teammates, as they are typically the frontliners in battle. The outcome of conflicts often hinges on their performance. Any distrust towards their companions could reveal vulnerabilities and imprudent action in the heat of battle. The support-type spirit masters should consist of 1 adept at defensive support and another providing enhancements to their allies. The defensive support spirit master must not only shield their teammates from enemy attacks at critical moments, but also safeguard the enhancement spirit master, who plays an indispensable role by augmenting the team's offensive capabilities in terms of speed, strength, soul power recovery, and healing, essentially acting as the team's healer. The agility-type spirit masters prioritize speed, typically coordinating their assaults with the assault-type spirit masters. When the latter exposes an opening in the enemy's defenses, it is the agility-type's moment to strike. If successful, victory draws near. Agility-type spirit masters must not only synchronize with their assault counterparts but also protect the control-type spirit masters. Control-type spirit masters are tasked with disrupting the enemy to create opportunities for their allies. They must also learn to defend themselves, ensuring that their strength does not fall below that of the agility-type spirit masters. Lastly, the combination-type spirit master serves as a versatile asset within the team. providing assistance wherever needed and often contributing significantly to the team's efforts. A well-coordinated combination type can lead the team closer to victory. Chapter 91. The Fusion of Spirits. A melody of heartbreak. Where to seek a kindred spirit. For a trio, the structure is simpler, typically consisting of one support spirit master, one assault spirit master, and one combination spirit master. The support spirit master must be an enhancer, providing strength to both the assault and combination spirit masters. The combination spirit master must not only assist the assault spirit master but also protect the support spirit master, despite having fewer members, which may limit their strength. They face fewer individuals to protect. In battle, it is rare to see teams of 7 spirit masters, and with larger groups, the risk of collateral damage increases. Each configuration has its merits. While a team of 7 possesses immense power, they are also more susceptible to injury. Conversely, a trio, though not as formidable, benefits from agility and the ability to navigate various battlefield positions. Of course, these insights stem from Qian Renxue's readings in the Douluo Continent Encyclopedia and serve merely as reference. Actual circumstances may vary. Qian Renxue gazed at the young girl Linling and said, "It is time to demonstrate our team's synergy to the academy. Allow me to begin. My martial soul is a scythe." Qian Renxue gently raised her right hand, and a brand new scythe materialized in her grasp. "My first soul skill is Blade of the Wind. My second soul skill is Soul Recoil. My third soul skill is Blade of the Soul, and my fourth soul skill is Absolute Space." Among Qian Renxue's soul abilities, the only one that proves effective is the first soul skill, Wind Blade Slash. The others bear no impact on this stone gate. Reflecting on this, Qian Renxue further stated, "My martial spirit is now classified as a composite type, and I possess only one skill capable of inflicting damage upon this stone gate. Thus, the outcome rests in your hands." Qian Renxue found herself at a loss, as her first soul skill, the Blade of Wind, could not unleash its full potential due to its indiscriminate nature. Consequently, she seldom employed it, for such an uncontrolled attack was beyond her command. If directed towards a single target, its power would significantly diminish. Her second soul skill, the Rebound Soul, manifested as a circular defense formed by a black whirlwind surrounding her, allowing her to reflect any attacks back to the assailant's soul, momentarily stunning them. Yet, this stone gate bore no soul. As for her third soul skill, the Soul Blade, it proved futile against the stone gate as well, for it too lacked a soul. This was indeed vexing. The fourth soul skill, Absolute Space, was of no use either, as its activation required the stone gate to be pushed open or shattered, utterly frustrating. Bai Yuxuan was the first to unleash his martial soul, raising his hands to reveal a black lute. "My first soul skill is the Ice Blade of Cold Snow. My second is the Sound of Illusory Moon. My third is the Plum Blossom's 3 variations, and my fourth is the Cold Spring's White Snow." With a wry smile, Bai Yuxuan admitted, "Only my first soul skill can inflict damage on this stone gate. The rest are illusions, which, as is evident, are ineffective against it. My martial soul belongs to the control category." Upon hearing this, both Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan turned their gazes toward Linling, curious about her soul master classification. Linling was utterly astonished, her expression reflecting disbelief. She had thought that Qian Renxue was formidable at level 30, but to her shock, she discovered Qian Renxue was actually a soul master of level 40, a revelation that left her astounded for a century. Such talent could undoubtedly rival that of her brother. However, unbeknownst to Linling, her brother was, in fact, an evil soul master. The reason for the formidable prowess of evil soul masters lay in their malevolent powers, which naturally facilitated an astonishing rate of cultivation, far surpassing that of ordinary geniuses. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports access through mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Initially, Linling believed she was the most powerful among the group, but it soon became clear that her perspective was rather narrow. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that the presence of such numerous talents made the situation all the more exhilarating. As she noticed Bai Yuxuan, Qian Renxue, and Hulina all directing their attention toward her, Linling sighed, "Please don't look at me. I am merely a support-type soul master. My martial soul is the Heart Moon Divine Eye, the most formidable support martial soul in the Douluo Continent. My first soul skill amplifies strength, my second enhances speed, and my third boosts soul power. I have named them Strength Amplification, Speed Amplification, and Soul Power Amplification." Qian Renxue felt a tinge of embarrassment. The method of naming was indeed rather casual, yet it was undeniably easy to comprehend. She resolved to adopt this approach in the future. "Very well, I shall now launch my assault. Linling, grant me your strength." Upon uttering these words, as she activated the simulation, for soul rings in hues of yellow and purple shimmered beneath her feet, Qian Renxue sought to conceal her soul rings, avoiding any excessive display, for she had perused the Encyclopedia of Douluo Continent. She understood that prodigies often attract undue attention, hence she aspired not to be merely a genius, but rather a hidden one. True genius is defined by growth. Without such development, one is merely ephemeral. "All right," Linling responded softly. With a gentle command, she proclaimed, "Wu in possession." Instantly, her originally dark eyes transformed into a stunning golden red hue, radiating an aura of formidable power, indicative of a potent innate martial spirit. Qian Renxue recognized that this auxiliary martial spirit was undoubtedly on par with the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda of the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Beneath her, 3 soul rings of yellow and purple materialized, exhibiting the optimal soul ring configuration. Qian Renxue was taken aback upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, she was a genius. Even the ratio of her soul rings was exceptional. Generally, when soul masters absorb soul rings, they must contend with the force of impact, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to achieve such an optimal soul ring ratio. Only those prodigious talents, endowed with extraordinary gifts, can attain such a remarkable balance. During the absorption of soul rings, the soul master relies solely on their own power, no matter how formidable or influential one's family may be. They cannot assist in this process. It is entirely dependent on the individual. Suddenly, the yellow soul ring beneath Lin Ling's feet illuminated, and she pointed her right hand towards Qian Renxue, exclaiming softly, "First soul skill, power amplification." A surge of golden energy emanated from Lin Ling's hand and directly enveloped Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue's face bore an expression of astonishment, no, rather of sheer shock. It was simply beyond belief. Qian Renxue originally possessed a soul power of merely level 41. Yet under the influence of this extraordinary force, her soul power astonishingly surged to level 44, a remarkable elevation of 3 levels. It is truly incredible, and indeed, she is deserving of the title of the foremost support-type martial soul in the Douluo Continent. Qian Renxue could perceive that the amplification effect of this soul power escalates alongside one's strength. With Lin's soul power currently at level 35, Qian Renxue experienced a 3-level enhancement. Were she to reach level 40, Qian Renxue firmly believed that, bolstered by this newfound strength, she could undoubtedly elevate her soul power to level 45. Chapter 92, Martial Soul Fusion Technique, a heart-wrenching melody. Where in the world to seek a kindred spirit too, beside her, Hulina was equally astonished. She could certainly sense that Qian Renshue's soul power had significantly increased. This was precisely what amazed Hulina, the Heart Moon God Eye, as a support-type martial soul, was undeniably superior to the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. However, what puzzled Hulina was the fact that she had never heard of such a powerful support-type martial soul. Empowered by this surge of strength, Qian Renxue did not hesitate to employ her soul skill, and a yellow soul ring illuminated beneath her feet. First soul skill, Windblade Slash. Qian Renxue gently waved her right hand, wielding a scythe towards the grand entrance. A blade formed from her soul power surged forth, striking the door with a powerful force. The massive stone gate trembled slightly under the impact, leaving behind a distinct mark of the blade that pierced through the entire structure. From the perspective of the incision, one could glimpse the interior courtyard, allowing one to fathom the immense strength behind Qian Renshue's assault. However, the damage proved futile, for the narrow blade mark was insufficient for passage, necessitating another attempt. At that moment, Bai Yuxuan joined in, stating, "Let us unite our efforts. Relying solely on you will not sustain your soul power for repeated strikes." Qian Renxue did not refuse. Relying solely on herself would indeed require numerous attacks, and her soul power could not sustain such an assault many times over. Thus, the assistance of Bai Yuxuan was most welcome, as it would enable them to destroy the stone gate in a remarkably short span of time. Lin Ling once again employed her soul skill, which similarly augmented Bai Yuxuan's soul power by 3 levels, elevating him from level 40 to 43. Bai Yuxuan's talent and diligence are beyond question. He remarkably ascended 18 levels in just 3 years, truly a prodigious feat. During this period of strengthening, he scarcely had time for romance, as his sole focus was on becoming stronger. Only through relentless effort could he hope to keep pace with Qian Renxue. He understood that any lapse in diligence would result in being left far behind by her, and at that point, it would be a struggle just to avoid being a burden, let alone protect her. The significance of advancing 18 levels in 3 years is monumental. Other prodigies might not achieve such a feat in 5 years, yet Bai Yuxuan accomplished it, a testament to the immense effort he expended during this time. Beneath their feet, the yellow soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Qian Renxue swung her scythe fiercely at the door. Bai Yuxuan placed his fingers delicately on the first string of his instrument, releasing it only when the string was taut. The Wind Blade Slash and Ice Blade simultaneously unleashed their power, and in a miraculous turn of events, the 2 soul abilities fused mid-release. The resulting soul technique manifested in an entirely new form, transforming from black blades to crystalline blades resembling ice, adorned with swirling black winds and white frosty mists. The black whirlwind represented Qian Renshue's Wind Blade Slash, while the white chill embodied Bai Yuxuan's Ice Blade. As the crystalline blades spun with increasing velocity, the black whirlwind and the white frost coalesced into a mesmerizing yin-yang pattern. In the blink of an eye, the blades struck the door, producing a sound reminiscent of a string snapping. With a resounding crash, the stone door shattered as if it were a mirror broken into countless fragments. Upon witnessing the destruction, Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. This is a soul fusion technique. Xiao Xian. Our soul powers can amalgamate. Qian Renxue stated with unwavering certainty rather than inquiry. Bai Yuxuan, equally taken aback, realized that utilizing the soul fusion technique would significantly enhance their strength. Watching from the sidelines, Helina's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how effortlessly the soul fusion technique could be executed. Her perspective on the world was profoundly altered. It was no wonder she was so astonished. Finding a compatible soul was an arduous task, compounded by the necessity for mutual understanding between the two. To her utter surprise, Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan had managed to employ the soul fusion technique, delivering a formidable blow that shattered the stone door. Lin Ling, who assisted the duo, appeared surprised but not as shocked as Helina. She was aware of the soul fusion technique, understanding that while its occurrence was rare, it was not impossible. Sister Shui, let us bestow a name upon our soul fusion technique. Bai Yuxuan proposed. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and realized the necessity of assigning a name. Without a name, it would be rather awkward when others inquired about the title of their martial soul fusion technique, and one found oneself at a loss for words. A melody that rends the heart. Where can one find a confidant in this vast world? Qian Renxue articulated this sentiment. Bai Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with realization. The melody referred to his martial soul, while rending the heart evoked the sound of a broken string. Akin to how Qian Renxue's scythe severed the strings of his own martial soul. The phrase "where can one find a confidant" suggested that for two souls to fuse, they must share a profound understanding, akin to soulmates. Such individuals are indeed rare, hence the expression. A melody that rends the heart. Where can one find a confidant? Was simply brilliant. Sister Shui, let us name our martial soul fusion technique this. The joy swelling within Bai Yuxuan was beyond articulation. They had acquired a formidable ability, which could be deemed their trump card. Furthermore, the prospect of achieving this fusion alongside Qian Renxue filled him with elation, as it would enable him to assist her in the future, a thought that brought her immense happiness as well. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, uttering no further words. Indeed, this name is the most melodious and perfectly aligns with the essence of this martial soul fusion technique. Congratulations, Shui. Your fusion technique is simply astonishing. I can hardly believe it truly works. It is known that the concept of utilizing a martial soul fusion technique is exceedingly rare, with probabilities not exceeding 1 in 10,000. Helina, brimming with excitement, approached Qian Renxue's side, contemplating an opportunity to attempt a martial soul fusion with Shui as well, to see if they could indeed create a martial soul fusion technique. However, Helina was unaware that martial soul fusion can only occur between martial souls of the same attribute, weapon souls with weapon souls, beast souls with beast souls, and plant souls with plant souls. Otherwise, fusion is impossible. Qian Renxue was somewhat astonished. The probability of encountering a pair capable of utilizing a martial soul fusion technique amidst 10,000 soul masters is less than 1 in 10,000. She had never anticipated such a remarkable occurrence. Let us proceed, Sister Shui. I have long held a disdain for this gate, and today it has finally been shattered. Helina declared, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous triumph, leaving Qian Renxue, Bai Yuxuan, and Lin Ling momentarily bewildered, wondering if they had inadvertently erred. From the exterior, the inner courtyard revealed a grand pavilion and a spacious plaza. To the left of the plaza lay a garden, while to the right were the accommodations for the students. With the pavilion majestically positioned at the center, under Helina's guidance, the trio followed her inside. Upon their entrance, an enraged voice resonated. Who has dared to break down the gate of our inner courtyard? Instantly, as Qian Renxue and her companions stepped into the inner sanctum, a figure materialized above them on the pavilion. Clad in fiery red, the woman's garments flowed gracefully, exuding an enchanting allure that was both bold and unrestrained. She leapt lightly from the pavilion, resembling a butterfly fluttering in the wind, or a fleeting flame igniting the air. Her petite nose and delicate lips were perfectly proportioned, while her eyes, though not small, were deliberately narrowed, betraying a chilling aura of lethal intent. The woman's lowered lashes conveyed a frostiness that repelled any approach, and her eyes sparkled with an icy glint, as foreign and sharp as a dagger. Helina, gazing at this woman, exhibited an expression of defiance, retorting, "It was I. What of it? If you disagree, come and confront me." This woman was Helina's most detested adversary within the inner courtyard, having caused her considerable distress. Upon hearing Helina's words, a frigid light emanated from the depths of the woman's dark eyes, instantly freezing the atmosphere around them, as if they had been ensnared within a chamber of ice. Humph! You dare to claim credit for breaking my enchanted stone gate? It is impossible for such a gate to be breached without the cultivation of a soul king. Helina, today you shall run around this pavilion 100 times. And should you fail to complete it, you shall forfeit your meal. This is your punishment for lying. 100 laps? Helina was momentarily stunned, her face paling as her previous bravado evaporated. She quickly surrendered, exclaiming, "It was not I who broke the gate, but them." She pointed towards Qian Renxue and her companions, pleading, "These three are new students here today, and I merely brought them along. By chance, they inadvertently employed their soul skills, which coincidentally struck the gate. Remarkably, their martial souls were compatible, and thus they shattered the gate. It was mere happenstance that you appeared at that moment. You cannot hold me accountable. Can you not spare me the lapse, teacher? Hulina appeared utterly pitiful, tears welling in her eyes, evoking a profound sympathy from onlookers. The woman chuckled coldly. Do not feign innocence before me. Go and fulfill your punishment, or you shall go hungry. Hulina huffed defiantly. I shall run if I must. Who is afraid? With a sigh, she lamented internally about her misfortune. Hadn't it been mentioned that the teacher would be away today? When had she returned? Had she known? She would have refrained from allowing Sister Shui and the others to break the gate. Once Hulina departed, the woman turned her gaze towards Qian Renxue and her companions. Lingering momentarily on Bai Yuxuan before inquiring, which of you has shattered the gate of our inner courtyard? Qian Renxue took a step forward. Offering a slight bow to the lady and apologizing, it is truly our fault, the three of us. Upon hearing Qian Renshue's words, the woman bore no ill will towards the trio. Instead, she expressed her appreciation, saying, Indeed, you are quite commendable. Please, follow me. Subsequently, under the woman's guidance, Qian Renxue and her companions made their way to the opposite side of the loft. During this time, they observed Hulina running in circles around the loft, her face adorned with a determined expression. Meanwhile, two others were present, one of whom Qian Renxue recognized quite well. Although her appearance had changed significantly, it was evident that she was none other than Xiao Wu. Had Xiao Wu ventured into human society, and in a city bustling with titled Douluos? Qian Renxue felt a twinge of confusion, pondering the thoughts of Emperor Tian. Did he truly harbor no fear of the titled Douluo from Spirit City discovering their presence? Many of these titled Douluo were not like her own teacher. Their affections for Xiao Wu ran deep, to the extent that they would wish to either keep her under close watch or eliminate her for her bones. Naturally, Xiao Wu also noticed Qian Renxue and waved at her, exclaiming, Sister Shui, I am here. Under the guidance of the young woman, Bai Yuxuan, Qian Renxue, and Lin Ling swiftly made their way over. They arrived at a small competition arena, encircled by railings. The three ascended the steps and approached Xiao Wu. Upon reaching her side, Qian Renxue took Xiao Wu's hand and began to scribble in her palm. Xiao Wu, how did you come to be here? Xiao Wu reciprocated by grasping Qian Renxue's hand, drawing haphazardly in her palm. Do not worry, my identity will remain concealed. The movements of Qian Renxue and Xiao Wu certainly did not escape the gaze of the woman, yet she could not discern their actions clearly. Even if she had, she would have discovered nothing of significance, for throughout their interaction, the matter of Xiao Wu's transformation into a spirit beast was never broached. The woman's voice, cold and haughty, resonated. Very well, since everyone is present, let us introduce ourselves. I am Bai Linger, a teacher from the Inner Academy and a native of Wuhuan City. My aspiration over the next 2 years is to guide each of you to greatness, preparing you for the Soul Master competition in 2 years' time, specifically the so-called genius rankings. You must ensure that we maintain our position at the top, as our Wuhuan Temple has always secured first place in previous competitions. I refuse to witness any failure to achieve that under my stewardship. Once the teacher concluded her introduction, Qian Renxue spoke up. I am Qian Renxue, hailing from the esteemed Shenghan village, which I hold in high regard. I am currently a student at the Wuhuan Academy. My dream is to become a titled Douluo, to seek vengeance, and to forge a path towards peace between the nobility and the common folk, as well as to establish a means for coexistence between humans and spirit beasts. The others, upon hearing Qian Renshue's ambitions, could not help but display expressions of surprise. Achieving the rank of titled Douluo was indeed the aspiration of every soul master on the Douluo Continent, with some having already succeeded. However, her desire to alter the divide between the nobility and the commoners seemed utterly fantastical, and the notion of finding a harmonious existence for both humans and spirit beasts appeared even more impractical. The individuals present were astute. Setting aside the long-standing enmity between humans and spirit beasts, where humans harbored deep-seated animosity towards spirit beasts and vice versa, the entrenched class system of nobility and commoners was not something easily transformed. This system had persisted for millennia on the Douluo Continent, rendering any change virtually impossible. After Qian Renxue concluded her introduction, she promptly retreated. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yuxuan immediately approached. Chapter 94. The Battle Against the Titled Douluo. 1. Qian Renxue's aspirations were well known to Bai Yuxuan, who would not stand in her way, since it was her desire. He felt it was his duty to support her. As for the challenges they might encounter along this path, he was resolute in his determination to resolve them for her. To this end, he diligently worked to enhance his cultivation. My name is Bai Yuxuan, a local of Spirit Soul City, and I am 13 years old. My martial spirit is the demon Zither, belonging to the control category. My dream is to clear all obstacles for Sister Shui, enabling her to journey further along her chosen path. Naturally, I also hope to forge friendships along the way. That is all I desire. Bai Yuxuan displayed a radiant, innocent smile, sheepishly scratching his head. Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue felt a twinge of emotion. She indeed required companions to walk alongside her. And with Bai Yuxuan's ability to fuse with her martial spirit, granting them the formidable power of martial spirit fusion techniques, his support was essential. The journey ahead was fraught with difficulty, especially when it came to finding a shared path for both soul beast and humanity. Qian Renxue gazed at Bai Yuxuan with a look of gratitude. Bai Yuxuan, Noticing the appreciative glance from Qian Renxue, merely smiled gently and nodded in acknowledgement. Qian Renxue naturally understood what Bai Yuxuan meant. It was an indication for her not to be overly courteous. However, it felt inappropriate to dismiss such courtesy, especially since she felt guilty for causing Xiaoxian to miss out on time to pursue a romantic relationship. After Bai Yuxuan concluded his introduction, Hulina hurried over. Observing the others as they introduced themselves, she exclaimed, "Please wait a moment. There are 2 more companions inside. I shall bring them along." Instructor Bai Ling nodded in agreement, granting permission to Hulina. Elated, Hulina realized she would not have to run today. With this thought, she bounced joyfully towards the loft. Before long, Hulina emerged with 2 young boys in tow. By the time the 3 arrived, there were already 9 individuals present. Excluding instructor Bai Ling, leaving 8 students. Bai Yuxuan and Qian Renxue elaborated on their aspirations once more, and soon, the boy beside Hulina stepped forward. He possessed an unremarkable appearance, standing over 6 feet tall, with neatly cropped black hair that stood upright like steel needles. "I am Xiaoyu, 12 years old. With the martial soul Moonblade, I do not have any grand dreams, but if I must choose, it would be to protect my sister." He glanced at Hulina as he spoke. Hulina and Xiaoyu were indeed siblings, having inherited their parents' martial souls, with their surnames reflecting their paternal and maternal lineage. Hulina introduced herself. "I am Hulina, 9 years old, with the martial soul demon fox, also known as Tianhu. It's merely a name, it matters not. My dream is to become a powerful titled Douluo, so that I may assist Sister Schwecker in the future." After Hulina's introduction, another boy beside her stood up. He appeared equally ordinary, with long, fiery red hair cascading down his back and dark red eyes. "I am Yin, with the martial soul flame sovereign. I am 11 years old and have no dreams. If I had to wish for something, it would be to lead a life of leisure." Everyone present felt a wave of embarrassment. Was this truly a dream? Just then, Xiaowu leaped forward. "Hello everyone. I am Xiaowu, the dancer. My martial soul is a rabbit, and I am 9 years old. Like Sister Schwetter, my dream is to become a powerful titled Douluo, to seek vengeance and find a path of peace between humans and spirit beasts." Xiaoyu was taken aback. The girl named Xiaowu not only had a rabbit as her martial soul but also resembled one in her delightful appearance. Qian Renxue was aware of Xiaowu's intentions in the human world, which were strikingly similar to her own. Beside Xiaowu stood a stunningly beautiful girl, with eyes resembling those of a spirit cat. Her large, bright eyes, long eyelashes, and exquisite features exuded a chilling beauty, making her a rare gem indeed. "I am Zhu Zhiqing. My martial soul is the phantom demon cat. I am 14 years old, and my dream is to alter my fate, as well as that of my family." Following Zhu Zhiqing's introduction, Linling spoke up. "I am Linling, 13 years old. With the martial soul heart moon divine eye, my dream is to seek revenge." Once everyone had introduced themselves, Bai Ling found herself feeling a bit overwhelmed. While she understood Qian Renxue's motivations, she was puzzled as to why so many others harbored desires for vengeance. Was the Martial Soul Academy turning into a league of Avengers? Bai Ling concluded, "All right, introductions are complete. Except for Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. The rest of you will be waiting here for a teacher to assess your abilities." Qian Renxue was somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Teacher, are you not the one instructing us?" Bai Ling nodded and replied, "Certainly not. Shortly, your teacher will come to find you. Now, Hulina, Xiaoyu, Yin, you 3 shall follow me. The rest of you may wait here. Do not wander off, for his temperament is rather unpredictable." After saying this, Bai Ling led Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yin away, completely disregarding Qian Renxue and the others. Qian Renxue, Bai Yuxuan, Linling, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhiqing exchanged glances, wondering if they should not have left someone behind. Just then, the door of the loft creaked open, and a figure emerged from within. Qian Renxue, Bai Yuxuan, Linling, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhiqing all gazed intently in that direction. Before them stood a figure with a bronzed complexion, his features sharply defined and profoundly deep, reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His dark, abyssal eyes exuded a wild, untamed charm, imbued with a seductive allure. The sculpted contours of his face radiated an aura of regal authority that could command the world, and a roguish smile played upon his lips, adding to his beguiling yet sinister appearance. This individual was none other than the formidable hunter Douluo, Guing. Qian Renxue recognized Guing. He was the very person who had embraced her in the Haotian branch of Notting City. Though he had surpassed 50 years of age, his visage belied that age, appearing akin to someone in their 20s. The overwhelming aura emanating from Guing made Qian Renxue and her companions involuntarily swallow hard, as it was simply too terrifying. The murderous intent radiating from him felt as though it had emerged from the gates of hell, imposing an immense pressure upon the 5 of them. As Guing drew nearer, Qian Renxue and her companions instinctively unleashed their martial souls. The moment their martial souls manifested, the pressure upon them eased, albeit slightly. Yet, this relief was fleeting, as Gu Ying's presence surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing upon them with renewed intensity. The first to falter under the mounting pressure was Xiaowu. As the oppressive force escalated, she underwent a transformation. With a muffled groan, her eyes gradually turned crimson. Beneath her, 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and yellow, silently appeared, swirling rhythmically around her form. Concurrently, a colossal white phantom began to take shape behind her, revealing her martial soul in its jade rabbit form. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Qian Renxue felt a sense of foreboding. If this continued, Xiao Wu's true identity would inevitably be revealed. Although it was conceivable that Xiao Wu had employed some means to conceal her identity from the title Douluo, the immense pressure rendered it impossible to guarantee that she would remain undiscovered. Swiftly, Qian Renxue positioned herself before Xiao Wu, her scythe materializing in her grasp, forming a protective barrier between Xiao Wu and the impending threat. With Qian Renxue's support, Xiao Wu exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, she dared not become complacent. Despite possessing the dragon scales bestowed by her master, which should render her safe, she refused to allow Qian Renxue to bear the burden alone. Resolute and unyielding, Xiao Wu stepped forward to stand beside Qian Renxue, united in their defiance against the oppressive aura of the title Douluo. Qian Renxue cast a concerned glance at Xiao Wu, her eyes seemingly inquiring, "Are you truly all right coming up here?" Xiao Wu responded with a reassuring look, then wholeheartedly braced herself against the oppressive aura of the soul-hunting Douluo. With Xiao Wu's silent affirmation, Qian Renxue felt a wave of relief, as long as Xiao Wu's identity remained concealed. She could not guarantee that all title Douluo in this vicinity possessed the same benevolence as her teacher. Unbeknownst to Qian Renxue, if not for the purpose of tempering her character, the chrysanthemum pass would not have meddled in such matters. The staggering sum of 4 billion gold soul coins was at stake to unearth this colossal amount. The chrysanthemum pass had emptied the entire spirit hall. When Qian learned of this news, he was so enraged that he fell ill. Chrysanthemum pass. You have crossed the line. I shall not let this go. It was said that Qian took a 2-month recuperation period to recover from this incident. But that was all in the past and need not be revisited. At that moment, Bai Yuxuan, Linling, and Zhu Zhuqing could no longer withstand the pressure. Bai Yuxuan and Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward together to shield Linling from the overwhelming force. Bai Yuxuan's magic lute spirit plunged into the ground. While she gripped the lute tightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Spirit possession, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, as her phantom cat spirit seamlessly merged with her being, resulting in noticeable transformations. Most prominently, she sprouted feline ears and a tail, her hands morphing into claws. 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, materialized beneath her feet. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's spirit possession, the oppressive pressure barely diminished. Observing this, Linling activated her own 3 soul rings, mirroring Zhu Zhuqing's yellow, and purple configuration, the ideal soul ring combination. A yellow ring among them flared to life. First soul skill, power amplification. As Linling invoked her soul skill, a stream of golden red soul power surged into Bai Yuxuan and Zhu Zhuqing, elevating their levels by 3 ranks. Noticing the increase in their soul power, Guing expressed a flicker of surprise, not towards Bai Yuxuan and Zhu Zhuqing, but rather towards Linling, whose eyes revealed her connection to the Heart Moon clan, explaining the remarkable support effects. Though astonished, Guing showed no mercy. A pressure that only a soul emperor could withstand suddenly surged towards the 5 individuals. The 3 girls, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Linling, were propelled backward by the force. Fortunately, Guing did not inflict harm upon them, and the trio steadied themselves, landing 10 meters away from Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan. The internal energy of the Yongchun fist was unleashed within Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan, who then employed the Tai Chi technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds to counteract the overwhelming pressure. Guing was once again astonished. These remarkable youngsters had provided him with an abundance of surprises. Bai Yuxuan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Linling exhibited an extraordinary synergy, successfully withstanding the oppressive force of the Soul King, while Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan astonishingly resisted the might of the Soul Emperor, truly unfathomable. Guing unleashed the oppressive force of a Soul Douluo, a tremendous pressure surging toward Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan. Just when Guing presumed it was all over, he could hardly believe that these 2 youngsters emerged unscathed. Bai Yuxuan and Qian Renxue merely took a single step back and once more employed the technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds to effectively block the pressure. Guing was taken aback yet again. This was the formidable pressure of a Soul Douluo, and it had been thwarted by these 2 individuals. Truly a marvel. Guing then released another wave of pressure, this time utilizing the might characteristic of a 93rd level title Douluo. Upon sensing this formidable force, Bai Yuxuan stepped back, unable to withstand such overwhelming power. The focus of all present turned solely to Qian Renxue, who stood alone in the face of this daunting challenge. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth, her face displaying an unyielding expression. Her scythe martial soul was firmly embedded in the ground, her hands gripping it tightly as she endeavored to resist retreating. Bai Yuxuan, Xiao Wu, Linling, and Zhu Zhuqing, who was not very familiar with Qian Renxue, silently cheered her on in their hearts. They all understood that this was a test from Guing, exerting pressure on them that could, in turn, elicit their latent potential. Guing cast a calm glance at Qian Renxue, determined to demonstrate his prowess. He was eager to see how her talent compared to that of her mother. As he spoke, a fierce crimson light suddenly emanated from him, followed by concentric rings of energy rising from his feet. A chain radiating a dark glow manifested in his hand, its tip resembling a spearhead, which emitted a red light. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings ascended in succession: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. The blinding brilliance transformed the entire inner courtyard into a dazzling spectacle. This scene left everyone astonished, their eyes wide with terror, rendered immobile in a state of shock. Bai Yuxuan, Xiaowu, Linling, and Zhu Zhiqing were utterly stupefied, seemingly rendered mute and numb, unable to articulate their disbelief regarding the authenticity of the soul rings. Zhu Zhiqing, in particular, was taken aback, her mouth agape, struggling to find her voice. After a considerable pause, she shook her head and exclaimed, "Tell me this isn't real. I refuse to believe it. A title Douluo? Is it truly possible that such a powerful figure is teaching at this martial soul academy? Moreover, not just any title Douluo, but one endowed with 2 spirit rings of 100,000 years? 100,000-year spirit ring is exceedingly rare. It is said that even 10 title Douluos may not possess even one, let alone 2. This is utterly preposterous." Zhu Zhiqing began to question the value of a title Douluo. Are they so commonplace that they have the time to instruct us? Unbeknownst to Zhu Zhiqing, Guing was not merely a title Douluo but a level 98 title Douluo, coupled with the power of his 200,000-year spirit rings and his demonic chain martial soul. Even a level 99 title Douluo would find it challenging to contend with him. The members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, including Ning Fingxi, and the Holy Dragon Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang, were acutely aware of the formidable presence of Guing and Bai Linger. The reason Xiaowu and her companions refrained from seizing the opportunity back then was due to the sheer terror they inspired. 2 level 98 title Douluos are not to be trifled with. Moreover, Guing and Bai Lingo had once joined forces to defeat the Haotian Douluo, Tangchen, the one hailed as the strongest. They had driven him to the point of fearing to enter the slaughter city. However, these events occurred 9 years ago and are best left unmentioned. Guing's presence here was undoubtedly linked to Qian Renxue, as he, like the others, was a supporter of Qian Renxue's mother, Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong had departed, her legacy remained, and Guing was determined to safeguard Qian Renxue and guide her. As for the others, they were merely incidental. Teaching 1 or 5 was fundamentally the same, albeit a tad more cumbersome. Previously, time had been scarce due to the myriad responsibilities of the papal hall, but since the departure of Pope Bibi Dong, the hall had been shuttered, and all assets claimed by the Haotian clan, leaving them with leisure time and free from those burdens. The concerns for the common folk had been Bibi Dong's domain. Now that she was gone, Guing no longer felt the need to manage such matters, thus allowing him the opportunity to serve as the vice president of the Martial Soul Academy. As for the position of president, it was a role he had no desire to undertake, given the multitude of responsibilities that would surely be a source of incessant annoyance. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned, realizing that this man was indeed serious. In her heart, she softly called out, "Brother Tiangong, lend me your strength." The voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm echoed in response, "Very well, let him behold the overwhelming aura of a 1,000,000-year soul ring. It shall undoubtedly counter his pressure." A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from Qian Renxue's being, directly shielding her from the oppressive force of the 94th level title Douluo, Guing. Guing was taken aback. He had long heard from the woman of Jiaoguan that Xue'er had received a sacrifice from a 1,000,000-year soul beast. Initially, when Jiaoguan conveyed this news, he had been skeptical. He never anticipated its veracity. Indeed, Xue'er possessed extraordinary fortune. Gazing at Qian Renxue's side martial spirit, Guing fell into contemplation, reminiscing, "Xiaoying, my foreseen outcome suggests that in your life, you shall encounter one who wields a scythe. This individual will transform the world and usher in a new era of change. Whether this outcome is auspicious or disastrous lies within the realm of your thoughts. Should your guidance be sound, then peace shall grace this world. If not, it shall face ruin." Initially, Guing had believed that Ye Feng would be the harbinger of change and peace for this world. However, after his mysterious disappearance over the past decade, it was presumed he had perished. Ye Feng was Guing's first disciple and the one he cherished most, sharing the scythe martial spirit. He had attained title Douluo at a young age, displaying even greater talent than himself. Guing had held faith that Ye Feng could alter the course of the world, envisioning him as a gentle and sunny soul capable of engendering transformation and harmony. Regrettably, fate had other plans. Later, the Pope Bibidong inherited the legacy of the Rakshasa god and acquired the divine artifact, the Rakshasa scythe, also wielding a scythe. Without hesitation, he supported Bibidong's ascension to the papacy. Indeed, Bibidong was enacting the changes foretold, yet tragically met her demise as well. Now, fate had presented him with another wielder of the scythe martial spirit, this time the daughter of Pope Bibidong. He was convinced that Qian Renxue would surely succeed in transforming the world and ushering in peace. The solitary figure of Qian Renxue's dreams is known to Guing. Every time Zhu Huaguan arrives, he tells him that Qian Renxue is the one he has been searching for. Initially, Guing was skeptical, but he can no longer deny the truth. Amidst the ongoing content loading, it appears that the site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. With such extraordinary talent, commendable values, and a kind heart, Guing firmly believes that under his tutelage, within a decade, Qian Renxue will undoubtedly rise to become a titled Douluo, achieving the status of the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo Continent. Surpassing his student, Yufeng, will no longer be a mere dream. As Guing contemplated these matters, the oppressive aura remained unabated. Observing Qian Renxue's strenuous resistance, Guing intensified the pressure, this time unleashing the formidable aura of a 95th level titled Douluo. The distinction between levels of titled Douluo is stark, and the 95th level represents a significant threshold, making it increasingly arduous for Qian Renxue to withstand. Bai Yuxuan, Linling, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing watched with growing concern. Was this truly the right course of action? Suddenly, Linling's martial soul was unleashed, and a yellow soul ring illuminated beneath her feet. First soul skill, power amplification. With Linling's enhancement, Qian Renxue found a slight reprieve, albeit only marginally. Shuer, unleash your second martial soul. The voice of Tianing Iceworm resonated in Qian Renxue's mind. Qian Renxue was contemplating whether to employ her angelic martial soul. Her father had once advised her that it should only be used in dire circumstances. At that moment, a voice echoed from the shadows. If you can endure for just 1 minute, I shall reveal to you the location of your mother's remains. It was stated that they had taken her away, preserving her in pristine condition, hidden beneath the ice cavern. Over the years, her visage had remained unchanged. You may gaze upon your mother. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's heart soared with joy. She had previously inquired of Qiang Sunji, yet her father was unaware. It appeared that her mother's remains had indeed been taken by the man before her. It made sense, as her teacher and his companions had all been supporters of her mother. When her mother faced adversity, they would undoubtedly have safeguarded her remains. With this realization, Qian Renxue cast aside her hesitations. Her father had cautioned against usage unless absolutely necessary, but this moment clearly constituted such an emergency. Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Renxue clapped her hands and softly declared, "Martial soul manifestation." A radiant light emanated from behind her, gradually coalescing into a figure. This figure, adorned with 6 wings and resplendent golden hair, exuded an unparalleled beauty. Its arms were outstretched as if yearning to embrace Qian Renxue, radiating gentleness and kindness. There was an air of sanctity and nobility about it that evoked a profound sense of reverence in onlookers. As the figure slowly merged with Qian Renxue, 6 wings emerged from her back, fully revealing the angelic martial soul to all. The spectacle was breathtaking, a beauty so overwhelming it left one gasping for breath. Under this divine illumination, Bai Yuxuan, Xiaowu, Linling, and Zhu Zhuqing all felt a wave of warmth enveloping them. Qian Renxue's eyes transformed, filled with calm assurance and comfort. Though silent, they seemed to convey 1,000 unspoken words. They were truly remarkable eyes, serene, infused with love, and reminiscent of an angel's gaze. A sacred radiance enveloped Qian Renxue, adding a layer of divinity to her beauty as the feathers of the 6-winged angel cascaded down. In her angelic form, Qian Renxue appeared as a celestial goddess, noble, holy, and untouchable. For a moment, everyone stood entranced, for Qian Renxue embodied the very essence of divine grace, exuding tenderness and warmth. Chapter 97, Battle Against the Titled Douluo 4. Qian Renxue curved her lips into a smile. As time passed, a single minute felt exceedingly prolonged. Though Qian Renxue had invoked the manifestation of her martial spirit, she still felt an overwhelming pressure, for this was the oppressive force of a level 95. While the spiritual support from the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm was invaluable, it is pertinent to remember that the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm merely represented Qian Renxue's wisdom spirit ring, not her true essence. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm had previously acknowledged that its combat prowess was far from sufficient to withstand a soul beast of 100,000 years, let alone the formidable pressure of a level 95. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm did not relent, continually channeling spiritual energy to Qian Renxue within her spiritual sea. Bai Yuxuan, Zhu Zhuqing, Linling, and Xiaowu all silently cheered for Qian Renxue, hoping that time would hasten, even if just by a few seconds. As it appeared that Qian Renxue was nearing her limit, the hunter Douluo, Guing, showed no mercy, embodying a man of his word, when he declared a level 95. It was indeed a level 95, and when he spoke of a minute, it was precisely that, no second less. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, yet Qian Renxue remained undeterred. Fixated on enduring for just 1 minute, for that minute would lead her to reunite with her mother, Bibi Dong. In such oppressive circumstances, time lost all meaning. Qian Renxue had no sense of how long had passed, as if several seasons had come and gone. Finally, the pressure unleashed by Guing dissipated. Qian Renxue gasped for breath, realizing that the pressure of a titled Douluo was indeed not easily borne. Simultaneously, she understood the true nature of a titled Douluo, an entity to be feared. Xiaowu was the first to rush over, assisting Qian Renxue to a nearby stone staircase to sit. "Are you all right, Sister Shui?" Seeing the stubborn glint in Qian Renxue's eyes, Xiaowu couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. "I'm fine. No need to worry," Qian Renxue reassured her, then stood up once more and approached the hunter Douluo. "Guing, have I passed now? Can you take me to see my mother?" Guing smiled gently. "There's no rush. First, let me observe your combat techniques so I can better arrange your training in the future. The 5 of you will face me together. If you can seize the bell from me within the span of an incense stick, you shall be deemed qualified. Gu Ying produced 3 bells from his robes and hung them at his waist. He looked at the 5 of them and continued, I apologize. But it seems there are only 3 bells, which means 2 among you are destined to be eliminated. So, who will be the first to snatch a bell? That person may have the chance to become my student. By the way, let me inform you that I am a title Douluo at level 98. So having a level 98 title Douluo as your teacher, do you understand what that entails? As Gu Ying's words echoed, the 5 of them exchanged glances. Incredulous at the mention of a level 98 title Douluo, the thought of such formidable power prompted Qian Renxue to retort, then why not find 2 more bells? Why must 2 of us be eliminated? Qian Renxue's expression exhibited a hint of displeasure. So, you are a formidable title Douluo of the 98th rank? Nevertheless, despite her irritation, Gu Ying chose to disregard her. You have 5 minutes to strategize, he announced. The timer will commence after 5 minutes. Upon concluding his statement, he produced an incense stick from seemingly nowhere, clearly indicating to Qian Renxue and her companions that he was prepared. Should they fail to reach a consensus within the allotted 5 minutes, the incense would be lit. Qian Renxue, Bai Yuxuan, Zhu Xuqing, Xiao Wu, and Lin Ling stood together, forming a circle as they deliberated on their battle strategy. Qian Renxue turned to glance at Gu Ying, noticing that he had not been eavesdropping. She then resumed the conversation, stating, We have already introduced our capabilities, now we must discuss our tactical arrangements. Attempting to seize the bell from a title Douluo is, in essence, an insurmountable challenge. Thus, it is imperative that the 5 of us collaborate closely to have any chance of obtaining the bell from him. Bai Yuxuan interjected. I believe that during our attempt to secure the bell, we should designate a single commander to allocate our abilities effectively, given our unfamiliarity with one another. We lack any established signals or cues. The simplest approach would be to utilize Sister Shue's mental sharing. Therefore, I propose that we appoint Sister Shue as our battle commander. The ability of Qian Renxue to share her spirit is a gift bestowed upon her by the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, enabling her to communicate telepathically, akin to the function of a soul-guiding device. Beyond mere communication, it also allows for shared vision, more convenient than a soul-guiding device. This capability permits dialogue directly within one's mind. Anyone who shares in Qian Renxue's spiritual connection can engage in mutual conversation. Much like the interaction between Qian Renxue and the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, it is indeed an extraordinarily convenient ability. In the realm of combat, such a skill can be pivotal in determining the outcome of a battle. With the power of spirit sharing, if one individual directs the fight, their vision becomes the collective sight of all. It is important to note that during skirmishes, many combatants often fall prey to unexpected ambushes. However, with this shared sight, the likelihood of a surprise attack diminishes significantly. Furthermore, the concept of spirit sharing and vision sharing resonates similarly. Yet it bears a notable drawback. It is immensely taxing on one's mental energy, while sharing with a single individual may be manageable. Extending this connection to 4 or 5 individuals results in a substantial increase in mental strain. Although the individuals may not be well acquainted, the presence of a leader often alleviates any reluctance to participate. Xiao Wu, being well acquainted with Qian Renxue, naturally expresses no opposition, and with Bai Yuxuan's group comprising 3 members, the group is solidified. Zhu Xuqing, having arrived with Xiao Wu, places her trust in her companion. As for Lin Ling, who finds himself without acquaintances in this gathering, his only familiarity rests with Qian Renxue, thus he naturally relinquishes the responsibility to her. Qian Renxue did not delay, given the current circumstances. She indeed seemed suited to command the team in battle, possessing the ability to share her spirit and being well-versed in combat techniques and experience. Under the tutelage at Jiuhua Pass over the past 2 years, Qian Renxue had undertaken numerous tasks at the Notting City Soul Master Academy, thus her combat experience was beyond question. Coupled with her experiences from a previous life, she felt a 10% certainty of seizing the bell from Gu Ying. One must not underestimate this 10%. As her opponent was a title Douluo, specifically, a level 98 title Douluo, a pinnacle existence on this continent. To snatch the bell from his grasp would undoubtedly require some cunning stratagems. The art of intrigue was second nature to Qian Renxue, and the 36 stratagems of Zhuge Liang were not to be taken lightly. Although Qian Renxue had never personally witnessed a pig being slaughtered, she had certainly seen them run. And after watching countless dramas in her past life, she had learned a trick or two. After a brief discussion, Bai Yuxuan initiated the attack using an illusion technique, followed closely by Zhu Xuqing, who belonged to the agile assault category, and naturally, Xiao Wu was to create a distraction for Gu Ying. Qian Renxue waited for the opportune moment to seize the bell. As for whom to give it to afterward, that was a matter for later. Chapter 98. Confronting the title Douluo 5. During the time Qian Renxue and her companions were deliberating, Gu Ying had already ignited the incense. Observing the group strategizing, he couldn't help but commend these youngsters in his heart. At times, the significance of intelligence and strategy is paramount, especially when one is aware of their inferiority. Remaining composed in such situations is commendable, for others might have succumbed to internal strife by now. Gu Ying's intention in this observation was to test their resolve, and evidently, the 5 left a favorable impression on him. In the next moment, the sound of a qin resonated. Second soul skill, illusory moon melody. Bai Yuxuan was the first to strike. initiating the attack without a formal start or greeting, aiming to catch Guiying off guard. As he had mentioned, the moment the incense was lit, the battle would commence. To snatch the bell from Guiying, one must catch him unawares. As Bai Yuxuan unleashed illusory moon melody, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu charged simultaneously in opposite directions. In their rush, both utilized their martial souls, augmenting their speed. The second soul skill, speed enhancement, was activated by Lin Ling, granting Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing increased velocity. The distance between them and Guiying was approximately 10 meters, with Lin Ling's speed boost. Zhu Zhuqing reached Guiying's side in just a second. Being naturally swift, Zhu Zhuqing arrived before Xiao Wu. She disregarded Guiying entirely and aimed directly for the bell at his waist. Within the tactical arrangements of Qian Renxue, only the bell held significance, for they could not possibly rival Guiying in prowess. Thus, all strategies hinged upon the bell. Zhu Zhuqing's subtle movements, however, did not escape Guiying's keen gaze. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's claw was about to grasp the bell, Guiying executed a swift twisting motion, so rapid that even Zhu Zhuqing could scarcely perceive it. Deftly evading her grasp, Guiying promptly seized Zhu Zhuqing's claw with remarkable quickness, leaving her to realize the dire predicament she was in. She attempted to break free, only to discover her utter helplessness. At that moment, Xiao Wu surged forward, and upon witnessing this, Guiying grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and forcefully flung her in Xiao Wu's direction. Anticipating such an eventuality within Qian Renxue's tactical foresight, Xiao Wu paid no heed to Zhu Zhuqing, sliding her body downward to evade the oncoming form, and directly approached Guiying. With her first soul skill, power amplification, Lin Ling invoked her ability, bestowing an augmentation of 3 levels to Xiao Wu's soul power. With a swift motion, Qian Renxue stepped forward and caught the flying Zhu Zhuqing. Once Zhu Zhuqing regained her footing, Qian Renxue charged towards Guiying. Feeling her soul power intensify, Xiao Wu grew increasingly confident in her pursuit of the bell. Beneath her, 3 soul rings illuminated, yellow, yellow, and purple, representing the optimal soul ring configuration. Xiao Wu delivered a kick to the abdomen of the hunting Douluo, activating her first soul skill, bow of the waist. To her astonishment, it seemed her first soul skill had no effect on Guiying. It was not that it was ineffective. Rather, Guiying stood steadfast, immovable, his strength beyond Xiao Wu's capacity to unsettle. Observing this, Xiao Wu promptly retreated. As she withdrew, Qian Renxue advanced again towards Guiying. In the midst of her charge, a scythe materialized in Qian Renxue's hand, radiating brilliance as it swung towards Guiying. In response, a chain in Guiying's grasp swiftly wrapped around Qian Renxue's scythe. The sound of metal grinding echoed as the chain ensnared the scythe. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Qian Renxue quickly retracted her martial soul. However, without the scythe, Guiying's chain lunged towards her, seeking to ensnare her. Upon witnessing this, Qian Renxue exerted force beneath her feet and leaped gracefully into the air, landing directly before Guiying. Guiying raised her arm to shield the bell, preventing Qian Renxue from seizing it. Qian Renxue executed an initial maneuver, then struck her palm against the arm of Guiying, who was attempting to block her. This was the essence of striking a cow across the mountain in Taijiquan's second layer, which Qian Renxue skillfully employed at that moment. Guiying's arm was deflected, revealing 3 bell positions. A flicker of surprise crossed Guiying's face. Such power? It could actually repel his arm. How could this be possible? Although he had released his full potential, he was still wielding the strength of a soul emperor. Before Guiying could ponder further, Qian Renxue lunged towards the bells. Gloomy Shadow undoubtedly noticed the subtle gestures of Qian Renxue as he swiftly grasped the hand she extended with his other arm. Qian Renxue sensed impending danger as she adeptly employed the foundational principle of Tai Chi, utilizing the technique of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. In the blink of an eye, merely 2 seconds elapsed from the moment Xiao Wu retreated to the moment Qian Renxue launched her assault. The 4th soul skill, Cold Spring White Snow, unleashed by Bai Yuxuan, was an illusionary attack. Such an assault held no efficacy against Guiying. Bai Yuxuan did not anticipate any substantial impact from this attack. His sole intention was to distract Guiying. Indeed, Guiying cast a fleeting glance towards Bai Yuxuan. The first soul skill, Power Amplification, was invoked by Lin Ling to bolster Qian Renxue's soul power. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward, flanking Guiying from either side in a coordinated strike. Guiying, with a swift movement of her remaining arm, intercepted Zhu Zhuqing's claw and subsequently deflected Xiao Wu's kick with remarkable speed, leaving Qian Renxue momentarily astonished. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were sent flying, and Qian Renxue recognized this as a pivotal opportunity. She harnessed the 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds technique to lift Guiying high before hurling her with great force. At the instant Guiying was cast away, the bells on her attire jingled melodiously, as Qian Renxue swiftly extended her arm. Just as she was about to grasp the bell, Guiying executed a somersault in midair, creating a distance between them. Qian Renxue realized that she had lost the best opportunity. During their confrontation, Guiying had not even utilized his soul power, which was quite absurd. As expected of a title Douluo at level 98, even without employing soul power, he could easily evade their grasp of the bell. Guiying was quite satisfied with the collaboration of Qian Renxue and her companions, although there were numerous flaws in their coordination, considering it was their first attempt working together. It was remarkably accomplished. Especially notable was the force Qian Renxue had just demonstrated, capable of shaking him, an astonishing feat. It was evident that even without using his soul power, he was not to be compared with these mere children. Guing was genuinely astonished to find himself flung away by Qian Renxue. She had surprised him time and again. Chapter 99, Confrontation with the title Douluo 6. The first strategy could be deemed a failure, yet this was well within Qian Renxue's expectations. If it were so easy to seize the bell, then he would not hold the title of title Douluo, would he? Although Guing had not tapped into the full extent of his title Douluo prowess, his extensive combat experience was undeniable. How could the likes of Qian Renxue and her companions hope to rival that? Despite the failure of their initial tactic, Qian Renxue and her group still had a second strategy in mind, and they swiftly gathered together. Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan took a step forward, positioning themselves at the forefront, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu flanked them on either side, and Lin Ling stood at the rear. One could see Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu adopting a starting stance. Qian Renxue and Bai Yuxuan's 4 spirit rings glimmered beneath their feet, while Lin Ling's 3 spirit rings shimmered to life. Qian Renxue was the first to employ the technique of spiritual sharing. The instant she initiated this phenomenon, the other 3 girls, excluding Bai Yuxuan, were utterly astonished. It was akin to possessing a divine perspective, an entirely omniscient viewpoint. Simultaneously, beneath Qian Renxue, Bai Yuxuan, and Lin Ling, their yellow soul rings began to illuminate. The first soul skill, power amplification. The moment Lin Ling's power was augmented, Qian Renxue also activated her inaugural skill, the first soul technique, blade slash. Bai Yuxuan concurrently unleashed his first soul skill, ice blade. Both uttered in unison, martial soul fusion technique, a melody of heartbreak. Where shall I find a kindred spirit? With a fierce swing of her scythe, Qian Renxue directed her attack towards the solitary figure. Bai Yuxuan poised his fingers upon the first string of his instrument, only releasing it when the string was taut. The wind blade slash and frost blade simultaneously erupted, merging seamlessly mid-release. This fusion birthed a new form of soul technique, no longer manifesting as a dark blade but transforming into a crystalline weapon reminiscent of ice, adorned with swirling black winds and frigid white mist. As the icy crystalline blade spun with increasing velocity, the black vortex and white chill coalesced into a symbolic representation of yin and yang. In an instant, the rapidly rotating crystalline blade approached the solitary figure. The chains in the solitary figure's grasp twirled rapidly, resembling a spiraling machine, forming a barrier of chains before him. A resonant sound echoed, akin to the snapping of a guitar string. The clash between the crystalline blade and the chain barrier produced a piercing, grating noise that was jarring to the ears. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending the stones of the ground flying and obliterating the surface beneath. Amidst the billowing dust, a figure emerged. To the astonishment of the onlookers, it was none other than the solitary figure himself. Miraculously, he bore no signs of harm. Indeed, not a speck of dust clung to him, which was utterly astounding. If this is the extent of your abilities, I suggest you take some time to hone your skills before returning. His cold voice resonated with an air of disdain. Qian Renxue's face was adorned with an expression of exasperation as she silently berated herself, thinking, if you have the capability, then come forth. I cannot believe you would dare confront a title Douluo at level 40. However, these thoughts remained confined to her mind, for she dared not voice them aloud. Ignoring Gu Ying's words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward, with Lin Ling also amplifying her strength and speed. This time, the number of individuals benefiting from Lin Ling's soul skill amounted to 4. Feeling the enhancement in both her speed and strength, Qian Renxue wasted no time and charged ahead. With her third soul skill, Plum Blossom Triad, the atmosphere thickened. The sound of 3 melodies resonated as Bai Yuxuan unleashed his third soul skill, deftly plucking the strings of 3 instruments simultaneously. The vibrations intensified, creating a symphony that enveloped the scene. Yet these harmonious notes posed no threat to Qian Renxue and her companions. They were solely directed at the hunter Douluo, Guing. With the amplification of Lin Ling's soul power, the soul power expended earlier had been restored. In a mere blink, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had already reached Guing, aiming for the bell at his waist. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Guing, sending Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu hurtling backwards. Which is more important, a teammate or a bell? Clearly, the value of a teammate prevailed. Thus, Qian Renxue promptly abandoned her initial plan and pursued the trajectory of Zhu Zhuqing as she flew away. Observing this, Bai Yuxuan took a step forward, chasing after Xiao Wu. Within moments, he reached her side and caught her securely, bringing her to a halt. Qian Renxue found this considerably simpler. She directly employed Wing Chun Kung Fu, channeling her strength to intercept Zhu Zhuqing. It is evident that this plan has once again met with failure. Qian Renxue gestured to the crowd, signaling the commencement of the third plan. The onlookers instantly comprehended her intent. In the fleeting moment after Qian Renxue's signal, the 5 individuals swiftly encircled the solitary figure. Guing. From an aerial perspective, Qian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Bai Yuxuan, and Lin Ling formed a perfect circle around Guing. Action. As Qian Renxue's command resonated, the other 4 launched their assaults upon Guing, while she herself sought an opportunity to enter the fray. This chance was singular, for the incense lit by Guing was rapidly dwindling. Guing felt quite pleased with the children. During their playful skirmish, he subtly imparted wisdom to them. The essence of a Soul Master's victory lies not solely in raw power, but significantly in combat experience and the influence of the surrounding environment. Though Gu Ying appeared to be merely evading, his primary aim was to expose vulnerabilities, enabling the children to discern them. After a prolonged engagement lasting 2 minutes, Qian Renxue finally identified her opportunity. In a flash, she surged toward Gu Ying, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Gu Ying first repelled the other four, then, upon seeing Qian Renxue's hand reaching for him, he struck at it without hesitation. At that moment, the fourth black soul ring beneath Qian Renxue's feet ignited, activating her fourth soul skill, Absolute Space. In the astonished gazes of all present, save for Bai Yuxuan, the others were utterly taken aback, including Gu Ying himself. Qian Renxue's hand, reaching for Gu Ying, passed directly through his palm, for her absolute space had been unleashed. In that instant, Qian Renxue existed merely as a phantasmal image within the realm of reality. Qian Renxue's hand passed through the palm of Hunter Douluo Guiying, and in the next moment, her true form returned to reality. Just as Guiying was struck with astonishment, Qian Renxue's hand firmly landed upon the 3 bells. Subsequently, she swiftly snatched the bells away. And at that very instant, Qian Renxue retreated rapidly. Displaying the bells in her hand with a triumphant expression, she addressed Hunter Douluo Guiying. Uncle, I regret to inform you, but the battle has concluded. Chapter 100, Battle against the titled Douluo. 7. Hunter Douluo was utterly astonished. Qian Renxue wielded spatial abilities, an extraordinary power indeed. It is known that such skills are not easily attained, even by titled Douluo. Even if one were to obtain a spatial-type soul beast, possessing spatial abilities remains a rarity. It is simply unimaginable how formidable Qian Renxue's fortune must be. In the hierarchy of abilities, space reigns supreme, and time is paramount. With this power, even titled Douluo would find it challenging to contend with her. It can be asserted that as long as Qian Renxue does not court disaster, she is destined to survive. In that moment, Guiying understood that Qian Renxue was the one destined to alter the world. He vowed to guide her diligently, striving to bring peace to this realm. However, the astonishment was not confined to Guiying alone. Linling, Xiaowu, and Zhu Xuqing were equally stunned. As for Bai Yuxuan, he had long been informed by Qian Renxue, and thus, he was not as taken aback. His surprise had already been expressed long ago. Guiying regarded Qian Renxue with admiration, recognizing her as the daughter of Pope Bibidong. Blessed with such extraordinary talent, he reminisced about his youth when he had once pursued Bibidong, only to find that she had fallen for Qian Sunji instead. Alas, with a sigh, Guiying pondered the whims of affection. He was undoubtedly stronger than Qian Sunji, and his talents surpassed his rivals as well. He could not fathom why flowers would bloom upon dung. Of course, these were bygone matters, best left unmentioned. A hint of amusement danced upon the corners of Guiying's mouth. Well then, you have successfully completed the task of seizing the bells. How will you now allocate them among yourselves? The reason Guiying presented only 3 bells was to observe what choices these young individuals would make in regard to them. This was a moment to consider human nature, and he hoped they would not disappoint him. After all, if they could withstand temptation, they would all be deemed qualified. However, should they resort to conflict over these few bells, he would declare them all unqualified. The greatest taboo within a team is the pursuit of self-interest. If they were to engage in fierce rivalry over such trivial gains, his disappointment would be profound. Qian Renxue was the first to approach Linling, saying, Sister Linling, this bell is for you. Without your assistance, it would have been utterly impossible for us to seize this bell. Linling waved her hand, replying, No. I merely remained in the background throughout. You all are the ones who truly deserve this bell, so I will not accept it. It is you and the others who should rightfully obtain this bell. Qian Renxue shook her head and said, There is no need for such formality. What belongs to you is rightfully yours. You must trust in my allocation, as it is the result of careful consideration. Linling countered, No. There are only 3 bells, so they should be given to you. My martial spirit is somewhat peculiar. The title Douluo crown may not necessarily benefit my martial spirit, so it is better to give the opportunity to you. The Heart Moon Divina is the most powerful auxiliary martial spirit from the Star Luo Empire on the Douluo Continent, surpassing even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, whose members can never exceed level 80 in their lifetime. In contrast, the Heart Moon Divine can lead to the achievement of a title Douluo. One can easily discern the disparity in strength. How could a level 79 auxiliary possibly compare to one of a title Douluo? Unless the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can evolve into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they will never match the Heart Moon Divine in this lifetime. The Heart Moon Divine is rarely seen among mortals due to its immense power. Thus, the clan had concealed themselves long ago. However, they were eventually discovered by the Star Luo Empire, leading to their utter annihilation. Had it not been for the playful nature of him and his brother, they might have also succumbed to a similar fate. Qian Renxue shook her head once more and said, Enough of this. If you continue to refuse, you will treat us as outsiders. Rest assured, even without the guidance of the Elder, I have other titled Douluos to instruct me. Qian Renxue never afforded Linling the opportunity to speak. Instead, she directly placed a bell into Linling's hand. Subsequently, Qian Renxue approached Zhu Xuqing and handed her the second bell. Without allowing Zhu Xuqing a chance to protest, Qian Renxue stuffed the bell into her embrace. Noticing the look of refusal in Zhu Xuqing's eyes, Qian Renxue asserted, You require strength. Do you not wish to alter your fate? Do you not aspire to change the destiny of your family? The elder is formidable. Hence he can undoubtedly provide you with excellent guidance. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Zhu Qing fell into a prolonged silence, recognizing that no matter what she said, Qian Renxue would insist on bestowing the bell upon her. Zhu Qing felt reluctant, as she had merely been a bystander moments ago. The principal contributors, aside from Qian Renxue, were Lin Ling, Xiaowu, and Bai Yuxuan. They had exerted the most effort, and she questioned her own worthiness to possess a bell. Before Zhu Qing could voice her thoughts, Qian Renxue reiterated, as I stated earlier, within this team, there must always be one to lead, one to stand forth and allocate responsibilities, and clearly, I am that person. You all entrusted me with the command of the team earlier, so I implore you to trust me once more. My distribution will be entirely equitable. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's declaration, Zhu Qing nodded affirmatively, saying, very well, from now on, you shall be the leader of this team. I place my faith in you. Qian Renxue nodded in satisfaction and said, good sister, let us refrain from unnecessary words and strive together to grow stronger. She then approached Bai Yuxuan and asked, do you trust me, Xiao Xian? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yuxuan replied, I do not trust you. Who else would I trust? Give the bell to Xiaowu. Her combat experience is quite lacking, and she is in greater need of this bell. Qian Renxue smiled, very well, you truly live up to your reputation, Xiao Xian. She then walked directly to Xiaowu, gazing at the adorable girl. Qian Renxue did not elaborate further and simply handed the bell to Xiaowu. Sister Shui. Before Xiaowu could finish her sentence, Qian Renxue interjected, do not forget that the reason you came to this academy was to grow stronger. It is evident that uncle is the most suitable mentor for you, so do not delay. I have ample means to persuade him to accept both me and Xiao Xian. Xiaowu could only nod in agreement, choosing to place her trust in Qian Renxue. The voice of Qian Renxue resonated, neither loud nor soft, just perfectly audible to Guing. Initially, Guing had resolved to accept 5 students, and just as he was about to speak, he caught Qian Renxue's utterance. He was intrigued to see what approach Qian Renxue would employ to persuade him to accept her among his pupils. Guing feigned the pretense of only accepting 3 students. Well, since you have all been assigned, then Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Lin Ling, you 3 shall be my disciples. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted toward Qian Renxue, eager to discern her next move. Chapter 101. The Battle Against the Title Douluo. 8. Qian Renxue did not disappoint the solitary figure. She gently tapped the eternal heart resting upon her chest, and a soul bone radiating a cerulean glow materialized in her palm. This soul bone emanated a formidable aura. Even without perception, the powerful energy it exuded made it clear to all present that it was a soul bone of 100,000 years. Qian Renxue had acquired this treasure within the ancient castle of Soto City. According to the teachings of her instructor at the Chrysanthemum Pass, this was the essence of the Blue-Silver Emperor from the Stardow Forest. Years ago, the Blue-Silver Emperor had fallen to the hands of the Haoyan sect. And during the process of absorbing soul rings, it was rumored that the soul bone had been seized by another. It was unexpected for it to resurface within the castle's confines. For the soul master, Guing, this particular soul bone was the most suitable for his chain martial spirit. The instructor had previously mentioned to Qian Renxue that this soul bone was most fitting for Guing, and she intended to bestow it upon him. After all, no matter how significant the soul bone was, it paled in comparison to Gu Ying's past assistance to his mother, Bai Dong. The instructor had also spoken of the other 8, and Qian Renxue was well aware of Gu Ying's situation. Therefore, without a trace of hesitation, she resolutely made her decision regarding the soul bone. Qian Renxue sighed, alas, I initially intended to present this soul bone as a tribute to my esteemed teacher, but it seems some individuals are not destined to enjoy it. Very well, Xiao Xian, let us depart. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's intent to leave, Guing immediately objected, hastening to her side and solemnly stating, since you are so earnest, I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciples. After uttering these words, Guing discreetly placed the 10,000-year soul bone from Qian Renxue's grasp into his spatial storage soul guiding device. With this 10,000-year soul bone in his possession, the aspiration to elevate to level 99 would no longer remain a mere dream. He was indeed in need of such a soul bone, precisely the one that he lacked. The Blue-Silver Emperor, being of a high-level bloodline, naturally possessed remarkable abilities that need not be elaborated upon. The enhancement of soul power following fusion is equally self-evident. Acquiring a 10,000-year soul bone is no simple feat, even for a title Douluo of level 98. Otherwise, such a soul bone would not hold such immense value. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Qian Renxue's eyes. What do they mean by sincerity? It is evidently the sincerity of my soul bone. Alas, reality is what it is. It was originally intended for this elderly gentleman. The 5 of them, led by Qian Renxue, stood in a row and respectfully greeted the teacher. Good day, master. Guing nodded, feeling a profound joy within. These children possessed such extraordinary talent and displayed remarkable politeness. Most importantly, they even presented soul bones as a token of respect for their teacher. Where could one find such students? Clearing his throat lightly, Guing continued, I have observed your recent battle, and now I will guide you in determining the direction of your future development. You should understand that the paths of soul masters differ, which will significantly influence your future achievements. Among the team, I hold the supportive soul masters in the highest regard. A proficient supporter is vital to any team. Yet the other categories are equally indispensable. The essence of a supporting soul master is to find a few trustworthy companions. I noticed your unity during the distribution of the bells, so Lin Ling, you can trust these individuals to be your reliable teammates in life. Lin Ling nodded, I understand. Master, I have faith in them, and I am now a part of this team. Lin Ling's moon god Ai is inherently supportive, as their martial souls dictate their categories. Thus, Guing had little to instruct her on, apart from imparting combat experience and teamwork, the rest would be up to her. Upon hearing her name, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, aware that Guing was about to address her. Given that your ghostly feline martial soul embodies speed, I designate you as an agile attacker. You have previously developed in this direction, so I will not elaborate further. Just continue along your current path. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Yes, master. Our family is comprised of agile attackers. Pleased, Guing then turned his gaze to Xiaowu. Without a doubt, you belong to the ranks of battle soul masters. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing's agile attackers, whose strengths lie in speed at a single point, your attribute leans towards being a warrior, with strength surpassing speed. While your speed is commendable, it cannot be sustained like Zhuqing's. Hence, you are categorized as a robust battle soul master. I urge you to focus on this path, refining yourself diligently. Your combat experience is rather inadequate, so in the forthcoming training, you must engage in one round of sparring with each of them daily. Are you prepared for this arduous task? Xiaowu stepped forward confidently, stating, Master, I resolved to forge ahead long ago, regardless of how treacherous the path may be. Indeed. Guing acknowledged, then shifted his attention to Bai Yuxuan. Due to your martial soul, your direction should lean towards the composite category. Bai Yuxuan nodded, recognizing Gu Ying's accuracy. Their family's martial souls evolved towards a composite direction, capable of both offense and support. The Sonic Wave's rapid assault qualifies as agile and robust, complemented by their family's unique soul skills that offer supportive effects, making the composite path the most suitable. Finally, Guing turned to Qian Renxue and inquired, what is your definition of your martial souls category? Qian Renxue stated, my definition of it is a combination system. In the fleeting moment following Qian Renxue's words, Guing swiftly interjected, asserting, you are mistaken. The trajectory of your martial soul should align with the offensive category. Whether it be your angel martial soul or the side martial soul, the abilities you acquire are undoubtedly of a fierce assault nature. Even if, hypothetically, you were to occasionally obtain some auxiliary abilities, you should still pursue the path of strong offense, as it is the most suitable direction for your development. Furthermore, with your spatial abilities, should you choose to harness them against your adversaries, the results would be nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, this capability indeed belongs to the realm of powerful offense. Qian Renxue suddenly realized, indeed, with her extraordinary ability to manipulate space, it would be a disservice to her potential not to pursue a path of formidable offense. Teacher, please make the arrangements. I will follow your guidance. Qian Renxue chose not to adhere to her own preconceived notions, for after all, Guing had experienced far more than she had in life. Trusting Guing was undoubtedly the right choice. Qian Renxue turned her gaze towards Guing, her face illuminated with anticipation as she inquired, when shall you take me to meet my mother? Though she was unfamiliar with Bibi Dong, the prospect of meeting her mother, who had sacrificed so much for her, filled her with hope. The other four companions cast their eyes upon Qian Renxue, their curiosity piqued. Yet they refrained from questioning her, recognizing that this matter was deeply personal. Guing replied, it is already late. I shall escort you tomorrow morning. Your mother resides within the hall of the Pope. Therefore, tonight, ensure you rest well, so that you may face her in a proper state. Do you understand? Qian Renxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a blend of joy and sorrow swelling within her heart at the thought of finally meeting her mother. Guing, eager to return and fuse with the soul bone, glanced at Qian Renxue and her companions, stating, I must take my leave now. There are numerous rooms in the dormitory. You may each choose one for yourselves. Sharing is permissible, but for the sake of uninterrupted cultivation in the future, I recommend you select individual rooms. With that, he did not afford them the opportunity for further inquiries and departed. Chapter 102, The Method of Crafting Soul Guidance Devices. 1. Upon entering the inner courtyard, the location of the dormitories had already revealed itself, requiring no guide. Qian Renxue and her companions made their way toward the dormitory. The accommodations were undeniably luxurious. Akin to a hotel, a testament to the wealth of the Soul Master Academy, which extended even to the students' quarters. The dormitory consisted of 2 buildings, one for males and one for females, each comprising 3 stories, indicating that the number of students in the inner courtyard was relatively modest. Since Qian Renxue and her group had just arrived, they were not required to attend classes. The curriculum of the Soul Master Academy was still a mystery to them, likely similar to that of the Notting City Soul Master Academy. As the sole male among them, Bai Yuxuan parted ways with Qian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Ling, and Xiaowu, who entered the female dormitory while he headed toward the male dormitory. Upon stepping into the female dormitory, they noticed an elderly woman in the management office diligently processing documents. Her head bowed, oblivious to their presence. Qian Renxue knocked on the door and said, Hello, we are the new students. May I inquire about the arrangement of our dormitories? Although Kong Ying mentioned that they could choose any room, they still felt it necessary to heed the dormitory administrator's guidance. After all, the administrator was well acquainted with the entire residence and could effectively allocate their accommodations. Upon hearing Qian Renshue's words, the administrator lifted her head, allowing Qian Renxue to observe her appearance. She appeared to be a woman in her 40s or 50s, possessing a gaze as sharp as a dagger, capable of piercing through superficial facades to reveal one's innermost thoughts. Her lustrous black hair was styled into two tightly coiled buns, reminiscent of conch shells. And despite her piercing demeanor, her face bore a semblance of a smile, which imparted an air of insincerity. Dressed in the academy's faculty uniform, she clearly distinguished herself from the students, as the newcomers were unaware of the students' attire, particularly since Nana and her companions had not donned any uniforms earlier. Welcome, new students. Are you all from the Inner Academy? The dormitory administrator's voice was gravelly, reminiscent of someone in their 70s or 80s, which was strikingly incongruous with her actual age. Qian Renxue said, "Yes, the 4 of us are students who have just arrived this year. Could you kindly assist us in arranging our accommodations?" The dormitory administrator expressed her surprise. She had never anticipated that Qian Renxue and Xiao Wu, who appeared to be merely in their early teens, were actually students of the Inner Academy. It was quite astonishing. However, she quickly masked her astonishment, for as the dormitory manager, she was not concerned with the students. As long as they were admitted to the Inner Academy, they were considered part of it. Rooms 202, 203, 204, and 205 are yours. You may allocate them among yourselves. By the way, do refrain from going to the 3rd floor. Why can't we go to the 3rd floor? Qian Renxue inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. That's not for you to worry about, the dormitory manager replied, not waiting for Qian Renxue to ask further questions, as she lowered her head to continue organizing her files. Thank you, ma'am. Qian Renxue expressed her gratitude, and then the 4 exchanged glances before making their way to the 2nd floor of the dormitory. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Xiao Wu curiously glanced towards the 3rd floor. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. Xiao Wu shook her head and turned back. It's nothing. I'm just curious why we can't go to the 3rd floor. Qian Renxue said, all right, each of you may choose a room. The remaining one will be mine. Lin Ling nonchalantly replied, it doesn't matter to me. I'll take room 202. Xiao Wu added, then I shall choose room 203. As Qian Renxue and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, Qian Renxue stepped directly into room 205, while Zhu Zhuqing occupied room 204. Upon entering, Qian Renxue remarked, I will be engaging in meditation shortly. You need not concern yourselves with me. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to consult Nana, whom you should already be acquainted with. Xiao Wu responded with an okay gesture, indicating her understanding. Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Ling were somewhat taken aback. Realizing the extent of Qian Renshue's dedication, it was evident that achieving a soul rank exceeding level 40 before the age of 10 was no trivial feat. Upon entering the spacious room, it resembled a vacation retreat, featuring a living area and an ample sitting room. The living room was well appointed, furnished with a crimson sofa, wooden tables, and stools, alongside a drawer cabinet. A coffee table graced the area beside the sofa, while vibrant flowers adorned both sides, enhancing the connection to nature. A plaque hung on the wall, inscribed with the names of previous visitors and the date of their stay. Qian Renxue recognized that these markings were left by former students. With a multitude of names, approximately 30, etched in a dense line. Qian Renxue had also inscribed her name upon the surface. Qian Renxue of the Holy Soul Village visited here on a certain year, a certain month, and a certain day. How splendid! Qian Renxue praised herself with a sense of pride and then proceeded towards the room. Upon entering, she was captivated by the room's decor. The chamber featured a large bed adorned with a quilt, and without hesitation, Qian Renxue leapt onto it, relishing the comforting embrace of the bedding. Gazing at the chandelier above, she marveled at how her current life starkly contrasted with her past. Being a soul master indeed proved to be a lucrative vocation. She reminisced about the times when she had to paint numerous pieces just to earn a single golden soul coin, and now, a mere soul bone held such immense value. Contemplating the soul bone and wealth, Qian Renxue rose from the bed and eagerly made her way to the hall, lightly touching her eternal heart soul guiding device. In the next moment, a soul bone radiating a dark luminescence, accompanied by 3 small chests, materialized before her. This soul bone was undoubtedly produced by a spatial-type soul beast, and Qian Renxue intended to merge with it. After all, this was a spatial soul bone, a treasure that was rare beyond measure. Acquiring the power of space would elevate her ability significantly. Moreover, the potency of spatial energy far surpassed that of even 10,000-year soul bones. One might argue that even 10 such soul bones could not compare to a singular spatial soul bone. While this assertion might seem somewhat exaggerated, the reality remained. The essence of space was scarcely possessed by many in this realm, and thus, strategies took precedence in battles among soul masters. For instance, Qian Renshue's 4th soul skill was an ability that even the formidable hunter Douluo Guiying could not counteract, underscoring the formidable strength of spatial power. The limitation of Qian Renshue's spatial powers lies in the 5-second cooldown that follows each utilization. She has no intention of revealing this fact. At times, concealing one's true capabilities proves to be the most advantageous strategy. With this thought, Qian Renxue felt a surge of joy as she stowed the ancient soul bone back into her spatial storage. Her gaze was inevitably drawn to the 3 small boxes. And a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Could there be treasures hidden within? Chapter 103, The Method of Crafting Soul-Guiding Devices 2. With a sense of curiosity, Qian Renxue opened the first box, revealing a collection of books inside. Qian Renxue shook her head, then approached the second box. Upon opening it, she found it filled with books once again. Was there truly nothing of value? She proceeded to open the third box, only to discover it contained books as well. The crowd was now bewildered. Could it really be? The auction had cost so many gold soul coins, and this was all there was. Qian Renxue was curious about the contents of the books. The box, though diminutive, appeared quite exquisite. She wondered if she had ever encountered the material of the box before, which piqued her interest. Casually picking up a book, Qian Renxue settled onto the sofa and began to read. As she opened the first page, she was greeted by the methods for crafting a soul guide device. Qian Renxue's eyes flickered with intrigue as she perused the pages, discovering the methods for crafting soul guiding devices. Driven by curiosity, she turned page after page, absorbing the explanations of the techniques and materials involved. It was as if fortune had smiled upon her. For the very knowledge she sought had come to her effortlessly, akin to a timely downpour. Upon finishing that volume, Qian Renxue opened another book, revealing content about types of soul-guiding devices that contemporary soul masters could never hope to encounter. The information within those tomes was akin to Pandora's box, ensnaring Qian Renxue in its captivating allure. Qian Renxue gazed into the encroaching darkness from dusk until nightfall, managing to peruse a small portion of literature. During this time, she grasped the intricate process of crafting soul-guiding devices. These devices are created by inscribing soul-guiding formations onto metals and gemstones, utilizing their inherent properties as a foundation. For lower-tier soul masters, these soul-guiding devices serve as formidable weapons. Although employing rare metals and gemstones is not a stringent requirement, utilizing ordinary materials significantly elevates the demands of the crafting process and drastically reduces the lifespan of the devices. The crux of the matter lies in the materials. As the Douluo Continent lacks a sufficient abundance of resources for the creation of soul-guiding devices, a millennium ago, the ancestors contemplated traversing the ocean to reach another continent. Yet this endeavor ultimately ended in failure, though it may not be entirely accurate to deem it a failure. It is said that a select few powerful soul masters possess the ability to fly, but whether they succeeded in reaching the distant land remained shrouded in mystery. While the performance of soul-guiding devices is undoubtedly remarkable, their drawbacks are equally evident, with latent risks far outweighing concealed advantages. Nevertheless, for the soul masters of that era, researching and employing these devices was their most prudent option under the circumstances. It was only when the mineral resources of the Douluo Continent were nearly exhausted that people relinquished the methods of crafting soul-guiding devices, thereby redirecting their focus to soul mastery. As time progressed, formidable soul masters became increasingly rare, for the cultivation of these devices was no simple feat. Advanced devices necessitated the prowess of powerful soul masters, leading to their gradual obsolescence. The events of a millennium ago, when individuals sought to cross the ocean, eventually resulted in a handful of successes. But those who reached the other continent were never to return, as the depths of the endless sea harbored countless ancient soul beasts. With the scarcity of rare metals on the Douluo Continent, the development of soul-guiding devices naturally hinged upon the utilization of rare metal technologies. As these devices relied solely on the unique properties of the rare metals for their operation, once detached from the diverse array of rare metals, the creation of soul-guiding devices becomes an impossibility. Over the years, the methods of crafting these devices have faded from memory. For a formidable title, Douluo can undoubtedly triumph over even the most powerful soul masters. Qian Renxue understood that all technology relies on the support of materials. Without them, advancements in technology would be severely constrained. However, she remained undaunted, for she had discovered a possibility: her possession of spatial abilities. The crafting of soul-guiding devices requires not only materials, but also the engraving of formations, and her profound understanding of space was undoubtedly suitable for this task. This led her to recall another potential: controlled nuclear fission. The fusion of soul-guiding devices with the weaponry of her past life could certainly yield a weapon capable of annihilating the entire Douluo Continent. Upon this realization, Qian Renxue could not help but feel a slight shock. How could she entertain such thoughts? Schwer, I sense turmoil within your heart. What troubles you? The voice of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm resonated in Qian Renxue's mind. It's nothing, Qian Renxue replied, yet continued to ponder the possibility. If individuals possess formidable power, they are often irresistibly drawn to exploration. This is the essence of human nature, and Qian Renxue was no exception. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm remarked. The text you are perusing contained the ancient methods of weapon crafting used by humanity millennia ago. Although I am unaware of the precise techniques involved in their creation, within the core of the starry forest, a few such weapons still exist. They were likely scavenged by Emperor Tian and his kind from humanity in times long past. Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback and inquired, can soul beasts also utilize soul guides? Tian Dream-eyed Silkworm replied with a hint of indifference, of course. After all, Tian and the others have lived for hundreds of thousands of years as soul beasts, so they undoubtedly possess the ability to operate soul guides. In the past, during the countless wars between humans and soul beasts, they naturally experimented with the weapons employed by humans. However, they likely do not have the means to fabricate them. So the few soul guides left in the Stardew Forest are merely prototypes. After millennia of existence, the energy within those soul guides has long since dissipated. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's silkworm's words, Qian Renxue could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If soul beasts could indeed manufacture soul guides, then humanity would have little place in this continent. She closed the book, rubbed her aching eyes, and ultimately stored all the tomes within the eternal heart. As for the creation of soul guides, she had not yet contemplated it. Firstly, for lack of materials, and secondly, for the absence of a mentor. The prospect of self-learning was daunting, and such matters would have to wait for another time. Nonetheless, the emergence of soul guides could herald a transformation for the Douluo Continent. Should the common folk acquire formidable power, the distinctions between nobles and commoners would cease to exist. It is essential to recognize that the nobility's status stems solely from their superior strength compared to the common populace. If commoners were to possess power surpassing that of the nobility, then the divide would evaporate. Everyone would be equal. If one dares to bully me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. This is the reality. Should one dare to intimidate common women, then very well, I shall wield a soul guide against you. However, this is contingent upon mastering the method of soul power manipulation. The essence of soul guides lies in their dependence on soul power for operation. These are not insurmountable challenges. One merely needs to create a device to store soul power, thereby enabling commoners to wield soul guides as well. If indeed the common folk could access such formidable powers, after enduring the relentless exploitation and oppression by the nobility for millennia, would they truly be inclined to coexist peacefully with their oppressors? Qian Renxue understood that it seemed impossible. Thus, she resolved to establish a blockade that would allow this organization to control these formidable weapons, instilling fear in the nobility. Just like in her past life, one could wield immense power, yet refrain from harming the ordinary populace. Never mind, she thought. It was best to set this aside for now, as such matters were indeed premature for her current self. Qian Renxue returned to her chamber, perhaps fatigued from the day's exertions, and promptly succumbed to a deep slumber upon her bed. As night enveloped Wuhuan City, fireworks illuminated the sky, celebrating the vibrancy of this bustling metropolis. Yet, once the pyrotechnics faded, the city succumbed once more to darkness. Chapter 104, The Wuhuan Hall Conference, 1. With the dawn's first light gracing the earth, colors blossomed across Wuhuan City, ushering in illumination to the world. The sun dispelled the mist, revealing the resplendent statue of the angel, eternally captivating, sacred, and untouchable. Adjacent to the statue stood the Elder Hall, the epitome of martial prowess in Wuhuan City. At this moment, Qian Daolu was engaging in his customary prayers before the statue of the angel, seeking blessings. With hands clasped, he knelt in reverence, eyes gently closed, fervently imploring the deity for a sign of her presence. For an indeterminate time, he had felt severed from the angel's divine connection, shedding countless tears in silent supplication. Yet to no avail. He had come to the somber realization that calamity had befallen the angel in the divine realm, yet hope flickered within him. He clung to the belief that perhaps the angel had merely forgotten them, unwilling to entertain the notion of her misfortune. Following his failure in the divine trials, he placed his hopes upon his granddaughter, Xiaoshui, the most formidable prodigy of Douluo Continent. Endowed with innate soul power at level 20 and the rare talent of possessing 3 distinct martial souls, he was confident that Xiaoshui would succeed in the divine trials. For her success would fulfill his own mission. After an hour of earnest prayer, Qian Daolu rose, gazing at the angel's statue with a sigh, lamenting the absence of a response, wishing only for her well-being. In that moment, the most powerful figure of Douluo Continent, the angel Douluo Qian Daolu, appeared as a helpless and frail elder, burdened by the weight of solitude. Casting aside his tumultuous emotions, Qian Daolu regained his imposing presence. With one final glance at the angel's statue, he turned resolutely to depart. Today marked a pivotal discussion regarding the opening of the Douluo Hall. He needed to convene a meeting in the Elder Hall to finalize the proceedings. The matter was intricate. The Douluo Hall was a revered tomb for titled Douluos, deserving of utmost respect. Such affairs could not be treated lightly, even by the Elder Hall, and required careful deliberation. The Douluo Hall was not meant to be opened. Yet today was Xiaoshui's inaugural visit to the Pope's Hall. He had already lost the trust of his son and could not afford to disappoint his granddaughter further. For years, Qian Xuanji had refrained from returning, harboring resentment over Qian Daoliu's past preoccupation with the angel's legacy, which had wounded his son's heart. However, circumstances were beyond his control. At that time, he had been undergoing the angel's trials, unaware of the impending disaster. Now, regret weighed heavily upon him. Yet he mourned the absence of his daughter-in-law. Qian Daolu sighed, now solely wishing to make amends with his granddaughter Xiaoshui. She was a kind and endearing child, a fact he had long acknowledged, yet he lacked the courage to face her. Nonetheless, today he had no choice but to confront the situation. He vowed to shower Xiaoshui with all his love, aspiring for her to ascend as the angel god, fully prepared to sacrifice his own life if necessary. Before long, Qian Daolu arrived at the conference room of the Elder Hall, where the other elders had already been waiting. In the center of the room was an elongated oval table. Qian Daolu took his seat at the head. Observing the numerous vacant places, he inquired, "Have the other elders yet to return?" Seated beside him was the second offering of the Elder Hall, the golden crocodile Douluo. Upon hearing Qian Daolu's question, he responded, "The other elders are occupied with their respective duties and have not yet returned. Currently, it is only the 14 of us present. And since Yuhua Guan and Bai Linga were unwilling to attend, we did not summon them." Qian Daolu waved his hand, stating, "Forget about the lack of notification. Let us officially commence the meeting. Today, we gather to discuss the matter of opening the Douluo Palace. What reasons do you think would be appropriate?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Brother, I must say, there's no need for such complications. We can simply open it quietly without any justification." At this moment, the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, stood up, letting out a cold snort. "Third, the Douluo Palace is, after all, a burial ground for titled Douluos. Regardless of Xiaoshue's status, we must maintain the respect that is due." Hearing Golden Crocodile Douluo's words, the third worshipper, Jingwan Douluo, muttered, "What are you saying? While you may not care for Xiaoshue, I do. Isn't she merely curious about her mother? It's just a bunch of corpses, after all." They passed on. Yet they still caused trouble for Xiaoshue. Golden Crocodile Douluo was visibly angered by Jingwan Douluo's remark, his face contorted with fury as he glared at him. Just then, the fourth worshipper, Lion Douluo, interjected, "Second brother, do not be upset. Third brother is merely speaking whimsically. Let us allow Xiaoshue to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The Pope has the privilege of visiting the remains of our ancestors in the Douluo Palace." Upon hearing Lion Douluo's suggestion, both the second and third worshippers sat down, lost in contemplation. This reasoning seemed plausible. While they pondered, a woman's voice resonated. "I believe this is a good idea. The sooner we let those sects and families know that we have a Pope in Spirit City, the more prestige it will bring." The crowd turned towards the voice, revealing Yining Douluo, the ninth elder of the Spirit Hall, a 93rd level title Douluo clad in a blue battle robe. With bright eyes and cascading violet blue hair. Her martial soul was the exceptional fire attribute, Yin Ying, endowed with the ability to fly, making her one of the few female titled Douluos in Spirit City. In response to her words, Jingwan Douluo queried, regarding the date for the Pope's succession, "Yining Douluo, which day do you find suitable?" "Naturally, the sooner, the better. Let it be in 5 days. We are all rather occupied. And I have no time to dally here with discussions. Moreover, Xiaoshue wishes to see her mother today. I do not want any dissent. Do you understand?" Yining Douluo spoke with an edge, having been advised by Gu Ying to forego deference to the Elder Hall. Upon hearing her declaration, the 6 elders of the Elder Hall rose in protest. The Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall had always been at odds. And Yining Douluo's words were perceived as commands, which they could not tolerate. Simultaneously, all 8 elders of the Spirit Hall also stood, eyeing each other with disdain, ready to clash at the slightest provocation. In that moment, the entire conference room was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Seated at the head of the table, the Grand Elder, Qian Daolu, chuckled lightly at the scene before him and said, "What is the meaning of this? Sit down, all of you." The words of Qian Daolu proved to be quite effective. At that moment, everyone took their seats. Qian Daolu glanced at the crowd and spoke calmly. "I have summoned you all to discuss matters. Do you think this is a marketplace?" At that moment, everyone fell silent. For Qian Daolu's formidable strength left them with no words to utter. Nevertheless, the Flame Eagle Douluo broke the silence, stating, "Ji has conveyed that the time frame cannot exceed 5 days. Within this period, she will arrange everything accordingly." Qian Daolu waved his hand, saying, "Since Gu Ying has mentioned 5 days, then let it be 5 days." With his words, the meeting was nearing its conclusion. However, Yining Douluo interjected. Gu Ying also declared that the Spirit Hall has decided to go to war with the Haotian sect. What is the stance of the Elder Hall? Upon hearing Yining Douluo's statement, many were taken aback, including Qian Daolu himself. War with the Haotian sect was no trivial matter. It involved 2 powerful factions. And once conflict erupted, it would not only affect soul masters but also the innocent populace. Although the Spirit City was not afraid, such a confrontation would render the sacrifices made by Pope Bibi Dong in vain. Thinking along these lines, Jean E. Douluo stood up, asserting, "I believe this matter requires further deliberation. This issue is far too significant. Should war break out between the Spirit City and the Haotian sect, it will plunge the continent into chaos. We, too, are considered a formidable force on this continent, and our conflict would have profound repercussions." Hearing Jean E. Douluo's words, Yining Douluo chuckled, saying, "You may not be aware, but Gu Ying's insistence on reclaiming what belongs to our Pope Hall is due to the imminent beast tide, one that we cannot withstand. Reports from Jiuhua Pass indicate that there are several soul beasts in the Stardow Forest that are over 100,000 years old, all possessing strengths equivalent to our human beings at levels 98 to 99. At this revelation, Qian Daolu was astounded. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Yining Douluo nodded and continued, "Allow me to enlighten you. This matter traces back to the million-year soul ring obtained by Xiaoshue." At this, the attendees were shocked. A million-year soul ring? And it was acquired by Xiaoshue? Aside from their astonishment, They felt elated for Qian Renxue. Yining Douluo continued without withholding any details. The soul ring obtained by Shaoxue possesses consciousness. According to her information, the supreme ruler of the Stardo Forest is actually the beast god Emperor Tian, with a cultivation nearing 900,000 years. Residing at the Life Lake in the core region of the Stardo Forest. Its true form is that of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Beneath it are several ferocious beasts of remarkable strength. Among them is Bear Monarch, a super ferocious beast of the Stardo Forest. With a cultivation of 480,000 years, its true form being the dark gold Fearclaw Bear. The king of myriad beasts is the strongest plant-type soul beast in the Stardo Forest, boasting a cultivation of 540,000 years. Its true form being the Demon Eye Magic Tree. YG has a cultivation of 590,000 years, its true form being the Emerald Swan. Wang, a super soul beast of the Stardo Forest, has a cultivation of 310,000 years, its true form being the three-headed red demon hound. There are many more ferocious beasts whose cultivation levels and true forms we do not know. But the crucial point is that they are poised to launch a massive beast tide shortly. I trust you comprehend the implications? Gu Ying's message is clear. If humanity cannot unite against this external threat, we risk the annihilation of our race. As soon as Yining Douluo finished speaking, Genie Douluo stood up again, declaring, "What is there to fear? Our spirit hall boasts numerous tidal Douluo. We are not afraid. If necessary, we can mobilize the Elder Hall as a united front. I refuse to believe that the so-called blind Dragon King Emperor Tian can invade the human realm." Yining Douluo regarded Genie Douluo with a bemused expression, responding, "Do you think we are unfamiliar with the Stardo Forest? What about the extreme north? The Qinyu Forest, the Wangyu Prairie, and the Misty Forest? Not to mention the vast ocean realms we have never set foot in." Upon hearing this, the gathering fell into a contemplative silence. Genie Douluo retorted, "What if there is nothing in those other places? Surely, such ferocious beasts would not keep their existence entirely secret?" Yining Douluo replied, "Of course there are, but I merely wish to alleviate the pressure on everyone. In the extreme north, there are 2 ferocious beasts. In the Qinyu Forest, 3. In the Wangyu Prairie, 2. As for the Misty Forest and the Endless Sea, I'm not certain." Upon hearing this, Genie Douluo found himself at a loss for words. Damn it, they are hidden so deeply. Wasn't it said that soul beasts lack intelligence? With a wry smile, Yining Douluo responded, "They have lived for so long. Do you think they are fools? Do you expect those ferocious beasts to announce themselves to you?" Genie Douluo was momentarily speechless, realizing that no matter how he responded, it would seem somewhat foolish. Thus, he deflected the question, turning to Qian Daolu, "Elder brother, what do you propose we do?" The expression on Qian Daolu's face was exceptionally grave as he gazed at Ghost Douluo Gueme and inquired, "You and Elder Ju possess the most profound understanding of Pope Bibi Dong. How would she respond in this situation?" Gueme, known for his taciturn nature, initially hesitated to address such a query. What did it mean to claim familiarity with Pope Bibi Dong? After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. If it were the Pope, she would undoubtedly strive for the unification of the Douluo Continent for the sake of humanity's survival, rallying everyone against a common external threat. However, that path is currently unfeasible, as the Pope is no longer present, and the families within Wuhan City may not necessarily heed our call. Without the support of those families, achieving unification of the Douluo Continent is utterly impossible. Hence, Guing proposed waging war against the Haotian sect rather than the 2 great empires. His intention is to first reclaim what we once possessed, taking subsequent steps thereafter. Therefore, it is imperative that the Haotian sect be diminished. To avert any future treachery against humanity, I advocate for a complete extermination of their lineage. Qian Daolu fell into deep contemplation. The notion that the Haotian sect could betray humanity in such a manner was indeed unsettling. It was reminiscent of how they had acted when the elders of the papal palace stood against the beast tide. Nevertheless, Qian Daolu shook his head and remarked, "Let it be. Annihilating an entire clan is excessively cruel. It suffices to close their sect." The flame Eagle Douluo scoffed, yet refrained from interjecting. After all, Qian Daolu was still the highest authority here, and a modicum of respect was warranted. However, Qian Daolu's naivety was striking. If a venomous snake bites you, do you truly believe it will refrain from doing so again if released? In truth, Qian Daolu understood this principle. Yet he wished to preserve a trace of his old friend's lineage. Not all members of the Haotian sect were as unscrupulous as Tang Hao. His old friend Tang Xin was a different sort altogether, or else he would not have ventured into the city of slaughter. Qian Daolu knew Tang Xin well. Having been rivals for a lifetime, he understood that Tang Xin's hope was for him to show some leniency and spare a remnant of his bloodline. With a sigh, Qian Daolu rubbed his aching forehead and declared, "Thus, the matter is settled. Shuej is nearing, so let us go and greet my precious granddaughter." "Oh. And you all should temper your auras. We wouldn't want to frighten her." At the mention of his beloved granddaughter, a joyful smile spread across Qian Daolu's face, as if he had tasted honey. Having spoken, he stood up first and made his way toward the papal hall, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon reaching the base of the angelic statue, they saw that Gloom was approaching with a golden-haired little girl in tow. Making their way along the path leading to the papal hall, everyone understood the significance of the golden hair. It was a symbol exclusive to the Angel clan. Chapter 106, The Return of Bibidong, 1. As they gazed at the towering structure, Qian Renxue was taken aback, reminiscent of the Oriental Pearl Tower. Under Gloom's guidance, she stepped into the realm of the Spirit Hall for the first time. As they walked, Gloom began to introduce the locations. Do you see those 3 buildings? They are the Elder Hall, the Papal Hall, and the Douluo Hall. Indeed, they are quite grand, Qian Renxue replied. Gloom continued without pausing. The central building is the Douluo Hall, a testament to the glory of Spirit City. The Elder Hall represents the highest authority within Spirit City, a sanctuary reserved solely for the departed title Douluo. It can also be regarded as the resting place of the title Douluo. Hence, during the grand ceremonies, the Pope would personally pay homage at the entrance of the Douluo Hall. However, in recent years, with your mother absent, it has been your grandfather who presided over these rites. He gestured to the building on the right of the Douluo Hall. That structure is the Elder Hall, the epicenter of power in Spirit City, responsible for determining significant matters of the Spirit Hall. All elders within the Elder Hall are titled Douluos, numbering over 20. Among them, more than 7 are grand offerings, with your grandfather Qian Dalu leading the esteemed elders of level 96 and above, known as the Offering Elders, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess in both Spirit City and the Douluo Continent. Pointing to the building on the left of the Douluo Hall, he said, "That is the Papal Hall, the domain of your mother." The Papal Hall primarily handles administrative affairs under Spirit City's jurisdiction. In the past, your mother would summon the titled Douluos and the Platinum, Black, and White Elders to convene in the Spirit Hall for discussions. In a few days, when you are bestowed with the title of Pope of the Spirit Hall and the accompanying honors, the ceremony will be held here. At that time, all the figures of authority, including the Platinum, Black, and White Cardinals, will gather to witness your glory. It remains uncertain how many will attend. As the Hautian sect has undoubtedly attracted many over the years, those who come will be the trustworthy ones. Qian Renxue gently shook her head and asked, "Uncle Lai, am I truly capable of assuming the position of Pope at such a tender age?" Guing replied softly, "Have you forgotten what I told you? It is a rule. Otherwise, you shall never see your mother." Qian Renxue responded with a sigh of resignation. Initially, she was reluctant to take on the mantle of Pope, as it was a glory that rightfully belonged to her mother. However, Uncle Lai informed her that only the Pope is granted access to the Douluo Palace. It is a matter of protocol. Should she refuse to become the Pope, she would forfeit her right to disturb the souls of her esteemed ancestors. And even the Pope is granted but a single opportunity to enter the Douluo Palace. Qian Renxue had also inquired about the solitary shadow. What if she wished to enter the Douluo Hall in the future to see her mother? The response from the solitary shadow was that the Pope has a singular opportunity to enter the Douluo Hall, while others, regardless of their reasons or circumstances, are prohibited from doing so. Alas, it is quite bothersome. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue can comprehend the situation. After all, the title Douluo on the Douluo Continent is scarce, and those title Douluo permitted to enter the Douluo Hall are even fewer, making the prohibition entirely reasonable. Upon hearing the words of Uncle Lai just moments ago, Qian Renxue could already envision the day she is bestowed with the title of Elder of the Spirit Hall, and how many spectators would gather to witness it. The scene would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring, and when those individuals realize that she is merely a child, their astonishment would be palpable. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment, considering the multitude within the Spirit Hall, where the number of Soul Masters was considerable. It was estimated that nearly 90% of the civilian Soul Masters from Spirit City had joined the Spirit Hall. Even if only 10 of them were to come, it would still constitute an imposing figure. Although the Spirit Hall had closed its doors, the number of new recruits remained substantial. Qian Renxue was uncertain about the exact population under Spirit City's administration, but she was aware that its territory spanned a width comparable to 10 Ballot Kingdoms, with a population that was nearly incalculable, certainly exceeding 100 million. If one were to estimate one Soul Master for every 1,000 civilians, it would suggest that the number of Soul Masters in Spirit City surpassed 100,000. With such thoughts occupying her mind, Qian Renxue felt a surge of excitement. This was a testament to power and glory. However, she was acutely aware of the disdain she would face, as she was merely a child, and others would likely regard her as nothing more than a jester. She reflected on the formidable challenges her mother must have faced to attain the position of Pope. The thought of her mother infused Qian Renxue's eyes with determination. This opportunity was singular, and after this, entry into the Douluo Palace would be forever barred unless one were to betray the Spirit Hall and force their way in. Guing spoke once more, "Xiaoxue. As long as you make significant contributions to Spirit City, your status as Pope will grant you the opportunity to reside in the Douluo Palace." Upon hearing Guing's words, Qian Renxue couldn't help but smirk. Who in their right mind would desire to dwell in the Douluo Palace? It was a place for the dead, a site where even dogs would not venture. When Guing remarked that only the deceased were worthy of residing in the Douluo Palace, Qian Renxue lost any interest she may have had in that foreboding place. Who would willingly wish to inhabit such a realm? Qian Renxue shook her head and sighed. "I believe I will no longer have the opportunity to enter the Douluo Palace." Upon hearing her words, Guing revealed an encouraging gaze and replied, "Little Schwecht, you are still young. There will always be opportunities, as long as you make sufficient contributions to the Spirit City. You will surely earn the qualification to reside there in due time. Qian Renxue wore an expressionless face, yet internally she was at a loss for words. Sensing the troubled look that emerged on her countenance, Guing encouraged her once more. Do not worry. There will always be opportunities to make significant contributions to the Spirit City. I firmly believe you possess the qualifications to reside in the Douluo Palace. Even if, at that time, you find yourself lacking the necessary credentials, I shall assist you. With my current strength as a level 99 title Douluo, I am certain I can be of help. Qian Renxue felt an overwhelming sense of shame within. The solitary figure was exceedingly cruel. On the very first day she acknowledged him as her uncle, he was already contemplating her demise. He had meticulously planned what needed to be accomplished before her death. How absurd. In order to avoid further entanglement in this matter, Qian Renxue chose to shift the topic, stating, in comparison to the Douluo Palace, I find the affairs of the Spirit Hall far more intriguing. Guing nodded in agreement. Let us converse as we walk. There are numerous undertakings that the Spirit Hall is engaged in. I shall select a few matters that are widely known. In the past, our Spirit Hall would annually visit various villages for the purpose of soul awakening, as you are aware. I shall refrain from delving into the finer details, for we have ceased such activities now. Instead, I will share other matters with you. Indeed, within this continent, there exists another category of soul masters whom we refer to as evil soul masters. This designation arises from the malevolent nature of their awakened souls, rendering them generally incapable of self-control. If we discover their evil souls during the awakening process, we can intervene early, bringing them to the Spirit Hall for education and guidance. Among them are not without talent. However, it is regrettable that some cannot govern themselves. To prevent them from inflicting harm upon others, we must confine them. As Guing recounted this, a sigh escaped his lips. Regrettably, we once overlooked an important detail. We imprisoned them together. The resulting consequences were dire, as the evil soul masters clashed violently within the confines of the prison, resulting in countless casualties. The repercussions of an encounter between two evil soul masters are all too predictable. Consequently, we established separate facilities to confine those who could not restrain their malevolence, leading to an improvement in the situation. Those evil soul masters that the Spirit Hall failed to identify, due to their souls not being awakened within our jurisdiction, remain undetectable to us. Once these evil soul masters mature, their inability to control themselves leads to rampant killings, indiscriminately slaying innocent civilians and ordinary individuals devoid of soul power. Their insatiable thirst for bloodshed is driven by the need for their souls to flourish. I have apprehended numerous evil soul masters, some motivated by bloodlust, others by desire, and still others by psychological factors. Yet, we remain powerless to control or alter their souls, despite countless attempts by the Spirit Hall to explore possibilities. All have ended in failure, for a soul is innate. The moment they awaken their evil souls, their thoughts become subjugated to malevolence. Although a few evil soul masters manage to maintain control, they are exceedingly rare. Additionally, there are some evil soul masters who undergo postnatal mutation. They were not initially malevolent upon awakening, but certain experiences subsequently twisted their souls into darkness. Given their circumstances, the Spirit Hall typically opts for leniency, granting them opportunities as long as they have not caused excessive harm. Regrettably, the Douluo Continent is not solely governed by the Spirit Hall. Formidable powers like the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire obstruct our efforts to eradicate evil souls. Whenever we discover an evil soul master within their territories, they invariably learn of our movements, as entry into other empires requires notification, documentation, and a declaration of intent. Thus, large-scale apprehension of evil soul masters becomes impossible. We can only dispatch a handful of titled Douluos to investigate. However, the strength of a mere few pales in comparison to the might of the entire Spirit Hall. The vastness of the two empires renders our efforts akin to a drop in the ocean. In recent years, due to the closure of the Spirit Hall, the number of evil soul masters has surged, particularly in the Xinglua Empire, where their ranks nearly rival those of soul masters. It is not difficult to envision the potential chaos that may ensue on this continent. Moreover, according to my investigations, it appears that the evil soul masters in the Xinglua Empire may be under some form of dominion, which is alarming news. Such a formidable force poses a grave threat. Therefore, for the future of humanity, you must redouble your training efforts. I have faith that you possess the capability to thwart them. Qian Renxue remained silent, pondering the fact that he was a titled Douluo of level 99. How could he expect a mere child to rise to such expectations? The thought of uttering such words terrified her, for she feared the consequences of provoking a being of such stature. Under the guidance of Guing, Qian Renxue arrived at the Pope's Hall, where she was greeted by the sight of numerous individuals awaiting her presence. One among them stepped forward, approaching Qian Renxue with a gentle smile adorning his face. As he drew nearer, her vision sharpened, revealing his features, clad in resplendent golden armor. His golden eyes sparkled with wisdom, and his visage bore the marks of a man in his 30s or 40s. He exuded a unique aura, imbued with a sense of both weariness and enigma. This individual was none other than the Grand Elder of the Elder Hall in Soul Master City, Angel Douluo Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo, who is also the grandfather of Qian Renxue, is among the most formidable soul masters on this continent. As you await further content, please be patient. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading modes, such as the reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Despite Qian Renxue's appearance, which suggests he is merely in his 30s or 40s, his true age surpasses a century, marking him as an undeniable ancient being of immense power. Upon seeing this individual, Qian Renxue felt a surge of a deep, blood-related connection. Gazing at the golden-haired elder, she realized that he is her grandfather. Xiaoxue, I am your grandfather. Come here and let me see you. Have you endured hardships all these years? At this moment, Qian Douluo relinquished all his arrogance and set aside the dignity of being a titled Douluo, embodying the gentle and amiable demeanor reminiscent of a kind old neighbor. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting emotion flickering within her. To be candid, she felt no attachment towards this man she referred to as her grandfather. Her father had never mentioned the existence of a grandfather, and it was only through her teacher that she learned of this man's identity. Consequently, Qian Renxue did not approach him. Instead, she cast a puzzled gaze at Qian Douluo. She could not comprehend why, after all these years, this so-called grandfather had never visited Saint Soul Village to see her father or his granddaughter. It seemed that Qian Douluo, perceiving the confusion in Qian Renxue's eyes and the lack of warmth in her expression, appeared to age even further. He had once envisioned that upon seeing him, Qian Renxue would be filled with joy, her face alight with the excitement of reuniting with a family member, rushing into his embrace and calling him grandfather. However, to Qian Douluo's dismay, the scene he had imagined failed to materialize. Reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. Qian Douluo's eyes glimmered with a faint redness, and he realized that he had been overly preoccupied with the legacy of the angels over the years, neglecting to visit Xiaoxue, which led her to feel so unfamiliar towards him. Emerging behind Qian Douluo was an individual with deep blue short hair and smoky blue eyes, possessing strikingly handsome features accentuated by sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Clad in a cerulean ceremonial robe and adorned in golden armor, his shoulder plates were embellished with blue feathers. This person was none other than the third elder of the Elder Hall, Qingwan Douluo. Xiaoxue, quickly greet your grandfather. He is indeed your grandfather. Qian Renxue gazed at Qingwan Douluo, then cast a glance at her grandfather, Qian Douluo, before finally directing her attention towards Guing, as if silently inquiring. Is he truly my grandfather? From an aerial perspective, at the entrance of the spirit hall, Guing and a young girl exchanged glances with a multitude of titled Douluos, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Guing spoke in a calm manner. He is indeed your grandfather. In truth, Guing harbored a deep-seated disdain for Qian Douluo. Had it not been for Qian Douluo's heartlessness, the tragedy that befell Pope Bibi Dong could have been averted. Nonetheless, even if his contempt was profound, one immutable fact remained. Qian Douluo was, without doubt, the grandfather of little Shui. Upon receiving Gu Ying's affirmation, Qian Renxue finally addressed him, uttering a soft grandfather. Chapter 108, The Return of Bibi Dong 3. Hearing Qian Renxue call him grandfather filled Qian Douluo with unparalleled joy, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Shui, you must have endured much hardship over these years, he said, taking slow, deliberate steps towards Qian Renxue, bending down to grasp her hand tenderly. Qian Renxue did not evade, allowing Qian Douluo to lead her. Gazing at her grandfather, who was filled with fervor, she responded, No, I have been well these past years. With my father by my side, I feel utterly content. Qian Douluo understood that a child without a mother could hardly thrive. Now, he regretted not being by Xiaoshue's side to accompany her. He was not a competent father, nor was he a suitable grandfather. Come, let me take you to meet your mother. Qian Douluo did not elaborate further. He understood Xiaoshue's emotions, for he had indeed failed to visit the two of them over the years. Xiaoxue replied softly, and under Qian Douluo's guidance, they made their way to the Douluo Palace. It is worth noting that the Hall of the Pope and the Douluo Palace were not in close proximity. In fact, they were somewhat distant. Upon arriving at the Douluo Palace, Xiaoxue noticed a multitude of people waiting there. They stood in two lines, and at the entrance of the Douluo Palace was a table adorned with incense burners, fresh flowers, offerings, lights, beverages, fruits, and pastries. On either side, there were drapes and banners, as well as various items for guiding the spirits. Indeed, it was a place for the deceased, and even the decorations were distinctively different. Qian Douluo stepped forward, inexplicably producing 3 incense sticks from somewhere. After igniting them, he placed them into the incense burner, murmuring incantations under his breath. Qian Renxue could not comprehend the murmurs of her inexpensive grandfather. After a brief moment, Qian Douluo uttered a firm command. Open. As his words resonated, the grand doors of the Douluo Palace gradually creaked open, releasing a chilling aura imbued with the essence of death. Observing this, Guing promptly urged, Hurry inside. The Douluo Palace cannot remain open for long. We must emerge within an hour. Qian Renxue nodded. She comprehended what needed to be done, for Guing had already conveyed this to her along the way. Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Renxue sprang forth and, in the blink of an eye, entered the Douluo Palace. It was only after her entrance that the grand doors of the palace began to close slowly. Such a revered place as the Douluo Palace was one that even Qian Daolu was not entitled to enter. However, should he perish, his contributions to the spirit city would bestow upon him the right of entry. Qian Dao turned around and beheld the solitary figure. Sensing the aura of the lone shadow, Qian Dao was somewhat astonished and inquired, Elder Lai has reached level 99? The solitary figure nodded and replied, it is merely a stroke of good fortune, nothing worth mentioning. Qian Daoli's lips curled slightly. Is this a matter of luck? The real question is, why does your fortune shine so brightly? The scene shifts. Inside the Douluo Palace, numerous coffins are arranged with meticulous precision. Undoubtedly, these coffins are not vacant, as each is adorned with a portrait of the deceased. Those resting within are likely titled Douluo. The interior of the Douluo Palace is vast, resembling a grand plaza. Qian Renxue does not linger on the coffins but strides deeper within. Upon reaching the very center of the plaza, she encounters a crystal-clear coffin, placed prominently. The temperature surrounding it is notably frigid, and within the transparent confines lies a figure. With skin as pale as porcelain and a visage almost flawless, she stands apart in her ethereal beauty. The aura of inherent nobility and sanctity emanating from her is simply breathtaking, evoking an instinctive reverence. Bibi Dong embodies an extraordinary beauty, noble, elegant, and serene. An array of exquisite adjectives could aptly describe this woman. Despite her demise, the passage of time seems to have left no mark upon her. Bibi Dong resembles a sleeping beauty, awaiting merely the gentle kiss of a prince to awaken her from her slumber. From the exterior, one can discern a soul bone resting within the coffin, a piece of ice attribute soul bone, radiating a chilling aura that serves to protect Bibi Dong's remains. A tear cascades down Qian Renxue's cheek as she gazes at the figure within the coffin, softly murmuring, Mother, I have come. The call of Qian Renxue did not elicit a response from Bibi Dong. Gazing at the woman who bore such a striking resemblance to herself, Qian Renxue instantly recognized her as her mother. What a beautiful young lady! The image of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm flickered in Qian Renxue's mind, revealing that even this spirit beast was captivated by Bibi Dong's appearance. Get away. This is my mother, not some young girl. You should perish, Qian Renxue exclaimed, a hint of anger in her voice. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, it had lived for over 1,000,000 years. Was it not entirely normal to refer to a woman in her several decades as a young lady? Never mind, I shall not argue with you. What shall we do now? Shall we resurrect your mother? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm inquired, aware of Qian Renxue's long-standing research into the forbidden technique of resurrection. It too was curious to see whether Qian Renxue could indeed succeed. Deep within the heart of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm, there resided a hope that Qian Renxue would triumph. For it yearned to witness the emergence of a miracle. The very thought of resurrection was exhilarating. Thus, when the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm posed the question, its tone was imbued with palpable excitement. Qian Renxue nodded and said, although it is impossible to resurrect such a formidable mother at present, my father once mentioned that she had received a divine inheritance, and thus, she should possess divine power within her being. It should be feasible to harness the divine strength from her essence. However, prior to that, I must seek out that fox. I require its power to fulfill the conditions necessary for my mother's revival. My own soul power is utterly insufficient to support such a resurrection. The fox? Tianming Iceworm. Unfamiliar with the fox referred to by Qian Renxue, inquired with a hint of confusion, what fox? Qian Renxue recounted the matter of the nine-tailed fox to the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm. Upon the conclusion of her tale, the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm appeared somewhat incredulous, as it had not sensed the presence of such a fox at all. Are you implying that within your spiritual sea resides such a terrifying entity? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm was taken aback. The existence of such a being, which absorbs resentment and is immortal, thriving as long as there is resentment, is truly astonishing. Can you believe it? Qian Renxue disregarded the astonishment of Tianming Bingqian, her consciousness swiftly arriving at a dimly lit square. Before her stood a colossal fox. And with a charming smile, Qian Renxue gently spoke, Greetings. It is high time you paid your rent. Having resided within my body for such an extended period, a token of appreciation is in order, is it not? Upon hearing her words, the nine-tailed demon fox opened its eyes, its nine tails swaying gracefully behind it. With a dismissive glance at Qian Renxue, it closed its eyes once more, ignoring her presence. Do you think I would simply grant you power just because you ask? Do I not have my own dignity? Although it was true that using its power would loosen the seal slightly, the fox thought, why should it comply with her demands? Humph, what can you possibly do to me? Observing the fox's eyes flutter open only to shut again, Qian Renxue furrowed her brow and persisted. I understand that you must feel quite lonely here. You are the sole fox in this place, and it must be rather isolating for you. However, I did not imprison you here, so do not hold it against me. The nine-tailed demon fox scoffed even more at her words. Loneliness. Isolation. What nonsense. Throughout its life, aside from the 6 paths old man, the fox had never cared for anything or anyone. Such notions were utterly trivial. Fox, we are both from the same origin. In this unfamiliar world, we can be considered compatriots. Can you truly turn a blind eye to my plight? After all, I am your landlord. How could you allow your landlord to suffer? Imagine if your sworn enemy, the tailed beast, were to find out, how they would revel in your disgrace. Qian Renxue was well aware that in the mythology of the land of cherry blossoms, there existed nine-tailed beasts, each a formidable entity. Among them, the nine-tailed fox and the one-tailed guardian crane were notorious adversaries. Qian Renxue's intention in uttering such words was to provoke the fox. As anticipated, upon hearing her remarks, the nine-tailed fox immediately opened its eyes. The one-tailed guardian crane was its most detested foe, and the thought of being mocked by it in the future ignited a fierce response from the fox. The nine-tailed fox proclaimed, in light of our shared origins, I shall assist you this time, but henceforth, do not mention that guardian crane in my presence. Understood, I shall refrain from mentioning it, Qian Renxue replied, nodding adorably like a chick pecking at rice. The nine-tailed fox closed its eyes once more, dismissing Qian Renxue from its thoughts. At that moment, a surge of power suddenly coursed through Qian Renxue's body. Recognizing the immense strength, she understood it to be the power of the nine-tailed fox. Though this energy exuded a chilling aura of resentment and bloodlust, such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was that her mother could be revived. Thank you, fox. I shall visit you often. Qian Renxue expressed her heartfelt gratitude, reflecting on the advantage of having such a powerful compatriot. After casting one last glance at the nine-tailed fox, she withdrew from that place. In the outside world, beside the crystal coffin, Qian Renxue opened her eyes and gazed upon her mother Bibidong's lifeless form. Calling out in her heart, Tianming, it is time to act. The revival process primarily required the essence of life, and the life force of the Tianming ice silkworm was unparalleled. It is noteworthy that the Tianming ice silkworm was a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. Its inherent strength was a potent life force. For a human's physical capacity, only a minuscule amount of this life energy was necessary. The Tianming ice silkworm was well aware that aside from Qian Renxue, it was the most knowledgeable about the resurrection sealing technique, as Qian Renxue had previously imparted this knowledge to it. Very well, I shall release one of my seals. For your human capacity, one will suffice. The next moment, the first of the 10 seals on the Tianming ice silkworm shattered. A formidable blend of spiritual and life energy surged into Qian Renxue's sea of consciousness, overwhelming her to the point of discomfort, as if it might burst her apart. Qian Renxue could not help but unleash this potent force. As an overwhelming surge of life energy and spiritual power flowed into the crystal coffin, mending Bibidong's body. With remarkable rapidity, Bibidong's physical form began to restore itself. Her severed arm gradually mended by the soul power, while the sinews and bones in her limbs slowly regained their integrity. In that fleeting moment of restoration, Qian Renxue comprehended the grim fate of her mother. Bibidong's arms and legs were shattered, and her head had suffered grave injury. A single tear escaped the corner of Qian Renxue's eye, as she envisioned the excruciating agony her mother must have endured. An unnamed fury ignited within her heart. Mother, even if you return to life, I shall avenge you. Those responsible will meet their demise. Not even Jesus can hinder it. Mark my words. It was not until the life force from the first seal of the heavenly dream ice silkworm was fully expended that Bibidong's body was entirely restored. Appearing nearly as a normal person, her skin radiant and full of vitality. Within the realm of the spiritual sea, the heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed the successful revival, its gaze brightening. Indeed, the first step was accomplished, albeit just the beginning. The heavenly dream ice silkworm yearned to discern whether Qian Renxue's resurrection technique had proven effective. Beside the crystal coffin, Qian Renxue harnessed the soul power from her spiritual sea, along with the chakra of the nine-tailed fox, manifesting an immense strength that enveloped her. Qian Renxue chanted softly, as if reciting an ancient incantation. Within the Douluo palace, a tempest roared, the sound of rustling filling the air. Suddenly, Qian Renxue clapped her hands together and commanded, Revival Forbidden Technique, activate. In that instant, a colossal surge of soul power soared into the heavens, imbued with a chilling aura of resentment and bloodlust. Outside the Douluo palace, one could feel this overwhelming presence. Indeed, it was apparent even to the eye. As this formidable force broke through the sky, Qian Dalu, the solitary shadow, the specter, Flame Eagle Douluo, Lini Douluo, Qingwan Douluo, and the elders of the papal hall were all utterly astonished. It was evident from their expressions that they were enveloped in disbelief. Even Qian Dalu and the solitary shadow, both of whom were titled Douluo of level 99, displayed looks of incredulity. Such formidable power, exuding a terrifying aura of bloodshed, slaughter, and resentment, surpassed even that of evil spirit masters. What had transpired? Within the spirit hall city, elders from all families rushed towards the papal hall, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. They were unaware of the calamity that had befallen, yet the palpable force compelled them to act, knowing that if the papal hall was in distress, they must be at the forefront as a part of Spirit Hall City. In the Spirit Academy, the dean, mentored by Linger, along with several other titled Douluo, were taken aback upon sensing the chilling soul power. On the loft within the academy, four powerful figures descended beside Bai Linger, their astonishment mirroring hers as they felt the ominous energy. Bai Linger uttered a single word. There may be an evil spirit master invading the papal hall. Relay my orders. All those above Sol Douluo must rush to the papal hall for support, while those below Sol Douluo must safeguard the innocent citizens. Outside Spirit Hall City, in a nearby small town, Two figures cloaked in black were retreating in the opposite direction of Spirit Hall City. Suddenly, a powerful force surged into the sky. Halting their steps, they turned to gaze at Spirit Hall City, their faces reflecting shock. Lord Linyu, such a malevolent power. It seems more sinister than that of the leader, one remarked. Linyu turned, concern etched on his face. Lon, we must hurry to Spirit Hall City. My sister is still there. As he spoke, a chilling aura of slaughter and resentment erupted beneath him, manifesting 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Swirling around him, Lon, too, bore the same 9 soul rings, embodying the same cold, murderous energy. What if something happens to my sister Linling? I will surely destroy the Spirit Hall, Lon declared angrily, as if the culpability of the Spirit Hall was irrelevant. Any harm befalling Lin Ling would signify a failure in their protection. Fool, why are you still hesitating? Linyu retorted, as the 6th black soul ring beneath him illuminated. 6th soul skill, 10-fold amplification. In the next moment, their figures dashed towards Spirit Hall City like fleeting shadows. Meanwhile, within the Douluo Hall, under the influence of the Dream Eye Silkworm's mental energy, Qian Renxue was also aware of the turmoil outside. Sensing the encroaching figures, she commanded, Brother Tianming, prevent them from interrupting me. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to disturb you. Let them witness the power of a million-year soul beast. Tianming Ice Silkworm replied without hesitation, shattering the second seal upon him. A powerful force emanated from Qian Renxue, enveloping the Douluo Hall in a brilliant white light. Formidable mental energy shielding it. In that moment, the Douluo Hall was protected by Tianming Ice Silkworm's mental prowess, repelling Qin Daolu and the solitary shadow who sought to enter. The established rules against entering the Douluo Hall were rendered meaningless. Nothing was more paramount than Qian Renxue's safety. Damn it! What is happening? The solitary shadow clenched his fists, troubled by the potential consequences should anything happen to Qian Renxue within the Douluo Hall. For he could never face Pope Bibidong again. Qian Daoliu's expression was equally grave. As her grandfather, any misfortune befalling her would weigh heavily upon his conscience. Everyone was engulfed in worry, yet they could only seethe in impotent rage, unable to act. They were oblivious to the unfolding events. It had been but a short time since Qian Renxue had entered the Douluo Hall when chaos ensued. It was the solitary shadow who first regained composure. Wait. I recognize this mental energy. I have sensed it from Schwer. It must be her preventing us from entering. Qian Dao cast a skeptical glance and inquired, Are you certain? Guing nodded and replied, Though I cannot fathom the reason, I can assure you that this power emanates from Schwer's spiritual essence. At that moment, Yanning Douluo exclaimed, Do you see what is happening in the sky? Everyone raised their heads in astonishment. Above them, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. And amidst the gloom, a brilliant white light flashed, a formidable surge of soul power piercing through to the Douluo Hall. Within the hall, a stream of soul energy flowed directly from the terrifying soul force of Qian Renxue into her hands. Gazing at this essence in her grasp, Qian Renxue realized it was her mother's soul. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Renxue declared, Dream Brother, grant me your formidable spiritual power, and I shall unveil a miracle. The Dream Eye Silkworm, equally resolute, bestowed its immense spiritual strength upon Qian Renxue. The application of the resurrection forbidden technique was revealed. Channeling potent life force to restore the body, while vast soul energy bridged the realms, seeking the spirit of the deceased. Ultimately, it was the formidable spiritual power that facilitated the fusion of soul and flesh. This is the essence of the resurrection forbidden technique. With a soft command, Qian Renxue's spirit seamlessly merged into the coffin housing Bibidong's body. The terrifying soul energy shared by the nine-tailed fox was also reclaimed by her. In the dimly lit square, the nine-tailed fox gradually opened its eyes, displaying a look of disdain. You caused such a commotion merely to resurrect a human? The nine-tailed fox had anticipated that Qian Renxue aimed to revive all within the Douluo Palace, only to be met with this singular endeavor. The Dream Eye Silkworm was left astounded, realizing that they had indeed succeeded. It stood in disbelief, as did its million-year-old soul beast form. Sensing the rhythmic breath emanating from the coffin, alongside the unmistakable sound of a heartbeat, the Dream Ice Silkworm understood they had triumphed. Together with Qian Renxue, they had forged a miracle, an achievement unattainable by anyone across the Douluo Continent, the resurrection of the deceased. Qian Renxue quietly awaited here, gazing upon the figure within the coffin. She remained still, patiently waiting for her mother to awaken. Time lost all meaning in this prolonged vigil. Meanwhile, within the crystal coffin, Bibidong slowly opened her hazy eyes, greeted by the crystalline walls surrounding her. Sensing the vitality coursing through her body, she blinked those enchanting large eyes, gently pushing aside the lid of the crystal coffin. Bibidong sat up, bewildered by the realization that she had indeed perished. What could this possibly mean? Hearing the sound of a child's weeping nearby, Bibidong instinctively turned her face, only to behold a golden-haired little girl. The child was in tears, yet her face radiated a blissful smile. The moment their eyes met, an inexplicable bond surged within Bibidong's heart. Tentatively, she inquired, Are you Schwer? Bibidong vividly recalled having a daughter, and this little girl, with her golden locks, unmistakably represented the angelic lineage. Furthermore, the resemblance to Qian Renxue in her childhood was strikingly evident, confirming to Bibi Dong that this was indeed her daughter. Qian Renxue plunged into the coffin, nestling directly in Bibi Dong's embrace. Feeling the warmth of Bibi Dong's hold, Qian Renxue smiled contentedly. Qian Renxue said nothing. Yet it seemed as though she had conveyed everything. Bibi Dong understood that the little girl in her arms was her own daughter, and her revival was entirely attributed to Qian Renxue's efforts. At the same time, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming astonishment. Could such a miracle as resurrection truly be achieved? It is worth noting that she had already perished. Even the god of Rakshasa lacked the power to bring her back to life, yet Qian Renxue accomplished it. How could Bibi Dong not be astonished? Chapter 111. The Return of Bibi Dong. 6. The sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the Douluo Palace and casting its radiance upon the entire spirit city. Outside the Douluo Palace, countless individuals had gathered, representing the most formidable powers and families in Spirit City. Following the explanations provided by Qian Daolu and others, the crowd grasped the unfolding events, now awaiting Qian Renxue's emergence, for then all would be revealed. With a soft click, the grand doors of the Douluo Palace swung open, and two figures stepped forth. Bibi Dong, holding Qian Renxue, emerged from within. All eyes turned towards the Douluo Palace, and as the crowd beheld Bibi Dong, they were rendered utterly speechless. In an instant, expressions of astonishment, surprise, and disbelief adorned every face. It was indeed a remarkable spectacle. Even Qian Daolu found it hard to fathom. Qian Daolu roared within his heart, yearning for someone to inform him of the truth, desperately seeking to ascertain whether he had fallen under an illusion. This sentiment was not solely his. It resonated with all present. Your Holiness, Guing finally regained his voice, his dark eyes fixed intensely on Bibi Dong, trembling with fervor. Is this real? Is it truly real? Guing cried out internally, fervently wishing that if this were but a dream, he would never awaken. Bibi Dong's gaze swept across the assembly. Observing the faces of those once loyal to her in the spirit hall, their expressions ablaze with excitement. And there was Guing, his unwavering stare fixed upon her, his heart undoubtedly tumultuous like raging waves. Bibi Dong could not suppress her own exhilaration. She straightened her posture, her voice resonating clearly and powerfully. People of Spirit City, I, Bibi Dong, have returned, fulfilling your expectations. Her declaration echoed in the hearts of all, causing an intense tremor to ripple through them. Breathless, they gazed upon Bibi Dong, torn between disbelief and a fervent desire to embrace this reality rather than accept the alternative. In that moment, save for Qian Daolu, the Grand Elder of the Elder Hall, all present knelt before Bibi Dong in reverence. Even the titled Douluo relinquished their pride in this instant. Bibi Dong embodied everything, the sovereign of this realm. Long live the Pope. The atmosphere was electrified with fervor, as all silently proclaimed the truth of the moment. Aside from Qian Daolu, who remained standing, the other titled Douluo willingly knelt, including Guing, a 99th level titled Douluo, as well as Bai Linger, a 98th level titled Douluo, and the esteemed elders from the Elder Hall, all bowing in homage. This was the profound respect commanded by the formidable Bibi Dong, compelling even the proudest to submit. The elders of the Douluo Hall, initially reluctant to kneel, found their resolve wavering as they witnessed Gu Ying's submission. It would have been inappropriate not to follow suit. Moreover, considering Bibi Dong's legacy as the former pope, her contributions to Spirit City warranted their homage. Disregarding his identity as the master of the Elder Hall, Qian Daolu, as the father of Qian Xuanji, holds a status that surpasses that of the esteemed Bibi Dong, making it inappropriate for anyone to kneel before him. As the content continues to load, please be patient. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to access it in another browser. Bibi Dong released her grip on Qian Renxue's hand and took a step forward, her cold and haughty visage uttering two words. There is no need for such formality. We are all family here. Please rise. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice once more, everyone excitedly stood up, and the atmosphere grew chaotic. Discussions erupted among the crowd, all eyes fixated on Bibi Dong, eager to comprehend the unfolding situation. One member of a certain family could not restrain himself from inquiring, Your Holiness, we just sensed a powerful aura of a malevolent soul master. Could it be that this force has resurrected you? At this, Qian Renxue's head involuntarily bowed, her heart screaming in protest, I am not a malevolent soul master. Nor is the fox evil. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of grievance. Why did these individuals insist on perceiving that power as belonging to a malevolent soul master? Qian Renxue refused to accept this notion. Qian Renxue turned her gaze towards her mother, contemplating the indifference of others. What truly mattered to her was her mother's opinion. When she resurrected her mother moments ago, it was evident that her mother had witnessed the power she possessed. Qian Renxue chose not to explain herself to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong cast a casual glance at the crowd and declared, What you perceive as the power of a malevolent spirit master is a misinterpretation. Do you comprehend? Although Bibi Dong was oblivious to the method by which Qian Renxue had revived her, it was of no consequence, regardless of Qian Renxue's identity or the nature of her powers. Even if she was indeed a malevolent spirit master, she remained Bibidong's daughter. In that moment of resurrection, Bibidong felt the sinister energy emanating from Qian Renxue. She recognized it as the hallmark of a malevolent spirit master. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, a mother must protect her child. Bibidong wished to shield her daughter from discussions that might arise in the presence of others. Even if Qian Renxue were a malevolent spirit master, she would always be her daughter, and Bibidong did not want such terms to tarnish her daughter's spirit, knowing it would bring her distress. Bibidong's words instantly alleviated the grievance that had settled in Qian Renxue's heart. A sweet smile graced her lips. For she understood that her mother's concerns were rooted not in the troubles of being a malevolent spirit master, but in her own safety. In this realm, malevolent spirit masters were shunned. They wielded formidable powers, and once they embraced their dark nature, they often succumbed to uncontrollable violence. Bibidong, fully aware of her daughter's capabilities, chose to place her faith in Qian Renxue. The intent behind her previous words was to compel everyone to forget the incident. If the truth of her powers were to be revealed, it would not only tarnish Bibidong's reputation but also lead to widespread disappointment among those around her. Protecting a malevolent spirit master was an untenable position for a pontiff, yet her mother had chosen this path. Although Qian Renxue was not a malevolent spirit master, the possession of such power could not easily be justified. In Bibidong's heart, nothing surpassed her love for her child. Should anything befall Qian Renxue, Bibidong would undoubtedly stake her life to defend her. This was the essence of her unconditional love. Bibidong had once been willing to sacrifice her life for Qian Renxue, and her resolve remained unaltered. Nothing could defame or harm her daughter. Should such an event occur, it would be tantamount to declaring war against Bibidong herself. Qian Renxue was acutely aware that her mother faced these individuals alone, and during such a time, her mother must be under immense pressure. Furthermore, her mother was undoubtedly concerned about the possibility of her being an evil soul master. Qian Renxue felt the necessity to find an opportunity to confess to her mother. However, it was evident that Qian Renxue was overthinking. Bibidong bore no pressure whatsoever. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, her psychological resilience was beyond what Qian Renxue could fathom. The inhabitants of Spirit City had never doubted Bibidong's words. If Pope Bibidong asserted that they had misjudged, then they had indeed misjudged. There was no room for skepticism. The very reason Bibidong ascended to the papacy was due to the trust placed in her. Their faith in Bibidong, which had been established in the past, remained steadfast. This epitomizes the prestige of the mightiest Pope, Bibidong. Her status would not be diminished by such events. Even if Qian Renxue were indeed an evil soul master, they would remain silent, placing their trust in the Pope. In Bibidong, Chapter 112, The Return of Bibidong, 7. Of course, while they sensed that extraordinary power, they had never cast doubt upon Qian Renxue. Who would believe that a child of less than 10 years could possess such strength? Even Qian Dalu and Guiying did not entertain such thoughts. Although they were uncertain about the situation, they speculated it must be the handiwork of the Rakshasa god. Qian Dalu and Guiying were both aware that Bibidong had acquired the legacy of the Rakshasa god, whose power was akin to that which had been exhibited moments ago. Guiying spoke, "All right, everyone. The modern Pope has just returned, and I'm sure there are many unfamiliar matters to address. Please return to your respective families for now. In a few days, I will summon you all to the Pope's Hall for a meeting." Bibidong silently commended Guiying for his thoughtfulness, recognizing that she was not in the mood for idle chatter with the members of these families. At present, Bibidong was eager to learn more about Qian Renxue. Observing that Qian Renxue appeared to be 10 years old, she surmised that it had been nearly a decade since her departure. The thought of Qian Renxue having spent 10 years without a mother's companionship filled her with a desire to dedicate the remainder of her time to her daughter. The people of Spirit City nodded in agreement. It was indeed inappropriate to disturb the Pope, who had only just regained consciousness and surely needed to rest. Bibidong lifted Qian Renxue into her arms. Although Qian Renxue was now 10, she remained but a child. Ignoring the others, Bibidong exchanged a knowing glance with Guiying before departing with Qian Renxue in her embrace. Linger and the other 4 titled Douluos promptly followed her. The somber atmosphere of the Douluo Hall was not a place to linger. While it might seem disrespectful to the predecessors, the truth remained. As Bibidong left, the members of the other families dispersed in a flurry. It was evident that they were filled with excitement, eager to share the news of the Pope's resurrection with their kin, bringing joy to their clans. This was no trivial matter. The return of the Pope signified potential upheaval across the continent. The inhabitants of Spirit City had not forgotten who had once driven Bibidong to her demise, had she not decreed that there would be no pursuit of vengeance. They would have long since engaged in conflict with the major sects and families of the 2 great empires. Meanwhile, as Bibidong approached the entrance of the Spirit Hall, she gazed upon the familiar architecture and inhaled deeply. The Spirit Hall had been closed for so long. Today marked the moment for its reopening. Observing this, Linger personally unlatched the grand doors of the Pope's Hall, gesturing for Bibidong to enter. The 4 titled Douluos stood at either side, welcoming Bibidong back to her rightful place. As Bibidong stepped inside with Qian Renxue, Linger and the others refrained from following, fully aware that the Pope would have much to discuss with her daughter, and they would not intrude at such a moment. Upon entering the Pope's Hall, Qian Renxue took in the splendid surroundings. The ceiling of the hall was uniquely designed, adorned with various ancient bells, exquisite pagodas, and intricately crafted dharma chakras, among other decorations, creating a resplendent yet reverent atmosphere. The interior was supported by 7 colossal pillars known as the hall pillars, which soared toward the roof. The pillars were circular, interconnected by a carved dragon, its head extending beyond the eaves while its tail reached deep into the hall, harmoniously blending functionality with ornamentation, thereby enhancing the imperial grandeur of the edifice. Notably, these pillars were not crafted from wood but from a special metal, lending them an imposing presence. "Chua, you must have endured much suffering over the years," Bibi Dong said, her face radiating warmth as she gazed lovingly at her precious daughter. Qian Renxue remained nestled in the embrace of Bibi Dong, feeling the warmth of her mother's affection. She replied, "No, my father has been with me all these years, and I am quite content, though I do miss my mother dearly." Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Bibi Dong suddenly realized, "By the way, where is your father? Why have I not seen him?" Bibi Dong expressed her confusion. Logically, with so many people gathered at the spirit hall, there should have been no absence of Qian Xuanji. Qian Renxue said, "Father resides in Holy Soul Village. For these years, I have lived with him there. However, I have not been with him recently. By the way, mother, father has missed you dearly during these years. Shall we return to see him tomorrow?" Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Bibi Dong understood why she had not encountered Qian Sundich. It seemed that the incident had caused him to detest this place. Thus, it appeared that Shuer had spent these years in that small mountain village. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong felt a sense of grievance. How could Qian Sundich allow his daughter to dwell in such a remote village? Surely, she must have endured considerable hardships over the years. "Mother, there is something I must confess to you." Qian Renxue resolved to divulge all her secrets to her mother, with the exception of her origins from another world. She intended to confess everything else, including her identity as the nine-tailed demon fox. If she withheld this information, her mother would undoubtedly be filled with concern, given the striking resemblance of the nine-tailed fox's power to that of a malevolent soul master. Upon hearing that Qian Renxue had secrets to reveal, Bibi Dong displayed no signs of surprise. After all, the matter of resurrection piqued her curiosity, and she was eager to learn how it had been accomplished. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but focus her gaze on Qian Renxue, yearning to uncover the mysteries her daughter harbored. Qian Renxue remarked, "In truth, the malevolent force within me does not belong to me. It is the power possessed by a fox residing in my body. Mother, I am not an evil soul master." Bibi Dong nodded in understanding. Even if Qian Renxue were an evil soul master, she would still be her cherished daughter. Are evil soul masters inherently wicked? Not necessarily. Bibi Dong understood that no one is born an evil soul master. Rather, they endure experiences beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, leading their hearts to turn malevolent, ultimately losing control. Some evil soul masters possess formidable willpower and can indeed govern themselves, yet the sheer intensity of their cultivation instills fear in other soul masters. From Bibi Dong's perspective, certain soul masters could be more malevolent than evil soul masters. The essence of good or evil cannot be determined solely by a single force. It is the innermost heart of the soul master that defines their identity. An evil soul master might choose to assist those in need. Can one truly deem them evil? Perhaps not. Conversely, another soul master, despite lacking malevolent power, might harbor twisted morals, perpetually contemplating murder. Should someone offend him, he would think nothing of ending their life. Is such a person truly normal? Again, perhaps not. Bibi Dong recognized that the distinction between good and evil is often blurred. Differing perspectives lead to varied interpretations of circumstances. She gently lowered Qian Renxue and squatted before her, her expression grave. "Regardless of your identity, you will always be my beloved daughter. I will protect you, just as I have in the past. I shall continue to do so now and in the future." Chapter 113. Bibi Dong returns. 8. No matter your identity, you are my most beloved daughter. I will protect you, now and forever. Qian Renxue replied with joy, exclaiming anew, "Mother, I possess a million-year wisdom soul ring that is sentient. It is my most important companion, and the one I trust most dearly. Its name is Tian Renxue." Bibi Dong was taken aback. The moment she received the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, she had sensed that this world was anything but simple. However, she had never anticipated the existence of a sentient wisdom soul ring. Yet, considering that her daughter could resurrect her, such occurrences could hardly be deemed impossible. If someone were to tell her now that her daughter was a three-life martial soul, she would readily believe it. Nevertheless, what left Bibi Dong utterly astonished was when Qian Renxue continued, "Mother, I have 4 martial souls. I awakened 3 on my own, and 1 was bestowed upon me by Tian Renxue. Although it has yet to awaken for me, logically speaking, I am a genius of 4 martial souls." As Qian Renxue spoke, a smile graced her face, accompanied by a hint of pride, clearly intent on showcasing her accomplishments before Bibi Dong. Although Qian Renxue had nearly reached the age of 30 across her past and present lives, she was eager to share her experiences with her mother, particularly her extraordinary ability to possess 4 martial souls, which indeed served as her source of pride. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Bibi Dong displayed no outward reaction, yet internally, She was overwhelmed with excitement. The concept of someone awakening 4 martial souls was unprecedented in her experience. The realization that her daughter was a prodigy with 4 martial souls ignited within Bibi Dong a fervor surpassing even that of Qian Renxue and Old Jack in the past. The awakening of 4 martial souls in her daughter was a cause for boundless elation. My dear Shuer, I never anticipated your talents to be so extraordinary. That scoundrel of a father took you to such a remote village. Surely you have endured hardships over the years. In response to Bibi Dong's words, Qian Renxue shook her head. No, mother. I have been quite happy in Holy Soul Village. There is an elderly gentleman there who has been very kind to our family, often looking after us. His name is Old Jack, and I call him Grandpa Jack. He is a wonderful man, akin to my own grandfather, who cares for me deeply. Shall we invite him to live in the Pope's palace? Indeed, indeed. Since he has been a benefactor to you, we shall bring him here to live with us. If you regard him as your grandfather, then he shall be like a godfather to me as well. We shall remain together as a family forever. Is that truly possible? Mother? A joyful smile illuminated Qian Renxue's face. Old Jack was undoubtedly among the few familial figures she had in this world, although they were not bound by blood. The kindness Old Jack had shown her surpassed that of many relatives. Hearing her mother's words brought her immense happiness. Of course, he is your Grandpa Jack. How could your mother possibly disagree? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's affirmation, Qian Renxue felt a surge of delight within her heart. This was her mother, the one who cherished her most. In her previous life, her parents had adored her deeply, and in this life, it remained unchanged. Qian Renxue felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Her mother had once been willing to sacrifice her life for her sake. Thus, as her daughter, she was resolutely determined to avenge her mother. None of those individuals would escape unscathed. If she failed to exact revenge, how could Qian Renxue ever reconcile with her own conscience? In that moment, a transformation occurred within her. Her innocence faded, giving way to a darker disposition. Tianming Bing sensed the shift in Qian Renshue's heart and grew increasingly concerned. Without proper guidance, Qian Renxue risked succumbing to the bitterness that hatred would sow within her, setting aside her identity as the inheritor of the angel lineage. If Qian Renxue were to descend into darkness, Tianming Bing could scarcely fathom the implications. A prodigy with a 3 lives martial soul, combined with that fox, would likely herald a perilous fate for the continent. The inner turmoil of Qian Renxue is a mixture of joy and sorrow for some. In the dimly lit square, the 9-tailed fox slowly opened its closed eyes, a smile curling at its lips. Yes, succumb to the darkness slowly. When the time is ripe, I shall reveal the scene of your mother's demise to you. In that moment, you will undoubtedly be engulfed in despair. The 9-tailed fox is acutely aware of how her mother once knelt and pleaded for her life, ridiculed by those who mocked her. The 9-tailed fox does not believe that once Qian Renxue learns the truth, she will retain her previous innocence. Mother, Qian Renxue softly called out. Already nestled in Bibi Dong's embrace, fast asleep. Perhaps today had exhausted her. Resurrecting a person is no trivial feat. Although the powers she wielded were bestowed by the heavenly dream-eyes silkworm and the 9-tailed fox, they were nonetheless utilized by Qian Renxue. The heavenly dream-eyes silkworm and the 9-tailed fox served as vessels of power, while Qian Renxue, merely 10 years old, could hardly bear such energy. In this moment, she fell into a deep slumber, unguarded and at peace in her mother's arms, feeling a sense of security she had never known before. Bibi Dong sat motionless on the sofa in the papal palace, fearful of disturbing Qian Renshue's slumber. Bibi Dong granted Qian Renxue life, and in turn, Qian Renxue became Bibi Dong's eternal concern. During the times Bibi Dong could not be by Qian Renshue's side, the girl had indeed faced hardship. Now, all Bibi Dong wished for was Qian Renshue's daily safety and happiness, to experience a beautiful childhood like other children. This is the essence of maternal love. Maternal love is eternal. No matter how the storms of life may erode, it remains forever pristine and unfading. Maternal love is unpretentious, always pure and genuine. Maternal love is tenacious, regardless of life's bitterness. It is selflessly devoted, never yielding. However, Bibi Dong felt she had fallen short. At this moment, the once cold and proud pontiff Bibi Dong found her eyes welling with tears. It is not entirely fair to blame Bibi Dong. She had already sacrificed a life for Qian Renxue. Thus, her love is indeed grand. Setting aside the years she had been absent from Qian Renshue's life, that singular act of sacrifice exemplified the greatness of maternal love. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong felt it was insufficient. Why had she not been by Qian Renshue's side all those years? Was it not due to the constraints imposed by sects, empires, and families? In this moment, Bibi Dong's heart was drawn toward darkness. Who can truly fathom the lengths a mother might go to for her daughter? Who can comprehend the madness a daughter might embrace for her mother? Who can grasp the extremes a brother might reach for his sister? At this instant, the prophecies foretold by the essence of the world concerning the solitary shadow were quietly unfolding. The 3 wielders of scythes would each inherit divine legacies, all gravitating toward darkness. Meanwhile, Gu Ying's student, Yufeng, had become the most powerful evil spirit master on the Douluo Continent, yet Gu Ying remained oblivious to these developments. Although Gu Ying had achieved the rank of a 99th level title Douluo, who among them could truly understand the human heart? Time swiftly passed, and half a month went by. During this period, the news of Pope Bibi Dong's resurrection spread throughout the continent. astonishing all. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? With Bibi Dong's return, everyone anticipated the ensuing events. At the very least, the sects and families that had previously taken from the papal palace would have to return what they owed. More gravely, the continent might soon find itself in turmoil. Everyone understood what this meant. During Bibi Dong's absence, those sects and families had felt no fear. But now that she had returned, they would need to reconsider their options. It is essential to note that Bibi Dong had once ruled the entire Spirit City, a place where the families and forces wielded unimaginable power. While the papal palace had been the nominal leading force on the continent, the families in Spirit City had not aligned themselves with it. The emergence of a twin martial spirit prodigy like Bibi Dong not only secured her position as pope, but also earned her the recognition of all the families and forces in Spirit City. Bibi Dong's resurrection undoubtedly steered the Douluo Continent toward a state of imminent upheaval. The families, sects, and aristocrats were the most apprehensive about her actions. In the hall of discussions of the Haotian sect, located in Haotian City on the Douluo Continent, a middle-aged man emanating a sinister aura sat at the northern position. This man was none other than Tang Hao, the current leader of the Haotian sect. Tang Hao's gaze was fixed intently on the intelligence in his hands. Information relayed by an undercover agent planted in Spirit City. The message was clear. The report was indeed accurate. Flanking him were a dozen figures, all radiating formidable energy, unquestionably. Such power belonged solely to titled Douluos. On the left stood 8 individuals, the farting Douluo Yu Xiaojiang, the blue lightning Douluo Lu Erlong, the cat eagle Douluo Flinder, and the death Douluo Zhao Wujin. Beside Zhao Wujin stood the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Yu Fengji, as well as the school's elder, sword Douluo Chenxin, and bone Douluo Gu Rong. Additionally, beside Gu Rong was Yu Yuan Zhan, the leader of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. It is worth noting that Yu Yuan Zhan, the leader of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, was also a powerful titled Douluo, making him the strongest among those present. He was also the father of the farting Douluo Yu Xiaojiang. On the right side stood 7 individuals, the 7 elders of the Haotian sect. Currently, the strongest in the Haotian sect was Tang Hao, who had reached level 98 after acquiring assets from the Spirit Hall, having previously been at level 97. He also possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring. Tang Hao's brother, Tang Xiao, was also a 98th level title Douluo, although his spirit ring did not exceed 10,000 years. However, with his spirit bones and personal equipment, his combat power was comparable to Tang Hao's. In the present Haotian sect, apart from Tang Hao, Tang Xiao was regarded as the second strongest. While both were at level 98, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit was evidently superior. Although the Haotian hammer was recognized as the continent's premier weapon spirit, it could not rival the continent's premier beast spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hence, in terms of combat prowess, Yu Yuanjin of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was the most formidable. However, when it came to lethality, none present could surpass the farting Douluo Yu Xiaojiang, for his martial spirit was a mutated entity, one that possessed intelligence. What does it mean for a martial spirit to possess intelligence? It is akin to Qian Renxue's million-year spirit ring, the heavenly dream eye silkworm, which also possesses consciousness. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading modes, such as browser reading mode, and ad blockers, or copy the URL into another browser to read. However, while the heavenly dream eye silkworm is a spirit ring, his Luo San Pao is merely a martial spirit. Why is Yu Xiaojiang referred to as the farting Douluo? This is due to his most fearsome weapon, his martial